Chapter 1 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 1. The Inked Surplice. The sweet bells of Helstonleigh Cathedral were ringing out in the summer's afternoon. Groups of people lined the streets, in greater number than the ordinary business of the day would have brought forth, some pacing with idle steps, some halting to talk with one another, some looking in silence towards a certain point as far as the eye could reach, all waiting in expectation. It was the first day of Helstonleigh Assizes, that is, the day on which the courts of law began their sittings. Generally speaking, the commission was opened at Helstonleigh on a Saturday, but for some convenience in the arrangements of the circuit, it was fixed this time for Wednesday, and when those cathedral bells burst forth, they gave signal that the judges had arrived and were entering the sheriff's carriage, which had gone out to meet them. A fine sight, carrying in it much of majesty, was the procession, as it passed through the streets with its slow and stately steps, and although Helstonleigh saw it twice a year, it looked at it with gratified eyes still, and made the day into a sort of holiday. The trumpeters rode first, blowing the proud note of advance, and the long line of well-mounted javelin men came next, two abreast, their attire that of the livery of the High Sheriff's family, and their javelins held in rest. Sundry officials followed, and the governor of the county jail sat in an open carriage, his long white wand raised in the air. Then appeared the handsome closed equipage of the sheriff, its 4 horses, caparisoned with silver, pawing the ground, for they chafed at the slow pace to which they were restrained. In it, their scarlet robes and flowing wigs, carrying awe to many a young spectator, sat the judges. The High Sheriff sat opposite to them, his chaplain by his side, in his gown and bands. A crowd of gentlemen, friends of the sheriff, followed on horseback, and a mob of ragamuffins brought up the rear. To the assize courts the procession took its way, and there the short business of opening the commission was gone through, when the judges re-entered the carriage to proceed to the cathedral, having been joined by the mayor and corporation. The sweet bells of Helstonleigh were still ringing out, not to welcome the judges to the city now, but as an invitation to them to come and worship God. Within the grand entrance of the cathedral, waiting to receive the judges, stood the dean of Helstonleigh, 2 or 3 of the chapter, 2 of the minor canons, and the king's scholars and choristers, all in their white robes. The bells ceased, the fine organ pealed out, and there are few finer organs in England than that of Helstonleigh. The vergers with their silver maces, and the decrepit old beadsmen in their black gowns led the way to the choir, the long scarlet trains of the judges held up behind, and places were found for all. The Reverend John Pye began the service. It was his week for chanting. He was one of the senior minor canons and headmaster of the college school. At the desk opposite to him sat the Reverend William Yorke, a young man who had only just gained his minor canonry. The service went on smoothly until the commencement of the anthem. In one sense it went on smoothly to the end, for no person present, not even the judges themselves, could see that anything was wrong. Mr. Pye was what was called chanter to the cathedral, which meant that it was he who had the privilege of selecting the music for the chants and other portions of the service, when the dean did not do so himself. The anthem he had put up for this occasion was a very good one, taken from the Psalms of David. It commenced with a treble solo. It was, moreover, an especial favourite of Mr. Pye's, and he complacently disposed himself to listen. But no sooner was the symphony over, no sooner had the first notes of the chorister sounded on Mr. Pye's ear, than his face slightly flushed, and he lifted his head with a sharp, quick gesture. That was not the voice which ought to have sung this fine anthem. That was a cracked, passé voice, belonging to the senior chorister, a young gentleman of 17, who was going out of the choir at Michaelmas. He had done good service for the choir in his day, but his voice was breaking now, and the last time he had attempted a solo, the bishop, who interfered most rarely with the executive of the cathedral, and indeed it was not his province to do so, had spoken himself to Mr. Pye on the conclusion of the service, and said the boy ought not to be allowed to sing alone again. Mr. Pye bent his head forward to catch a glimpse of the choristers, 5 of whom sat on his side of the choir, the decani, 5 on the opposite or cantori side. So far as he could see, the boy, Stephen Bywater, who ought to have taken the anthem, was not in his place. There appeared to be only 4 of them, but the senior boy with his clean starched surplice partially hid those below him. Mr. Pye wondered where his eyes could have been, not to have noticed the boy's absence when they had all been gathered round the entrance, waiting for the judges. Had Mr. Pye's attention not been fully engrossed with his book, as the service had gone on, he might have seen the boy opposite to him, for there sat Bywater before the bench of King's scholars, and right in front of Mr. Pye. Mr. Pye's glance fell upon him now, and he could scarcely believe it. He rubbed his eyes, and looked, and rubbed again. Bywater there, and without his surplice, braving, as it were, the head-master. What could he possibly mean by this act of insubordination? Why was he not in his place in the school? Why was he mixing with the congregation? But Mr. Pye could as yet obtain no solution to the mystery. The anthem came to an end. The dean had bent his brow at the solo, but it did no good, and the prayers over, the sheriff's chaplain ascended to the pulpit to preach the sermon. He selected his text from St. John's Gospel. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. In the course of his sermon he pointed out that the unhappy prisoners in the jail, awaiting the summons to answer before an earthly tribunal for the evil deeds they had committed, had been led into their present miserable condition by the seductions of the flesh. They had fallen into sin, he went on, by the indulgence of their passions. They had placed no restraint upon their animal appetites and guilty pleasures. They had sunk gradually into crime, and had now to meet the penalty of the law. But did no blame, he asked, attach to those who had remained indifferent to their downward course, who had never stretched forth a friendly hand to rescue them from destruction, who had made no effort to teach and guide in the ways of truth and righteousness these outcasts of society? Were we, he demanded, at liberty to ignore our responsibility by asking in the words of earth's first criminal, "Am I my brother's keeper?" No. It was at once our duty and our privilege to engage in the noble work of man's reformation, to raise the fallen, to seek out the lost, and to restore the outcast. And this, he argued, could only be accomplished by a widely disseminated knowledge of God's truth, by patient, self-denying labor in God's work, and by a devout dependence on God's Holy Spirit. At the conclusion of the service, the headmaster proceeded to the vestry, where the minor canons, choristers, and lay clerks kept their surplices. Not the dean and chapter, they robed in the chapter-house, and the king's scholars put on their surplices in the schoolroom. The choristers followed Mr. Pye to the vestry, Bywater entering with them. The boys grouped themselves together. They were expecting, to use their own expression, a row. "Bywater, what is the meaning of this conduct?" was the master's stern demand. "I had no surplice, sir," was Bywater's answer, a saucy-looking boy with a red face, who had a propensity for getting into rows, and consequently into punishment. "No surplice?" repeated Mr. Pye, for the like excuse had never been offered by a college boy before. "What do you mean?" "We were ordered to wear clean surplices this afternoon. I brought mine to college this morning. I left it here in the vestry, and took the dirty one home. Well, sir, when I came to put it on this afternoon, it was gone." "How could it have gone? Nonsense, sir! Who would touch your surplice?" "But I could not find it, sir," repeated Bywater. "The choristers know I couldn't, and they left me hunting for it when they went into the hall to receive the judges. I could not go into my stall, sir, and sing the anthem without my surplice." "Hurst had no business to sing it," was the vexed rejoinder of the master. "You know your voice is gone, Hurst.
You should have gone up to the organist, stated the case, and had another anthem put up." "But, sir, I was expecting Bywater in every minute. I thought he'd be sure to find his surplice somewhere," was Hurst's defence. "And when he did not come, and it grew too late to do anything, I thought it better to take the anthem myself than to give it to a junior, who would be safe to have made a mess of it. Better for the judges and other strangers to hear a faded voice in Helstonleigh Cathedral than to hear bad singing." The master did not speak. So far, Hurst's argument had reason in it. "And I beg your pardon for what I'm about to say, sir," Hurst went on, "but I hope you will allow me to assure you beforehand that neither I nor my juniors under me have had a hand in this affair. Bywater has just told me that the surplice is found, and how, and blame is sure to be cast upon us, but I declare that not one of us has been in the mischief." Mr. Pye opened his eyes. "What now?" he said. "What is the mischief?" "I found the surplice afterwards, sir," Bywater said. "This is it." He spoke meaningfully, as if preparing them for a surprise, and pointed to a corner of the vestry. There lay a clean but tumbled surplice, half soaked in ink. The headmaster and Mr. Yorke, lay clerks and choristers, all gathered round and stared in amazement. "They shall pay me the worth of the surplice," spoke Bywater, an angry shade crossing his usually good-tempered face. "And have a double flogging into the bargain," exclaimed the master. "Who has done this?" "It looks as though it had been rabbled up for the purpose," cried Hurst in schoolboy phraseology, bending down and touching it gingerly with his finger. "The ink has been poured on to it." "Where did you find it?" sharply demanded the master. Not that he was angry with the boys before him, but he felt angry that the thing should have taken place. "I found it behind the screen, sir," replied Bywater. "I thought I'd look there as a last resource, and there it was. I should think nobody has been behind that screen for a 12-month past, for it's over ankles in dust there." "And you know nothing of it, Hurst?" "Nothing whatever, sir," was the reply of the senior chorister, spoken earnestly. "When Bywater whispered to me what had occurred, I set it down as the work of one of the choristers, and I taxed them with it, but they all denied it strenuously, and I believe they spoke the truth. I put them on their honour." The headmaster peered at the choristers. Innocence was in every face, not guilt, and he, with Hurst, believed he must look elsewhere for the culprit. That it had been done by a college boy there could be no doubt whatever, either out of spite to Bywater, or from pure love of mischief. The king's scholars had no business in the vestry, but just at this period the cathedral was undergoing repair, and they could enter, if so minded, at any time of the day, the doors being left open for the convenience of the workmen. The master turned out of the vestry. The cathedral was emptied of its crowd, leaving nothing but the dust to tell of what had been, and the bells once more went pealing forth over the city. Mr. Pye crossed the nave, and quitted the cathedral by the cloister door, followed by the choristers. The schoolroom, once the large refectory of the monks in monkish days, was on the opposite side of the cloisters, a large room, which you gained by steps, and whose high windows were many feet from the ground. Could you have climbed to those windows and looked from them, you would have beheld a fair scene. A clear river wound under the cathedral walls. Beyond its green banks were greener meadows, stretching out in the distance. Far-famed, beautiful hills bounded the horizon. Close by were the prebendal houses, some built of red stone, some covered with ivy, all venerable with age. Pleasant gardens surrounded most of them, and dark old elms towered aloft, sheltering the rooks, which seemed as old as the trees. The king's scholars were in the schoolroom, cramming their surplices into bags, or preparing to walk home with them thrown upon their arms, and making enough hubbub to alarm the rooks. It dropped to a dead calm at sight of the master. On holidays, and this was one, it was not usual for the masters to enter the school after service. The school was founded by royal charter, its number limited to 40 boys, who were called king's scholars, 10 of whom, those whose voices were the best, were chosen choristers. The master marched to his desk and made a sign for the boys to approach, addressing himself to the senior boy. "Gaunt, some mischief has been done in the vestry touching Bywater's surplice. Do you know anything of it?" "No, sir," was the prompt answer, and Gaunt was one who scorned to tell a lie. The master ranged his eyes round the circle. "Who does?" There was no reply. The boys looked at one another, a sort of stolid surprise for the most part predominating. Mr. Pye resumed. Bywater tells me that he left his clean surplice in the vestry this morning. This afternoon it was found thrown behind the screen, tumbled together beyond all doubt purposely, and partially covered with ink. I ask, who has done this? I have not, sir, burst forth from most of the boys simultaneously. The seniors, of whom there were 3 besides Gaunt, remained silent. But this was nothing unusual, for the seniors, unless expressly questioned or taxed with a fault, did not accustom themselves to a voluntary denial. I can only think this has been the result of accident, continued the headmaster. It is incredible to suppose any one of you would wantonly destroy a surplice. If so, let that boy, whoever he may have been, speak up honourably, and I will forgive him. I conclude that the ink must have been spilt upon it, I say accidentally, and that he then, in his consternation, tumbled the surplice together and threw it out of sight behind the screen. It had been more straightforward, more in accordance with what I wish you all to be, boys of thorough truth and honour, had he candidly confessed it. But the fear of the moment may have frightened his better judgment away. Let him acknowledge it now, and I will forgive him, though of course he must pay Bywater for another surplice. A dead silence. Do you hear, boys? The master sternly asked. No answer from anyone, nothing but continued silence. The master rose, and his countenance assumed its most severe expression. Hear further, boys. That it is one of you I am convinced, and your refusing to speak compels me to fear that it was not an accident, but a premeditated, wicked act. I now warn you, whoever did it, that if I can discover the author, or authors, he or they shall be punished with the utmost severity, short of expulsion, that is allowed by the rules of the school. Seniors, I call for your aid in this. Look to it. The master left the schoolroom, and Babel broke loose, questioning, denying, protesting, one of another. Bywater was surrounded. Won't there be a stunning flogging? Bywater, who did it, do you know? Bywater sat himself astride over the end of a bench, and nodded. The senior boy turned to him, some slight surprise in his look and tone. Do you know, Bywater? Pretty well, Gaunt. There are 2 fellows in this school. One's at your desk, one's at the second desk, and I believe they'd either of them do me a nasty turn if they could. It was one of them. Who do you mean? Asked Gaunt eagerly. Bywater laughed. Thank you. If I tell now, it may defeat the ends of justice, as the newspapers say. I'll wait till I am sure. And then let him look to himself. I won't spare him, and I don't fancy Pye will. You'll never find out if you don't find out at once, Bywater, cried Hurst. Shan't I? You'll see, was the significant answer. It's some distance from here to the vestry of the cathedral, and a fellow could scarcely steal there and steal back without being seen by somebody. It was done stealthily, mark you, and when folks go on stealthy errands they are safe to be met. Before he had finished speaking, a gentlemanly-looking boy of about 12, with delicate features, a damask flush on his face, and wavy auburn hair, sprang up with a start. Why, he exclaimed, I saw— And there he came to a sudden halt, and the flush on his cheek grew deeper, and then faded again. It was a face of exceeding beauty, refined almost as a girl's, and it had gained for him in the school the sobriquet of Miss. What's the matter with you, Miss Charlie? Oh, nothing, Bywater. Charlie Channing, exclaimed Gaunt. Do you know who did it? If I did, Gaunt, I should not tell, was the fearless answer. Do you know, Charlie? Cried Tom Channing, who was one of the seniors of the school. Where's the good of asking that wretched little muff? Burst forth Gerald Yorke. He's only a girl. How do you know it was not one of the lay clerks, Bywater? They carry ink in their pockets, I'll lay, or any of the masons might have gone into the vestry for the matter of that. It wasn't a lay clerk, and it wasn't a mason, stoically nodded Bywater. It was a college boy, and I shall lay my finger upon him as soon as I am a little bit surer than I am. I am 3 parts sure now. If Charlie Channing does not suspect somebody, I'm not here, exclaimed Hurst, who had closely watched the movement alluded to, and he brought his hand down fiercely on the desk as he spoke. Come, Miss Channing, just shell out what you know. It's a shame the choristers should lie under such a ban, and of course we shall do so with Pye. You be quiet, Hurst, and let Miss Charlie alone, drawled Bywater. I don't want him or anybody else to get pummeled to powder. I'll find it out for myself, I say. Won't my old aunt be in a way, though, when she sees the surplice and finds she has another to make? I say, Hurst, didn't you croak out that solo? Their lordships in the wigs will be soliciting your photograph as a keepsake. I hope they'll set it in diamonds, retorted Hurst. The boys began to file out, putting on their trenchers as they clattered down the steps. Charlie Channing sat himself down in the cloisters on a pile of books, as if willing that the rest should pass out before him. His brother saw him sitting there, and came up to him, speaking in an undertone. Charlie, you know the rules of the school. One boy must not tell of another. As Bywater says, you'd get pummeled to powder. Look here, Tom, I tell you. Hold your tongue, boy, sharply cried Tom Channing. Do you forget that I'm a senior? You heard the master's words. We know no brothers in school life, you must remember. Charlie laughed. Tom, you think I am a child, I believe. I didn't enter the school yesterday. All I was going to tell you was this. I don't know any more than you who inked the surplice, and suspicion goes for nothing. All right, said Tom Channing as he flew after the rest, and Charlie sat on and fell into a reverie. The senior boy of the school, you have heard, was Gaunt. The other three seniors, Tom Channing, Harry Huntley, and Gerald Yorke, possessed a considerable amount of power, but nothing equal to that vested in Gaunt. They had all three entered the school on the same day, and had kept pace with each other as they worked their way up in it, consequently not one could be said to hold priority. And when Gaunt should quit the school at the following Michaelmas, one of the three would become senior. Which, you may wish to ask? Ah, we don't know that yet. Charlie Channing, a truthful, good boy, full of integrity, kind and loving by nature, and a universal favourite, sat tilted on the books. He was wishing with all his heart that he had not seen something which he had seen that day. He had been going through the cloisters in the afternoon, about the time that all Helstonleigh, college boys included, were in the streets watching for the sheriff's procession, when he saw one of the seniors steal, Bywater had been happy in the epithet, out of the cathedral into the quiet cloisters, peer about him, and then throw a broken ink-bottle into the graveyard which the cloisters enclosed. The boy stole away without perceiving Charlie, and there sat Charlie now, trying to persuade himself by some ingenious sophistry, which, however, he knew was sophistry, that the senior might not have been the one in the mischief, that the ink-bottle might have been on legitimate duty, and that he threw it from him because it was broken. Charles Channing did not like these unpleasant secrets. There was in the school a code of honour, the boys called it so, that one should not tell of another, and if the headmaster ever went the length of calling the seniors to his aid, those seniors deemed themselves compelled to declare it, if the fault became known to them. Hence Tom Channing's hasty arrest of his brother's words. I wonder if I could see the ink-bottle there, quoth Charles to himself. Rising from the books, he ran through the cloisters to a certain part, and there, by a dexterous spring, perched himself onto the frame of the opened, mullioned windows. The gravestones lay pretty thick in the square, enclosed yard, the long, dank grass growing around them, but there appeared to be no trace of an ink-bottle. What on earth are you mounted up there for? Come down instantly. You know the row there has been about the walls getting defaced. The speaker was Gerald Yorke, who had come up silently. Openly disobey him young Channing dared not, for the seniors exacted obedience in school and out of it. I'll get down directly, sir. I am not hurting the wall. What are you looking at? What is there to see? Demanded Yorke. Nothing particular. I was looking for what I can't see, pointedly returned Charlie. Look here, Miss Channing, I don't quite understand you today. You were excessively mysterious in school just now over that surplice affair. Who's to know you were not in the mess yourself? I think you might know it, returned Charlie as he jumped down. It was more likely to have been you than I. Yorke laid hold of him, clutching his jacket with a firm grasp. You insolent young jackanapes! Now what do you mean? You don't stir from here till you tell me. I'll tell you, Mr. Yorke. I'd rather tell, cried the boy, sinking his voice to a whisper. I was here when you came peeping out of the college doors this afternoon, and I saw you come up to this niche and fling away an ink-bottle. Yorke's face flushed scarlet. He was a tall, strong fellow, with a pale complexion, thick projecting lips, and black hair, promising fair to make a Hercules, but all the Yorkes were finely framed. He gave young Channing a taste of his strength. The boy, when shaken, was in his hands as a very reed. "You miserable imp! Do you know who is said to be the father of lies?" "Let me alone, sir. It's no lie, and you know it's not. But I promise you on my honour that I won't split. I'll keep it in close, always if I can. The worst of me is I bring things out sometimes without thought," he added ingenuously. "I know I do, but I'll try and keep in this. You needn't be in a passion, Yorke. I couldn't help seeing what I did. It wasn't my fault." Yorke's face had grown purple with anger. "Charles Channing, if you don't unsay what you have said, I'll beat you to within an inch of your life." "I can't unsay it," was the answer. "You can't," reiterated Yorke, grasping him as a hawk would a pigeon. "How dare you brave me to my presence? Unsay the lie you have told." "I am in God's presence, Yorke, as well as in yours," cried the boy reverently, "and I will not tell a lie." "Then take your whacking. I'll teach you what it is to invent fabrications. I'll put you up for—" Yorke's tongue and hand stopped. Turning out of the private cloister entrance of the deanery, right upon them had come Dr. Gardner, one of the prebendaries. He cast a displeased look at Yorke, not speaking, and little Channing, touching his trencher to the doctor, flew to the place where he had left his books, caught them up, and ran out of the cloisters towards home. End of Chapter 1.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Chapter 2 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. The Channings, by Ellen Wood. Chapter 2. Bad News. The ground near the cathedral, occupied by the deanery and the prebendal residences, was called the Boundaries. There were a few other houses in it, chiefly of a moderate size, inhabited by private families. Across the open gravel walk in front of the south cloister entrance was the house appropriated to the head-master, and the Channings lived in a smaller one, nearly on the confines of the Boundaries. A portico led into it, and there was a sitting-room on either side the hall. Charlie entered, and was going full dash across the hall to a small room where the boys studied, singing at the top of his voice, when the old servant of the family, Judith, an antiquated body in a snow-white mob-cap and check apron, met him and seized his arm. "Hush, child! There's ill news in the house." Charlie dropped his voice to an awe-struck whisper. "What is it, Judith? Is Papa worse?" "Child, there's illness of mind as well as of body. I didn't say sickness, I said ill news. I don't rightly understand it. The mistress said a word to me, and I guessed the rest. And it was me that took in the letter. Me! I wish I had put it in my kitchen fire first." "Is it, Judith, is it news of the cause? Is it over?" "It's over, as I gathered. 'Twas a London letter, and it came by the afternoon post. All the poor master's hopes and dependencies for years have been wrested from him. And if they'd given me my way, I'd prosecute them postmen for bringing such ill luck to a body's door." Charlie stood something like a statue, the bright, sensitive colour deserting his cheek. One of those causes, might versus right, of which there are so many in the world, had been pending in the Channing family for years and years. It included a considerable amount of money, which ought long ago to have devolved peaceably to Mr. Channing, but might was against him, and might threw it into Chancery. The decision of the Vice-Chancellor had been given for Mr. Channing, upon which might, in his overbearing power, carried it to a higher tribunal. Possibly the final decision, from which there could be no appeal, had now come. "Judith," Charles asked after a pause, "did you hear whether the letter, the news, had anything to do with the Lord Chancellor?" "Oh, bother the Lord Chancellor," was Judith's response. "It had to do with somebody that's an enemy to your poor papa, I know that much. Who's this?"
The hall door had opened, and Judith and Charles turned towards it. A gay, bright-featured young man of 23 entered, tall and handsome, as it was in the nature of the Channings to be. He was the eldest son of the family, James, or, as he was invariably styled, Hamish. He rose 6'2" in his stockings, was well made and upright. In grace and strength of frame the Yorkes and Channings stood A1 in Helstonleigh. "Now then, what are you two concocting? Is he coming over you again to let him make more toffee, Judy, and burn the bottom of another saucepan?" "Hamish, Judy says there's bad news come in by the London post. I'm afraid the Lord Chancellor has given given it against us." The careless smile, the half-mocking expression left the lips of Hamish. He glanced from Judith to Charles, from Charles to Judith. "Is it sure?" he breathed. "It's sure that it's awful news of some sort," returned Judith, "and the mistress said to me that all was over now. They be all in there, but you two," pointing with her finger to the parlour on the left of the hall, "and you had better go into them. Master Hamish—" "Well," returned Hamish, in a tone of abstraction. "You must every one of you just make the best of it and comfort the poor master. You are young and strong, while you know what he is. You in special, Master Hamish, for you're the eldest born, and were the first of 'em that I ever nursed upon my knee." Of course," he hastily replied. "But oh, Judith, you don't know the half this ill must bring upon us. Come along, Charlie, let us hear the worst." Laying his arm with an affectionate gesture round the boy's neck, Hamish drew him towards the parlour. It was a square, light, cheerful room. Not the best room, that was on the other side of the hall. On a sofa underneath the window reclined Mr. Channing, his head and shoulders partly raised by cushions. His illness had continued long, and now, it was feared, had become chronic. A remarkably fine specimen of manhood he must have been in his day, his countenance one of thoughtful goodness, pleasant to look upon. Arthur, the second son, had inherited his thoughtfulness, its expression of goodness; James, its beauty, but there was a great likeness between all the 4 sons. Arthur, only 19, was nearly as tall as his brother. He stood bending over the arm of his father's sofa. Tom, looking very blank and cross, sat at the table, his elbows leaning on it. Mrs. Channing's pale, sweet face was bent towards her daughters, Constance, a graceful girl of 21, and Annabel, a troublesome young lady of nearly 14, was surreptitiously giving twitches to Tom's hair. Arthur moved from the place next his father when Hamish entered, as if yielding him the right to stand there. A more united family it would be impossible to find. The brothers and sisters loved each other dearly, and Hamish they almost reverenced, excepting Annabel. Plenty of love the child possessed, but of reverence little. With his gay good humour and his indulgent, merry-hearted spirit, Hamish Channing was one to earn love as his right, somewhat thoughtless though he was. Thoroughly well, in the highest sense of the term, had the Channings been reared. Not of their own wisdom had Mr. and Mrs. Channing trained their children. "What's the matter, sir?" asked Hamish, smoothing his brow, and suffering the hopeful smile to return to his lips. "Judith says some outrageous luck has arrived, come express by post." "Joke while you may, Hamish," interposed Mrs. Channing in a low voice. "I shrink from telling it you. Can you not guess the news?" Hamish looked round at each individually with his sunny smile, and then let it rest upon his mother. "The very worst I can guess is not so bad. We are all here in our accustomed health. Had we sent Annabel up in that new balloon they are advertising, I might fancy it had capsized with her, as it will some day. Annabel, you never be persuaded to mount the air in that fashion." "Hamish, Hamish!" gently reproved Mrs. Channing. But perhaps she discerned the motive which actuated him. Annabel clapped her hands. She would have thought it great fun to go up in a balloon. "Well, mother, the worst tidings that the whole world could bring upon us cannot, I say, be very dreadful, while we can discuss them as we are doing now," said Hamish. "I suppose the Lord Chancellor has pronounced against us?" "Irrevocably. The suit is for ever at an end, and we have lost it." "Hamish is right," interrupted Mr. Channing. "When the letter arrived, I was for a short time overwhelmed, but I begin to see it already in a less desponding light, and by tomorrow, I dare say, I shall be cheerful over it. One blessed thing. Children, I say advisedly a blessed thing. The worry will be over." Charlie lifted his head. The worry, papa? Ay, my boy, the agitation, the perpetual excitement, the sickening suspense, the yearning for the end. You cannot understand this, Charlie. You can none of you picture it as it has been for me. Could I have gone abroad as other men, it would have shaken itself off amidst the bustle of the world, and have pressed upon me only at odd times and seasons. But here have I lain, suspense my constant companion. It was not right to allow the anxiety so to work upon me, but I could not help it, I really could not. We shall manage to do without it, papa, said Arthur. Yes, after a bit we shall manage very well. The worst is we are behindhand in our payments, for you know how surely I counted upon this. It ought to have been mine, it was mine by full right of justice, though it now seems that the law was against me. It is a great affliction, but it is one of those which may be borne with an open brow. What do you mean, papa? Afflictions are of two kinds. The one we bring upon ourselves through our own misconduct, the other is laid upon us by God for our own advantage. Yes, my boys, we receive many blessings in disguise. Trouble of this sort will only serve to draw out your manly energies, to make you engage vigorously in the business of life, to strengthen your self-dependence and your trust in God. The calamity of the lost lawsuit we must all meet bravely. One mercy at any rate the news has brought with it. What is that? asked Mrs. Channing, lifting her sad face. When I have glanced to the possibility of the decision being against me, I have wondered how I should pay its long and heavy costs, whether our home must not be broken up to do it, and ourselves turned out upon the world. But the costs are not to fall upon me. All are to be paid out of the estate. That's good news, ejaculated Hamish, his face radiant as he nodded around. My darling boys, resumed Mr. Channing, you must all work and do your best. I had thought this money would have made things easier for you, but it is not to be. Not that I would have a boy of mine cherish for a moment the sad and vain dream which some do, that of living in idleness. God has sent us all into the world to work, some with their hands, some with their heads, all according to their abilities and their station. You will not be the worse off, Mr. Channing added with a smile, for working a little harder than you once thought would be necessary. Perhaps the money may come to us after all by some miracle, suggested Charlie. No, replied Mr. Channing, it has gone wholly from us. It is as much lost to us as though we had never possessed a claim to it. It was even so. This decision of the Lord Chancellor had taken it from the Channing family for ever. Never mind, cried Tom, throwing up his trencher, which he had carelessly carried into the room with him. As papa says, we have our hands and brains, and they often win the race against money in the long run. Yes, the boys had active hands and healthy brains, no despicable inheritance, when added to a firm faith in God, and an ardent wish to use, and not misuse, the talents given to them. End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dawn Leary. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 3. Constance Channing. How true is the old proverb, man proposes, but God disposes. God's ways are not as our ways. His dealings with us are often mysterious. Happy those who can detect his hand in all the varied chances and changes of the world. I am not sure that we can quite picture to ourselves the life that had been Mr. Channing's. Of gentle birth and reared to no profession, the inheritance which ought to have come to him was looked upon as a sufficient independence. That it would come to him had never been doubted by himself or by others, and it was only at the very moment when he thought he was going to take possession of it that some enemy set up a claim and threw it into Chancery. You may object to the word enemy, but it could certainly not be looked upon as the act of a friend. By every right, in all justice, it belonged to James Channing. But he who put in his claim, taking advantage of a quibble of law, was a rich man, and a mighty one. I should not like to take possession of another's money in such a manner. The good old-fashioned wholesome fear would be upon me, that it would bring no good either to me or mine. James Channing never supposed but that the money would be his some time. Meanwhile, he sought and obtained employment to occupy his days, to bring grist to the mill until the patrimony should come. Hoping on. Hope and disappointment, hope and disappointment. There was nothing else for years and years. And you know who has said that hope deferred maketh the heart sick. There have been many such cases in the world, but I question, I say, if we can quite realize them. However, the end had come, the certainty of disappointment, and Mr. Channing was already beginning to be thankful that suspense, at any rate, was over. He was the head of an office, or it may be more correct to say, the head of the Helstonleigh branch of it, for the establishment was a London one, a large, important concern, including various departments of insurance. Hamish was in the same office, and since Mr. Channing's rheumatism had become chronic, it was Hamish who chiefly transacted the business of the office, generally bringing home the books when he left, and going over them in the evening with his father. Thus the work was effectually transacted, and Mr. Channing retained his salary. The directors were contented that it should be so, for Mr. Channing possessed their thorough respect and esteem. After the ill news was communicated to them, the boys left the parlour and assembled in a group in the study at the back of the house to talk it over. Constance was with them, but they would not admit Annabel. A shady, pleasant, untidy room was that study, opening to a cool, shady garden. It had oilcloth on the floor instead of carpeting, and books and playthings were strewed about it. "What an awful shame that there should be so much injustice in the world," spoke passionate Tom, flinging his Euripides on the table. "But for one thing, I should be rather glad the worry's over," cried Hamish. "We know the worst now, that we have only ourselves to trust to." "Our hands and brains, as Tom said," remarked Charlie. "What is the one thing that you mean, Hamish?" Hamish seized Charlie by the waist, lifted him up, and let him drop again. "It is what does not concern little boys to know. And I don't see why you should be in here with us, young sir, any more than Annabel." "A presentiment that this would be the ending has been upon me for some time," broke in the gentle voice of Constance. "In my own mind I have kept laying out plans for us all. You see, it is not as though we should enjoy the full income that we have hitherto had." "What's that, Constance?" asked Tom hotly. "The decision does not touch Papa's salary, and you heard him say that the costs were to be paid out of the estate. A pretty thing it would be if any big-wigged Lord Chancellor could take away the money that a man works hard for." "Hasty as usual, Tom," she said with a smile. "You know. We all know that, counting fully upon this money. Papa is behindhand in his payments. They must be paid off now, in the best way that may be found, and it will take so much from his income. It will make no difference to you, Tom. All you can do is to try on heartily for the censorship and the exhibition." "Oh, won't it make a difference to me, though?" retorted Tom. "And suppose I don't gain it, Constance?" "Then you will have to work all the harder, Tom, in some other walk of life. Failing the exhibition, of course, there will be no chance of your going up to the university, and you must give up the hope of entering the church. The worst off, the one upon whom this disappointment must fall the hardest, will be Arthur." Arthur Channing, astride on the arm of the old-fashioned sofa, lifted his large, deep blue eyes to Constance, with a flash of intelligence. It seemed to say that she only spoke of what he already knew. He had been silent hitherto. He was of a silent nature, a quiet, loving, tender nature. While the rest spoke, he was content to think. "Aye, that it will!" exclaimed Hamish. "What will become of your articles now, Arthur?" It should be explained that Arthur had entered the office of Mr. Galloway, who was a proctor, and also was steward to the dean and chapter. Arthur was only a subordinate in it, a clerk receiving pay, and very short pay too, but it was intended that he should enter upon his articles as soon as this money that should be theirs enabled Mr. Channing to pay for them. Hamish might well ask what would become of his articles now. "I can't see a single step before me," cried Arthur, "except that I must stay on as I am, a paid clerk." "What rubbish, Arthur!" flashed Tom, who possessed a considerable share of temper when it was roused. "As if you, Arthur Channing, could remain a paid clerk at Galloway's! Why, you'd be on a level with Jenkins, old Jenkins' son. Roland Yorke would look down on you then, more than he does now, and that need not be." The sensitive crimson dyed Arthur's fair open brow. Of all the failings that he found it most difficult to subdue in his own heart, pride bore the greatest share. From the moment the ill news had come to his father, the boy felt that he should have to do fierce battle with his pride, that there was ever recurring mortification laid up in store for it. But I can battle with it, he bravely whispered to himself, and I will do it, God helping me. I may whistle for my new cricket bat and stumps now, grumbled Tom. And I wonder when I shall have my new clothes, added Charlie. How selfish we all are, broke forth Arthur. Selfish? chafed Tom. Yes, selfish. Here we are, croaking over our petty disappointments and forgetting the worst share that falls upon Papa. Failing this money, how will he go to the German baths? A pause of consternation. In their own grievances, the boys had lost sight of the hope which had recently been shared by them all. An eminent physician passing through Helstonleigh had seen Mr. Channing, and given his opinion that if he would visit certain medicinal spas in Germany, health might be restored to him. When the cause should be terminated in their favor, Mr. Channing had intended to set out. But now it was given against him, and hope of setting out had gone with it. I wish I could carry him on my back to Germany, and work to keep him while he stayed there, impulsively spoke Tom. Wretchedly selfish we have been, to dwell on our disappointments by the side of Papa's. I wish I was older. Constance was standing against the window. She was of middle height, thoroughly ladylike and graceful, her features fair and beautiful, and her dark blue eyes and smooth white brow wonderfully like Arthur's. She wore a muslin dress with a delicate pink sprig upon it, the lace of its open sleeves falling on her pretty white hands, which were playing unconsciously with a spray of jessamine while she listened to her brothers as each spoke. Tom, she interposed in answer to the last remark, it is of no use wishing for impossibilities. We must look steadfastly at things as they exist, and see what is the best that can be made of them. All that you and Charles can do is to work well on and at your studies, Annabel the same. And it is to be hoped this blow will take some of her thoughtlessness out of her. Hamish and Arthur and I must try and be more active than we have been. You? Echoed Arthur. Why, what can you do, Constance? A soft blush rose to her cheeks. I tell you that I have seemed to anticipate this, she said, and my mind has busied itself with plans and projects. I shall look out for a situation as daily governess. A groan of anger burst from Tom. His quick temper and Arthur's pride alike rose up and resented the words. A daily governess! It is only another name for a servant. Fine that would be for Miss Channing. Constance laughed. Oh, Tom, there are worse misfortunes at sea. I would go out wholly, but that Papa would not like to spare me, and I must take Annabel for music and other things of an evening. Don't look cross. It is an excellent thought, and I shall not mind it. What will Mamma say? Asked Tom ironically. You just ask her. Mamma knows, replied Constance. Mamma has had her fears about the termination of the lawsuit, just as I have. While you boys were laughing and joking and pursuing your sports or your studies of a night, I and Mamma would be talking over the shadowed future. I told Mamma that if the time and the necessity came for turning my education and talents to account, I should do it with a willing heart. And Mamma, being rather more sensible than her impetuous son Tom, cordially approved. Tom made a paper bullet and flung it at Constance, his honest eyes half laughing. So should I approve, said Hamish. It is a case taking into consideration my father's state, in which all of us should help who are able. Of course, were you boys grown up and getting money, Constance should be exempt from aiding and abetting. But as it is different. There will be no disgrace in her becoming a governess, and Helstonleigh will never think it so. She's a lady always, and so she would be if she were to turn to and wash up dishes. The only doubt is— He stopped and looked hesitatingly at Constance, as if penetrating his meaning. Her eyes fell before his. Whether Yorke will like it, went on Hamish, as though he had not halted in his sentence, and the pretty blush in Constance Channing's face deepened to a glowing crimson. Tom made a whole heap of bullets at once and showered them on to her. So, Hamish, be quiet. Tom, you may inquire all over Helstonleigh tomorrow whether anyone wants a governess, a well-trained young lady of 21 who can play, sing, and paint, speak really good English and decent French, and has a smattering of German, rattled on Constance, as if to cover her blushes. I shall ask 40 guineas a year. Do you think I shall get it? I think you ought to ask 80, said Arthur. So I would, if I were 31 instead of 21, said Constance. Oh dear, here am I laughing and joking over it, but it is a serious thing to undertake, the instruction of the young. I hope I shall be enabled to do my duty in it. What's that? It was a merry, mocking laugh which came from the outside of the window, and then a head of auburn hair, wild and entangled, was pushed up, and in burst Annabel, her saucy dark eyes dancing with delight. "You locked me out, but I have been outside the window and heard it all," cried she, dancing before them in the most provoking manner. "Arthur can only be a paid clerk, and Constance is going to be a governess, and get 40 guineas a year. And if Tom doesn't gain his exhibition, he must turn bell ringer to the college, for Papa can't pay for him at the university now." "What do you deserve, you wicked little picture of deceit?" demanded Hamish. "Do you forget the old story of the listener who lost his ears?" "I always do listen, whenever I can, and I always will," avowed Annabel. "I have warned you so 100 times over, and now I warn you again. I wish Tom would turn bell ringer. I'd make him ring a peal that should astonish Helstonleigh, the day Constance goes out as governess. Shan't I have a fine time of it? It's lessons for me now, morning, noon, and night. She's always worrying me. But once let us get her back turned, and I shall have whole holiday. She may think I'll do my lessons with her at night, but I won't." The boys began to chase her round the table. She was almost a match for all four, a troublesome, indulged, sunny-hearted child who delighted in committing faults that she might have the pleasure of avowing them. She flew out into the garden, first knocking over Constance's paint-box, and some of them went after her. At that moment Mr. Yorke came in. You have seen him once before, in his place in Helstonleigh Cathedral, a tall, slender man, with pale, well-formed features, and an attractive smile. His dark eyes rested on Constance as he entered, and once more the brilliant colour lighted up her face. When prospects should be a little better, that is, when Mr. Yorke should have a sufficient living bestowed upon him, Constance was to become his wife. His stipend from the minor canonry was at present trifling. "Judith met me in the hall as I was going into the parlour, and told me I had better come here," he observed. "She said bad news had arrived from Mr. Channing." "Yes," answered Hamish, "the lawsuit is lost." "Lost?" echoed Mr. Yorke. "Irrevocably. We were discussing ways and means amongst ourselves," said Hamish, "for of course this changes our prospects materially." "And Constance is going out as a governess, if she can find any one to take her. And Arthur is to plod on with Joe Jenkins, and Tom means to apply for the post of bell ringer to the cathedral," interposed the incorrigible Annabel, who had once more darted in and heard the last words. "Can you recommend Constance to a situation, Mr. Yorke?" He treated the information lightly, laughed at and with Annabel, but Constance noticed that a flush crossed his brow, and that he quitted the subject. "Has the inked surplice been found out, Tom? I mean the culprit." "Not yet, Mr. Yorke. Charles, you can tell me who it was, I hear." There was a startled glance, for a moment, in Charles' eye, as he looked up at Mr. Yorke, and an unconscious meaning in his tone. "Why do you know who it was, sir?" "Not I," said Mr. Yorke. "I know that, whoever it may have been, deserves a sound flogging, if he did it wilfully." "Then, sir, why do you suppose I know?" "I met Hurst just now, and he stopped me with the news that he was sure Charlie Channing could put his hand upon the offender, if he chose to do it." "It was not yourself, was it, Charlie?" Mr. Yorke laughed as he asked the question. Charlie laughed also, but in a constrained manner. Meanwhile, the others, to whom the topic had been a Sanskrit, demanded an explanation, which Mr. Yorke gave, so far as he was cognizant of the facts. "What a shame to spoil a surplice! Have you cause to suspect any particular boy, Charlie?" demanded Hamish. "Don't ask him in my presence," interrupted Tom in the same hurried manner that he had used in the cloisters. "I should be compelled in honour to inform the master, and Charlie would have his life thrashed out of him by the school." "Don't you ask me either, Mr. Yorke," said Charles, and the tone of his voice, still unconsciously to himself, bore a strange, serious earnestness. "Why not?" returned Mr. Yorke. "I am not a senior of the college school, and under obedience to its headmaster. If you are all to stop in this room, I and Tom shall never get our lessons done," was all the reply made by Charles as he drew a chair to the table and opened his exercise books. "And I never could afford that," cried Tom, following his example, and looking out the books he required. "It won't do to let Huntley and Yorke get ahead of me. Trying for the censorship as strenuously as ever, Tom?" asked Mr. Yorke. "Of course I am," replied Tom Channing, lifting his eyes in slight surprise, "and I hope to get it. Which of the three stands the best chance?" "Well," said Tom, "it will be about a neck-and-neck race between us. My name stands first on the rolls of the school. Therefore, were our merits equal, in strict justice, it ought to be given to me. But the master could pass me over if he pleased, and decide upon either of the other two." "Which of those two stands first on the rolls?" "Harry Huntley. Yorke is the last. But that does not count for much, you know, Mr. Yorke, as we all entered together. They enrolled us as our initial letters stood in the alphabet." "It will turn wholly upon your scholastic merits, then?" "I hear, but Helstonleigh is famous for its gossip, that in past times it has frequently gone by favor." "So it has," said Tom Channing, throwing back his head with a whole world of indignation in the action. "Eligible boys have been passed over, and the most incapable dolt set up above them, all because his friends were in a good position, and hand in glove with the headmaster. I don't mean Pye, you know, before he came. It's said the last case was so flagrant that it came to the ears of the dean, and he interfered and forbade favor for the future. At any rate, there's an impression running through the school that merit and conduct, taken together, will be allowed fair play." "Conduct?" echoed Arthur Channing. Tom nodded. "Conduct is to be brought in, this time. One day, when the first desk fell into a row with the headmaster, through some mischief we had gone into out of school, he asked us if we were aware that our conduct, as might be good or ill, might gain or lose us the seniorship. Yorke, who was bold enough, you know, for 10, remarked that that was a new dodge, and the master overheard the words and said yes, he was happy to say there were many new dodges he had seen fit to introduce, which he trusted might tend to make the school different from what it had been. Of course, we had the laugh at Yorke, but the master took no more notice of it. Since then, I assure you, Mr. Yorke, our behavior has been a pattern for young ladies, mine and Huntley's, and Yorke's. We don't care to lose a chance." Tom Channing nodded sagaciously as he concluded, and they left the room to him and Charles. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dawn Leary. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 4. No Holiday Today. "Now, Constance, that we have a moment alone, what is this about you?" began Mr. Yorke as they stood together in the garden. "Annabel said the truth, that I do think of going out as daily governess," she replied, bending over a carnation to hide the blush which rose to her cheeks, a very rival to the blushing flower. "It is a great misfortune that has fallen upon us. At least we can only look at it in that light at present, and will beyond doubt be productive of some embarrassment. Do you not see, William, that it is incumbent upon us all to endeavour to lighten this embarrassment, those of us who can do so? I must assume my share of the burden." Mr. Yorke was silent. Constance took it for granted that he was displeased. He was of an excellent family, and she supposed he disliked the step she was about to take, deemed it would be derogatory to his future wife. "Have you fully made up your mind?" he at length asked. "Yes, I have talked it over with Mamma, for indeed she and I both seem to have anticipated this, and she thinks with me that is what I ought to do. William, how could I reconcile it to my conscience not to help?" she continued. "Think of Papa. Think of his strait. It appears to be a plain duty thrown in my path." "By yourself, Constance?" "Not by myself," she whispered, lifting for a moment her large blue eyes. "Oh, William, William, do not be displeased with me. Do not forbid it. It is honourable to work. It is right to do what we can. Strive to see it in the right light." "Let that carnation alone, Constance. Give your attention to me. What if I do forbid it?" She walked a little forward, leaving the carnation bed, and halted under the shade of the dark cedar tree, her heart and colour alike fading. Mr. Yorke followed, and stood before her. "William, I must do my duty. There is no other way open to me by which I can earn something to help in this time of need, except that of becoming a governess. Many a lady better born than I has done it before me." "A daily governess, I think you said?" "Papa could not spare me to go out altogether. Annabel could not spare me either, and I would not spare you," he struck in, filling up her pause. "Was that what you were about to say, Constance?" The rosy hue stole over her face again, and a sweet smile to her lips. "Oh, William, if you will only sanction it, I shall go about it then with the lightest heart." He looked at her with an expression she did not understand, and shook his head. Constance thought it a negative shake, and her hopes fell again. "You did not answer my question," said Mr. Yorke. "What if I forbid it?" "But it seems to be my duty," she urged from between her pale and parted lips. "Constance, that is no answer." "Oh, do not, William, do not you throw this temptation in my way, that of choosing between yourself and a plain duty that lies before me. The temptation, as you call it, must be for a later consideration. Why will you not answer me? What would be your course if I forbade it?" "I don't know, but, oh, William, if you gave me up—" She could not continue. She turned away to hide her face from Mr. Yorke. He followed, and obtained forcible view of it. It was wet with tears. "Nay, but I did not mean to carry it so far as to cause you real grief, my dearest," he said, in a changed tone. "Though you brought it on yourself," he added, laughing, as he bent his face down. "How did I bring it on myself?" "By doubting me. I saw you doubted me at the first, when Annabel spoke of it in the study. Constance, if you, possessed as you are of great acquirements, refused from any notion of false pride to exert them for your family in a time of need, I should say you were little fitted for the wife of one whose whole duty it must be to do his master's work." "You will sanction the measure, then?" she rejoined, her countenance lighting up. "How could you doubt me? I wish I could make a home at once to take you to, but as you must remain in this a little longer, it is only fair that you should contribute to its maintenance. We all have to bend to circumstances. I shall not love my wife the less, because she has had the courage to turn her talents to account." "What could you be thinking of, child?" "Forgive me, William," she softly pleaded, "but you looked so grave, and were so silent." Mr. Yorke smiled. "The truth is, Constance, I was turning in my mind whether I could not help to place you, and pondering the advantages and disadvantages of a situation I know of. Lady Augusta is looking out for a daily governess." "Is she?" exclaimed Constance. "I wonder whether I should suit her." Constance spoke hesitatingly. The thought which had flashed over her own mind was, whether Lady Augusta Yorke could afford to pay her sufficient remuneration. Probably the same doubt had made one of the disadvantages hinted at by Mr. Yorke. "I called there yesterday, and interrupted a scene between Lady Augusta and Miss Caroline," he said. "Unseemly anger on my lady's part, and rebellion on Carry's, forming, as usual, its chief features." "But Lady Augusta is so indulgent to her children," interrupted Constance. "Perniciously indulgent, generally, and when the effects break out in insolence and disobedience, then there ensues a scene. If you go there you will witness them occasionally, and I assure you they are not edifying. You must endeavour to train the girls to something better than they have been trained to yet, Constance." "If I do go—" "I knew how long it would last, Lady Augusta's instructing them herself," resumed Mr. Yorke. "It is not a month since the governess left." "Why does she wish to take a daily governess instead of one in the house?" "Why Lady Augusta does a thing is scarcely ever to be accounted for, by herself or by anyone else," replied Mr. Yorke. "Some convenience or inconvenience she mentioned to me about sleeping arrangements. Shall I ascertain particulars for you, Constance, touching salary and other matters?" "If you please. Papa is somewhat fastidious, but he could not object to my going there. And its being so very near our own house would be a great point of—" "Constance!" interrupted a voice at this juncture. "Is Mr. Yorke there?" "He is here, mamma," replied Constance, walking forward to Mrs. Channing, Mr. Yorke attending her. "I thought I heard you enter," she said, as Mr. Yorke took her hand. "Mr. Channing will be pleased to see you, if you will come in and chat with him. The children have told you the tidings. It is a great blow to their prospects." "But they seem determined to bear it bravely," he answered, in a hearty tone. "You may be proud to have such children, Mrs. Channing." "Not proud," she softly said. "Thankful." "True. I'm obliged to you for correcting me," was the clergyman's ingenuous answer, as he walked with Mrs. Channing across the hall. Constance halted, for Judith came out of the kitchen and spoke in a whisper. "And what's the right and the wrong of it, Miss Constance? Is the money gone? Gone entirely, Judith. Gone for good. For good, groaned Judith. I should say for ill. Why does the Queen let there be a Lord Chancellor? It is not the Lord Chancellor's fault, Judith. He only administers the law. Why couldn't he just as well have given it for your papa as against him? I suppose he considers that the law is on the other side, sighed Constance. Judith, with a pettish movement, returned to her kitchen, and at that moment Hamish came downstairs. He had changed his dress, and had a pair of new white gloves in his hand. Are you going out tonight, Hamish? There was a stress on the word tonight, and Hamish marked it. I promised, you know, Constance, and my staying would do no good. It could not improve things. Fare you well, my pretty sister. Tell Mamma I shall be home by 11. It'll be a sad cut down for 'em all, muttered Judith, gazing at Hamish round the kitchen doorpost. Where he'll find money for his white gloves and things now is beyond my telling. The darling boy! If I could but get to that Lord Chancellor! Had you possessed the privilege of living in Helstonleigh at the time of which this story treats, and I can assure you, you might live in a less privileged city, it is possible that, on the morning following the above events, your peaceful slumbers might have been rudely broken by a noise loud enough to waken the 7 sleepers of Ephesus. Before 7 o'clock, the whole school, choristers and king's scholars, assembled in the cloisters. But instead of entering the schoolroom for early school, they formed themselves into a dense mass. If you ever saw schoolboys march otherwise, I have not, and treading on each other's heels, proceeded through the town to the lodgings of the judges, in pursuance of a time-honored custom. There the head boy sent in his name to the very chamber of the Lord Chief Justice, who happened this time to have come to the Helstonleigh circuit. Mr. Gaunt, senior of the college school, craving holiday for himself and the whole fry who had attended him. College boys, cried his lordship, winking and blinking, as other less majestic mortals do when awakened suddenly out of their morning sleep. Yes, my lord, replied the servant. All the schools come up. Such a lot of 'em. It's the holiday they are asking for. I recollect, cried his lordship, for it was not the first time he had been to Helstonleigh. Give one of my cards to the senior boy Roberts, my compliments to the headmaster, and I beg he will grant the boys a holiday. Roberts did as he was bid. He also had been to Helstonleigh before with his master, and delivered the card and message to Gaunt, the consequence of which was the school tore through the streets in triumph, shouting, "Holiday!" in tones to be heard a mile off, and bringing people in white garments from their beds to the windows. The least they feared was that the town had taken fire. Back to the house of the headmaster for the pantomime to be played through. This usually was, for the master, as wise on the subject as they were, would lie that morning in bed, to send the master's servant into his room with the card and the message, upon which permission for the holiday would come out, and the boys would disperse, exercising their legs and lungs. No such luck, however, on this morning. The servant met them at the door, and grinned dreadfully at the crowd. "Won't you catch it, gentlemen? The headmaster's gone into school, and is waiting for you, marking you all late, of course." "Gone into school," repeated Gaunt, haughtily, resenting the familiarity as well as the information. "What do you mean?" "Why, I just mean that, sir," was the reply, upon which Gaunt felt uncommonly inclined to knock him down. But the man had a propensity for grinning, and was sure to exercise it on all possible occasions. "There is some row up, and you are not to have holiday," continued the servant. "The master said last night I was to call him this morning as usual." At this unexpected reply, the boys slunk away to the college schoolroom, their buoyant spirits sunk down to dust and ashes, figuratively speaking. They could not understand it. They had not the most distant idea what their offence could have been. Gaunt entered, and the rest trooped in after him. The headmaster sat at his desk in stern state. The other masters were in their places. "What is the meaning of this insubordination?" the master sharply demanded, addressing Gaunt. "You are 3/4 of an hour behind your time." "We have been up to the judges as usual for holiday, sir," replied Gaunt, in a tone of deprecation. "His lordship sends his card and compliments to you, and—" "Holiday!" interrupted the master. "Holiday?" he repeated with emphasis, as if disbelieving his own ears. "Do you consider that the school deserves it? A pretty senior you must be if you do." "What has the school done, sir?" respectfully asked Gaunt. "Your memory must be conveniently short," chafed the master. "Have you forgotten the inked surplice?" Gaunt paused. But that was not the act of the whole school, sir. It was probably the act of only one. But, so long as that one does not confess, the whole school must bear it, returned the master, looking round on the assembly. Boys, understand me. It is not for the fault itself that may have been, as I said yesterday, the result of an accident, but it is the concealment of the fault that makes me angry. Will you confess now? He who did it? No. The appeal brought forth no further result than the other had done. The master continued, You may think I speak now to the guilty boy, and let him take these words to himself, that you were quite alone when you did it, that no eye was watching. But let me remind you that the eye of God was upon you. What you refuse to tell, he can bring to light, if it shall so please him, in his own wonderful way, his own good time. There will be no holiday today. Prayers. The boys fell into their places and stood with hanging heads, something like rebellion working in every beast. At breakfast time they were dismissed and gathered in the cloisters to give vent to their sentiments. Isn't it a stunning shame? Cried hot Tom Channing. The school ought not to suffer for the fault of one boy. The master has no right. The fault lies in the boy, not in the master, interrupted Gaunt. A sneak, a coward. If he has a spark of manly honor in him, he'll speak up now. As it has come to this, I say Charlie Channing should be made to declare what he knows, said one. He saw it done. Who says he did? Quickly asked Tom Channing. Someone said so, and that he was afraid to tell. Gaunt lifted his finger and made a sign to Charles to approach. Now, boy, as the latter obeyed, you will answer me. Remember, the master has called the seniors to his aid, and I order you to speak. Did you see this mischief done? No, I did not, fearlessly replied little Channing. If he doesn't know, he suspects, persisted Hurst. Come, Miss Channing. We don't declare things upon suspicion, do we, Mr. Gaunt? Appealed Charles. I may suspect one. Hurst may suspect another. Bywater said he suspected too. The whole school may be suspicious, one of another. Where's the use of that? It is of no use, decided Gaunt. You say you did not see the surplice damaged? I did not, upon my word of honor. That's enough, said Gaunt. Depend upon it. The fellow, while he was at it, took precious good precautions against being seen. When he gets found out, he had better not come within reach of the seniors. I warn him of that. They might not leave him a head on his shoulders or a tooth in his mouth. Suppose it should turn out to have been a senior, Mr. Gaunt, spoke Bywater. Suppose you should turn out to be an everlasting big donkey, retorted the senior boy. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 5. Roland Yorke. Just without the boundaries, in a wide, quiet street called Close Street, was the office of Richard Galloway, Esquire, proctor and steward to the dean and chapter. Excepting for this solitary office, the street consisted of private houses, and it was one of the approaches to the cathedral, though not the chief one. Mr. Galloway was a bachelor, a short, stout man, shaped like a cask, with a fat, round face, round, open grey eyes that always looked as if their owner was in a state of wonder, and a little round mouth. But he was a shrewd man, and a capable. He was also, in his way, a dandy, dressed scrupulously in the fashion, with delicate shirt-fronts and snow-white wristbands, and for the last 25 years at least had been a mark for all the single ladies of Helstonleigh to set their caps at. Of beauty Mr. Galloway could boast little, but of his hair he was moderately vain. A very good head of hair it was, and curled naturally. But hair, let it be luxuriant enough to excite the admiration of a whole army of coiffeurs, is, like other things, in this sublunary world of ours, subject to change. It will not last for ever. And Mr. Galloway's, from a fine and glossy brown, turned, as years went on, to sober grey, nay, almost to white. He did not particularly admire the change, but he had to submit to it, nature is stronger than we are. A friend hinted that it might be dyed. Mr. Galloway resented the suggestion. Anything false was abhorrent to him. When, however, after an illness, his hair began to fall off alarmingly, he thought it no harm to use a certain specific, emanating from one of Her Majesty's physicians, extensively set forth and patronized as an undoubted remedy for hair that was falling off. Mr. Galloway used it extensively in his fear, for he had an equal dread both of baldness and wigs. The lotion not only had the desired effect, but it had more. The hair grew on again luxuriantly, and its whiteness turned into the finest flaxen you ever saw, a light, delicate flaxen, exactly like the curls you see upon the heads of blue-eyed wax dolls. This is a fact, and whether Mr. Galloway liked it or not, he had to put up with it. Many would not be persuaded but that he had used some delicate dye, hitherto unknown to science, and the suspicion vexed Mr. Galloway. Behold him, therefore, with a perfect shower of smooth, fair curls upon his head, equal to any young beau. It was in this gentleman's office that Arthur Channing had been placed, with a view to his becoming ultimately a proctor. To article him to Mr. Galloway would take a good round sum of money, and this had been put off until the termination of the suit, when Mr. Channing had looked forward to being at his ease, in a pecuniary point of view. There were two others in the same office. The one was Roland Yorke, who was articled. The other was Joseph Jenkins, a thin, spare, humble man of 39, who had served Mr. Galloway for nearly 20 years, earning 25 shillings a week. He was a son of old Jenkins, the bedesman, and his wife kept a small hosiery shop in High Street. Roland Yorke was, of course, not paid. On the contrary, he had paid pretty smartly to Mr. Galloway for the privilege of being initiated into the mysteries belonging to a proctor. Arthur Channing may be said to have occupied a position in the office midway between the two. He was to become on the footing of Roland Yorke, but meanwhile he received a small weekly sum in remuneration of his services, as Joe Jenkins did. Roland Yorke, in his proud moods, looked down upon him as a paid clerk. Mr. Jenkins looked up to him as a gentleman. It was a somewhat anomalous position, but Arthur had held his own bravely up in it until this blow came, looking forward to a brighter time. In the years gone by, one of the stalls in Helstonleigh Cathedral was held by the Reverend Dr. Yorke. He had also some time filled the office of sub-dean. He had married, imprudently, the daughter of an Irish peer, a pretty, good-tempered girl, who was as fond of extravagance as she was devoid of means to support it. She had not a shilling in the world. It was even said that the bills for her trousseau came in afterwards to Dr. Yorke. But people, you know, are given to scandal. Want of fortune had been nothing, had Lady Augusta only possessed ordinary prudence, but she spent the doctor's money faster than he received it. In the course of years Dr. Yorke died, leaving 8 children and slender means for them. There were 6 boys and 2 girls. Lady Augusta went to reside in a cheap and roomy house, somewhat dilapidated, in the Boundaries, close to her old prebendal residence, and scrambled on in her careless, spending fashion, never out of debt. She retained their old barouche, and would retain it, and was a great deal too fond of ordering horses from the livery stables, and driving out in state. Gifted with excellent qualities had her children been born, but of training in the highest sense of the word she had given them none. George, the eldest, had a commission, and was away with his regiment. Roland, the second, had been designed for the church, but no persuasion could induce him to be sufficiently attentive to his studies to qualify himself for it. He was therefore placed with Mr. Galloway, and the church honours were now intended for Gerald. The 4th son, Theodore, was also in the college school, a junior. Next came 2 girls, Caroline and Fanny, and there were 2 little boys still younger. Haughty, self-willed, but of sufficiently honourable nature were the Yorkes. If Lady Augusta had only toiled to foster the good, and eradicate the evil, they would have grown up to bless her. Good soil was there to work upon, as there was in the Channings. But, in the case of the Yorkes, it was allowed to run to waste, or to generate weeds; in short, to do as it pleased. A noisy, scrambling, uncomfortable sort of home was that of the Yorkes, the boys sometimes contending one with another, Lady Augusta often quarrelling with all. The home of the Channings was ever full of love, calm, and peace. Can you guess where the difference lay? On the morning when the college boys had gone up to crave holiday of the judges, they had not obtained it, at least not from the head-master. Arthur Channing proceeded, as usual, to Mr. Galloway's after breakfast. Seated at a desk in his place writing, he seemed to be ever seated there, was Mr. Jenkins. He lifted his head when Arthur entered, with a "Good morning, sir," and then dropped it again over his copying. "Good morning," replied Arthur, and at that moment Mr. Galloway, his flaxen curls in full flow upon his head, something like rings, came forth from his private room. "Good morning, sir," Arthur added to his master. Mr. Galloway nodded a reply to the salutation. "Have you seen anything of Yorke?" he asked. "I want that deed that he is about finished as soon as possible." "He will not be an instant," said Arthur. "I saw him coming up the street." Roland Yorke bustled in, a dark young man of 21, with large but fine features, and a countenance expressive of indecision. "Come, Mr. Yorke, you promised to be here early to-day. You know that deed is being waited for." "So I am early, sir," returned Roland. "Early? For you, perhaps," grunted Mr. Galloway. "Get to it at once." Roland Yorke unlocked a drawer, collected sundry parchments together, and sat down to his desk. He and Arthur had their places side by side. Mr. Galloway stood at a table, and began sorting some papers that were upon it. "How is Mr. Channing this morning, Arthur?" "Much as usual, thank you, sir. Certain news which arrived last night has not tended to cheer him." "It is true, then?" remarked Mr. Galloway. "I heard a rumour of it." "Oh, it's true enough," said Arthur. "It is in all the morning papers." "Well, there never was a more unjust decision," emphatically spoke Mr. Galloway. "Mark you, I am not reflecting on the Lord Chancellor's judgment. I have always said that there were one or two nasty points in that suit, which the law might get hold of. But I know the whole cause by heart, from beginning to end, and that money was as much your father's as this coat that I have on is mine. Tell him I'll come in one of these fine evenings, and abuse the injustice of our laws with him. Will you?" "Yes, sir," replied Arthur. "What's this row in the college school about a destroyed surplice, and the boys not getting their holiday through it?" resumed Mr. Galloway. "Oh, they are not savage," struck in Roland Yorke. "The first thing Tod did when he came home to breakfast was to fling over his bowl of coffee, he was in such a passion. Lady Augusta, she came down to breakfast this morning for a wonder, boxed his ears, and ordered him to drink water, but he went into the kitchen and made a lot of chocolate for himself." "What are the particulars? How was it done? I cannot understand it at all," said Mr. Galloway. "Bywater left his clean surplice yesterday in the vestry, and some one threw ink over it, half soaked it in ink, so the choristers told Tom," answered Arthur Channing. "In the afternoon they had service late, you know, sir, waiting for the judges. Bywater was not in his place to sing the anthem, and Hurst sang it, and it put the master out very much." "Put him out all the more that he has no one to punish for it," laughed Roland Yorke. "Of course Bywater couldn't appear in his stall and sing the anthem if he had no surplice to put on, and the master couldn't tan him for not doing it. I know this, if it had happened while I was in college school, I'd have just skinned some of the fellows alive, but what I'd made them confess." "Suppose you had skinned the wrong party?" cynically observed Mr. Galloway. "You are too hasty with your tongue, Roland Yorke. My nephew Mark ran in just now to tell me of the holiday being denied, and that it was the first I had heard of the affair. Mark thinks one of the seniors was in it, not Gaunt." Arthur Channing and Roland Yorke both looked up with a sharp, quick gesture. Gaunt excepted, the only senior besides their respective brothers was Harry Huntley. "It's not likely, sir," said Arthur. "A senior do it?" scoffed Roland Yorke. "What a young idiot Mark Galloway must be to think that!" "Mark does not seem to think much about it on his own account," said Mr. Galloway. "He said Bywater thought so, from some cause or other, and has offered to bet the whole school that it will turn out to be a senior." "Does he, though?" cried Yorke, looking puzzled. "Bywater's a cautious fellow with his money. He never bets at random. I say, sir, what else did Galloway tell you?" "That was all," replied Mr. Galloway. "And if you wonder at a staid old proctor chattering about this desultory news with his clerks in business hours, it may be explained to you that Mr. Galloway took the greatest possible interest, almost a boyish interest, in the college school. It was where he had been educated himself, where his nephews were being educated. He was on intimate terms with its masters, knew every boy in it to speak to, saw them troop past his house daily in their progress to and fro, watched them in their surplices on a Sunday, during morning and afternoon service, was cognizant of their advancement, their shortcomings, their merits, and their scrapes. In fact, the head-master could not take a greater interest in the doings of the collegiate school than did Mr. Galloway. Whether of work or whether of gossip, his ears were ever open to listen to its records. Besides, they were not so overburdened with work in that office, but that there was ample time to discussing any news that might be agreeable to its master. His work was light, his returns were heavy. His stewardship alone brought him in several hundreds a year. "The Reverend Mr. Pye seems uncommonly annoyed about it, sir," Mr. Jenkins ventured to put in. To interrupt or take part in any conversation was not usual with him, unless he could communicate little tit-bits of information touching the passing topic. "You are aware that Mr. Harper, the lay clerk, lodges at our house, sir. Well, Mr. Pye came round last night, especially to question him about it." "What could Harper tell?" asked Mr. Galloway. "He could not tell anything, except that he would answer for the lay clerk's knowing nothing of the transaction. The master said he never supposed the lay clerks did know anything of it, but he had his reasons for putting the question. He had been to the masons, too, who are repairing the cathedral, and they declared to the master, one and all, that they had not been into the vestry yesterday, or even round to that side of the college where the vestry is situated." "Why should the master take it up so pertinaciously?" wondered Roland Yorke. "I'm sure I don't know, sir. He was like one in a fever, so excited over it, Harper said." "Did he talk to you about it, Jenkins?" asked Mr. Galloway. "I did not see him, sir. It was Harper told me afterwards," was the reply of Jenkins, as he subsided to his writing again. Just at this juncture, who should come in view of the window but the head-master himself? He was passing with a quick step, when out flew Mr. Galloway, and caught him by the button. Roland Yorke, who was ever glad of a pretext for idleness, rose from his stool, and pushed his nose close up to the nearest pane, to listen to any colloquy that might ensue. But, the window being open, he might have heard without leaving his seat. "I hear the boys have not a holiday to-day, Pye," began Mr. Galloway. "No, that they have not," emphatically pronounced the master. "And if they go on as they seem to be going on now, I'll keep them without it for a 12-month. I believe the inking of that surplice was a concocted plan. Look you, Galloway, to—" "To what?" asked Mr. Galloway, for the master stopped short. "Never mind just yet. I have my strong suspicions as to the guilty boy, and I am doing what I can to convert them into proofs. If it be as I suspect now, I shall expel him." "But what could it have been done for?" debated Mr. Galloway. "There's no point in the thing, that I can see, to ink and damage a surplice. If the boy to whom it belonged had been inked, one might not have wondered so much." "I'll point him," cried the master, "if I catch the right one." "Could it have been one of the seniors?" returned the proctor, all his strong interest awakened. "It was one who ought to have known better," evasively returned the master. "I can't stop to talk now, Galloway. I have an errand to do, and must be back to duty at 10. He marched off quickly, and Mr. Galloway came indoors again. "Is that the way you get on with your business, Mr. Yorke?" Yorke clattered on his desk. "I'll get on with it, sir. I was just listening to what the master said." "It does not concern you what he said. It was not one of your brothers who did it, I suppose?" "No, that it was not," haughtily spoke Roland Yorke, drawing up his head with a proud, fierce gesture. Mr. Galloway withdrew to his private room, and for a few minutes silence supervened. Nothing was to be heard but the scratching of pens. But Roland Yorke, who had a great antipathy to steady work, and as great a love for his own tongue, soon began again. "I say, Channing, what an awful blow the dropping of that expected money must be for you fellows. I'm blessed if I didn't dream of it last night. If it spoilt my rest, what must it have done by yours?" "Why, how could you have heard of it last night?" exclaimed Arthur, in surprise. "I don't think a soul came to our house to hear the news, except Mr. Yorke, and you were not likely to see him. He left late. It is in every one's mouth this morning." "I had it from Hamish. He came to the party of the Knivets. Didn't Hamish get taken in?" laughed Roland. "He understood it was quite a ladies' affair, and loomed in, dressed up to the nines, and there he found only a bachelor gathering of Dicks. Hamish was disappointed, I think. He fancied he was going to meet Ellen Huntley, and glum enough he looked." "He had only just heard of the loss," interrupted Arthur, "enough to make him look glum." "Rubbish, it wasn't that. He announced at once that the money was gone for good and all, and laughed over it, and said there were worse disasters at sea. Knivett said he never saw such a fellow carry ill news off with so high a hand. Had he been proclaiming the accession of a fortune instead of the loss of one, he could not have been more carelessly cheerful. Channing, what on earth shall you do about your articles?" The question that caused the greatest pain, especially when put by Roland Yorke, and Arthur's sensitive face flushed. "You'll have to stop as a paid clerk for interminable years. Jenkins, you'll have him for your bosom companion if you look sharp and make friends," cried Roland, laughing loudly. "No, sir, I don't think Mr. Arthur Channing is likely to become a paid clerk," said Jennings. "Not likely to become a paid clerk? Why, he is one. If he is not one, I'd like to know who is. Channing, you know you are nothing else." "I may be something else in time," quietly replied Arthur, who knew how to control his rebellious spirit. "I say, what a rum go it is about that Surplice!" exclaimed Roland Yorke, dashing into another topic. "It's not exactly the mischief itself that's rum, but the master seemed to be making so much stir and mystery over it. And then the hint at the seniors. They must mean Huntley." "I don't know who they mean," said Arthur, "but I am sure Huntley never did it. He is too open, too honourable." "And you don't pretend to say that Tom Channing and my brother Jer are not honourable?" fiercely interrupted Roland Yorke. "There you go, Yorke, jumping to conclusions. It is not to be credited that any one of the seniors did it still less, if they had done it, that they would not acknowledge it. They are all boys of truth and honour, so far as I believe. Huntley, I am sure, is. And of Tom also, I conclude you feel sure?" "Yes, I do. And I am sure of Jer Yorke. So, if the master is directing his suspicion to the seniors, he'll get floored. It's odd what can have turned it upon them." "I don't think the master suspects the seniors," said Arthur. "He called them to his aid." "You heard what he just now said to Galloway. Jenkins, there is a knock at the door." Jenkins went to open it. He came back, and said Mr. Yorke was wanted. Roland lazily proceeded to the outer passage, and, when he saw who was standing there, he put himself into a passion. "What do you mean by presuming to come to me here?" he haughtily asked. "Well, sir, perhaps you'll tell me where I am to come, so as to get to see you," civilly replied the applicant, who bore the appearance of a tradesman. "It seems it's of no use going to your house. if I went 10 times a day I should get the same answer, that you are not home." "Just take yourself off," said Roland. "Not till you pay me, or tell me for certain when you will pay me, and keep the promise. I want my money, sir, and I must have it." "We want a great many things that we can't get," returned Roland, in a provokingly light tone. "I'll pay you as soon as I can, man. You needn't be afraid." "I'm not exactly afraid," spoke the man. "I suppose if it came to it, Lady Augusta would see that I had the money." "You hold your tongue about Lady Augusta. What's Lady Augusta to you?" "Any odds and ends that I may owe have nothing to do with Lady Augusta. Look here, Simms, I'll pay you next week." "You have said that so many times, Mr. Yorke." "At any rate, I'll pay you part of it next week, if I can't the whole. I will, upon my honour. There, now you know that I shall keep my word." Apparently satisfied, the man departed, and Roland lounged into the office again with the same idle movements that he had left it. "It was that confounded Simms," grumbled he. "Jenkins, why did you say I was in?" "You did not tell me to say to the contrary, sir. He came yesterday, but you were out then." "What does he want?" asked Arthur. "Wanted me to pay him a trifle I owe, but it's not convenient to do it till next week. What an Eden this lower world might be, if debt had never been invented." "You need not go into debt," said Arthur. "It's not compulsory. One might build a mud house outside the town walls, and shut oneself up in it, and eat herbs for dinner, and sleep upon rushes, and turn hermit for good," retorted Roland. "You need not talk about debt, Channing." "I don't owe much," said Arthur, noting the significance of Yorke's concluding sentence. "If you don't, some one else does." "Who?" "Ask Hamish." Arthur went on writing with a sinking heart. There was an undercurrent of fear running within him, had been for some time, that Hamish did owe money on his own private score, but this allusion to it was not pleasant. "How much do you owe?" went on Roland. "Oh, a £20 note would pay my debts, and leave me something out of it," said Arthur, in a joking tone. The fact was that he did not owe a shilling to any one. "Jenkins, do you know what I am to set about next?" he continued. "I have filled in this lease." Jenkins was beginning to look amid some papers at his elbow, in answer to the appeal, but at that moment Mr. Galloway entered, and dispatched Arthur to get a cheque cashed at the bank. Chapter VI. Chapter VI of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Channings, by Ellen Wood. Chapter VI. Lady Augusta Yorke at home. "If you don't put away that trash, Caroline, and go upstairs and practise, I'll make you go. Strewing the table in that manner! Look what a pickle the room is in." The words came from Lady Augusta Yorke, a tall, dark woman with high cheek-bones, and they were spoken at a height that might not have been deemed orthodox at court. Miss Caroline Yorke, a young demoiselle, with a net that was more frequently off her head than on it, slipshod shoes, and untidy stockings, had placed a quantity of mulberry leaves at the centre of the table, and a silkworm on each leaf. She leisurely proceeded with her work, bringing forth more silkworms from her paper trays, paying not the least attention to her mother. Lady Augusta advanced, and treated her to a slight tap on the ear, her favourite mode of correcting her children. "Now, mamma, what's that for?" "Do you hear me, you disobedient child? I will have this rubbish put away, I say. Goodness, Martha, don't bring any one in here," broke off Lady Augusta, as a maid appeared, showing in a visitor. "Oh, it is you, William. I don't mind you. Come in." It was the Reverend William Yorke who entered. He was not altogether a favourite of Lady Augusta's. Though only distantly related to her late husband, yet he bore the name of Yorke, and when he came to Helstonleigh, for he was not a native of the place, and became a candidate for a vacant minor canonry, Lady Augusta's pride had taken fire. The minor canons were looked upon by the exclusives of the cathedral as holding a very inferior position amidst the clergy, and she resented that one belonging to her should descend to set up his place amongst them. Mr. Yorke shook hands with Lady Augusta, and then turned to look at the leaves and silkworms. "Are you doing that for ornament, Caroline?" "Ornament!" wrathfully cried Lady Augusta. "She is doing it to waste time, and to provoke me." "No, I am not, mamma," denied Miss Caroline. "My poor silkworms never have anything but lettuce leaves. Todd brought these for me from the bishop's garden, and I am looking at the silkworms, enjoying the change." "Todd is in hot water," remarked Mr. Yorke. "He was fighting with another boy as I came through the cloisters." "Then he'll come home with his clothes torn, as he did last time he fought," exclaimed Lady Augusta in consternation. "I think no one ever had such a set of children as mine," she peevishly continued. "The boys boisterous as so many wild animals, and the girls enough to drive one crazy, with their idle, disobedient ways. Look at this room, William, encumbered from one end to the other, things thrown out of hand by Caroline and Fanny. As to lessons, they never open one. For 3 days I have never ceased telling Caroline to go and practise, and she has not attempted to obey me. I shall go out of my mind with one thing or another, I know I shall. Nice dunces they'll grow up." "Go and practise now, Caroline," said Mr. Yorke. "I will put your silkworms up for you." Caroline pouted. "I hate practising." He laid his hand gently upon her, gazing at her with his dark, pleasant eyes, reproachful now. "But you do not hate obeying your mamma. You must never let it come to that, Caroline." She suffered him to lead her to the door, went docilely through the drawing-room, and sat down to the piano. Oh, for a little better training for those children! Mr. Yorke began placing the silkworms in the trays, and Lady Augusta went on grumbling. "It is a dreadful fate, to be left a widow with a heap of unruly children who will not be controlled. I must find a governess for the girls, and then I shall be free from them for a few hours in the day. I thought I would try and save the money and teach them myself, but I might just as well attempt to teach so many little wild Indians. I am not fitted for teaching. It is beyond me. Don't you think you could hear of a governess, William? You go about so much." "I have heard of one since I saw you yesterday," he replied. "A young lady, whom you know, is anxious to take a situation, and I think she might suit you." "Whom I know?" cried Lady Augusta. "Who is it?" "Miss Channing." Lady Augusta looked up in astonishment. "Is she going out as a governess? That comes of losing this lawsuit. She has lost no time in the decision." "When an unpalatable step has to be taken, the sooner it is set about, the less it will cost," remarked Mr. Yorke. "Unpalatable? You may well say that. This will be the climax, will it not, William?" "Climax of what?" "Of all the unpleasantness that has attended your engagement with Miss Channing." "I beg your pardon, Lady Augusta," was the interruption of Mr. Yorke. "No unpleasantness whatever has attended my engagement with Miss Channing." "I think so, for I considered her beneath you, and therefore that it is nothing but unpleasant from beginning to end. The Channings are very well in their way, but they are not equal to the Yorkes. You might make this a pretext for giving her up." Mr. Yorke laughed. "I think her all the more worthy of me. The only question that is apt to arise within me is whether I am worthy of her. As we shall never agree upon this point, Lady Augusta, it may not be worth while to discuss it. About the other thing, I believe she would make an admirable governess for Caroline and Fanny, if you could obtain her." "Oh, I daresay she would do that. She is a lady, and has been well educated. Would she want a large salary?" 40 guineas a year to begin with." Lady Augusta interrupted him with a scream. "I never could give half of it. I am sure I never could. What with housekeeping expenses, and milliners' bills, and visiting, and the boys everlastingly dragging money out of me, I have scarcely anything to spare for education. Yet it is more essential than all the rest. Your income, properly apportioned, would afford—" Another scream from Lady Augusta. Her son Theodore, Todd familiarly, burst into the room, jacketless, his hair entangled, blood upon his face, and his shirt-sleeves in shreds. "You rebellious, wicked fright of a boy!" was the salutation of my lady, when she could recover breath. "Oh, it's nothing, mamma, don't bother," replied Master Todd, waving her off. "I have been going into Pierce senior, and have polished him off with a jolly good licking. He won't get me into a row again, I'll bet." "What row did he get you into?" "He's a nasty, sneaking tattler, and he took and told something to Gaunt, and Gaunt put me up for punishment, and I had a caning from old Pye. I vowed I'd pay Pierce out for it, and I have done it, though he's a sight bigger than me." "What was it about?" inquired Mr. Yorke. "The damaged surplice?" "Damaged surplice be hanged!" politely retorted the young gentleman, who, in gaining the victory, appeared to have lost his temper. "It was something concerning our lessons at the third desk, if you must know." "You might be civil, Todd," said Lady Augusta. "Look at your shirt. Who, do you suppose, is going to mend that?" "It can go unmended," responded Master Todd. "I wish it was the fashion to go without clothes. They are always getting torn." "I wish it was," heartily responded my lady. That same evening, in returning to her house from a visit, Constance Channing encountered Mr. Yorke. He turned to walk with her to the door. "I intended to call this afternoon, Constance, but was prevented from doing so," he observed. "I have spoken to Lady Augusta." "Well?" she answered with a smile and a blush. "She will be very glad of you. But the difficulty at first appeared to be about salary. However, I pointed out a few home truths, and she admitted that if the girls were to be educated, she supposed she must pay for it. She will give you 40 guineas a year, but you are to call upon her and settle other details. To-morrow, if it should be convenient to you." Constance clasped her hands. "I am so pleased!" she exclaimed in a low tone. "So am I," said Mr. Yorke. "I would rather you went to Lady Augusta's than to a stranger's. And do, Constance, try and make those poor girls more what they ought to be." "That I shall try, you may be sure, William. Are you not coming in?" "No," said Mr. Yorke, who had held out his hand on reaching the door. He was pretty constant in his evening visits to the Channings, but he had made an engagement for this one with a brother clergyman. Constance entered. She looked in the study for her brothers, but only Arthur was there. He was leaning his elbow upon the table in a thoughtful mood. "Where are they all?" inquired Constance. "Tom and Charles have gone to the cricket match. I don't think Hamish has come in." "Why did you not go to cricket also?" "I don't know," said Arthur. "I did not feel much inclination for cricket this evening." "You look depressed, Arthur, but I have some good news for you," Constance said, bending over him with a bright smile. "It is settled about my going out, and I am to have 40 guineas a year. Guess where it is to?" Arthur threw his arm round Constance, and they stood together, looking at the trailing honeysuckle just outside the window. "Tell me, darling." "It is to Lady Augusta's. William has been talking to her, and she would like to have me. Does it not seem lucky to find it so soon?" "Lucky, Constance?" "Ah, well, you know what I think, Arthur, though I did say lucky," returned Constance. "I know it is God who is helping us." Very beautiful, very touching was the simple trustfulness reposed in God by Constance and Arthur Channing. The good seed had been sown on good ground, and was bringing forth its fruit. "I was deep in a reverie when you interrupted me, Constance," Arthur resumed. "Something seems to whisper to me that this loss, which we regard as a great misfortune, may turn out for good in the end." "In the end? It may have come for our good now," said Constance. "Perhaps I wanted my pride lowered," she laughed, "and this has come to do it, and is dispatching me out, a meek governess." "Perhaps we all wanted it," cried Arthur meaningly. "There are other bad habits it may stop, besides pride." He was thinking of Hamish and his propensity for spending. 40 guineas you are to have?" "Yes," said Constance. "Arthur, do you know a scheme that I have in my head? I have been thinking of it all day." "What is it? Stay, here is someone coming in. It is Hamish." Hamish entered with the account books under his arm, preparatory to going over them with his father. Constance drew him to her. Hamish, I have a plan in my head. If we can only carry it out, I am going to tell it you." "One that will set the river on fire?" cried gay, laughing Hamish. "If we, you and I and Arthur, can only manage to earn enough money, and if we can observe strict economy at home, who knows but we may send papa to the German baths yet?" A cloud came over Hamish's face, and his smile faded. "I don't see how that is to be done." "But you have not heard of my good luck. I am going to Lady Augusta's, and am to have 40 guineas a year. Now, if you and Arthur will help, it may be easy. Oh, Hamish, it would be worth any effort, any struggle. Think how it would be rewarded. Papa restored to health, to freedom from pain." A look of positive pain seated itself on Hamish's brow. "Yes," he sighed, "I wish it could be done." "But you do not speak hopefully." "Because, if I must tell you the truth, I do not feel hopefully. I fear we could not do it. At least, until things are brighter." "If we do our very best, we might receive great help, Hamish." "What help?" he asked. "God's help," she whispered. Hamish smiled. He had not yet learnt what Constance had. Besides, Hamish was just then in a little trouble on his own account. He knew very well that his funds were wanted in another quarter. "Constance, dear, do not look at me so wistfully. I will try with all my might and main to help my father, but I fear I cannot do anything yet. I mean to draw in my expenses," he went on, laughing, "to live like an old screw of a miser, and never squander a halfpenny where a farthing will suffice." He took his books and went in to Mr. Channing. Constance began training the honeysuckle, her mind busy, and a verse of Holy Writ running through it. "Commit thy way unto the Lord, and put thy trust in him, and he shall bring it to pass." "Ay," she murmured, glancing upwards at the blue evening sky, "our whole trust, in patient reliance, and whatsoever is best for us will be ours." Annabel stole up to Constance, and entwined her arms caressingly round her. Constance turned, and parted the child's hair upon her forehead with a gentle hand. "Am I to find a little rebel in you, Annabel? Will you not try and make things smooth for me?" "Oh, Constance, dear," was the whispered answer, "it was only my fun last night, when I said you should not take me for lessons in an evening. I will study all day by myself, and get my lessons quite ready for you, so as to give you no trouble in the evening. Would you like to hear my music now?" Constance bent to kiss her. "No, dear child, there is no necessity for my taking you in an evening, until my days shall be occupied at Lady Augusta Yorke's." Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 7. Mr. Ketch. Mrs. Channing sat with her children. Breakfast was over, and she had the Bible open before her. Never, since their earliest years of understanding, had she failed to assemble them together for a few minutes' reading, morning and evening. Not for too long at once. She knew the value of not tiring young children, when she was leading them to feel an interest in sacred things. She would take Hamish, a little fellow of 3 years old, upon her knee, read to him a short Bible story suited to his age, and then talk to him. Talk to him in a soft, loving, gentle tone, of God, of Jesus, of heaven, of his duties in this world, of what he must do to attain to everlasting peace in the next. Day by day, step by step, untiringly, unceasingly, had she thus laboured to awaken good in the child's heart, to train it to holiness, to fill it with love of God. As the other children came on in years, she, in like manner, took them. From simple Bible stories to more advanced Bible stories, and thence to the Bible itself, with other books at times and seasons, a little reading, a little conversation, gospel truths impressed upon them from her earnest lips. Be you very sure that where this great duty of all duties is left unfulfilled by a mother, a child is not brought up as it ought to be. Win your child towards heaven in his early years, and he will not forget it when he is old. It will be as a very shield, compassing him about through life. He may wander astray, there is no telling, in the heyday of his hot-blooded youth, for the world's temptations are as a running fire, scorching all that venture into its heat. But the good foundation has been laid, and the earnest, incessant prayers have gone up, and he will find his way home again. Mrs. Channing closed the Bible and spoke, as usual. It was all that teaching should be. Good lessons as to this world, loving pictures of that to come. She had contrived to impress them, not with the too popular notion that heaven was a far-off place up in the skies, some vague millions of miles away, and to which we might be millions of years off, but that it was very near to them, that God was ever present with them, and that death, when he came, should be looked upon as a friend, not an enemy. Hamish was 23 years old now, and he loved those minutes of instruction, as he had done when a child. They had borne their fruit for him and for all, though not, perhaps, in an equal degree. The reading over, and the conversation over, she gave the book to Constance to put away, and the boys rose, and prepared to enter upon their several occupations. It was not the beginning of the day for Tom and Charles, for they had been already to early school. "Is papa so very much worse to-day, mamma?" asked Tom. "I did not say he was worse, Tom," replied Mrs. Channing. "I said he had passed a restless night, and felt tired and weak." "Thinking over that confounded lawsuit," cried hot, thoughtless Tom. "Thomas!" reproved Mrs. Channing. "I beg your pardon, mamma. Unorthodox words are the fashion in school, and one catches them up. I forget myself when I repeat them before you." "To repeat them before me is no worse than repeating them behind me, Tom." Tom laughed. "Very true, mamma. It was not a logical excuse. But I'm sure the news, brought to us by the mail on Wednesday night, is enough to put a saint out of temper. Had there been anything unjust in it, had the money not been rightly ours, it would have been different. But to be deprived of what is legally our own—" "Not legally, as it turns out," struck in Hamish. "Justly, then," said Tom. "It's too bad, especially as we don't know what we shall do without it." "Tom, you are not to look at the dark side of things," cried Constance, in a pretty, wilful, commanding manner. "We shall do very well without it. It remains to be proved whether we shall not do better than with it." "Children, I wish to say a word to you upon this subject," said Mrs. Channing. "When the news arrived, I was, you know, almost overwhelmed by it, not seeing, as Tom says, what we were to do without the money. In the full shock of the disappointment, it wore for me its worst aspect, a far more sombre one than the case really merited. But now that I have had time to see it in its true light, my disappointment has subsided. I consider that we took a completely wrong view of it. Had the decision deprived us of the income we enjoy, then indeed it would have been grievous, but in reality it deprives us of nothing. Not one single privilege that we possessed before does it take from us, not a single outlay will it cost us. We looked to this money to do many things with, but its not coming renders us no worse off than we were. Expecting it has caused us to get behindhand with our bills, which we must gradually pay off in the best way we can. It takes from us the power to article Arthur, and it straightens us in many ways, for as you grow up you grow more expensive. This is the extent of the ill, except— Oh, mamma, you forget. The worst ill of all is, that papa cannot now go to Germany." "I was about to say that, Arthur, but other means for his going thither may be found. Understand me, my dears. I do not see any means, or chance of means at present. You must not fancy that. But it is possible that they may arise with the time of need. One service, at any rate, the decision has rendered me." "Service?" echoed Tom. "Yes," smiled Mrs. Channing. "It has proved to me that my children are loving and dutiful. Instead of repining, as some might, they are already seeking how they may make up, themselves, for the money that has not come. And Constance begins it." "Don't fear us, mother," cried Hamish, with his sunny smile. "We will be of more use to you yet than the money would have been." They dispersed, Hamish to his office, Arthur to Mr. Galloway's, Tom and Charles to the Cloisters, that famous playground of the college school. Stolen pleasures, it is said, are sweetest, and just because there had been a stir lately amongst the cathedral clergy, touching the desirability of forbidding the cloisters to the boys for play, so much the more eager were they to frequent them. As Arthur was going down Close Street, he encountered Mr. Williams, the cathedral organist, striding along with a roll of music in his hand. He was Arthur's music-master. When Arthur Channing was in the choir, a college schoolboy, he had displayed considerable taste for music, and it was decided that he should learn the organ. He had continued to take lessons after he left the choir, and did so still. "I was thinking of coming round to speak to you to-day, Mr. Williams." "What about?" asked the organist. "Anything pressing?" "Well, you have heard, of course, that suit is given against us, so I don't mean to continue the organ. They have said nothing to me at home, but it is of no use spending money that might be saved. But I see you are in too great a hurry to stay to talk now." "Hurry! I am hurried off my legs," cried the organist. "If a dozen or two of my pupils would give up learning, as you talk of doing, I should only be obliged to them. I have more work than I can attend to, and now Jupp must go and lay himself up, and I have the services to attend myself, morning and afternoon." Mr. Jupp was assistant-organist, an apprentice to Mr. Williams, but just out of his time. "What's the matter with Jupp?" asked Arthur. "A little bit of fever and a great deal of laziness," responded Mr. Williams. "He is the laziest fellow alive. Since his uncle died and that money came to him, he doesn't care a straw how things go. He was copyist to the cathedral, and he gave that up last week. I have asked Sandon, the lay clerk, if he will take the copying, but he declines. He is another lazy one." The organist hurried off. Arthur strove to detain him for another word or two, but it was of no use, so he continued his way to Mr. Galloway's. Busy enough were his thoughts there. His fingers were occupied with writing, but his mind went roaming without leave. This post of copyist of music to the cathedral, which appeared to be going begging, why should not he undertake it if Mr. Williams would give it to him? He was quite able to do so, and though he very much disliked music copying, that was nothing. He was not going to set up dislikes and humour them. He had only a vague idea what might be the remuneration. 10 or 12 or 15 pounds a year, he fancied it might bring in. Better that than nothing. It would be a beginning to follow in the wake that Constance had commenced, and he could do it of an evening, or at other odd times. "I won't lose an hour in asking for it," thought Arthur. At 1 o'clock, when he was released from the office, he ran through the Boundaries to the Cloisters, intending to pass through them on his way to the house of the organist, that being rather a nearer road to it than if he had gone round the town. The sound of the organ, however, struck upon his ear, causing him to assume that it was the organist who was playing. Arthur tried the cathedral door, found it open, and went in. It was Mr. Williams. He had been trying some new music, and rose from the organ as Arthur reached the top of the stairs, no very pleasant expression on his countenance. "What is the matter?" asked Arthur, perceiving that something had put him out. "I hate ingratitude," responded Mr. Williams. "Jenkins," he called out to the old beadsman who had been blowing for him, "you may go to your dinner. I shan't want you any more now." Old Jenkins hobbled down from the organ-loft, and Mr. Williams continued to Arthur, "Would you believe that Jupp has withdrawn himself utterly?" "From the college?" exclaimed Arthur. "From the college and from me. His father comes to me an hour ago, and says he is sure Jupp's in a bad state of health, and he intends to send him to his relatives in the Scotch mountains for some months, to try and brace him up. Not a word of apology for leaving me at a pinch." "It will be very inconvenient for you," said Arthur. "I suppose that new apprentice of yours is of no use yet for the services?" "Use!" irascibly retorted Mr. Williams. "He could not play a psalm if it were to save his life. I depended upon Jupp. It was an understood thing that he should remain with me as assistant. Had it not been, I should have taken good care to bring somebody on to replace him. As to attending the services on week-days myself, it is next door to an impossibility. If I do, my teaching will be ruined." "I wish I was at liberty," said Arthur. "I would take them for you." "Look here, Channing," said the organist. "Since I had this information of old Jupp's, my brain has been worrying itself pretty well, as you may imagine. Now, there's no one I would rather trust to take the week-day services than you, for you are fully capable, and I have trained you into my own style of playing. I never could get Jupp entirely into it. He is too fond of noise and flourishes. It has struck me that perhaps Mr. Galloway might spare you. His office is not overdone with work, and I would make it worth your while." Arthur, somewhat bewildered at the proposal, sat down on one of the stools and stared. "You will not be offended at my saying this. I speak in consequence of your telling me this morning you could not afford to go on with your lessons," continued the organist. "But for that, I should not have thought of proposing such a thing to you. What capital practice it would be for you, too!" "The best proof to convince you I am not offended is to tell you what brings me here now," said Arthur in a cordial tone. "I understood this morning that you were at a loss for some one to undertake the copying of the cathedral music. I have come to ask you to give it to me." "You may have it, and welcome," said Mr. Williams. "That's nothing. I want to know about the services." "It would take me an hour, morning and afternoon, from the office," debated Arthur. "I wonder whether Mr. Galloway would let me go an hour earlier, and stay an hour later to make up for it." "You can put the question to him. I dare say he will, especially as he is on terms of friendship with your father. I would give you, let me see," deliberated the organist, falling into a musing attitude, £12 a quarter. Say £50 a year, if you stay with me so long. And you should have nothing to do with the choristers. I'd practise them myself." Arthur's face flushed. It was a great temptation, and the question flashed into his mind whether it would not be well to leave Mr. Galloway's, as his prospects there appeared to be blighted, and embrace this, if that gentleman declined to allow him the necessary hours of absence. £50 a year. And, he spoke unconsciously aloud, there would be the copying besides. "Oh, that's not much," cried the organist. "That's paid by the sheet." "I should like it excessively!" exclaimed Arthur. "Well, just turn it over in your mind. But you must let me know at once, Channing, by to-morrow at the latest. If you cannot take it, I must find some one else." Arthur Channing went out of the cathedral, hardly knowing whether he stood on his head or his heels. "Constance said that God would help us," was his grateful thought. Such a whirlwind of noise! Arthur, when he reached the Cloisters, found himself in the midst of the college boys who were just let out of school. Leaping, shouting, pushing, scuffling, playing, contending. Arthur had not so very long ago been a college boy himself, and enjoyed the fun. "How are you, old fellows? Jolly?" They gathered around him. Arthur was a favourite with them, had been always, when he was in the school. The elder boys loftily commanded off the juniors, who had to retire to a respectful distance. "I say, Channing, there's the stunningest go," began Bywater, dancing a triumphant hornpipe. "You know Jupp? Well, he has been and sent in word to Williams that he is going to die, or something of that sort, and it's necessary he should be off on the spree, to get himself well again. Old Jupp came this morning, just as college was over, and said it, and Williams is in the jolliest rage, going to be left without any one to take the organ. It will just pay him out for being such a tyrant to us choristers." "Perhaps I'm going to take it," returned Arthur. "You? What a cram!" "It is not, indeed," said Arthur. "I shall take it if I can get leave from Mr. Galloway. Williams has just asked me." "Is that true, Arthur?" burst forth Tom Channing, elbowing his way to the front. "Now, Tom, should I say it if it were not true? I only hope Mr. Galloway will throw no difficulty in my way." "And do you mean to say that you are going to be cock over us choristers?" asked Bywater. "No, thank you," laughed Arthur. "Mr. Williams will best fill that honour. Bywater, has the mystery of the inked surplice come to light?" "No, and be shot to it. The master's in a regular way over it, though, and—" "And what do you think?" eagerly interrupted Tod Yorke, whose face was ornamented with several shades of colour, blue, green, and yellow, the result of the previous day's pugilistic encounter. "My brother Roland heard the master say he suspected one of the seniors." Arthur Channing looked inquiringly at Gaunt. The latter tossed his head haughtily. "Roland Yorke must have made some mistake," he observed to Arthur. "It is perfectly out of the question that the master can suspect a senior. I can't imagine where the school could have picked up the notion." Gaunt was standing with Arthur as he spoke, and the three seniors, Channing, Huntley, and Yorke, happened to be in a line facing them. Arthur regarded them one by one. "You don't look very like committing such a thing as that, any one of you," he laughed. "It is curious where the notion can have come from." "Such absurdity!" ejaculated Gerald Yorke. "As if it were likely Pye would suspect one of us seniors. It's not credible." "Not at all credible that you would do it," said Arthur. "Had it been the result of accident, of course you would have hastened to declare it, any one of you three." As Arthur spoke, he involuntarily turned his eyes on the sea of faces behind the three seniors, as if searching for signs in some countenance among them, by which he might recognise the culprit. "My goodness!" uttered the senior boy to Arthur. "Had any one of those three done such a thing, accident or no accident, and not declared it, he'd get his name struck off the rolls. A junior may be pardoned for things that a senior cannot." "Besides, there'd be the losing his chance of the seniorship and of the exhibition," cried one from the throng of boys in the rear. "How are you progressing for the seniorship?" asked Arthur of the three. Which of you stands the best chance?" "I think Channing does," freely spoke up Harry Huntley. "Why?" "Because our progress is so equal that I don't think one will get ahead of another, so that the choice cannot be made that way, and Channing's name stands first on the rolls." "Who is to know if they'll give us fair play and no humbug?" said Tom Channing. "If they do, it will be what they have never given yet," exclaimed Stephen Bywater. "Kissing goes by favour." "Ah, but I heard that the dean—" At this moment a boy dashed into the throng, scattering it right and left. "Where are your eyes?" he whispered. Close upon them was the dean. Arm in arm with him, and in his hat and apron, walked the Bishop of Helstonleigh. The boys stood aside and took off their trenchers. The dean merely raised his hand in response to the salutation. He appeared to be deep in thought. But the bishop nodded freely among them. "I heard that the dean found fault the last time the exhibition fell, and said favour should never be shown again so long as he was Dean of Helstonleigh," said Harry Huntley, when the clergy were beyond hearing, continuing the sentence he had been interrupted in. "I say that, with fair play, it will be Channing's; failing Channing, it will be mine; failing me, it will be Yorke's." "Now then," retorted Gerald Yorke, "why should you have the chance before me, pray?" Huntley laughed. "Only that my name heads yours on the rolls." Once in 3 years there fell an exhibition for Helstonleigh College School to send a boy to Oxford. It would be due the following Easter. Gaunt declined to compete for it. He would leave the school at Michaelmas; and it was a pretty generally understood thing that whichever of the 3 mentioned boys should be appointed senior in his place would be presented with the exhibition. Channing and Yorke most ardently desired to gain it, both of them from the same motive, want of funds at home to take them to the university. If Tom Channing did not gain it, he was making up his mind to pocket pride, and go as a servitor. Yorke would not have done such a thing for all the world. All the proud Yorke blood would be up in arms at one of their name appearing as a servitor at Oxford. No, if Gerald Yorke should lose the exhibition, Lady Augusta must manage to screw out funds to send him. He and Tom Channing were alike designed for the church. Harry Huntley had no such need. The son of a gentleman of good property, the exhibition was of little moment to him in a pecuniary point of view. Indeed, a doubt had been whispered amongst the boys whether Mr. Huntley would allow Harry to take advantage of it, if he did gain it, for he was a liberal-minded and just man. Harry, of course, desired to be the successful one for fame's sake, just as ardently as did Channing and Yorke. "I'm blessed if here isn't that renowned functionary, Jack Ketch." The exclamation came from young Galloway. Limping in at one of the cloister doors came the cloister porter, a surly man of 60, whose temper was not improved by periodical attacks of lumbago. He and the college boys were open enemies. The porter would have rejoiced in denying them the cloisters altogether, and nothing had gladdened his grim old heart like the discussion which was said to have taken place between the dean and chapter, concerning the propriety of shutting out the boys and their noise from the cloisters as a playground. He bore an unfortunate name, Ketch, and the boys, you may be very sure, did not fail to take advantage of it, joining to it sundry embellishments, more pointed than polite. He came up, a ragged gig-whip in his hand, which he was fond of smacking round the throng of boys. He had never yet ventured to touch one of them, and perhaps it was just as well for him that he had not. "Now, you boys, be off with your hullabaloo. Is this a decent noise to make around gentlefolks' doors? You don't know, may be, as Dr. Burrows is in town." Dr. Burrows happened to live in a house which had a door opening to the cloisters. The boys retorted. The worst they gave Mr. Ketch was chaff, but his temper could bear anything better than that, especially if it was administered by the senior boy. "Dear me, who's this?" began Gaunt, in a tone of ultra-politeness. "Boys, do you see this gentleman who condescends to accost us? I really believe it is Sir John Ketch. What's that in his hand? A piece of rope. Surely, Mr. Ketch, you have not been turning off that unfortunate prisoner who was condemned yesterday. Rather hasty work, was it not?" Mr. Ketch foamed. "I tell you what it is, sir. You be the senior boy, and instead of restraining these wicked young reptiles, you edges 'em on. Take care, young gent, as I don't complain of you to the dean. Seniors have been hoisted afore now." "Have they, really? Well, you ought to know, Mr. Calcraft. There's the dean, just gone out of the cloisters. If you make haste, Calcraft, you'll catch him up. Put your best foot foremost, and ask him if he won't report Mr. Gaunt for punishment." The porter could have danced with rage, and his whip was smacking ominously. He did not dare advance it too near the circle when the senior boy was present, or indeed when any of the elder boys were. "How's your lumbago, Mr. Ketch?" demanded Stephen Bywater. "I'd advise you to get rid of that before the next time you go on duty. It might be in your way, you know. Never was such a thing heard of, as for the chief toppler off of the three kingdoms to be disabled in his limbs. What would you do? I'm afraid you'd be obliged to resign your post, and sink into private life." "Now I just vow to goodness as I'll do all I can to get these cloisters took from you boys," shrieked old Ketch, clasping his hands together. "There's insults as flesh and blood can't stand, and as sure as I'm living, I'll pay you out for it." He turned tail and hobbled off as he spoke, and the boys raised 3 groans for Jack Ketch, and then rushed away by the other entrance to their own dinners. The fact was, the porter had brought ill will upon himself through his cross-grained temper. He had no right whatever to interfere between the boys and the cloisters. It was not his place to do so. The king's scholars knew this, and being spirited king's scholars, as they were, would not stand it. "Tom," said Arthur Channing, "don't say anything at home about the organ. Wait and see if I get it first." Charlie did not hear. He was ordered off with the juniors. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Kirsten Nelson, Manitoulin Island, Ontario.
Chapter 8 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 8. The Assistant-Organist. Things often seem to go by the rule of contrary. Arthur returned to the office at 2:00, brimful of the favour he was going to solicit of Mr. Galloway, but he encountered present disappointment. For the first time in many weeks, Mr. Galloway did not make his appearance in the office at all. He was out the whole of the afternoon. Roland Yorke, to whom Arthur confided the plan, ridiculed it. "Catch me taking such a task upon myself. If I could play the organ like a Mendelssohn, and send the folks into ecstasies, I'd never saddle myself with the worry of doing it morning and afternoon. You'll soon be sick of the bargain, Channing." "I should never be sick of it, if I did it for nothing. I am too fond of music for that, and it will be a very easy way of earning money." "Not so easy as making your mother stump up," was the reply. "And if your refinement turns from the expression, my good reader, I am sorry you should have to read it, but it is what Mr. Roland Yorke said. I had a regular scene with Lady Augusta this morning. It's the most unreasonable thing in the world, you know, Channing, for her to think I can live without money, and so I told her, said I must and would have it, in fact." "Did you get it?" "Of course I did. I wanted to play Sims, and 1 or 2 more trifles that were pressing. I was not going to have the fellow here after me again. I wish such a thing as money had never been invented." "You may as well wish we could live without eating." "So I do sometimes, when I go home expecting a good dinner, and there's only some horrid cold stuff upon the table. There was never a worse housekeeper than Lady Augusta. It's my belief our servants must live like fighting cocks, for I am sure the bills are heavy enough, and we don't get the benefit of them." "What made you so late this afternoon?" asked Arthur. "I went round to pay Sims, for one thing, and then I called in upon Hamish, and stayed talking with him. Wasn't he in a sea of envy when I told him I had been scoring off that Sims? He wished he could do the same." "Hamish does not owe anything to Sims," cried Arthur, with hasty retort. "Doesn't he?" laughed Roland Yorke. "That's all you know about it. Ask him yourself." "If you please, sir," interposed Mr. Jenkins at this juncture, "I shall soon be waiting for that paper. Mr. Galloway directed me to send it off by post." "Bother the paper," returned Roland, but nevertheless he applied himself to complete it. He was in the habit of discoursing upon private topics before Jenkins without any reserve, regarding him as a perfect nonentity. When Arthur went home in the evening, he found Mr. Galloway sitting with his father. "Well," cried the proctor, as Arthur entered, "and who has been at the office this afternoon?" "No one in particular, sir. Oh, yes, there was, though I forgot. The dean looked in and wanted to see you." "What did he want?" "He did not say, sir. He told Jenkins it would do another time." Arthur left his father and Mr. Galloway together. He did not broach the subject that was uppermost in his heart. Gifted with rare delicacy of feeling, he would not speak to Mr. Galloway until he could see him alone. To prefer the request in his father's presence might have caused Mr. Galloway more trouble in refusing it. "I can't think what has happened to Arthur this evening," exclaimed one of them. "His spirits are up to fever heat." "Tell us what it is, Arthur." Arthur laughed. "I hope they will not be lowered to freezing point within the next hour, that's all." When he heard Mr. Galloway leaving, he hastened after him, and overtook him in the Boundaries. "I wanted to say a few words to you, sir, if you please." "Say on," said Mr. Galloway. "Why did you not say them indoors?" "I scarcely know how I shall say them now, sir, for it is a very great favour that I have to ask you, and you may be angry, perhaps, at my thinking you might grant it." "You want a holiday, I suppose?" "Oh, no, sir, nothing of that sort. I want—" "Well?" cried Mr. Galloway, surprised at his hesitation. But now that the moment of preferring the request had come, Arthur shrank from doing it. "Could you allow me, sir, would it make very much difference to allow me to come to the office an hour earlier, and remain in it an hour later?" stammered Arthur. "What for?" exclaimed Mr. Galloway, with marked surprise. "I have had an offer made me, sir, to take the cathedral organ at week-day service. I should very much like to accept it, if it could be managed." "Why, where's Jupp?" uttered Mr. Galloway. "Jupp has resigned. He is ill, and is going out for his health. I'll tell you how it all happened," went on Arthur, losing diffidence now that he was fairly launched upon his subject. "Of course, this failure of the suit makes a great difference to our prospects at home. It renders it incumbent upon us to do what we can do to help—" "Why does it?" interrupted Mr. Galloway. "It may make a difference to your future ease, but it makes none to your present means." "There is money wanted in many ways, sir. A favourable termination to the suit was counted upon so certainly. For one thing, it is necessary that my father should try the German baths." "Of course he must try them," cried Mr. Galloway. "But it will cost money, sir," deprecated Arthur. "Altogether, we have determined to do what we can. Constance has set us the example by engaging herself as daily governess at Lady Augusta's. She goes on Monday." "Very commendable of her," observed the proctor, who loved a gossip like any old woman. "I hope she'll not let those two unruly girls worry her to death." "And I was casting about in my mind this morning what I could do to help, when I met the organist," proceeded Arthur. "He chanced to say that he could find no one to take the music copying. Well, sir, I thought it over, and at 1 o'clock I went to ask him to give it to me. I found him at the organ in a state of vexation. Jupp had resigned his post, and Mr. Williams had no one to replace him. The long and the short of it is, sir, that he offered it to me." "And did you accept it?" crossly responded Mr. Galloway. "Of course I could not do that, sir, until I had spoken to you. If it were possible that I could make up the 2 hours to you, I should be very glad to take it." "And do it for nothing, I suppose?" "Oh, no. He would give me £50 a year, and there would be the copying besides." "That's a great deal," cried Mr. Galloway. "It appears to me to be good pay," replied Arthur. "But he would lose a great deal more than that if he had to attend the cathedral himself. He said it would ruin his teaching." "Ah, self-interest! 2 for himself and 1 for you!" ejaculated the proctor. "What does Mr. Channing say?" "I have said nothing at home. It was of no use telling them until I had spoken to you. Now that my prospects are gone—" "What prospects?" interrupted Mr. Galloway. "My articles to you, sir. Of course there's no chance of that now." Mr. Galloway grunted. "The ruin that Chancery suits work. Mark you, Arthur Channing, this is such a thing as was never asked a proctor before. Leave of absence for 2 hours in the best part of the day. If I grant it, it will be out of the great friendship I bear your father." "Oh, sir, I shall never forget the obligation." "Take care you don't. You must come and work for 2 hours before breakfast in a morning." "Willingly, readily," exclaimed Arthur Channing, his face glowing. "Then may I really tell Mr. Williams that I can accept it?" "If I don't say yes, I suppose you'll magnify me into a sullen old bear as bad as Ketch the porter. You may accept it." "Stop!" thundered Mr. Galloway, coming to a dead standstill. Arthur was startled. "What now, sir?" "Are you to be instructor to those random animals, the choristers?" "Oh, no, I shall have nothing to do with that." "Very good. If you had taken to them, I should have recommended you to guard against such a specimen of singing as was displayed the other day before the judges." Arthur laughed, spoke a word of heartfelt thanks, and took his way offhand to the residence of the organist as light as any bird. "I have obtained leave, Mr. Williams. I may take your offer," he exclaimed with scant ceremony, when he found himself in that gentleman's presence who was at tea with his wife. "Mr. Galloway has authorized me to accept it. How do you do, Mrs. Williams?" "That's a great weight off my mind, then," cried the organist. "I see that dolt of an apprentice of mine to play the folks out of college this afternoon." When service was over, and, of all performances, 6 mistakes he made in 3 bars and broke down at last. I could have boxed his ears. The dean was standing below when I went down. "Who was that playing, Mr. Williams?" he demanded. So I told him about Jupp's ill behaviour in leaving me, and that I had offered the place to you. "But is Channing quite competent?" cried he, for you know what a fine ear for music the dean has. "And besides," he added, "is he not at Galloway's?" I said we hoped Mr. Galloway would spare you, and that I would answer for your competency. "So mind, Channing, you must put on the steam, and not disgrace my guarantee. I don't mean the steam of noise, or that you should go through the service with all the stops out." Arthur laughed, and, declining the invitation to remain and take tea, he went out. He was anxious to declare the news at home. A few stops on his road he overtook Hamish. "Where do you spring from?" exclaimed Hamish, passing his arm within Arthur's. "From concluding an agreement that will bring me in £50 a year," said Arthur. "Gammon, Master Arthur." "It is not gammon, Hamish. It is sober truth." Hamish turned and looked at him, aroused by something in the tone. "And what are you to do for it?" "Just pass a couple of hours a day delighting my own ears and heart. Do you remember what Constance said last night? Hamish, it is wonderful that this help should so soon have come to me." "Stay, where are you going?" interrupted Hamish, as Arthur was turning into a side street. "This is the nearest way home." "I had rather not go that way." "Why?" exclaimed Arthur in surprise. "Hamish, how funny you look! What is the matter?" "Must I tell you? It is for your ear alone, mind. There's a certain tradesman's house down there that I'd rather not pass. He has a habit of coming out and dunning me. Do you remember Mr. Dick Swiveller?" Hamish laughed gaily. He would have laughed on his road to prison, it was in his nature. But Arthur seemed to take a leap from his high ropes. "Is it Sims?" he breathed. "No, it is not Sims. Who has been telling you anything about Sims, Arthur? It is not so very much that I owe Sims. What is this good luck of yours?" Arthur did not immediately reply. A dark shadow had fallen upon his spirit as a forerunner of evil. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Rosie.
Chapter 9 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rosie. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 9. Hamish's Candles. Old Judith sat in her kitchen. Her hands were clasped upon her knees, and her head was bent in thought. Rare indeed was it to catch Judith indulging in a moment's idleness. She appeared to be holding soliloquy with herself. "It's the most incomprehensible thing in the world. I have heard of ghosts, and, talking about ghosts, that child was in a tremor last night again. I'm sure he was. Brave little heart. He goes up to bed in the dark on purpose to break himself of the fear. I went in for them shirts Mrs. told me of, and he started like anything, and his face turned white. He hadn't heard me till I was in the room. I'd no candle, and 'twas enough to startle him. "Oh, is it you, Judith?" said he quietly, making believe to be as indifferent as may be. I struck a light, for I couldn't find the shirts, and then I saw his white face. He can't overget the fear. 'Twas implanted in him in babyhood, and I only wish I could get that wicked girl punished as I'd punish her, for it was her work. But about t'other, I have heard of ghosts walking, though, thank goodness, I'm not frightened at 'em like the child is. But for a young man to go upstairs, night after night, pretending to go to rest, and sitting up till morning light, is what I never did hear on. If it was once in a way, 'twould be a different thing, but it's always. I'm sure it's pretty nigh a year since— Why, Judith, you are in a brown study." The interruption came from Constance, who had entered the kitchen to give an order. Judith looked up. "I'm in a peck of trouble, Miss Constance, and the worst is, I don't know whether to tell about it or to keep it in. He'd not like it to go to the missus's ears, I know, but then, you see, perhaps I ought to tell her, for his sake." Constance smiled. "Would you like to tell me, instead of mamma? Charlie has been at some mischief again, among the saucepans? Burnt out more bottoms, perhaps?" "Not he, the darling," resentfully rejoined Judith. "The burning out of that one was enough for him. I'm sure he took contrition to himself, as if it had been made of gold." "What is it, then?" "Well," said Judith, looking round, as if fearing the walls would hear, and speaking mysteriously, "it's about Mr. Hamish. I don't know, but I will tell you, Miss Constance, and it'll be, so far, a weight off my mind. I was just saying to myself that I had heard of ghosts walking, but what Mr. Hamish does every blessed night I never did hear of in all my born days." Constance felt a little startled. "What does he do?" she hastily asked. "You know, Miss Constance, my bedroom's overhead, above the kitchen here, and, being built out on the side, I can see the windows at the back of the house from it, as we can see 'em from this kitchen window, for the matter of that, if we put our heads out. About a 12-month ago, I'm sure it's not far short of it, I took to notice that the light in Mr. Hamish's chamber wasn't put out so soon as it was in the other rooms. So, one night, when I was half crazy with that face-ache, you remember my having it, Miss Constance, and knew I shouldn't get to sleep if I lay down, I thought I'd just see how long he kept it in. Would you believe, Miss Constance, that at 3 o'clock in the morning his light was still burning?" "Well," said Constance, feeling the tale was not half told. "I thought, what on earth could he be after? I might have feared that he had got into bed and left it alight by mistake, but that I saw his shadow once or twice pass the blind. Well, I didn't say a word to him next day. I thought he might not like it, but my mind wouldn't be easy, and I looked out again, and I found that, night after night, that light was in. Miss Constance, I thought I'd trick him, so I took care to put just about an inch of candle in his bed candlestick, and no more. But, law bless me, when folks is bent on forbidden things, it is not candle ends that will stop 'em." "I suppose you mean that the light burnt still, in spite of your inch of candle," said Constance. "It just did," returned Judith. "He gets into my kitchen and robs my candle box, I thought to myself. So I counted my candles and marked 'em, and I found I was wrong, for they wasn't touched. But one day, when I was putting his cupboard to rights, I came upon a paper right at the back. 2 great big composite candles it had in it, and another half burnt away. 'Oh, this is where you keep your store, my young master, is it?' I thought. They were them big round things, which seems never to burn to an end, 3 to the pound." Constance made no reply. Judith gathered breath and continued, "I took upon myself to speak to him. I told him it wasn't well for anybody's health to sit up at night in that fashion, not counting the danger he ran of setting the house on fire and burning us all to cinders in our bed. He laughed, you know his way, Miss Constance, and said he'd take care of his health and of the house, and I was just to make myself easy and hold my tongue. And that I need not be uneasy about fire, for I could open my window and drop into the rainwater barrel, and there I should be safe. But in spite of his joking tone, there ran through it a sound of command, and from that hour to this I have never opened my lips about it to anybody living." "And he burns the light still?" "Except Saturday and Sunday nights, it's always a light, longer or shorter. Them 2 nights he gets into bed respectable, as the rest of the house do. You have noticed, Miss Constance, that the evenings he is not out, he'll go up to his chamber by 9:30 or 10? "Frequently," assented Constance. "As soon as the reading is over, he will wish us good night." "Well, them nights, when he goes up early, he puts his light out sooner, by 12, or by 9:30, or by 1, but when he spends his evenings out, not getting home until 11, he'll have it burning till 2 or 3 in the morning." "What can he sit up for?" involuntarily exclaimed Constance. "I don't know, unless it is that the work at the office is too heavy for him," said Judith. "He has his own work to do there, and master's as well." "It is not at all heavy," said Constance. "There is an additional clerk since papa's illness, you know. It cannot be that." "It has to do with the office books for certain," returned Judith. "Why else is he so particular in taking 'em into his room every night?" "He takes them for safety," spoke Constance, in a very hesitating manner, as if not feeling perfectly assured of the grounds for her assertion. "Maybe," sniffed Judith in disbelief. "It can't be that he sits up to read," she resumed. "Nobody in their senses would do that. Reading may be pleasant to some folks, especially them story books, but sleep is pleasanter. This last 2 or 3 blessed nights, Since that ill news came to make us miserable, I question if he has gone to bed at all, for his candle has only been put out when daylight came to shame it." "But, Judith, how do you know all this?" exclaimed Constance, after a few minutes' reflection. "You surely don't sit up to watch the light." "Pretty fit I should be for my work in the morning, if I did. No, Miss Constance, I moved my bed round to the other corner, so as I could see his window as I lay in it, and I have got myself into a habit of waking up at all hours and looking. Truth to say, I'm not easy. Fire is sooner set alight than put out, and if there's the water butt for me to drop into, there ain't water butts for the rest of the house." "Very true," murmured Constance, speaking as if she were in reflection. "Nobody knows the worry this has been upon my mind," resumed Judith. "Every night when I have seen his window alight, I have said to myself, I'll tell my mistress of this when morning comes. But when the morning has come, my resolution has failed me. It might worry her, and anger Mr. Hamish, and do no good after all. If he really has not time for his books in the day, why, he must do 'em at night, I suppose. It would never do for him to fall off, and let the master's means drop through. What ought to be done, Miss Constance?" "I really do not know, Judith," replied Constance. "You must let me think about it." She fell into an unpleasant reverie. The most feasible solution she could come to was the one adopted by Judith, that Hamish passed his nights at the books. If so, how sadly he must idle away his time in the day. Did he give his hours up to nonsense and pleasure? And how could he contrive to hide his shortcomings from Mr. Channing? Constance was not sure whether the books went regularly under the actual inspection of Mr. Channing, or whether Hamish went over them aloud. If only the latter, could the faults be concealed? She knew nothing of bookkeeping, and was unable to say. Leaving her to puzzle over the matter, we will return to Hamish himself. We left him in the last chapter, you may remember, objecting to go down a certain side street which would have cut off a short distance of their road, his excuse to Arthur being that a troublesome creditor of his lived in it. The plea was a true one. Not to make a mystery of it, it may as well be acknowledged that Hamish had contracted some debts, and that he found it difficult to pay them. They were not many, and a moderate sum would have settled them, but that moderate sum Hamish did not possess. Let us give him his due. But that he had fully counted upon a time of wealth being close at hand, it is probable that he would never have contracted them. When Hamish erred, it was invariably from thoughtlessness, from carelessness, never from deliberate intention. Arthur, of course, turned from the objectionable street, and continued his straightforward course. They were frequently hindered. The streets were always crowded at assize time, and acquaintances continually stopped them. Amongst others, they met Roland Yorke. "Are you coming round to Cater's to-night?" he asked of Hamish. "Not I," returned Hamish, with his usual gay laugh. "I am going to draw in my expenses, and settle down into a miser." "Moonshine!" cried Roland. "Is it moonshine, though? It is just a little bit of serious fact, Yorke. When Lord Chancellors turn against us and dash our hopes, we can't go on as though the Exchequer had no bottom to it." "It will cost you nothing to come to Cater's. He is expecting 1 or 2 fellows, and has laid in a prime lot of Manillas." "Evening visiting costs a great deal one way or another," returned Hamish, "and I intend to drop most of mine for the present. You needn't stare so, Yorke." "I am staring at you. Drop evening visiting. Any one, dropping that, may expect to be in a lunatic asylum in 6 months." "What a prospect for me!" laughed Hamish. "Will you come to Cater's?" "No, thank you." "Then you are a muff," retorted Roland as he went on. It was dusk when they reached the cathedral. "I wonder whether the cloisters are still open," Arthur exclaimed. "It will not take a minute to ascertain," said Hamish. "If not, we must go round." They found the cloisters still unclosed, and passed in. Gloomy and sombre were they at that evening hour. So sombre that, in proceeding along the west quadrangle, the 2 men positively started when some dark figure glided from within a niche, and stood in their way. "Whose ghost are you?" cried Hamish. A short covert whistle of surprise answered him. "You here!" cried the figure, in a tone of excessive disappointment. "What brings you in the cloister so late?" Hamish dexterously wound him towards what little light was cast from the graveyard, and discerned the features of Hurst. Half a dozen more figures brought themselves out of the niches. Stephen Bywater, young Galloway, Tod Yorke, Harrison, Hall, and Berkeley. "Let me alone, Mr. Hamish Channing." "Hush! Don't make a row." "What mischief is going on, Hurst?" asked Hamish. "Well, whatever it may have been, it strikes me you have stopped it," was Hurst's reply. "I say, wasn't there the Boundaries for you to go through, without coming bothering into the Cloisters?" "I am sorry to have spoiled sport," laughed Hamish. "I should not have liked it done to me when I was a college boy. Let us know what the treason was." "You won't tell?" "No, if it is nothing very bad. Honour bright." "Stop a bit, Hurst," hastily interposed Bywater. "There's no knowing what he may think very bad. Give generals, not particulars. Here the fellow comes, I do believe." "It was only a trick we were going to play old Ketch," whispered Hurst. "Come out quickly. Better that he should not hear us, or it may spoil sport for another time. Gently, boys." Hurst and the rest stole round the Cloisters and out at the south door. Hamish and Arthur followed, more leisurely and less silently. Ketch came up. "Who's this here, a-haunting the Cloisters at this time o' night? Who be you, I ask?" "The Cloisters are free until they are closed, Ketch," cried Hamish. "Nobody haven't no right to pass through 'em at this hour, except the clergy theirselves," grumbled the porter. "We shall have the boys a-playin' in 'em at dark next." "You should close them earlier, if you want to keep them empty," returned Hamish. "Why don't you close them at 3 in the afternoon?" The porter growled. He knew that he did not dare to close them before dusk, almost dark, and he knew that Hamish knew it too, and therefore he looked upon the remark as a quiet bit of sarcasm. "I wish the dean 'ud give me leave to shut them boys out of 'em," he exclaimed. "It'd be a jovial day for me." Hamish and Arthur passed out, wishing him good night. He did not reply to it, but banged the gate on their heels, locked it, and turned to retrace his steps through the Cloisters. The college boys, who had hidden themselves from his view, came forward again. "He has got off scot-free to-night, but perhaps he won't do so to-morrow," cried Bywater. "Were you going to set upon him?" asked Arthur. "We were not going to put a finger upon him, I give you my word, we were not," said Hurst. "What, then, were you going to do?" But the boys would not be caught. "It might stop fun, you know, Mr. Hamish. You might get telling your brother Tom, and Tom might let it out to Gaunt, and Gaunt might turn crusty and forbid it. We were going to serve the fellow out, but not to touch him or to hurt him, and that's enough." "As you please," said Hamish. "He is a surly old fellow." "He is an old brute. He's a dog in a kennel. He deserves hanging," burst from the throng of boys. "What do you think he went and did this afternoon?" added Hurst to the two Channings. "He sneaked up to the dean with a wretched complaint of us boys, which hadn't a word of truth in it, not a syllable, I assure you. He did it only because Gaunt had put him in a temper at 1 o'clock. The dean did not listen to him, that's one good thing. How jolly he'd have been, just at this moment, if you two had not come up. Wouldn't he, boys?" The boys burst into a laugh, roar upon roar, peal upon peal, shrieking and holding their sides, till the very Boundaries echoed again. Laughing is infectious, and Hamish and Arthur shrieked out with them, not knowing in the least what they were laughing at. But Arthur was heavy at heart in the midst of it. "Do you owe much money, Hamish?" he inquired, after they had left the boys, and were walking soberly along under the quiet elm trees. "More than I can pay, old fellow, just at present," was the answer. "But is it much, Hamish?" "No, it is not much, taking it in the abstract. Quite a trifling sum." Arthur caught at the word trifling. It seemed to dissipate his fears. Had he been alarming himself for nothing? "Is it £10, Hamish?" £10, repeated Hamish, in a tone of mockery. "That would be little indeed." "Is it 50? "I dare say it may be. a £1 here and a £1 there, and a few pounds elsewhere. Yes, taking it all together, I expect it would be 50. "And how much more?" thought Arthur to himself. "You said it was a trifling sum, Hamish." "Well, £50 is not a large sum, though of course we estimate sums, like other things, by comparison. You can understand now why I was not sanguine with regard to Constance's hopeful project of helping my father to get to the German baths. I, the eldest, who ought to be the first to assist in it, am the least likely to do so. I don't know how I managed to get into debt," mused Hamish. "It came upon me imperceptibly. It did indeed. I depended so entirely upon that money falling to us that I grew careless, and would often order things which I was not in need of. Arthur, since that news came, I have felt overwhelmed with worry and botheration." "I wish you were free." If wishes were horses, we should all be on horseback. How debts grow upon you, Hamish continued, changing his light tone for a graver one. Until within the last day or two, when I have thought it necessary to take stock of outstanding claims, I had no idea I owed half so much. What shall you do about it? That is more easily asked than answered. My own funds are forestalled for some time to come, and the worst is that, now this suit is known to have terminated against us, people are not so willing to wait as they were before. I have had no end of them after me today. How shall you contrive to satisfy them? Satisfy them in some way I must. But how, I ask, Hamish? Rob some bank or other, replied Hamish, in his off-hand, joking way. Shall you speak to my father? Where's the use? Returned Hamish. He cannot help me just now. He is straitened enough himself. He might help you with advice. His experience is larger than yours, his judgment better. In the multitude of counsellors there is safety, you know, Hamish. I have made up my mind to say nothing to my father. If he could assist me, I would disclose all to him. As it is, it would only be inflicting upon him unnecessary pain. Understand, Arthur, what I have said to you is in confidence. You must not speak of it to him. Of course not. I should not think of interfering between you and him. I wish I could help you. I wish you could, old fellow, but you need not look so serious. How you can be so gay and careless over it, I cannot imagine, said Arthur. Hamish laughed. If there's only a little patch of sunshine as large as a man's hand, I am sure to see it and trust to it. Is there any sunshine in this? A little bit, and I hope it will help me out of it. I am sure I was born with a large share of hope in my composition. Show me the bit of sunshine, Hamish. I can't do that, was the answer. I fear it is not so much actual sunshine that's to be seen yet, only its reflection. You could not see it at all, Arthur, but I, as I tell you, am extravagantly hopeful. The same ever-gay tone, the same pleasant smile, accompanied the words. And yet, at that moment, instead of walking straight forward into the open space beyond the elm trees, as Arthur did, Hamish withdrew his arm from his brother's and halted under their shade, peering cautiously around. They were then within view of their own door. What are you looking at? To make sure that the coast is clear. I heard today, Arthur, I know that I shall shock you, that a fellow had taken out a writ against me. I don't want to get it served if I can help it. Arthur was indeed shocked. Oh, Hamish, was all he uttered, but the tone betrayed a strange amount of pain mingled with reproach. You must not think ill of me. I declare that I have been led into this scrape blindfolded, as may be said. I never dreamt I was getting into it. I am not reckless by nature, and, but for the expectation of that money, I should be as free now as you are. Thought upon thought was crowding into Arthur's mind. He did not speak. I cannot charge myself with any foolish or unnecessary expenditure, Hamish resumed. And, he added in a deeper tone, my worst enemy will not accuse me of rashly incurring debts to gratify my own pleasures. I did not get into mischief. Were I addicted to drinking or to gambling, my debts might have been 10 times what they are. They are enough, it seems, said Arthur, but he spoke the words in sadness, not in a spirit of reproof. Arthur, they may prove of the greatest service in teaching me caution in the future. Perhaps I wanted the lesson. Let me once get out of this hash, and I will take pretty good care not to fall into another. If you only can get out of it. Oh, I shall do it somehow, never fear. Let us go on. There seems to be no one about. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Rosie.
Chapter 10 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 10. A False Alarm. They reached home unmolested. Arthur went straight to Mr. Channing, who was lying as usual on his sofa, and bent over him with a smile, sweet and hopeful as that of Hamish. "Father, may I gain £50 a year if I can do it without detriment to my place at Mr. Galloway's?" "What do you say, my boy?" Would you have any objection to my taking the organ at college on weekdays? Mr. Williams has offered it to me." Mr. Channing turned his head and looked at him. He did not understand. "You could not take it, Arthur. You could not be absent from the office. And young Jupp takes the organ. What is it that you are talking of?" Arthur explained in his quiet manner, a glad light shining in his eyes. Jupp had left the college for good. Mr. Williams had offered the place to him, and Mr. Galloway had authorized him to accept it. He should only have to go to the office for 2 hours before breakfast in a morning, to make up for the 2 lost in the day. "My brave boy!" exclaimed Mr. Channing, making prisoner of his hand. "I said this untoward loss of the suit might turn out to be a blessing in disguise, and so it will. It is bringing forth the sterling love of my children. You are doing this for me, Arthur." "Doing it a great deal for myself, papa. You do not know the gratification it will be to me, those 2 hours' play daily." "I understand, my dear, understand it all." "Especially as—" Arthur came to a sudden stop. "Especially as what?" asked Mr. Channing. "As I had thought of giving up taking lessons," Arthur hastily added, not going deeper into explanations. "I play quite well enough now to cease learning. Mr. Williams said one day that with practice I might soon equal him." "I wonder what those parents do, Arthur, who own ungrateful or rebellious children," Mr. Channing exclaimed, after a pause of thought. "The world is full of trouble, and it is of many kinds, and takes various phases. But if we can only be happy in our children, all other trouble may pass lightly over us as a summer cloud. I thank God that my children have never brought home to me an hour's care. How merciful He has been to me!" Arthur's thoughts reverted to Hamish and his trouble. He felt thankful then that it was hid from Mr. Channing. "I have already accepted the place, papa. I knew I might count upon your consent." "Upon my warm approbation. My son, do your best at your task. And," Mr. Channing added, sinking his voice to a whisper, "when the choristers peal out their hymn of praise to God during these sacred services, let your heart ascend with it in fervent praise and thanksgiving. Too many go through these services in a matter-of-course spirit, their heart far away. Do not you." Hamish at this moment came in, carrying the books. "Are you ready, sir? There's not much to do this evening." "Ready at any time, Hamish." Hamish laid the books before him on the table, and sat down. Arthur left the room. Mr. Channing liked to be alone with Hamish when the accounts were being gone over. Mrs. Channing was in the drawing-room, some of the children with her. Arthur entered. "Mrs. Channing," cried he, with mock ceremony, "allow me to introduce you to the Assistant-Organist of the Cathedral." She smiled, supposing it to be some joke. "Very well, sir. He can come in." "He is in, madam. It is myself." "Is young Mr. Jupp there?" she asked, for he sometimes came home with Arthur. "Young Mr. Jupp has disappeared from public life, and I am appointed in his place. It is quite true." "Arthur!" she remonstrated. "Mamma, indeed it is true. Mr. Williams has made me the offer, and Mr. Galloway has consented to allow me time to attend the week-day services, and papa is glad of it, and I hope you will be glad also." "I have known of it since this morning," spoke Tom, with an assumption of easy consequence, while Mrs. Channing was recovering her senses, which had been nearly frightened away. "Arthur, I hope Williams intends to pay you." £50 a year, and the copying besides." "Is it true, Arthur?" breathlessly exclaimed Mrs. Channing. "I have told you that it is, mother mine. Jupp has resigned, and I am assistant-organist." Annabel danced round him in an ecstasy of delight, not at his success. Success or failure did not much trouble Annabel, but she thought there might be a prospect of some fun in store for herself. "Arthur, you'll let me come into the cathedral and blow for you?" "You little stupid!" cried Tom. "Much good you could do at blowing. A girl blowing the college organ! That's rich! Better let Williams catch you there. She'd actually go, I believe." "It is not your business, Tom, it is Arthur's," retorted Annabel, with flushed cheeks. "Mamma, can't you teach Tom to interfere with himself and not with me?" "I would rather teach Annabel to be a young lady and not a tomboy," said Mrs. Channing. "You may as well wish to be allowed to ring the college bells as blow the organ, child." "I should like that," said Annabel. "Oh, what fun if the rope went up with me!" Mrs. Channing turned a reproving glance on her, and resumed her conversation with Arthur. "Why did you not tell me before, my boy? It was too good news to keep to yourself. How long has it been in contemplation?" "Dear mamma, only to-day. It was only this morning that Jupp resigned." "Only to-day? It must have been decided very hastily, then, for a measure of that sort." "Mr. Williams was so put to it that he took care to lose no time. He spoke to me at 1 o'clock. I had gone to him in the cathedral asking for the copying, which I heard was going begging, and he broached the other subject on the spur of the moment, as it seemed to me. Nothing could be decided until I had seen Mr. Galloway, and I spoke to him after he left here this afternoon. He will allow me to be absent from the office an hour, morning and afternoon, on condition that I attend for 2 hours before breakfast." "But, Arthur, you will have a great deal upon your hands." "Not any too much. It will keep me out of mischief." "When shall you find time to do the copying?" "In an evening, I suppose. I shall find plenty of time." As Hamish had observed, there was little to do at the books that evening, and he soon left the parlour. Constance happened to be in the hall as he crossed it on his way to his bedroom. Judith, who appeared to have been on the watch, came gliding from the half-opened kitchen door, and approached Constance, looking after Hamish as he went up the stairs. "Do you see, Miss Constance?" she whispered. "He is carrying the books up with him as usual." At this juncture Hamish turned round to speak to his sister. "Constance, I don't want any supper to-night, tell my mother. You can call me when it is time for the reading." "And he's going to set on at 'em now, and he'll be at 'em till morning light," continued Judith's whisper. "And he'll drop off into his grave with decline. 'Tain't in the nature of a young man to do without sleep, and that'll be the ending. And he'll burn himself up first, and all the house with him." "I think I will go and speak to him," debated Constance. "I should," advised Judith. "The worst is, if the books must be done, why, they must, and I don't see that there is any help for it." But Constance hesitated considerably. She did not at all like to interfere. It appeared so very much to resemble the work of a spy. Several minutes she deliberated, and then went slowly up the stairs. Knocking at Hamish's door, she turned the handle, and would have entered. It was locked. "Who's there?" called out Hamish. "Can I come in for a minute, Hamish? I want to say a word to you." He did not undo the door immediately. There appeared to be an opening and closing of his desk first, a scuffle as of things being put away. When Constance entered, she saw one of the insurance books open on the table, and pen and ink near it. The others were not to be seen. The keys were in the table lock. A conviction flashed over the mind of Constance that Judith was right in supposing the office accounts to be the object that kept him up. "What can he do with his time in the day?" she thought. "What is it, Constance?" "Can you let me speak to you, Hamish?" "If you won't be long. I was just beginning to be busy," he replied, taking out the keys and putting them into his pocket. "I see you were," she said, glancing at the ledger. "Hamish, you must not be offended with me, or think I interfere unwarrantably. I would not do it, but that I am anxious for you. Why is it that you sit up so late at night?" There was a sudden accession of colour to his face. Constance saw it. But there was a smile as well. "How do you know I do sit up? Has Judy been telling tales? Judy is uneasy about it, and she spoke to me this evening. She has visions of the house being burnt up with every one in it, and of your fatally injuring your health. I believe she would consider the latter calamity almost more grievous than the former, for you know you were always her favourite. Hamish, is there no danger of either? There is not. I am too cautious for the one to happen, and I believe too hardy for the other. Judy is a simpleton, he laughed. She has her water-butt, and what more can she desire? Hamish, why do you sit up? Have you not time for your work in the day? No, or else I should do it in the day. I do not sit up enough to hurt me. I have, on an average, 3 hours night work, 5 days in the week, and if that can damage a strong fellow like me, call me a puny changeling. You sit up much longer than that. Not often. These light days I sometimes do not sit up half so long. I get up in the morning instead. Constance, you look grave enough for a judge. And you, laughing enough to provoke me. Suppose I tell papa of this habit of yours, and get him to forbid it. Then, my dear, you would work irreparable mischief, he replied, becoming grave in his turn. Were I to be prevented from doing as I please in my chamber in this house, I must find a room elsewhere, in which I should be my own master. Hamish! You oblige me to say it, Constance. You and Judy must lay your heads together upon some other grievance, for indeed, for this particular one, there is no remedy. She is an old goose, and you are a young one. Is it right that we should submit to the risk of being set on fire? My dear, if that is the point, I'll have a fire escape placed over the front door every night, and pay a couple of watchmen to act as guardians. Constance, again dropping his tone of mockery, you know that you may trust me better than that. But, Hamish, how do you spend your time that you cannot complete your books in the day? Oh, drawled Hamish, ours is the laziest office, gossiping and scandal going on in it from morning till night. In the fatigue induced by that, I am not sure that I don't take a nap sometimes. Constance could not tell what to make of him. He was gazing at her with the most perplexing expression of face, looking ready to burst into a laugh. One last word, Hamish, for I hear Judith calling to you. Are you obliged to do this night work? I am. Then I will say no more, and things must go on as it seems they have hitherto done. Arthur came running upstairs, and Hamish met him at the chamber door. Arthur, who appeared strangely agitated, began speaking in a half-whisper, unconscious that his sister was within. She heard every word. Judy says some young man wants you, Hamish. I fear it may be the fellow to serve the writ. What on earth is to be done? Did Judy say I was at home? Yes, and has handed him into the study to wait. Did you not hear her calling to you? I can't see him, Hamish was about to say. Yes, I will see him, he added after a moment's reflection. Anything rather than have a disturbance which might come to my mother's ears. And I suppose if he could not serve it now, he would watch for me in the morning. Shall I go down first and hear what he has to say? Arthur, boy, it would do no good. I have brought this upon myself, and must battle with it. A Channing cannot turn coward. But he may act with discretion, said Arthur. I will speak to the man, and if there's no help for it, I'll call you. Down flew Arthur 4 stairs at a time. Hamish remained with his body inside his chamber door, and his head out. I conclude he was listening, and in the confusion he had probably totally forgotten Constance. Arthur came bounding up the stairs again, his eyes sparkling. A false alarm, Hamish. It's only Martin Pope. Martin Pope, echoed Hamish, considerably relieved, for Martin Pope was an acquaintance of his, and sub-editor of one of the Helstonleigh newspapers. Why could not Judy have opened her mouth? He ran down the stairs, the colour which had left his face returning to it. But it did not to that of Constance. Hers had changed to an ashy whiteness. Arthur saw her standing there, saw that she must have heard and understood all. "Oh, Arthur, has it come to this? Is Hamish in that depth of debt?" "Hush! What brought you here, Constance?" "What writ is it that he fears? Is there indeed one out against him?" "I don't know much about it. There may be one." She wrung her hands. "The next thing to a writ is a prison, is it not? If he should be taken, what should become of the office, of papa's position?" "Do not agitate yourself," he implored. "It can do no good." "Nothing can do good. Nothing, nothing. Oh, what trouble!" "Constance, in the greatest trouble there is always one refuge." Yes, she mentally thought, bursting into tears. What but for that shelter would become of us in our bitter hours of trial? End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 11. The Cloister Keys. It was the 22nd day of the month, and nearly a week after the date of the last chapter. Arthur Channing sat in his place at the cathedral organ, playing the psalm for the morning, for the hour was that of divine service. O give thanks unto the Lord, for he is gracious, and his mercy endureth for ever. The boy's whole heart went up with the words. He gave thanks. Mercies had come upon him, upon his, and that great dread, which was turning his days to gall, his nights to sleeplessness, the arrest of Hamish, had not as yet been attempted. He felt it all as he sat there, and in a softer voice he echoed the sweet song of the choristers below, verse after verse, as each verse rose on the air, filling the aisles of the old cathedral. How that God delivers those who cry unto him, those who sit in darkness and in the shadow of death, those whose hearts fail through heaviness, who fall down and there is none to help them. He brings them out of the darkness, and breaks their bonds in sunder, they that go down to the sea in ships, and occupy their business in great waters, who see the works of the Lord and his wonders in the deep, whose hearts cower at the stormy rising of the waves, and in their agony of distress cry unto him to help them. And he hears the cry, and delivers them. He stills the angry waves, and calms the storm, and brings them into the haven where they would be, and then they are glad, because they are at rest. Oh, that men would therefore praise the Lord for his goodness, and declare the wonders that he doeth for the children of men, and again when they are minished and brought low, through oppression, through any plague or trouble, though he suffer them to be evil entreated through tyrants, and let them wander out of the way in the wilderness, yet helpeth he the poor out of misery, and maketh him households like a flock of sheep. Whoso is wise will ponder these things, and they shall understand the loving kindness of the Lord. The refrain died away, the gentle echo died after it, and silence fell upon the cathedral. It was broken by the voice of the Reverend William Yorke, giving out the first lesson, a chapter in Jeremiah. At the conclusion of the service, Arthur Channing left the college. In the cloisters he was overtaken by the choristers, who were hastening back to the schoolroom. At the same moment Ketch, the porter, passed, coming towards them from the south entrance of the cloisters. He touched his hat in his usual ungracious fashion to the Dean and Dr. Gardner, who were turning into the chapter-house carrying their trenchers, and looked the other way as he passed the boys. Arthur caught hold of Hurst. "Have you served out old Ketch as you threatened?" he laughingly asked. "Hush!" whispered Hurst. "It has not come off yet. We had an idea that an inkling of it had got abroad, so we thought it best to keep quiet for a few nights, lest the Philistines should be on the watch. But the time is fixed now, and I can tell you that it is not 100 nights off." With a shower of mysterious nods and winks, Hurst rushed away and bounded up the stairs to the schoolroom. Arthur returned to Mr. Galloway's. "It is the awfullest shame!" burst forth Tom Channing that day at dinner. And allow me to remark, par parenthèse, that in reading about schoolboys you must be content to accept their grammar as it comes. And he brought the handle of his knife down upon the table in a passion. "Thomas!" uttered Mr. Channing in amazed reproof. "Well, papa, and so it is, and the school's going pretty near mad over it," returned Tom, turning his crimsoned face upon his father. "Would you believe that I and Huntley are to be passed over in the chance for the seniorship, and Yorke is to have it, without reference to merit?" "No, I do not believe it, Tom," quietly replied Mr. Channing. "But even if it were true, it is no reason why you should break out in that unseemly manner. Did you ever know a hot temper do good to its possessor?" "I know I am hot-tempered," confessed Tom. "I cannot help it, papa. It was born with me." "Many of our failings were born with us, my boy, as I have always understood. But they are to be subdued, not indulged." "Papa, you must acknowledge that it is a shame if Pye has promised the seniorship to Yorke over my head and Huntley's," reiterated Tom, who was apt to speak as strongly as he thought. "If he gets the seniorship, the exhibition will follow. That is an understood thing. Would it be just?" "Why are you saying this? What have you heard?" "Well, it is a roundabout tale," answered Tom, "but the rumour in the school is this, and if it turns out to be true, Gerald Yorke will about get eaten up alive." "Is that the rumour, Tom?" said Mrs. Channing. Tom laughed in spite of his anger. "I had not come to the rumour, mamma. Lady Augusta and Dr. Burrows are great friends, you know, and we hear that they have been salving over Pye." "Gently, Tom," put in Mr. Channing. "Talking over Pye, then," corrected Tom, impatient to proceed with his story. "And Pye has promised to promote Gerald Yorke to the seniorship. He—" "Dr. Burrows has gone away again," interrupted Annabel. "I saw him go by to-day in his travelling carriage. Judy says he has gone to his rectory. Some of the deanery servants told her so." "You'll get something, Annabel, if you interrupt in that fashion," cried Tom. "Last Monday Dr. Burrows gave a dinner party. Pye was there, and Lady Augusta was there, and it was then they got Pye to promise it to Yorke." "How is it known that they did?" asked Mr. Channing. "The boys all say it, papa. It was circulating through the school this morning like wildfire." "You will never take the prize for logic, Tom. How did the boys hear it, I ask?" "Through Mr. Calcraft," replied Tom. "Tom!" "Mr. Ketch, then," said Tom, correcting himself as he had done before. "Both names are a mile too good for him. Ketch came into contact with some of the boys this morning before 10 o'clock school, and of course they went into a wordy war, which is nothing new. Huntley was the only senior present, and Ketch was insolent to him. One of the boys told Ketch that he would not dare to be so next year if Huntley should be senior boy. Ketch sneered at that, and said Huntley never would be senior boy, nor Channing either, for it was already given to Yorke. The boys took his words up, ridiculing the notion of his knowing anything of the matter, and they did not spare their taunts. That roused his temper, and the old fellow let out all he knew. He said Lady Augusta Yorke was at Galloway's office yesterday, boasting about it before Jenkins." "A roundabout tale indeed," remarked Mr. Channing, "and told in a somewhat roundabout manner, Tom. I should not put faith in it. Did you hear anything of this, Arthur?" "No, sir. I know that Lady Augusta called at the office yesterday afternoon while I was at college. I don't know anything more." "Huntley intends to drop across Jenkins this afternoon and question him," resumed Tom Channing. "There can't be any doubt that it was he who gave the information to Ketch. If Huntley finds that Lady Augusta did assert it, the school will take the affair up." The boast amused Hamish. "In what manner will the school be pleased to take it up?" questioned he. "Recommend the dean to hold Mr. Pye under surveillance? Or send Lady Augusta a challenge?" Tom Channing nodded his head mysteriously. "There is many a true word spoken in jest, Hamish. I don't know yet what we should do. We should do something. The school won't stand it tamely. The day for that one-sided sort of oppression has gone out with our grandmother's fashions." "It would be very wrong of the school to stand it," said Charley, throwing in his word. "If the honours are to go by sneaking favour, and not by merit, what is the use of any of us putting out our mettle?" "You be quiet, Miss Charley. You juniors have nothing to do with it," were all the thanks the boy received from Tom. Now the facts really were very much as Tom Channing asserted, though whether or how far Mr. Pye had promised, and whether Lady Augusta's boast had been a vain one, was a matter for speculation. Neither could it be surmised the part, if any, played in it by Prebendary Burrows. It was certain that Lady Augusta had, on the previous day, boasted to Mr. Galloway in his office that her son was to have the seniorship, that Mr. Pye had promised it to her and Dr. Burrows at the dinner party. She spoke of it without the least reserve, in a tone of much self-gratulation, and she laughingly told Jenkins, who was at his desk writing, that he might wish Gerald joy when he next saw him. Jenkins accepted it all as truth. It may be questioned if Mr. Galloway did, for he knew that Lady Augusta did not always weigh her words before speaking. In the evening, this same evening, mind, after the call at the office of Lady Augusta, Mr. Jenkins proceeded towards home when he left his work. He took the road through the cloisters. As he was passing the porter's lodge, who should he see in it but his father, old Jenkins, the bedesman, holding a gossip with Ketch, and they saw him. "If that ain't our Joe a-goin' past!" exclaimed the bedesman. Joe stepped in. He was proceeding to join in the converse, when a lot of the college boys tore along, hooting and shouting, and kicking a ball about. It was kicked into the lodge, and a few compliments were thrown at the boys by the porter before they could get the ball out again. These compliments, you may be quite sure, the boys did not fail to return with interest, Tom Channing in particular being charmingly polite. "And the saucy young beast'll be the senior boy soon," foamed Mr. Ketch as the lot decamped. "I wish I could get him gagged, I do." "No, he will not," said Joe Jenkins, speaking impulsively in his superior knowledge. "Yorke is to be senior." "How do you know that, Joe?" asked his father. Joe replied by relating what he had heard said by the Lady Augusta that afternoon. It did not conciliate the porter in the remotest degree. He was not more favourably inclined to Gerald Yorke than he was to Tom Channing. Had he heard the school never was to have a senior again, or a junior either, that might have pleased him. But on the following morning, when he fell into dispute with the boys in the cloisters, he spoke out his information in a spirit of triumph over Huntley. Bit by bit, angered by the boys' taunts, he repeated every word he had heard from Jenkins. The news, as it was busily circulated from one to the other, caused no slight hubbub in the school, and gave rise to that explosion of Tom Channing's at the dinner-table. Huntley sought Jenkins, as he had said he would do, and received confirmation of the report so far as the man's knowledge went. But Jenkins was terribly vexed that the report had got abroad through him. He determined to pay a visit to Mr. Ketch, and reproach him with his incaution. Mr. Ketch sat in his lodge taking his supper, bread and cheese, and a pint of ale procured at the nearest public-house. Except in the light months of summer, it was his habit to close the cloister gates before supper-time, but as Mr. Ketch liked to take that meal early, that is to say at 8 o'clock, and as dusk, for at least 4 months in the year, obstinately persisted in putting itself off to a later hour in spite of his growling, and as he might not shut up before dark, he had no resource but to take his supper first and lock up afterwards. The lodge was a quaint abode, of one room only, built in an obscure nook of the cathedral, near the grand entrance. He was pursuing his meal after his own peculiar custom, eating, drinking, and grumbling. "It's worse nor leather, this cheese, selling it to a body for double Gloucester. I'd like to double them as made it. 8d. a pound, and short weight beside. I wonder there ain't a law passed to keep down the cost of provisions." A pause, given chiefly to grunting, and Mr. Ketch resumed. "This bread's rougher nor a bear's hide. Go and ask for new, and they palms you off with stale. They'll put a loaf a week old into the oven to hot it up again, and then sell it to you for new. There ought to be a criminal code passed for hanging bakers. They're all cheats. They mixes up alum and bone dust and plaster of Paris and— Drat that door! Who's kicking at it now?" No one was kicking. Some one was civilly knocking. The door was pushed slightly open, and the inoffensive face of Mr. Joseph Jenkins appeared in the aperture. "I say, Mr. Ketch," began he in a mild tone of deprecation, "whatever is it that you have gone and done?" "What d'ye mean?" growled old Ketch. "Is this a way to come and set upon a gentleman in his own house? Who taught you manners, Joe Jenkins?" "You have been repeating what I mentioned last night about Lady Augusta's son getting the seniorship," said Jenkins, coming in and closing the door. "You did say it," retorted Mr. Ketch. "I know I did, but I did not suppose you were going to repeat it again." "If it was a secret, why didn't you say so?" asked Mr. Ketch. "It was not exactly a secret, or Lady Augusta would not have mentioned it before me," remonstrated Joe. "But it is not the proper thing for me to come out of Mr. Galloway's office and talk of anything I may have heard said in it by his friends, and then for it to get round to his ears again. Put it to yourself, Mr. Ketch, and say whether you would like it." "What did you talk of it for, then?" snarled Ketch, preparing to take a copious draught of ale. "Because I thought you and father were safe. You might both have known better than to speak of it out of doors. There is sure to be a commotion over it." "Miserable beer, brewed out of ditch water." "Young Mr. Huntley came to me to-day to know the rights and the wrongs of it, as he said," continued Joseph. "He spoke to Mr. Galloway about it afterwards, though I must say he was kind enough not to bring in my name, only said in a general way that he had heard it. He is an honourable young gentleman, is that Huntley. He vows the report shall be conveyed to the Dean." "Serve 'em right," snapped the porter. "If the Dean does his duty, he'll order a general flogging for the school all round. It'll do 'em good." Galloway did not say much, except that he knew what he should do were he Huntley's or Channing's father, which I took to mean that, in his opinion, there ought to be an inquiry instituted. "And you know there ought," said Mr. Ketch. "I know! I'm sure I don't know," was the mild answer. "It is not my place to reflect upon my superiors, Mr. Ketch, to say they should do this or they should do that. I like to reverence them and to keep a civil tongue in my head." "Which is what you don't do. If I knowed who brewed this beer, I'd enter an action agin 'em for putting in no malt." "I would not have had this get about for any money," resumed Jenkins. "Neither you nor father shall ever catch me opening my lips again." "Keep 'em shut, then," growled old Ketch. Mr. Ketch leisurely finished his supper, and the two continued talking until dusk came on, almost dark, for the porter, churl though he was, liked a visitor as well as any one, possibly as a vent for his temper. He did not often find one who would stand it so meekly as Joe Jenkins. At length Mr. Jenkins lifted himself off the shut-up press bedstead on which he had been perched, and prepared to depart. "Come along of me while I lock up," said Ketch, somewhat less ungraciously than usual. Mr. Jenkins hesitated. "My wife will be wondering what has become of me. She'll blow me up for keeping supper waiting," debated he aloud. "But, well, I don't mind going with you this once, for company's sake," he added, in his willingness to be obliging. The two large keys, one at each end of a string, were hung up just within the lodge door. They belonged to the two gates of the cloisters. Old Ketch took them down and went out with Jenkins. merely closing his own door. He rarely fastened it unless he was going some distance. Very dark were the enclosed cloisters as they entered by the west gate. It was later than the usual hour of closing, and it was, moreover, a gloomy evening, the sky overcast. They went through the cloisters to the south gate, Ketch grumbling all the way. He locked it, and then turned back again. Arrived about midway of the west quadrangle, the very darkest part in all the cloisters, and the most dreary, Jenkins suddenly startled his companion by declaring there was a light in the burial-ground. "Come along," growled Ketch. "You'll say there's corpse-candles there next." "It is only a little spark like," said Jenkins, halting. "I should not wonder but it is one of those pretty innocent glow-worms." He leaned his arms upon the mullioned frame of the open Gothic window, raised himself on tiptoe to obtain as complete a view as was possible, and pushed his head out to reconnoitre the graveyard. Mr. Ketch shuffled on, the keys, held somewhat loosely in his hand by the string, clanking together. "Be you going to stop there all night?" he called out, when he had gone a few paces, half turning round to speak. At that moment a somewhat startling incident occurred. The keys were whisked out of Mr. Ketch's hand, and fell, or appeared to fall, with a clatter on the flags at his feet. He turned his anger upon Jenkins. "Now then, you senseless calf, what did you do that for?" "Did you speak?" asked Jenkins, taking his elbows from the distant window frame and approaching. Mr. Ketch felt a little staggered. His belief had been that Jenkins had come up silently and dashed the keys from his hand, but Jenkins, it appeared, had not left the window. However, like too many other cross-grained spirits, he persisted in venting blame upon him. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself to play an old man such a trick?" "I have played no trick," said Jenkins. "I thought I saw a glow-worm, and I stopped to look, but I couldn't see it again. There's no trick in that." "Ugh!" cried the porter in his wrath. "You took and clutched the keys from me, and throwed 'em on the ground. Pick 'em up." "Well, I never heard the like," said Jenkins. "I was not within yards and yards of you. If you dropped the keys, it was no fault of mine." But, being a peaceably inclined man, he stooped and found the keys. The porter grunted. An inner current of conviction rose in his heart that he must undoubtedly have dropped them, though he could have declared at the time that they were mysteriously snatched from him. He seized the string firmly now, and hobbled on to the west door, abusing Jenkins all the way. They arrived at the west door, which was gained by a narrow closed passage from the gate of entrance, as was the south door in a similar manner. And there Mr. Ketch used his eyes and his tongue considerably, for the door, instead of being open as he had left it, was shut and locked. "What on earth has done this?" shrieked he. "Done what?" asked Mr. Jenkins. "Done what?" was the irascible echo. "Be you a fool, Joe Jenkins? Don't you see the door's fast?" "Unfasten it," said Jenkins sensibly. Mr. Ketch proceeded to do so, at least to apply one of the keys to the lock, with much fumbling. It apparently did not occur to him to wonder how the locking up process could have been effected, considering that the key had been in his own possession. Fumbling and fumbling, now with one key, now with the other, and then critically feeling the keys and their wards, the truth at length burst upon the unhappy man that the keys were not the right keys, and that he and Jenkins were locked in. A profuse perspiration broke out over him. "They must be the keys," remonstrated Mr. Jenkins. "They are not the keys," shrieked Ketch. "D'ye think I don't know my own keys, now I come to feel 'em?" "But they were your keys that fell down, and that I picked up," argued Jenkins, perfectly sure in his own mind that they could be no others. "There was not a fairy in the cloisters to come and change them." "Feel 'em!" roared Ketch in his despair. "These be a couple of horrid rusty old things, that can't have been in use since the cloisters was built. You have changed 'em, you have," he sobbed. the notion taking possession of him forcibly. "You are a-doin' it to play me a infamous trick, and I'll have you up before the Dean to-morrow. I'll shake the life out of you, I will." Laying summary hold of Mr. Jenkins, he began to shake him with all his feeble strength. The latter soon extricated himself, and he succeeded in impressing on the man the fallacy of his suspicion. "Don't I want to get home to my supper and my wife? Don't I tell you that she'll set upon me like anything for keeping it waiting?" he meekly remonstrated. "Do I want to be locked up in these unpleasant cloisters? Give me the keys, and let me try them." Ketch, in sheer helplessness, was fain to comply. He resigned the keys to Jenkins, and Jenkins tried them, but he was none the nearer unlocking the gate. In their increasing perplexity, they resolved to return to the place in the quadrangle where the keys had fallen, a very forlorn suggestion proceeding from Mr. Jenkins that the right keys might be lying there still, and that this rusty pair might, by some curious and unaccountable chance, have been lying there also. They commenced their search disputing, the one hotly, the other temperately, as to which was the exact spot. With feet and hands they hunted as well as the dark would allow them, all in vain. And Ketch gave vent to a loud burst of feeling when he realized the fact that they were positively locked up in the cloisters, beyond hope of succor, in the dark and lonely night. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 12. A Mishap to the Bishop. "Fordham, I wonder whether the cloisters are closed." "I will see, my lord." The question came from the Bishop of Helstonleigh, who, as it fell out, had been to make an evening call upon the Dean. The Dean's servant was now conducting his lordship down the grand staircase on his departure. In proceeding to the palace from the deanery, to go through the cloisters cut off quite 2/3 of the distance. Fordham left the hall, a lamp in his hand, and traversed sundry passages which brought him to the deanery garden. Crossing the garden, and treading another short passage, he came to the cloisters. The bishop had followed, lighted by Fordham, and talking affably. A very pleasant man was the Bishop of Helstonleigh, standing little upon forms and ceremonies. In frame he was nearly as active as a college boy. "It is all right, I think, my lord," said Fordham. "I hear the porter's voice now in the cloisters." "How dark it is!" exclaimed the bishop. "Ketch must be closing late to-night. What a noise he is making!" In point of fact, Mr. Ketch had just arrived at that agreeable moment which concluded the last chapter, the conviction that no other keys were to be found, and that he and Jenkins were fast. The tone in which he was making his sentiments known upon the calamity was not a subdued one. "Shall I light you round, my lord?" "By no means, by no means. I shall be up with Ketch in a minute. He seems in a temper. Good night, Fordham." "Good night to your lordship." The servant went back to the deanery. The prelate groped his way round to the west quadrangle. "Are you closing, Ketch?" Mr. Ketch started as if he had been shot, and his noise dropped to a calm. Truth to say, his style of complaint had not been orthodox or exactly suitable to the ears of his bishop. He and Jenkins both recognized the voice and bowed low, dark though it was. "What is the matter, Ketch? You are making enough noise." "Matter, my lord!" groaned Ketch. "Here's matter enough to make a saint, saving your lordship's presence, forget his prayers. We be locked up in the cloisters." "Locked up?" repeated the bishop. "What do you mean? Who is with you?" "It is me, my lord," said Jenkins meekly, answering for himself. "Joseph Jenkins, my lord, at Mr. Galloway's. I came in with the porter just for company, my lord, when he came to lock up, and we have somehow got locked in." The bishop demanded an explanation. It was not very easily afforded. Ketch and Jenkins talked one against the other, and when the bishop did at length understand the tale, he scarcely gave credence to it. "It is an incomprehensible story, Ketch, that you should drop your keys and they should be changed for others as they lay on the flags. Are you sure you brought out the right keys?" "My lord, I couldn't bring out any others," returned Ketch, in a tone that longed to betray its resentment, and would have betrayed it to any one but a bishop. "I haven't no others to bring, my lord. The 2 keys hang up on the nail always, and there ain't another key besides in the house except the door key." "Some one must have changed them previously, must have hung up these in their places," remarked the bishop. "But, my lord, it couldn't be, I say," reiterated old Ketch, almost shrieking. "I know the keys just as well as I know my own hands, and they was the right keys that I brought out. The best proof, my lord, is that I locked the south door fast enough, and how could I have done that with these wretched old rusty things?" "The keys must be on the flags still," said his lordship. "That is the only conclusion I can come to, my lord," mildly put in Jenkins, "but we cannot find them." "And meanwhile we are locked in for the night, and here's his right reverend lordship the bishop locked in with us," danced old Ketch, almost beside himself with anger. "Of course it wouldn't matter for me and Jenkins. Speaking in comparison, we are nobody, but it is a shameful indignity for my lord." "We must try and get out, Ketch," said his lordship, in a tone that sounded as if he were more inclined to laugh than cry. "I will go back to the deanery." Away went the bishop as quickly as the gloom allowed him, and away went the other 2 in his wake. Arrived at the passage which led from the cloisters to the deanery garden, they groped their way to the end, only to find the door closed and locked. "Well, this is a pleasant situation!" exclaimed the bishop, his tone betraying amusement as well as annoyance. And with his own prelatical hands he pummelled at the door, and shouted with his own prelatical voice. When the bishop was tired, Jenkins and Ketch began to pummel and to shout, and they pummelled and shouted till their knuckles were sore and their throats were hoarse. It was all in vain. The garden intervened between them and the deanery, and they could not be heard. It certainly was a pretty situation, as the prelate remarked. The Right Reverend the Lord Bishop of Helstonleigh, ranking about 5th by precedence on the episcopal bench, locked up ignominiously in the cloisters of Helstonleigh, with Ketch the porter and Jenkins the steward's clerk. Likely, so far as appearances might be trusted, to have to pass the night there. The like had never yet been heard of. The bishop went to the south gate and tried the keys himself. The bishop went to the west gate and tried them there. The bishop stamped about the west quadrangle, hoping to stamp upon the missing keys, but nothing came of it. Ketch and Jenkins attended him, Ketch grumbling in the most angry terms that he dared, Jenkins in humble silence. "I really do not see what is to be done," debated the bishop, who no doubt wished himself well out of the dilemma, as any less exalted mortal would have done. "The doors leading into the college are sure to be closed." "Quite sure," groaned Ketch. "And to get into the college would not serve us, that I see," added the bishop. "We should be no better off there than here." "Saving that we might ring the bell, my lord," suggested Jenkins, with deference. They proceeded to the college gates. It was a forlorn hope, and one that did not serve them. The gates were locked, the doors closed behind them. No reaching the bell that way. It might as well have been 100 miles off. They traversed the cloisters again, and tried the door of the schoolroom. It was locked. Had it not been, the senior boy might have expected punishment from the head-master. They tried the small door leading into the residence of Dr. Burrows, fast also. That abode just now was empty. The folding doors of the chapter house were opened easily, and they entered. But what did it avail them? There was the large round room, lined with its books, furnished with its immense table and easy-chairs, but it was as much shut in from the hearing of the outside world as they were. The bishop came into contact with a chair, and sat down in it. Jenkins, who as clerk to Mr. Galloway, the steward to the dean and chapter, was familiar with the chapter house, felt his way to the spot where he knew matches were sometimes kept. He could not find any. It was the time of light evenings. "There's just one chance, my lord," suggested Jenkins, "that the little unused door at the corner of the cloisters leading into the body of the cathedral may not be locked." "Precious careless of the sextons if it is not," grunted Ketch. "It is a door nobody ever thinks of going in at, my lord," returned Jenkins, as if he would apologize for the sexton's carelessness, should it be found unfastened. "If it is open, we might get to the bell." "The sextons, proud, stuck-up gentlemen, be made of carelessness and anything else that's bad," groaned Ketch, "holding up their heads above us porters." It was worth the trial. The bishop rose from the chair and groped his way out of the chapter house, the two others following. If it hadn't been for that Jenkins's folly, fancying he saw a light in the burying ground, and me turning round to order him to come on, it might not have happened, grumbled Ketch, as they wound round the cloisters. "A light in the burial ground?" hastily repeated the bishop. "What light?" "Oh, a corpse candle, or some nonsense of that sort he had his mind running on, my lord. Half the world is idiots, and Jenkins is the biggest of 'em." "My lord," spoke poor Jenkins deprecatingly, "I never had such a thought within me as that it was a corpse candle. I said I fancied it might be a glow-worm, and I believe it was one, my lord." "A more sensible thought than the other," observed the prelate. Luck at last! The door was found to be unlocked. It was a low, narrow door, only used on the very rare occasion of a funeral, and was situated in a shady, out-of-the-way nook, where no one ever thought of looking. "Oh, come, this is something!" cried the bishop cheerily, as he stepped into the cathedral. "And your lordship now sees what fine careless sextons we have got," struck in Ketch. "We must overlook their carelessness this time, in consideration of the service it renders us," said the bishop in a kindly tone. "Take care of the pillars, Ketch." "Thank ye, my lord, I am going along with my hands held out before me to save my head," returned Ketch. Most likely the bishop and Jenkins were doing the same. Dexterously steering clear of the pillars, they emerged in the wide open body of the cathedral, and bent their steps across it to the spot where hung the ropes of the bells. The head sexton of the cathedral, whom you must not confound with a grave-digger as you might an ordinary sexton, cathedral sextons are personages of more importance, was seated about this hour at supper in his home close to the cathedral. Suddenly the deep-toned college bell boomed out, and the man started as if a gun had been fired at him. "Why, that's the college bell," he uttered to his family, and the family stared with open mouths without replying. The college bell it certainly was, and it was striking out sharp, irregular strokes, as though the ringer were not accustomed to his work. The sexton started up, in a state of the most amazed consternation. "It is magic! It is nothing less, that the bell should be ringing out at this hour!" exclaimed he. "Father," suggested a juvenile, "perhaps somebody's got locked up in the college." For which prevision he was rewarded with a stinging smack on the head. "Take that, sir! D'ye think I don't know better than to lock folks up in the college? It was me myself as locked up this evening." "No need to box him for that," resented the wife. "The bell is ringing, and I'll be bound the boy's right enough. One of them masons must have fallen asleep in the day, and has just woke up to find himself shut in. Hope he likes his berth." Whatever it might be ringing the bell, whether magic or mason, of course it must be seen to, and the sexton hastened out, the cathedral keys in his hand. He bent his steps towards the front entrance, passing the cloisters, which, as he knew, would be locked at that hour. "And that bear of a Ketch won't hurry himself to unlock them," soliloquized he. He found the front gates surrounded. The bell had struck upon the wondering ears of many living within the precincts of the cathedral, who flocked out to ascertain the reason. Amongst others, the college boys were coming up in troops. "Now, good people, please, by your leave," cried the sexton, "let me get to the gates." They made way for the man and his ponderous keys, and entrance to the college was gained. The sexton was beginning a sharp reproof to the mason, and the crowd preparing a chorus to it, when they were seized with consternation, and fell back on each other's toes. It was the Bishop of Helstonleigh, in his laced-up hat and apron, who walked forth. The sexton humbly snatched off his hat, the college boys raised their trenchers. "Thank you all for coming to the rescue," said the Bishop, in a pleasant tone. "It was not an agreeable situation to be locked in the cathedral." "My lord," stammered the sexton, in awestruck dread as to whether he had unwittingly been the culprit, "how did your lordship get locked in?" "That is what we must inquire into," replied the Bishop. The next to hobble out was Ketch. In his own fashion, almost ignoring the presence of the Bishop, he made known the tale. It was received with ridicule. The college boys especially cast mockery upon it, and began dancing a jig when the Bishop's back was turned. Let a couple of keys drop down, and when picked up you found them transmogrified into old rusty machines made in the year I, cried Bywater. "That's very like a whale, Ketch." Ketch tore off to his lodge as fast as his lumbago allowed him, calling upon the crowd to come and look at the nail where the keys always hung, except when in use, and holding out the rusty dissemblers for public view in a furious passion. He dashed open the door. The college boys, pushing before the crowd and following on the Bishop's heels, who had probably his own reasons for wishing to see the solution of the affair, thronged into the lodge. "There's the nail, my lord, and there—" Ketch stopped, dumbfounded. On the nail, hanging by the string, as quietly as if they had hung for ages, were the cloister keys. Ketch rubbed his eyes and stared, and rubbed again. "I told you, Ketch. I thought you must be mistaken in supposing you brought the proper keys out." Ketch burst into a wail of anger and deprecation. He had took out the right keys, and Jenkins could bear him out in the assertion. Some wicked trick had been played upon him, and the keys brought back during his absence and hung up on their hook. He'd lay his life it was the college boys. The Bishop turned his eyes on those young gentlemen, but nothing could be more innocent than their countenances as they stood before him in their trenchers. Rather too innocent, perhaps, and the Bishop's eyes twinkled, and a half-smile crossed his lips, but he made no sign. Well would it be if all the clergy were as sweet-tempered as that Bishop of Helstonleigh. "Well, Ketch, take care of your keys for the future," was all he said as he walked away. "Good night, boys." "Good night to your lordship," replied the boys, once more raising their trenchers, and the crowd outside respectfully saluted their prelate, who returned it in kind. "What are you waiting for, Thorpe?" the Bishop demanded, when he found the sexton was still at the great gates, holding them about an inch open. "For Jenkins, my lord," was the reply. "Ketch said he was also locked in." "Certainly he was," replied the Bishop. "Has he not come forth?" "That he has not, my lord. I have let nobody whatever out except your lordship and the porter. I have called out to him, but he does not answer, and does not come." "He went up into the organ loft in search of a candle and matches," remarked the Bishop. "You had better go after him, Thorpe. He may not know that the doors are open." The Bishop left, crossing over to the palace. Thorpe, calling one of the old bedesmen, some of whom had then come up, left him in charge of the gate, and did as he was ordered. He descended the steps, passed through the wide doors, and groped his way in the dark towards the choir. "Jenkins!" There was no answer. "Jenkins!" he called out again. Still there was no answer, except the sound of the sexton's own voice as it echoed in the silence of the large edifice. "Well, this is an odd go!" exclaimed Thorpe, as he leaned against a pillar and surveyed the darkness of the cathedral. "He can't have melted away into a ghost, or dropped down into the crypt among the coffins. Jenkins, I say!" With a word of impatience at the continued silence, the sexton returned to the entrance gates. All that could be done was to get a light and search for him. They procured a lantern, Ketch ungraciously supplying it, and the sexton, taking 2 or 3 of the spectators with him, proceeded to the search. "He has gone to sleep in the organ loft, that is what he has done," cried Thorpe, making known what the Bishop had said. Alas, Jenkins had not gone to sleep. At the foot of the steps leading to the organ loft they came upon him. He was lying there insensible, blood oozing from a wound in the forehead. How had it come about? What had caused it? Meanwhile the college boys, after driving Mr. Ketch nearly wild with their jokes and ridicule touching the mystery of the keys, were scared by the sudden appearance of the headmaster. They decamped as fast as their legs could carry them, bringing themselves to an anchor at a safe distance under shade of the friendly elm trees. Bywater stuck his back against one, and his laughter came forth in peals. Some of the rest tried to stop it, whispering caution. "It's of no good talking, you fellows. I can't keep it in. I shall burst if I try. I have been at bursting point ever since I twitched the keys out of his hands in the cloisters and threw the rusty ones down. You see I was right, that it was best for one of us to go in without our boots and to wait. If 6 had gone, we should never have got away unheard. I pretty nearly burst when I saw the Bishop come out instead of Ketch," cried Tod Yorke. "Burst with fright." "So did a few more of us," said Galloway. "I say, will there be a row?" "Goodness knows. He is a kind old chap, is the Bishop. Better for it to have been him than the Dean. What was it Ketch said about Jenkins seeing a glowworm?" "Oh!" shrieked Bywater, holding his sides, "that was the best of all. I had taken a lucifer out of my pocket, playing with it while they went round to the south gate, and it suddenly struck fire. I threw it over to the burial ground, and that soft Jenkins took it for a glowworm." "It's a stunning go," emphatically concluded Mr. Tod Yorke. "The best we have had this half yet." "Hush! Shh! Shh! Shh!" whispered the boys under their breath. "There goes the master." End of Chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 13. Mad Nance. Mr. Galloway was in his office. Mr. Galloway was fuming and fretting at the non-arrival of his clerk, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins was a punctual man. In fact, more than punctual. His proper time for arriving at the office was 9:30, but the cathedral clock had rarely struck the 1/4 before Mr. Jenkins would be at his post. Almost any other morning it would not have mattered a straw to Mr. Galloway whether Mr. Jenkins was a little after or a little before his time. But on this particular morning he had especial need of him, and had come himself to the office unusually early. 1, 2, 3, 4, chimed the quarters of the cathedral. "There it goes, 9:30, ejaculated Mr. Galloway. "What does Jenkins mean by it? He knew he was wanted early." A sharp knock at the office door, and there entered a little dark woman in a black bonnet and a beard. She was Mr. Jenkins's better half, and had the reputation for being considerably the grey mare. "Good morning, Mr. Galloway. A pretty kettle of fish this is." "What's the matter now?" asked Mr. Galloway, surprised at the address. "Where's Jenkins?" "Jenkins is in bed with his head plastered up. He's the greatest booby living, and would positively have come here all the same, but I told him I'd strap him down with cords if he attempted it. A pretty object he'd have looked, staggering through the streets, with his head big enough for two, and held together with white plaster." "What has he done to his head?" wondered Mr. Galloway. "Good gracious! Have you not heard?" exclaimed the lady, whose mode of speech was rarely overburdened with polite words, though she meant no disrespect by it. "He got locked up in the Cloisters last night, with old Ketch and the Bishop." Mr. Galloway stared at her. He had been dining the previous evening with some friends at the other end of town, and knew nothing of the occurrence. Had he been within hearing when the college bell tolled out at night, he would have run to ascertain the cause as eagerly as any schoolboy. "Locked up in the Cloisters with old Ketch and the Bishop?" he repeated in amazement. "I do not understand." Mrs. Jenkins proceeded to enlighten him. She gave the explanation of the strange affair of the keys, as it had been given to her by the unlucky Joe. While telling it, Arthur Channing entered, and, almost immediately afterwards, Roland Yorke. "The Bishop, of all people!" uttered Mr. Galloway. "What an untoward thing for his lordship!" "No more untoward for him than for others," retorted the lady. "It just serves Jenkins right. What business had he to go dancing through the Cloisters with old Ketch and his keys?" "But how did Jenkins get hurt?" asked Mr. Galloway, for that particular point had not yet been touched upon. "He is the greatest fool going, is Jenkins," was the complimentary retort of Jenkins's wife. "After he had helped to ring out the bell, he must needs go poking and groping into the organ loft, hunting for matches or some such insane rubbish. He might have known, had he possessed any sense, that candles and matches are not likely to be there in summer time. Why, if the organist wanted ever so much to stop in after dark, when the college is locked up for the night, he wouldn't be allowed to do it. It's only in winter, when he has to light a candle to get through the afternoon service, that they keep matches and dips up there." "But about his head?" repeated Mr. Galloway, who was aware of the natural propensity of Mrs. Jenkins to wander from the point under discussion. "Yes, about his head," she wrathfully answered. "In attempting to descend the stairs again, he missed his footing, and pitched right down to the bottom of the flight. That's how his head came in for it. He wants a nurse with him always, does Jenkins, for he is no better than a child in leading strings." "Is he much hurt?" "And there he'd have lain till morning, but for the Bishop," resumed Mrs. Jenkins, passing over the inquiry. "After his lordship got out, he, finding Jenkins did not come, told Thorpe to go and look for him in the organ loft. Thorpe said he should have done nothing of the sort, but for the Bishop's order. He was just going to lock the great doors again, and there Jenkins would have been fast. They found him lying at the foot of the stairs, just inside the choir gates, with no more life in him than there is in a dead man." "I asked you whether he is seriously hurt, Mrs. Jenkins." "Pretty well. He came to his senses as they were bringing him home, and somebody ran for Hurst, the surgeon. He is better this morning, but not well enough to come to business. Hurst told him if he worried himself with business or anything else to-day, he'd get brain fever as sure as a gun. He ordered him to stop in bed and keep quiet if he could." "Of course he must do so," observed Mr. Galloway. "There is no of course in it, when men are the actors," dissented Mrs. Jenkins. "Hurst did well to say if he could, when ordering him to keep quiet. I'd rather have an animal ill in the house than I'd have a man. They are 10 times more reasonable. There has Jenkins been tormenting himself ever since 7 o'clock this morning about coming here. He was wanted particularly, he said. Would you go if you were dead? I asked him, and he stood it out that if he were dead it would be a different thing. Not different at all, I said. A nice thing it would be to have to nurse him through a brain fever. I am grieved that it should have happened, said Mr. Galloway kindly. Tell him from me that we can manage very well without him. He must not venture here again until Mr. Hurst says he may come with safety. I should have told him that to pacify him, whether you had said it or not, candidly avowed Mrs. Jenkins. And now I must go back home on the run. As good have no one to mind my shop as that young house-girl of ours. If a customer comes in for a pair of black stockings, she'll take and give 'em a white-knitted nightcap. She's as deficient of common sense as Jenkins is. Your servant, sir. Good morning, young gentleman. Here, wait a minute, cried Mr. Galloway, as she was speeding off. I cannot understand it at all. The keys could not have been changed as they lay on the flags. Neither can anybody else understand it, returned Mrs. Jenkins. If Jenkins was not a sober man, and he had better let me catch him, being anything else, I should say the two, him and Ketch, had had a drop too much. The bishop himself could make neither top nor tail of it. It'll teach Jenkins not to go gallivanting again after other folks' business. She finally turned away, and Mr. Galloway set himself to revolve the perplexing narrative. The more he thought, the less he was nearer doing so. Like the bishop, he could make neither top nor tail of it. It is entirely beyond belief, he remarked to Arthur Channing, unless Ketch took out the wrong keys. And if he took out the wrong keys, how could he have locked the south door? Interrupted Roland Yorke. I'd lay anybody 5 shillings that those mischievous scamps of college boys were at the bottom of it. I taxed Gerald with it, and he flew out at me for my pains. But the seniors may not have been in it. You should have heard the bell clank out last night, Mr. Galloway. I suppose it brought out a few, was Mr. Galloway's rejoinder. It did that, said Arthur Channing. Myself for one. When I saw the bishop emerge from the college doors, I could scarcely believe my sight. I'd have given half a crown to see him, cried Roland Yorke. If there's any fun going on, it is sure to be my fate to miss it. Cater was at my house, having a cigar with me, and, though we heard the bell, we did not disturb ourselves to see what it might mean. What is your opinion of last night's work, Arthur? Asked Mr. Galloway, returning to the point. Arthur's opinion was a very decided one, but he did not choose to say so. The meeting with the college boys at their stealthy post in the Cloisters, when he and Hamish were passing through at dusk, a few nights before, coupled with the hints then thrown out of the serving out of Ketch, could leave little doubt as to the culprits. Arthur returned an answer, couched in general terms. Could it have been the college boys, think you? Debated Mr. Galloway. Not being a college boy, I cannot speak positively, sir, he said, laughing. Gaunt knows nothing of it. I met him as I was going home to breakfast from my early hour's work here, and he told me he did not. There would have been no harm done, after all, but for the accident to Jenkins. One of you gentlemen can just step in to see Jenkins in the course of the day and reassure him that he is not wanted, said Mr. Galloway. I know how necessary it is to keep the mind tranquil in any fear of brain affection. No more was said, and the occupation of the day began. A busy day was that at Mr. Galloway's, much to the chagrin of Roland Yorke, who had an unconquerable objection to doing too much. He broke out into grumblings at Arthur when the latter came running in from his duty at college. I'll tell you what it is, Channing, you ought not to have made the bargain to go to that bothering organ on busy days, and Galloway must have been out of his mind to let you make it. Look at the heap of work there is to do. I will soon make up for the lost hour, said Arthur, setting to with a will. Where's Mr. Galloway? Gone to the bank, grumbled Roland, and I have to answer a dozen callers in at least, and do all my writing besides. I wonder what possessed Jenkins to go and knock his head to powder. Mr. Galloway shortly returned and sat down to write. It was a thing he rarely did. He left writing to his clerks, unless it was the writing of letters. By 1 o'clock the chief portion of the work was done, and Mr. Roland Yorke's spirits recovered their elasticity. he went home to dinner as usual. Arthur preferred to remain at his post and get on further, sending the housekeeper's little maid out for a twopenny roll, which he ate as he wrote. He was of a remarkably conscientious nature, and thought it only fair to sacrifice a little time in case of need, in return for the great favour which had been granted him by Mr. Galloway. Many of the families who had sons in the college school dined at 1 o'clock, as it was the most convenient hour for the boys. Growing youths are not satisfied with anything less substantial than dinner in the middle of the day, and 2 dinners in a household tell heavily upon the housekeeping. The Channings did not afford 2, neither did Lady Augusta Yorke, so their hour was 1 o'clock. "What a muff you must be to go without your dinner," cried Roland Yorke to Arthur when he returned at 2 o'clock. "I wouldn't." "I have had my dinner," said Arthur. "What did you have?" cried Roland, pricking up his ears. "Did Galloway send to the hotel for roast ducks and green peas? That's what we had at home, and the peas were half boiled, and the ducks were scorched, and cooked without stuffing. A wretched set of incapables our house turns out, and my lady does not know how to alter it. You have actually finished that deed, Channing?" "It is finished, you see. It is surprising how much one can do in a quiet hour. Is Galloway out?" Arthur pointed with his pen to the door of Mr. Galloway's private room, to indicate that he was in. "He is writing letters." "I say, Channing, there's positively nothing left to do," went on Roland, casting his eyes over the desk. "Here are these leases, but they are not wanted until to-morrow. Who says we can't work in this office?" Arthur laughed good-naturedly, to think of the small amount out of that day's work which had fallen to Roland's share. Some time elapsed. Mr. Galloway came into their room from his own to consult a Bradshaw, which lay on the shelf alongside Jenkins's desk. He held in his hand a very closely written letter. It was of large letter-paper size, and appeared to be filled to the utmost of its 4 pages. While he was looking at the book, the cathedral clock chimed the 2:75, and the bell rang for divine service. "It can never be that time of day," exclaimed Mr. Galloway in consternation, as he took out his watch. 16 minutes to 3, and I am a minute slow. How has the time passed? I ought to have been at—" Mr. Galloway brought his words to a standstill, apparently too absorbed in the railway guide to conclude them. Roland Yorke, who had a free tongue, even with his master, filled up the pause. "Were you going out, sir?" "Is that any business of yours, Mr. Roland? Talking won't fill in that lease, sir." "The lease is not in a hurry, sir," returned incorrigible Roland. But he held his tongue then, and bent his head over his work. Mr. Galloway dipped his pen in the ink, and copied something from Bradshaw into the closely written letter, standing at Jenkins's desk to do it. Then he passed the blotting paper quickly over the words, and folded the letter. "Channing," he said, speaking very hastily, "you will see a £20 banknote on my desk, and the directed envelope of this letter. Bring them here." Arthur went and brought forth the envelope and banknote. Mr. Galloway doubled the note in 4, and slipped it between the folds of the letter, putting both into the envelope. He had fastened it down, when a loud noise and commotion was heard from the street. Curious as are said to be antiquated maidens, Mr. Galloway rushed to the window, and threw it up, his 2 clerks attending in his wake. Something very fine, in a white dress and pink and scarlet flowers on her bonnetless head, as if attired for an evening party, was whirling round the middle of the road in circles. A tall woman, who must once have been beautiful. She appeared to be whirling someone else with her, amid laughter and shrieks, and cries and groans from the gathering mob. "It is Mad Nance," uttered Mr. Galloway. "Poor thing, she really ought to be in confinement." So everyone had said for a long time, but no one bestirred themselves to place her in it. This unfortunate creature, Mad Nance as she was called, was sufficiently harmless to be at large on sufferance, and sufficiently mad at times to put a street in an uproar. At her least sane moments she would appear, as now, in an old dimity white dress, scrupulously washed and ironed, and decorated with innumerable frills. Some natural flowers, generally wild ones, in her hair. Dandelions were her favourites. She would make them into a wreath and fasten it on, letting her entangled hair hang beneath. To-day she had contrived to pick up some geranium blossoms, scarlet and pink. "Who has she got hold of there?" exclaimed Mr. Galloway. "He does not seem to like it." Arthur burst into laughter when he discovered that it was Harper, the lay clerk. This unlucky gentleman, who had been quietly and inoffensively proceeding up Close Street on his way to service in the cathedral, was seized upon by Mad Nance by the hands. He was a thin, weak little man, a very reed in her strong grasp. She shrieked, she laughed, she danced, she flew with him round and round. He shrieked also, his hat was off, his wig was gone, and it was half the business of Mr. Harper's life to make that wig appear as his own hair. He talked, he raved, he remonstrated. I am very much afraid that he swore. Mr. Galloway laughed till the tears ran down his cheeks. The crowd was parted by an authoritative hand, and the same hand, gentle now, laid its firmness upon the woman and released the prisoner. It was Hamish Channing who had come to the rescue, suppressing his mirth as best he could while he effected it. "I'll have the law of her," panted Harper, as he picked up his hat and wig. "If there's justice to be got in Helstonleigh, she shall suffer for this. It's a town's shame to let her go about, molesting peaceable wayfarers and shaking the life out of them." Something at a distance appeared to attract the attention of the unhappy woman, and she flew away. Hamish and Mr. Harper were left alone in the streets, the latter still exploding with wrath, and vowing all sorts of revenge. "Put up with it quietly, Harper," advised Hamish. "She is like a little child, not accountable for her actions." "That's just like you, Mr. Hamish Channing. If they took your head off, you'd put up with it. How would you like your wig flung away in the sight of a whole street?" "I don't wear one," answered Hamish, laughing. "Here's your hat. Not much damaged, apparently." Mr. Harper, settling his wig on his head and composing himself as best he could, continued his way to the cathedral, turning his hat about in his hand, and closely looking at it. Hamish stepped across to Mr. Galloway's, meeting that gentleman at the door. "A good thing you came up as you did, Mr. Hamish. Harper will remember Mad Nance for a year to come." "I expect he will," replied Hamish, laughing still. Mr. Galloway laughed also, and walked hastily down the street. Chapter 14. Chapter 14 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 14. Keeping Office. Hamish entered the office. Arthur and Roland Yorke had their heads stretched out of the window and did not hear his footsteps. He advanced quietly and brought his hands down hastily upon the shoulder of each. Roland started and knocked his head against the window frame. "How you startle a fellow! I thought it was Mad Nance come in to lay hands upon me." "She has laid hands upon enough for one day," said Hamish. "Harper will dream of her to-night." "I thought Galloway would have gone into a fit, he laughed so," cried Arthur. "As for my sides, they'll ache for an hour." Roland Yorke's lip curled with an angry expression. "My opinion agrees with Harper's," he said. "I think Mad Nance ought to be punished. We are none of us safe from her, if this is to be her game." "If you punish her to-day, she would do the same thing again to-morrow, were the fit to come over her," rejoined Hamish. "It is not often she breaks out like this. The only thing is to steer clear of her." "Hamish has a fellow feeling for Mad Nance," mockingly spoke Roland Yorke. "Yes, poor thing, for her story is a sad one. If the same grievous wrong were worked upon some of us, perhaps we might take to dancing for the benefit of the public. Talking of the public, Arthur," continued Hamish, turning to his brother, "what became of you at dinner-time? The mother was for setting the town crier to work." "I could not get home to-day. We have had double work to do, as Jenkins is away." Hamish tilted himself onto the edge of Mr. Jenkins's desk, and took up the letter, apparently in absence of mind, which Mr. Galloway had left there ready for the post. Mr. Robert Galloway, Seaview Terrace, Ventnor, Isle of Wight, he read aloud. That must be Mr. Galloway's cousin, he remarked, the one who has run through so much money. Of course it is, answered Roland Yorke. Galloway pretty near keeps him. I know there's a £20 bank-note going to him in that letter. Catch me doing it if I were Galloway. I wish it was going into my pocket instead, said Hamish, balancing the letter on his fingers, as if wishing to test its weight. I wish the clouds would drop sovereigns, but they don't, said Roland Yorke. Hamish put the letter back from whence he had taken it, and jumped off the desk. I must be walking, said he. Stopping here will not do my work. If we— By Jove, there's Knivett, uttered Roland Yorke. Where's he off to so fast? I have something that I must tell him. Snatching up his hat, Roland darted at full speed out of the office, in search of one who was running at full speed also down the street. Hamish looked out, amused at the chase. Arthur, who had called after Roland in vain, seemed vexed. Knivett is one of the fleetest runners in Helstonleigh, said Hamish. Yorke will scarcely catch him up. I wish Yorke would allow himself a little thought, and not act upon impulse, exclaimed Arthur. I cannot stop 3 minutes longer, and he knows that. I shall be late for college. He was already preparing to go there. Putting some papers in order upon his desk, and locking up others, he carried the letter for Ventnor into Mr. Galloway's private room, and placed it in the letter-rack. 2 others, ready for the post, were lying there. Then he went to the front door to look out for Yorke. Yorke was not to be seen. What a thoughtless fellow he is, exclaimed Arthur in his vexation. What is to be done? Hamish, you will have to stop here. Thank you. What else? asked Hamish. I must be at the college, whatever betide. This was true, yet neither might the office be left vacant. Arthur grew a little flurried. Do stay, Hamish. It will not hinder you 5 minutes, I dare say. Yorke is sure to be in. Hamish came to the door, halting on its first step, and looking out over Arthur's shoulder. He drew his head in again, with a sudden movement. Is not that old Hopper down there? He asked in a whisper, the tone sounding as one of fear. Arthur turned his eyes on a shabby old man who was crossing the end of the street, and saw Hopper, the sheriff's officer. Yes, why? It is that old fellow who holds the writ. He may be on the watch for me now. I can't go out just yet, Arthur. I'll stay here till Yorke comes back again. He returned to the office, sat down, and leaned his brow upon his hand. A strange brow of care it was just then, according ill with the gay face of Hamish Channing. Arthur, waiting for no second permission, flew towards the cathedral as fast as his long legs would carry him. The dean and chapter were preparing to leave the chapter house as he tore past it, through the cloisters. 3 o'clock was striking. Arthur's heart and breath were alike panting when he gained the dark stairs. At that moment, to his excessive astonishment, the organ began to peal forth. Seated at it was Mr. Williams, and a few words of explanation ensued. The organist said he should remain for the service, which rendered Arthur at liberty to go back again. He was retracing his steps underneath the elm trees in the Boundaries, at a slower pace than he had recently passed them, when, in turning a corner, he came face to face with the sheriff's officer. Arthur, whose thoughts were at that moment fixed upon Hamish and his difficulties, started away from the man with an impulse for which he could not have accounted. No need for you to be frightened of me, Mr. Arthur, said the man who, in his more palmy days, before he had learned to take more than was good for him, had been a clerk in Mr. Channing's office. I have nothing about me that will bite you. He laid a stress upon the you in both cases. Arthur understood only too well what was meant, though he would not appear to do so. Nor anyone else either, I hope, Hopper? A warm day, is it not? Hopper drew close to Arthur, not looking at him, apparently examining with hands and eyes the trunk of the elm tree underneath which they had halted. You tell your brother not to put himself in my way, said he in a low tone. his lips scarcely moving. "He is in a bit of trouble, as I suppose you know." "Yes," breathed Arthur. "Well, I don't want to serve the writ upon him. I won't serve it unless he makes me, by throwing himself within length of my arm. If he sees me coming up one street, let him cut down another, into a shop, anywhere. I have eyes that only see when I want them to. I come prowling about here once or twice a day for show, but I come at a time when I am pretty sure he can't be seen. Just gone out, or just gone in, I'd rather not harm him." "You are not so considerate to all," said Arthur, after a pause given to revolving the words, and to wondering whether they were spoken in good faith, or with some concealed purpose. He could not decide which. "No, I am not," pointedly returned Hopper, in answer. "There are some that I look after, sharp as a ferret looks after a rat. But I'll never do that by any son of Mr. Channing's. I can't forget the old days, sir, when your father was kind to me. He stood by me longer than my own friends did. But for him, I should have starved in that long illness I had, when the office would have me no longer. Why doesn't Mr. Hamish settle this?" he abruptly added. "I suppose he cannot," answered Arthur. "It is only a bagatelle at the worst, and our folks would not have gone to extremities if he had shown only a disposition to settle. I am sure that if he would go to them now, and pay down a £10 note, and say, 'You shall have the rest as I can get it,' they'd withdraw proceedings. Aye, even for £5 I believe they would. Tell him to do it, Mr. Arthur. Tell him I always know which way the wind blows with our people." "I will tell him, but I fear he is very short of money just now. £5 or £10 may be as impossible to find sometimes as 5 or 10,000. "Better find it than be locked up," said Hopper. "How would the office get on? Deprive him of the power of management, and it might cost Mr. Channing his place. What use is a man when he is in prison? I was in Mr. Channing's office for 10 years, Mr. Arthur, and I know every trick and turn in it, though I have left it a good while. And now that I have just said this, I'll go on my way. Mind you tell him." "Thank you," warmly replied Arthur. "And when you have told him, please forget that you have heard it. There's somebody's eyes peering at me over the deanery blinds." "They may peer. I don't mind them. Deaneries don't trouble themselves with sheriff's officers." He glided away, and Arthur went straight to the office. Hamish was alone. He was seated at Jenkins's desk, writing a note. "You still here, Hamish? Where's Yorke?" "Echo answers where," replied Hamish, who appeared to have recovered his full flow of spirits. "I have seen nothing of him." "That's Yorke all over. It is too bad." "It would be, were this a busy afternoon with me. But what brings you back, Mr. Arthur? Have you left the organ to play itself?" "Williams is taking it. He heard of Jenkins's accident, and thought I might not be able to get away from the office twice a-day, so he attended himself." "Come, that's good-natured of Williams. A bargain's a bargain, and, having made the bargain, of course it is your own look-out that you fulfil it. Yes, it was considerate of Williams." "Considerate for himself," laughed Arthur. "He did not come down to give me a holiday, but in the fear that Mr. Galloway might prevent my attending. A pretty thing it would have been, he said to me, had there been no organist this afternoon. It might have cost me my post." "Moonshine," said Hamish. "It might have cost him a word of reproof, nothing more. Helstonleigh's dean is a strict one, remember. I told Williams he might always depend upon me." "What should you have done, pray, had I not been here to turn office-keeper?" laughed Hamish. "Of the two duties I must have forbade the more important one. I should have locked up the office and given the key to the housekeeper till college was over, or until Yorke returned. He deserves something for this move. Has any one called?" "No, Arthur. I have been making free with a sheet of paper and an envelope," said Hamish, completing the note he was writing. "I suppose I am welcome to it." "To 10, if you want them," returned Arthur. "To whom are you writing?" "As if I should put you au courant of my love letters," gaily answered Hamish. How could Hamish indulge in this careless gaiety with the sword hanging over his head? It was verily a puzzle to Arthur. A light, sunny nature was Hamish Channing's. This sobering blow which had fallen on it had probably not come before it was needed. Had his bark been sailing for ever in smooth waters, he might have wasted his life, indolently basking on the calm, seductive waves. But the storm rose, the waves ran high, threatening to engulf him, and Hamish knew that his best energies must be put forth to surmount them. Never, never talk of troubles as great, unmitigated evils. To the God-fearing, the God-trusting, they are fraught with hidden love. Hamish, were I threatened with worry as you are, I could not be otherwise than oppressed and serious. Where would be the use of that? Cried gay Hamish. Care killed a cat. Look here, Arthur, you and your grave face. Did you ever know care do a fellow good? I never did. But a great deal of harm. I shall manage to scramble out of the pit somehow, you'll see. He put the note into his pocket as he spoke, and took up his hat to depart. Stop an instant longer, Hamish. I have just met Hopper. He did not convert you into a writ server, I hope. I don't think it would be legal. There you are, joking again. Hamish, he has the writ, but he does not wish to serve it. You are to keep out of his way, he says, and he will not seek to put himself in yours. My father was kind to him in days gone by, and he remembers it now. He's a regular trump. I'll send him £half-a-crown in a parcel, exclaimed Hamish. I wish you would hear me out. He says a £10 note, perhaps a £5 note on account, would induce his people, suppose you understand the phrase, to stay proceedings, and to give you time. He strongly advised it to be done, that's all. Not only all Arthur had to say upon the point, but all he had time to say. At that moment, the barouche of Lady Augusta Yorke drove up to the door, and they both went out to it. Lady Augusta, her daughter Fanny, and Constance Channing were in it. She was on her way to attend a missionary meeting at the Guildhall, and had called for Roland that he might escort her into the room. Roland is not to be found, Lady Augusta, said Hamish, raising his hat with one of his sunny smiles. He darted off, it is impossible to say where, thereby making me a prisoner. My brother had to attend the cathedral, and there was no one to keep office. Then I think I must make a prisoner of you in turn, Mr. Hamish Channing, graciously said Lady Augusta. Will you accompany us? Hamish shook his head. I wish I could, but I have already wasted more time than I ought to have done. It will not cost you 5 minutes more, urged Lady Augusta. You shall only just take us into the hall. I will release you then, if you must be released. 3 ladies never can go in alone. Fancy how we should be stared at. Constance bent her pretty face forward. Do, Hamish, if you can. He suffered himself to be persuaded, stepped into the barouche, and took his seat by Lady Augusta. As they drove away, Arthur thought the greatest ornament the carriage contained had been added to it, in handsome Hamish. A full hour Arthur worked on his deeds and leases, and Roland Yorke never returned. Mr. Galloway came in then. Where's Yorke? Was his first question. Arthur replied that he did not know. He had stepped out somewhere. Arthur Channing was not one to make mischief, or get another into trouble. Mr. Galloway asked no further. He probably inferred that Yorke had only just gone. He sat down at Jenkins's desk and began to read over a lease. Can I have the stamp, sir, for this deed? Arthur presently asked. They are not ready. Have the letters gone to the post? Not yet, sir. You can take them now, then, and Arthur, suppose you step in as you return and see how Jenkins is. Very well, sir. He went into Mr. Galloway's room and brought forth the 3 letters from the rack. Is this one not to be sealed? He inquired of Mr. Galloway, indicating the one directed to Ventnor, for it was Mr. Galloway's invariable custom to seal letters which contained money, after they had been gummed down. It is doubly safe, he would say. Ay, to be sure, replied Mr. Galloway. I went off in a hurry and did not do it. Bring me the wax. Arthur handed him the wax and a light. Mr. Galloway sealed the letter, stamping it with the seal hanging to his watch-chain. Then he held out his hand for another of the letters, and sealed that. And this one also? inquired Arthur, holding out the third. No, you can take them now." Arthur departed. A few paces from the door he met Roland Yorke, coming along in a white heat. "Channing, I could not help it. I could not, upon my honour. I had to go somewhere with Knivett, and we were kept till now. Galloway's in an awful rage, I suppose. He has only just come in. You had no right to play me this trick, Yorke. But for Hamish, I must have locked up the office. Don't you do it again, or Mr. Galloway may hear of it." "It is all owing to that confounded Jenkins," flashed Roland. "Why did he go and get his head smashed? You're a good fellow, Arthur. I'll do you a neighbourly turn some time." He sped into the office, and Arthur walked to the post with the letters. Coming back, he turned to Mrs. Jenkins's shop in the High Street. Mrs. Jenkins was behind the counter. "Oh, go up and see him," she cried, in a tone of suppressed passion. "His bedroom's front, up the 2-pair flight, and I'll take my affidavit that there's been 50 folks here this day to see him, if there has been one. I could sow a peck of peas on the stairs. You'll find other company up there." Arthur groped his way up the stairs. They were dark, too, coming in from the sunshine. He found the room and entered. Jenkins lay in bed, his bandaged head upon the pillow, and, seated by his side, his apron falling, and his clerical hat between his knees, was the Bishop of Helstonleigh. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 15. A Splash in the River. Amongst other facts, patent to common and uncommon sense, is the very obvious one that a man cannot be in 2 places at once. In like manner, no author that I ever heard of was able to relate 2 different portions of his narrative at one and the same time. Thus you will readily understand that if I devoted the last chapter to Mr. Galloway, his clerks and their concerns generally, it could not be given to Mr. Ketch and his concerns, although in the strict order of time and sequence, the latter gentleman might have claimed an equal, if not a premier right. Mr. Ketch stood in his lodge, leaning for support upon the shut-up press bedstead, which by day looked like a high chest of drawers with brass handles, his eyes fixed on the keys hanging on the opposite nail. His state of mind may be best expressed by the strong epithet savage. Mr. Ketch had not a pleasant face at the best of times. It was yellow and withered, and his small bright eyes were always dropping water, and the 2 or 3 locks of hair which he still possessed were faded and stood out, solitary and stiff, after the manner of those pictures you have seen of heathens who decorate their heads with upright tails. At this moment his countenance looked particularly unpleasant. Mr. Ketch had spent part of the night and the whole of this morning revolving the previous evening's affair of the Cloisters. The more he thought of it, the less he liked it, and the surer grew his conviction that the evil had been the work of his enemies, the college boys. "It's as safe as day," he wrathfully soliloquized. "There be the right keys," nodding to the 2 on the wall, "and there be the wrong ones," nodding towards an old knife-tray, into which he had angrily thrown the rusty keys upon entering his lodge last night, accompanied by the crowd. "They meant to lock me up all night in the Cloisters, the wicked cannibals. I hope the dean'll expel 'em. I'll make my complaint to the headmaster, I will. Drat all college schools, there's never no good done in 'em. How are you this morning, Ketch?" The salutation proceeded from Stephen Bywater, who, in the boisterous manner peculiar to himself and his tribe, had flung open the door without the ceremony of knocking. "I'm none the better for seeing you," growled Ketch. "You need not be uncivil," returned Bywater with great suavity. "I am only making a morning call upon you, after the fashion of gentlefolks. The public delights to pay respect to its officials, you know. How do you feel after that mishap last night? We can't think, any of us, how you came to make the mistake." "I'll mistake you!" shrieked Ketch. "I kept a nasty old rusty brace of keys in my lodge to take out, instead of the right ones, didn't I?" "How uncommonly stupid it was of you to do so," said Bywater, pretending to take the remark literally. "I would not keep a duplicate pair of keys by me. I should make sure they'd bring me to grief. What do you say? You did not keep duplicate keys. They were false ones. Why, that's just what we all told you last night. The bishop told you so. He said he knew you had made a mistake and taken out the wrong keys for the right. My belief is that you went out without any keys at all. You left them hanging upon the nail, and you found them there. You had not got a second pair. You just wait, raved old Ketch. I'm a-comin' round to the headmaster, and I'll bring the keys with me. He'll let you boys know whether there's 2 pairs or 1. Horrid old rusty things they be, as rusty as you. Who says they are rusty? Who says it? They are rusty, shrieked the old man. You'd like to get me into a madhouse, you boys would, worrying me. I'll show you whether they're rusty. I'll show you whether there's a second brace of keys or not. I'll show 'em to the headmaster. I'll show 'em to the dean. I'll show 'em again to his lordship What's gone of the keys? The last sentence was uttered in a different tone and in apparent perplexity. With shaking hands, excited by passion, Mr. Ketch was rummaging the knife-box, an old, deep mahogany tray, dark with age, divided by a partition, rummaging for the rusty keys. He could not find them. He searched on this side, he searched on that, he pulled out the contents one by one. A black-handled knife, a white-handled fork, a green-handled knife with a broken point, and a brown-handled fork with 1 prong, which comprised his household cutlery, a small whetstone, a comb and a blacking-brush, a gimlet and a small hammer, some leather shoestrings, 3 or 4 tallow candles, a matchbox and an extinguisher, the key of his door, the bolt of his casement window, and a few other miscellanies. He could not come upon the false keys, and finally he made a snatch at the tray and turned it upside down. The keys were not there. When he had fully taken in the fact, it cost him some little time to do it, he turned his anger upon Bywater. You have took 'em, you have. You have turned thief and stole 'em. I put 'em here in the knife-box, and they are gone. What have you done with 'em? Come, that's good, exclaimed Bywater, in too genuine a tone to admit a suspicion of its truth. I have not been near your knife-box. I have not put my foot inside the door. In point of fact, Bywater had not. He had stood outside, bending his head and body inwards, his hands grasping either doorpost. What's gone with 'em? Who has took 'em off? I'll swear I put 'em there, and I have never looked at 'em nor touched 'em since. There's an infamous conspiracy forming against me. I'm going to be blowed up like Guy Fawkes. If you did put them there, some of your friends must have taken them, cried Bywater, in a tone midway between reason and irony. There haven't a soul been nigh the place, shrieked Ketch, except the milk, and he gave me my ha'porth through the winder. Hurrah! said Bywater, throwing up his trencher. It's a clear case of dreams. You dreamt you had a second pair of keys, Ketch, and couldn't get rid of the impression on awaking. Mr. Ketch, D.H., Dreamer-in-Chief to Helstonleigh. Bywater commenced an aggravating dance. Ketch was aggravated sufficiently without it. What do you call me? He asked, in a state of concentrated temper that turned his face livid. D? What do you mean by D? D stands for that bad spirit as is too near to you college boys. He's among you always like a ranging lion. It's like your impudence to call me by his name. My dear Mr. Ketch, call you by his name? I never thought of such a thing, politely retorted Bywater. You are not promoted to that honour yet. D.H. stands for Deputy Hangman. Isn't it affixed to the cathedral roll, kept amid the archives in the chapter house? John Ketch, D.H., porter to the Cloisters? I hope you don't omit the distinguishing initials when you sign your letters. Ketch foamed. Bywater danced. The former could not find words. The latter found plenty. I say, though, Mr. Calcraft, don't you make a similar mistake when you are going on public duty. If you were to go there, dreaming you had the right apparatus, and find in the last moment that you had brought the wrong, you don't know what the consequences might be. The real victim might escape, rescued by the enraged crowd, and they might put the nightcap upon you, and operate upon you instead. So be careful. We couldn't afford to lose you. Only think what a lot of money it would cost to put the college into mourning. Ketch gave a great gasp of agony, threw an iron ladle at his tormentor, which, falling short of its aim, came clanking down on the red brick floor, and banged the door in Bywater's face. Bywater withdrew to a short distance, under cover of the cathedral wall, and bent his body backwards and forwards with the violence of his laughter, unconscious that the Bishop of Helstonleigh was standing near him, surveying him with an exceedingly amused expression. His lordship had been an ear-witness to part of the colloquy, very much to his edification. "What is your mirth, Bywater?" Bywater drew himself straight, and turned round as if he had been shot. "I was only laughing, my lord," he said, touching his trencher. "I see you were. You will lose your breath altogether some day if you laugh in that violent manner. What were you and Ketch quarrelling about?" "We were not quarrelling, my lord. I was only teasing him," rejoined Bywater, substituting one word for the other, as if fearing the first might not altogether be suited to the bishop's ears. And Ketch fell into a passion. "As he often does, I fear," remarked his lordship. "I fancy you boys provoke him unjustifiably." "My lord," said Bywater, turning his red, impudent, but honest face full upon the prelate, "I don't deny that we do provoke him, but you can have no idea what an awful tyrant he is to us. I can't believe any one was ever born with such a cross-grained temper. He vents it upon every one, not only upon the college boys, but upon all who come in his way. If your lordship were not the bishop," added bold Bywater, "he would vent it upon you." "Would he?" said the bishop, who was a dear lover of candour, and would have excused a whole bushel of mischief rather than one little grain of falsehood. "Not a day passes but he sets upon us with his tongue. He would keep us out of the cloisters. He would keep us out of our own schoolroom. He goes to the headmaster with the most unfounded stories, and when the master declines to notice them, for he knows Ketch of old, then he goes presumingly to the dean. If he let us alone, we should let him alone. I am not speaking this in the light of a complaint to your lordship," Bywater added, throwing his head back. "I don't want to get him into a row, tyrant though he is, and the college boys can hold their own against Ketch." "I expect they can," significantly replied the bishop. "He would keep you out of the cloisters, would he?" "He is aiming at it," returned Bywater. "There never would have been a word said about our playing there but for him. If the dean shuts us out, it will be Ketch's doings. The college boys have played in the cloisters since the school was founded." "He would keep you out of the cloisters? So, by way of retaliation, you lock him into them? An uncomfortable place of abode for a night, Bywater." "My lord!" cried Bywater. "Sir?" responded his lordship. "Does your lordship think it was I who played that trick on Ketch?" "Yes, I do, speaking of you conjointly with the school." Bywater's eyes and his good-humoured countenance fell before the steady gaze of the prelate. But in the gaze there was an earnest, if Bywater could read it aright, of good feeling, of excuse for the mischief, rather than of punishment in store. The boy's face was red enough at all times, but it turned to scarlet now. If the bishop had before suspected the share played in the affair by the college boys, it had by this time been converted into a certainty. "Boy," said he, "confess it if you like, be silent if you like, but do not tell me a lie." Bywater turned up his face again. His free, fearless eyes, free in the cause of daring, but fearless in that of truth, looked straight into those of the bishop. "I never do tell lies," he answered. "There's not a boy in the school punished oftener than I am, and I don't say but I generally deserve it, but it is never for telling a lie. If I did tell them, I should slip out of many a scrape that I am punished for now." The bishop could read truth as well as any one, better than many, and he saw that it was being told to him now. "Which of you must be punished for this trick as ringleader?" he asked. "I, my lord, if any one must be," frankly avowed Bywater. "We should have let him out at 10 o'clock. We never meant to keep him there all night. If I am punished, I hope your lordship will be so kind as to allow it to be put down to your own account, not to Ketch's. I should not like it to be thought that I caught it for him. I heartily beg your pardon, my lord, for having been so unfortunate as to include you in the locking up. We are all as sorry as can be that it should have happened. I am ready to take any punishment for that you may order me." "Ah," said the bishop, "had you known that I was in the cloisters, your friend Ketch would have come off scot-free." "Yes, that he would, until—" "Until what?" asked the bishop, for Bywater had brought his words to a standstill. "Until a more convenient night, I was going to say, my lord." "Well, that's candid," said the bishop. "Bywater," he gravely added, "you have spoken the truth to me freely. Had you equivocated in the slightest degree, I should have punished you for the equivocation. As it is, I shall look upon this as a confidential communication, and not ordinary punishment. But we will not have any more tricks played at locking up Ketch. You understand?" "All right, my lord. Thank you 100 times." Bywater, touching his trencher, leaped off. The bishop turned to enter his palace gates, which were close by, and encountered Ketch talking to the headmaster. The latter had been passing the lodge when he was seen and pounced upon by Ketch, who thought it a good opportunity to make his complaint. "I am as morally sure it was them, sir, as I am that I be alive," he was saying when the bishop came up, "and I don't know who they has dealings with, but for certain they have spirited away them rusty keys what did the mischief, without so much as putting one of their noses inside my lodge. I placed 'em safe in the knife-box last night, and they're gone this morning. I hope, sir, you'll punish them as they deserve. I am nothing, of course. If they had locked me up, and kept me there till I was worn to a skeleton, it might be thought light of. But his lordship, the bishop," bowing sideways to the prelate, "was a sufferer by their wickedness." "To be sure I was," said the bishop, in a grave tone, but with a twinkle in his eye, "and therefore the complaint to Mr. Pye must be preferred by me, Ketch. We will talk of it when I have leisure," he added to Mr. Pye with a pleasant nod, as he went through the palace gates. The headmaster bowed to the bishop, and walked away, leaving Ketch on the growl. Meanwhile, Bywater, flying through the cloisters, came upon Hurst and 2 or 3 more of the conspirators. The time was between 9 and 10 o'clock. The boys had been home for breakfast after early school, and were now reassembling, but they did not go into school until a quarter before 10. "He is such a glorious old trump, that bishop!" burst forth Bywater. "He knows all about it, and is not going to put us up for punishment. Let's cut round to the palace gates and cheer him." "Knows that it was us!" echoed the startled boys. "How did it come out to him?" asked Hurst. "He guessed it, I think," said Bywater, "and he taxed me with it. So I couldn't help myself, and told him I'd take the punishment, and he said he'd excuse me, but there was to be no locking up of Mr. Calcraft again. I'd lay 100 guineas the bishop went in for scrapes himself when he was a boy," emphatically added Bywater. "I'll be bound he thinks we only serve the fellow right. Hurrah for the bishop!" "Hurrah for the bishop!" shouted Hurst, with the other chorus of voices. "Long life to him! He's made of the right sort of stuff." "I say, though, Jenkins is the worst," added Hurst, his note changing. "My father says he doesn't know but what brain fever will come on." "Moonshine!" laughed the boys. "Upon my word and honour, it is not. He pitched right upon his head. It might have cost him his life had he fallen upon the edge of the stone step, but they think he alighted flat. My father was round with him this morning at 6 o'clock." "Does your father know about it?" "Not he! What next?" cried Hurst. "Should I stand before him, and take my trencher off with a bow, and say, 'If you please, sir, it was the college boys who served out old Ketch'? That would be a nice joke. He said at breakfast this morning that fumbling old Ketch must have got hold of the wrong keys." "Of course, sir," answered I. "Oh, what do you think, though?" interrupted Bywater. "Ketch can't find the keys. He put them into a knife-box, he says, and this morning they are gone. He intended to take them round to Pye, and I left him going rampant over the loss. Didn't I chaff him?" Hurst laughed. He unbuttoned the pocket of his trousers, and partially exhibited 2 rusty keys. "I was not going to leave them to Ketch for witnesses," said he. "I saw him throw them into the tray last night, and I walked them out again while he was talking to the crowd." "I say, Hurst, don't be such a ninny as to keep them about you!" exclaimed Berkeley, in a fright. "Suppose Pye should go in for a search this morning, and visit our pockets, you'd floor us at once." "The truth is, I don't know where to put them," ingenuously acknowledged Hurst. "If I hid them at home, they'd be found. If I dropped them in the street, some hullabaloo might arise from it." "Let's carry them back to the old iron shop, and get the fellow to buy them back at half price." "Catch him doing that. Besides, the trick is sure to get wind in the town. He might be capable of coming forward and declaring that we bought the keys at his shop." "Let's throw 'em down old Pye's well." "They'd come up again in the bucket, as ghosts do." "Couldn't we make a railway parcel of them, and direct it to Mr. Smith, London? £2 to pay, to be kept till called for," added Mark Galloway, improving upon the suggestion. "They'd put it in their fireproof safe, and it would never come out again." "Throw them into the river," said Stephen Bywater. "That's the only safe place for them. They'd lie at the bottom for ever. We have time to do it now. Come along." Acting upon the impulse, as schoolboys usually do, they went galloping out of the cloisters, running against the headmaster, who was entering, and nearly overturning his equilibrium. He gave them an angry word of caution. They touched their caps in reply, and somewhat slackened their speed, resuming the gallop when he was out of hearing. Enclosing the cathedral and its precincts on the western side was a wall built of red stone. It was only breast high, standing on the cathedral side, but on the other side it descended several feet to the broad path which ran along the banks of the river. The boys made for this wall and gained it, their faces hot and their breath gone. "Who'll pitch 'em in?" cried Hurst, who did not altogether relish being chief actor himself, for windows looked on to that particular spot from various angles and corners of the Boundaries. "You shall do it, Galloway." "Oh, shall I, though?" returned young Galloway, not relishing it either. "You precious rebel! Take the keys, and do as I order you." Young Galloway was under Hurst. He no more dared to disobey him than he could have disobeyed the headmaster. Had Hurst ordered him to jump into the river, he must have done it. He took the keys tendered him by Hurst, and was raising them for the pitch, when Bywater laid his hand upon them and struck them down with a sudden movement, clutching them to him. "You little wretch, you are as deaf as a donkey," he uttered. "There's somebody coming up. Turn your head and look who it is." It proved to be Fordham, the dean's servant. He was accidentally passing. The boys did not fear him, nevertheless it was only prudent to remain still until he had gone by. They stood, all five, leaning upon the wall, soiling their waistcoats and jackets, in apparent contemplation of the view beyond. A pleasant view. The river wound peacefully beneath its green banks, meadows and cornfields were stretched out beyond, while an opening afforded a glimpse of that lovely chain of hills and the white houses nestled at their base. A barge, drawn by a horse, was appearing slowly from underneath the city bridge, blue smoke ascending from its chimney. A woman on board was hanging out linen to dry, a shirt, a pair of stockings, and a handkerchief, her husband's change for the coming Sunday. A young girl was scraping potatoes beside her, and a man, probably the husband, sat steering, his pipe in his mouth. The boys fixed their eyes upon the boat. "I shouldn't mind such a life as that fellow's yonder," exclaimed young Berkeley, who was fonder of idleness than he was of Latin. "I'll turn bargeman when other trades fail. It must be rather jolly to sit steering a boat all day, and do nothing but smoke." "Fordham's gone, and be hanged to him. Now for it, Galloway." "Stop a bit," said Bywater. "They must be wrapped up, or else tied close together. Better wrap them up, and then no matter who sees. They can't swear there are keys inside. Who has any paper about him?" One of the boys, Hall, had his exercise book with him. They tore a sheet or two out of it, and folded it round the keys, Hurst producing some string. "I'll fling them in," said Bywater. "Make haste, then, or we shall have to wait till the barge has gone by." Bywater took a cautious look round, saw nobody, and flung the parcel into the middle of the river. "Rari nantes ingurgito vasto," ejaculated he. "Now, you gents, what be you throwing into the river?" The words came from Hudson, the porter to the Boundaries, who appeared to have sprung up from the ground. In reality, he had been standing on the steps leading to the river, but the boat-house had hidden him from their view. He was a very different man from the Cloister porter, was afraid of the college boys rather than otherwise, and addressed them individually as Sir. The keeper of the boat-house heard this, and came up the steps. "If you gentlemen have been throwing anything into the river, you know that it's against the rules." "Don't bother," returned Hurst to the keeper. "But you know it is wrong, gentlemen," remonstrated the keeper. "What was it you threw in? It made a dreadful splash." "Ah, what was it?" coolly answered Hurst. "What should you say to a dead cat? Hudson, have the goodness to mind your business, unless you would like to get reported for interfering with what does not concern you." "There's 10:15, exclaimed Bywater, as the college clock chimed the 3/4. "We shall be marked late, every soul of us." They flew away, their feet scarcely touching the ground, clattered up the schoolroom stairs, and took their places. Gaunt was only beginning to call over the roll, and they escaped the late mark. "It's better to be born lucky than rich," said saucy Bywater. End of chapter 15. Recording by Kirsten Nelson.
Chapter 16 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Curtis. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 16. Much to alter. At the same moment, Constance Channing was traversing the Boundaries, on her way to Lady Augusta Yorke's, where she had, some days since, commenced her duties. It took her scarcely 2 minutes to get there, for the houses were almost within view of each other. Constance would willingly have commenced the daily routine at an earlier hour. Lady Augusta freely confessed that to come earlier would be useless, for she could not get her daughters up. Strictly speaking, Lady Augusta did not personally try to get them up, for she generally lay in bed herself. That is one of the habits I must alter in the children, thought Constance. She entered, took off her things in the room appropriated to her, and passed into the schoolroom. It was empty, though the children ought to have been there, preparing their lessons. Fanny came running in, her hair in curl papers, some bread and butter in her hand. "Carrie has not finished her breakfast, Miss Channing," quoth she. "She was lazy this morning." "I think someone else was lazy also," said Constance, gently drawing the child to her. "Why did you come down half-dressed, my dear?" "I am quite dressed," responded Fanny. "My frock's on, and so is my pinafore." "And these?" said Constance, touching the curl papers. "Oh, Martha got up late, and said she had no time to take them out. It will keep in curl all the better, Miss Channing, and perhaps I am going to the missionary meeting with mamma." Constance rang the bell. Martha, who was the only maid kept except the cook, appeared in answer to it. Lady Augusta was wont to say that she had too much expense with her boys to keep many servants, and the argument was a true one. "Be so kind as to take the papers out of Miss Fanny's hair, and let it be done in the future, Martha, before she comes to me." Gently as the words were spoken, there was no mistaking that the tone was one of authority, and not to be trifled with. Martha withdrew with the child, and just then Caroline came in, full of eagerness. "Miss Channing, mamma says she shall take one of us to the missionary meeting, whichever you choose to fix upon. Mind you fix upon me. What does that little chit Fanny want at a missionary meeting? She is too young to go." "It is expected to be a very interesting meeting," observed Constance, making no reply to Miss Caroline's special request. "A gentleman who has lived for some years among the poor heathens is to give a history of his personal experiences. Some of the anecdotes are beautiful." "Who told you they were?" asked Caroline. "Mr. Yorke," replied Constance, a pretty blush rising to her cheek. "He knows the lecturer well. You would be pleased to hear them." "It is not for that I wish to go," said Caroline. "I think meetings where there's nothing but talk are the dullest thing in the world. If I were to listen, it would send me to sleep." "Then why do you wish so much to attend this one?" "Because I shall wear my new dress. I have not had it on yet. It rained last Saturday, and mamma would not let me put it on for college. I was in such a passion." Constance wondered where she should begin. There was so much to do, so much to alter in so many ways. To set to work abruptly would never answer. It must be commenced gradually, almost imperceptibly, little by little. "Caroline, do you know that you have disobeyed me?" "In what way, Miss Channing?" "Did I not request you to have that exercise written out?" "I know," said Caroline with some contrition. "I intended to write it out this morning before you came, but somehow I lay in bed." "If I were to come to you every morning at 7 o'clock, would you undertake to get up and be ready for me?" asked Constance. Caroline drew a long face. She did not speak. "My dear, you are 15. "Well?" responded Caroline. "And you must not feel hurt if I tell you that I should think no other young lady of that age and in your position is half so deficient as you are. Deficient in many ways, Caroline, in goodness, in thoughtfulness, and in other desirable qualities, and greatly so in education. Annabel, who is a year younger than you, is twice as advanced." "Annabel says you worry her into learning." "Annabel is fond of talking nonsense, but she is a good, loving child at heart. You would be surprised at the little trouble she really gives me when she makes a show of giving me a great deal. I have so much to teach you, Caroline, to your mind and heart, as well as to your intellect, that I feel the hours as at present arranged will be insufficient for me. My dear, when you grow up to womanhood, I am sure you will wish to be loving and loved." Caroline burst into tears. "I should do better if mamma were not so cross with me, Miss Channing. I always do anything that William Yorke asks me, and I will do anything for you." Constance kissed her. "Then will you begin by rising early, and being ready for me at 7? "Yes, I will," answered Caroline, "but Martha must be there to call me." "Are you going to the meeting this afternoon?" "Of course not," said Constance. "My time now belongs to you." "But I think mamma wishes you to go with us. She said something about it." "Does she? I should very much like to go." Lady Augusta came in and proffered the invitation to Constance to accompany them. Constance then spoke of giving the children the extra 2 hours from 7 to 9. It was really necessary, she said, if she was to do her duty by them. "How very conscientious you are," laughed Lady Augusta, her tone savouring of ridicule. Constance coloured almost to tears with her emotion. "I am responsible to one always, Lady Augusta. I may not make mine only eye service." "You will never put up with our scrambling breakfast, Miss Channing. The boys are so unruly, and I do not get up to it half my time." I will return home to breakfast, and I should prefer to do so, and I will be here again at 10. Whatever time do you get up? Not very early, answered Constance. Hitherto I have risen at 7, summer and winter. Dressing and reading take me just an hour. For the other hour I find plenty of occupation. We do not breakfast until 9 on account of Tom and Charlie. I shall rise at 6 now, and come here at 7. Very well, said Lady Augusta. I suppose this will only apply to the summer months. One of the girls shall go with us today, whichever deserves it best. You are not leaving one of them at home to make room for me, I hope, Lady Augusta. Not at all, answered Lady Augusta. I never chaperone 2 children to a crowded meeting. People might say they took up the room of grown-up persons. You will let me go, not Caroline, Miss Channing, pleaded Fanny with her mother, when her mother had quitted them. No, said Caroline sharply. Miss Channing will fix upon me. I shall obey Lady Augusta, and decide upon the one who shall best merit it, smiled Constance. It will be only right to do so. Suppose we are both good, and merit it equally, suggested Fanny. Then, my dear girl, you must not be disappointed if, in that case, I give the privilege to Caroline as being the elder of the 2. But I will make it up to you in some other way. Alas, for poor Caroline's resolution! For a short time, an hour or so, she did strive to do her best, but then good resolutions were forgotten, and idleness followed. Not only idleness, temper also. Never had she been so troublesome to Constance on this day. She even forgot herself so far as to be insolent. Fanny was taken to the meeting. You saw her in the carriage when Lady Augusta drove to Mr. Galloway's office and persuaded Hamish to join them. Caroline was left at home in a state of open rebellion, with the lessons to learn, which she had not learnt in the day. How shall you get on with them, Constance? The Reverend William Yorke inquired of her that same evening. Have the weeds destroyed the good seed? Not quite destroyed it, replied Constance, though she sighed sadly as she spoke, as if nearly losing heart for the task she had undertaken. There is so much ill to undo. Caroline is the worst. The weeds, with her, have had long time to get ahead. I think, perhaps, if I could keep her wholly with me for a 12-month or so, watching over her constantly, a great deal might be effected. If that anticipated living would fall in, which seems very far away in the clouds, and you were wholly mine, we might have Caroline with us for a time, laughed Mr. Yorke. Constance laughed too. Do not be impatient, or it will seem to be further off still. It will come, William. They had been speaking in an undertone, standing together at a window apart from the rest. Mr. Channing was lying on his sofa, underneath the other window, and now spoke to Mr. Yorke. You had a treat, I hear, at the meeting today. We had indeed, sir, replied Mr. Yorke, advancing to take a seat near him. It is not often we have the privilege of listening to so eloquent a speaker as Dr. Lamb. His experience is great, and his whole heart was in his subject. I should like to bring him here to call upon you. I should be very pleased to receive him, replied Mr. Channing. I think it is possible that his experience in another line may be of service to you, continued Mr. Yorke. You are aware that his ill health drove him home? I have heard so. His complaint was rheumatism, very much, as I fancy, the same sort of rheumatism that afflicts you. He told me he came to Europe with very little hope. He feared his complaint had become chronic and incurable, but he has been restored in a wonderful manner, and is in sound health again. And what remedies did he use? Eagerly asked Mr. Channing. A 3 months' residence at some medicinal springs in Germany, nothing else. When I say nothing else, of course I must imply that he was under medical treatment there. It is the very thing, you see, sir, that has been ordered for you. Aye, sighed Mr. Channing, feeling how very faint appeared to be the hope that he should have the opportunity of trying it. I was mentioning your case to him, observed Mr. Yorke. He said he had no doubt the baths would do you equal good. He is a doctor, you know. I will bring him here to talk it over with you. At that moment Mr. Galloway entered. The subject was continued. Mr. Yorke and Mr. Galloway were eloquent on it, telling Mr. Channing that he must go to Germany, as a point of duty. The Channings themselves were silent. They could not see the way at all clear. When Mr. Yorke was leaving, he beckoned Constance and Arthur into the hall. Mr. Channing must go, he whispered to them. Think of all that is at stake. Renewed health, exertion, happiness. Arthur, you did not urge it by a single word. Arthur did not feel hopeful. Indeed, his heart sank within him the whole time that they were talking. Hamish and his difficulties were the dark shadow, though he could not tell this to Mr. Yorke. Were Mr. Channing to go abroad, and the arrest of Hamish to follow upon it, the post they held and its emoluments might be taken from them at once and forever. Dr. Lamb said the cost was so trifling as scarcely to be credited, continued Mr. Yorke in a tone of remonstrance. Arthur, don't you care to help, to save him? I would move heaven and earth to save my father, impulsively spoke Arthur, stung by the implied reproof. I should not care what labour it cost me to procure the money so that I succeeded. We all would, said Constance. You must know we would, William, from Hamish downwards. Who is that making free with Hamish's name? Demanded the gentleman himself, entering the house with a free step and merry countenance. Did you think I was lost? I was seduced into joining your missionary meeting people, and have had to stop late at the office to make up for it. We have been talking about Papa, Hamish, said Constance. Fresh hope seems to arise daily that those German baths would restore him to health. They cured Dr. Lamb. I say, Hamish, that the money must be found for it somehow, added Mr. Yorke. Found? Of course it shall be found, cried gay Hamish. I intend to be a chief contributor to it myself. But his joking words and careless manner jarred at that moment upon the spirit both of Arthur and Constance Channing. Why? Could there have been any unconscious foreshadowing of evil to come? End of Chapter 16. Recording by Chad Curtis.
Chapter 17 of The Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nina Bruce. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 17. Sunday morning at Mr. Channing's and at Lady Augusta's. The day of rest came round in due course. A day of rest it is in truth to those who have learnt to make it such, a pleasant time of peace, a privileged season of commune with God, a loving day of social happiness for home and home ties. And yet, strange to say, it is, to some, the most hurried, uncomfortable, disagreeable day of all the 7. Mrs. Channing's breakfast hour was 9 o'clock on ordinary days, made thus late for the sake of convenience. On Sundays it was 8:30. Discipline and training had rendered it easy to observe rules at Mr. Channing's, or, it may be better to say, it had rendered them difficult to be disobeyed. At 8:30 all were in the breakfast-room, dressed for the day. When the hour for divine service arrived, they had only to put on their hats and bonnets to be ready for it. Even old Judy was grand on a Sunday morning. Her mob cap was of spotted instead of plain net, and her check apron was replaced by a white one. With great personal inconvenience, and some pain, for he was always worse in the morning, Mr. Channing would on that day rise to breakfast. It had been his invariable custom to take the reading himself on Sunday, the little time he devoted to religion, and he was unwilling to break through it. Breakfast over, it was immediately entered upon, and would be finished by 10 o'clock. He did not preach a sermon, he did not give them much reading. It was only a little homely preparation for the day, and the services they were about to enter upon. Very unwise had it been of Mr. Channing to tire his children with a private service before the public service began. Breakfast on these mornings was always a longer meal than usual. There was no necessity to hurry over it, in order to hasten to the various occupations of everyday life. It was taken leisurely, amidst much pleasant social converse. As they were assembling for breakfast on this morning, Arthur came in. It was so unusual for them to leave the house early on a Sunday that Mr. Channing looked at him with surprise. "I have been to see Jenkins, sir," he explained. "In coming home last night I met Mr. Hurst, who told me he feared Jenkins was getting worse. I would not go to see him then. It might have been late to disturb him, so I have been now." "And how is he?" inquired Mr. Channing. "A great deal better," replied Arthur. "So much better that Mr. Hurst says he may come to the office tomorrow, should there be no relapse. He enjoins strict quiet for today, and Mrs. Jenkins is determined that he shall have quiet. Therefore, I am sure he will," Arthur added, laughing. "She says he appeared ill last night only from the number of visitors he had seen. They were coming in all day long, and on Friday besides." Why should people flock to see Jenkins? Exclaimed Tom. He is nobody. That is just what Mrs. Jenkins said this morning, returned Arthur. I believe they go out of curiosity to hear the truth of the locking up in the cloisters. The bishop's having been one of the sufferers has aroused the interest of Helstonleigh. I am very glad that Jenkins is better, observed Mr. Channing. So am I, emphatically answered Arthur. He was pretty sure Tom had had no share in the exploit, but he did not know about Charlie. The dean preaches today, suddenly called out Tom. How do you know? Demanded Annabel. Because I do, oracularly spoke Tom. Will you condescend to inform me how you know it, Tom? If you will not inform Annabel? Asked Mr. Channing. Tom laughed. The dean began his close residence yesterday, Papa. Therefore we know he will preach today. Mr. Channing sighed. He was debarred from attending the services, and he felt the deprivation keenly when he found that any particularly eminent man was to fill the cathedral pulpit. The Dean of Helstonleigh was an admirable preacher. Oh, exclaimed Mr. Channing, in the uncontrollable impulse of the moment, if I could only regain health and strength. It will come, James, God willing, said Mrs. Channing, looking up hopefully from the cups she was filling. What I've heard of Dr. Lamb's restoration has put new confidence into me. I think Mr. Yorke intends to bring Dr. Lamb to see you this afternoon, Papa, said Constance. I shall be glad to see him. I shall be glad to hear the particulars of his case and its cure, exclaimed Mr. Channing with all conscious eagerness. Did Mr. Yorke tell you he should bring him today, Constance? Yes, Papa. Dr. Lamb intends to be at the cathedral for afternoon service, and Mr. Yorke said he will bring him here afterwards. You must get him to take tea with us, Mary. Certainly, answered Mrs. Channing. In 6 months from this, James, you may be as well and active as ever. Mr. Channing raised his hands as if warding off the words. Not of the words was he afraid, but of the hopes they whispered. I think too much about it already, Mary. It's not as though I were sure of getting the medicine baths. We will take care that you do, sir, said Hamish with his sunny smile. You cannot help in it, you know, Hamish, interposed saucy Annabel. It will be Arthur and Constance who will help, not you. I heard you say so. But I have changed my mind, and intend to help, returned Hamish. And if you will allow me the remark, young lady, I think it would better become a certain little girl not to chatter quite so much. Was Hamish speaking in jest or earnest? With regard to the helping point of the affair, a peculiar tone in his voice, in spite of its lightness, had struck both Constance and Arthur, each being in the secret of his more than want of funds. The second bell was beginning to chime as the Channings entered the cloister gates. Tom and Charles had gone on before. Panting, breathless, almost knocking down Annabel, came Tod Yorke, terribly afraid of being marked late. Take care, Tod, exclaimed Hamish. Are you running for a wager? Don't keep me, Mr. Hamish Channing. Those incapable servants of ours never called us till the bell began. I've had no breakfast, and Gerald couldn't find his shirt. He has had to come off in his dirty one, with his waistcoat buttoned up. Won't my lady be in a rage when she sees him? Getting up and breakfasting were generally bustling affairs at Lady Augusta's, but the confusion of every day was as nothing compared with that of Sunday. Master Tod was wrong when he complained that he had not been called. The servants had called both him and Gerald, who shared the same room, but the young gentleman had gone to sleep again. The breakfast hour was the same as other mornings, 9 o'clock, but, for all the observance it obtained, it might as well have been 9 at night. To give the servants their due, breakfast on this morning was on the table at 9. That is, the cloth, the cups, and saucers, and there it remained until 10. The maids, meanwhile, enjoyed their own leisurely breakfast in the kitchen, regaling themselves with hot coffee, poached eggs, buttered toast, and a dish of gossip. At 10, Lady Augusta, who made a merit of always rising to breakfast on a Sunday, entered the breakfast-room in a dirty morning wrapper and rang the bell. "Is nobody down?" cried she sharply. "I think not, my lady," was Martha's reply. "I've not heard them. I've been 3 times in the young lady's room, but they would not get up." This was not quite true. Martha had been in once, and had been scolded for her pains. "None of them ever will get up on a Sunday morning," added Martha. "They say, 'Where's the good?'" "Bring in breakfast," crossly responded Lady Augusta, "and then go to the young ladies and see whether the rest are getting up. What has the cook been at with this coffee?" Lady Augusta added, when she began to pour it out. "It's cold. Her coffee is always cold." "It's been made half an hour, I know, my lady." The first to appear was the youngest child of all, little Frank. The next his brother, a year older. They wore dirty collars, and their hair was uncombed. Then came the girls, Caroline without a frock, a shawl thrown on instead, and Fanny in her curl papers. Lady Augusta scolded them for their late appearance, forgetting possibly that she herself set the example. "It is not much past 10, said Caroline. "We shall be in time for college." "It is nearly upon half-past," replied Lady Augusta. "Why do you come down in a petticoat, Caroline?" "That stupid dressmaker has put no tape to my dress," fretfully responded Caroline. "Martha is sewing it on." Roland lounged in, not more presentable than the rest. Why had Lady Augusta not brought them up to better habits? Why should they come down on a Sunday morning more untidy than on other mornings? They would have told you, had you asked the question, that on other mornings they must be ready to hasten to their daily occupations. Had Sunday no occupation then? Did it deserve no marked deference? Had I been Lady Augusta Yorke, I should have said to Roland that morning, when I saw his slipshod slippers and his collarless neck, "If you can show no respect for me, show it for the day." 10:30 struck, and Lady Augusta started up to fly to her own room. She had still much to do ere she could be presentable for college. Caroline followed. Fanny wondered what Gerald and Tod would do. Not yet down! "Those boys will get a tanning tomorrow from old Pye," exclaimed Roland, remembering the time when tannings had been his portion for the same fault. "Go and see what they are after, Martha." They were after jumping up in alarm, aroused by the college bell. Amidst wild confusion, for nothing seemed to be at hand, with harsh reproaches to Martha, touching their shirts and socks and other articles of attire, they scrambled downstairs, somehow, and flew out of the house on their way to the college schoolroom, Gerald drinking a freshly made scalding cup of coffee, Tod cramming a thick piece of bread and butter into his pocket, and trusting to some spare moment to eat it in. All this was the usual scramble of Sunday morning. The Yorkes did get to college, somehow, and there was an end of it. After the conclusion of the service, as the congregation were dispersing, Mr. Galloway came up to Arthur Channing in the cloisters and drew him aside. "Do you recollect taking the letters to the post on Friday afternoon?" he inquired. "On Friday?" mused Arthur, who could not at the moment recollect much about that particular day's letters. It was he who generally posted them for the office. "Oh, yes, I do remember, sir," he replied, as the relative circumstances flashed across him. Mr. Galloway looked at him, possibly doubting whether he really did remember. "How many letters were there for the post that afternoon?" he asked. "3," promptly rejoined Arthur. "2 were for London, and 1 was for Ventnor." "Just so," assented Mr. Galloway. "Now then, to whom did you entrust the posting of those letters?" "I did not entrust them to anyone," replied Arthur. "I posted them myself." "You are sure?" "Quite sure, sir," answered Arthur in some surprise. But Mr. Galloway said no more, and gave no reason for his inquiry. He turned into his own house, which was situated near the cloister gates, and Arthur went on home. Had you been attending worship in Helstonleigh Cathedral that same afternoon, you might have observed, as one of the congregation, a tall, stout man with a dark, sallow face and grey hair. He sat in a stall near to the Reverend William Yorke, who was the chanter for the afternoon. It was Dr. Lamb. A somewhat peculiar history was his. Brought up to the medical profession, and taking his physician's degree early, he went out to settle in New Zealand, where he had friends. Circumstances brought him into frequent contact with the natives there. A benevolent, thoughtful man, gifted with much Christian grace, The sad spiritual state of these poor heathens gave the deepest concern to Dr. Lamb. He did what he could for them in his leisure hours, but his profession took up most of his time. Often did he wish he had more time at his command. A few years of hard work, and then the wish was realized. A small patrimony was bequeathed him, sufficient to enable him to live without work. From that time he applied himself to the arduous duties of a missionary, and his labors were crowned with marked success. Next came illness. He was attacked with rheumatism in the joints, and after many useless remedies had been tried, he came home in search of health, which he found, as you have heard, in certain German spas. Mr. Channing watched the clock eagerly. Unless it has been your portion, my reader, to undergo long and apparently hopeless affliction, and to find yourself at length unexpectedly told that there may be a cure for you, that another, afflicted in a similar manner, has been restored to health by simple means, and will call upon you and describe to you what they are, you could scarcely understand the nervous expectancy of Mr. Channing on this afternoon. 4 o'clock! They would soon be here now. A very little time longer, and they were with him, his family, Mr. Yorke, and Dr. Lamb. The chief subject of anxiety was soon entered upon, Dr. Lamb describing his illness at great length. "But were you as helpless as I am?" inquired Mr. Channing. "Quite as helpless. I was carried on board, and carried to a bed at an hotel, where I reached England. From what I have heard of your case, and from what you say, I should judge the nature of your malady to be precisely similar to mine. And now tell me about the healing process." Dr. Lamb paused. "You must promise to put faith in my prescription." Mr. Channing raised his eyes in surprise. "Why should I not do so?" "Because it will appear to you so very simple. I consulted a medical man in London, one skilled in rheumatic cases, and he gave it as his opinion that a month or two passed at one of the continental springs might restore me. I laughed at him." "You did not believe him?" "I did not, indeed. Shall I confess to you that I felt vexed with him? There was I, a poor afflicted man, lying helpless, racked with pain, and to be gravely assured that a short sojourn at a pleasant foreign watering place would, in all probability, cure me, sounded very like mockery. I knew something of the disease, its ordinary treatment, and its various phases. It was true I had left Europe for many years, and strange changes had been taking place in medical science. Still, I had no faith in what he said, as being applicable to my own case, and for a whole month, week after week, day after day, I declined to entertain his views. I considered that it would be so much time and money wasted." Dr. Lamb paused. Mr. Channing did not interrupt him. "One Sunday evening I was on my solitary sofa, lying in pain, as I can see you are lying now. The bells were ringing out for evening service. I lay thinking of my distressed condition, wishing I could be healed. By and by, after the bells had ceased, and the worshippers had assembled within the walls of the sanctuary, from which privilege I was excluded, I took up my Bible. It opened at the 5th chapter of the 2nd book of Kings. I began to read, somewhat listlessly, I fear, listlessly at any rate compared with the strange enthusiasm which grew upon me as I read, "Go and wash in Jordan 7 times, and thy flesh shall come again to thee, and thou shalt be clean. And Naaman was wroth, and his servants spake unto him, and said, My father, if the prophet had bid thee do some great thing, wouldst thou not have done it? How much rather then, when he saith unto thee, Wash and be clean?" "Mr. Channing," Dr. Lamb continued in a deeper tone, "the words sounded in my ear, fell upon my heart as a very message sent direct from God. All the folly of my own obstinate disbelief came full upon me. The scales seemed to fall from my eyes, and I said, Shall I not try that simple thing? A firm conviction that the chapter had been directed to me that night as a warning seated itself within me, and from that hour I never entertained a shadow of doubt but that the baths would be successful. And you journeyed to them? Instantly. Within a week I was there. I seemed to know that I was going to my cure. You will not probably understand this. I understand it perfectly, was Mr. Channing's answer. I believe that a merciful Providence does vouchsafe at rare times to move us by these direct interpositions. I need not ask you if you were cured. I have heard that you were. I see you are. Can you tell me aught of the actual means? I was ordered to a small place in the neighborhood of Aix-la-Chapelle, a quiet, unpretending place, where there are ever-rising springs of boiling sulphuric water. The precise course of treatment I will come in another day and describe to you. I had to drink a great deal of the water, warm, 6 or 8 half-pints of it a day. I had to bathe regularly in this water, and I had to take what are called douche baths every other day. I have heard of the douche baths, said Mr. Channing. Rather fierce, are they not? Fierce, echoed the doctor. The first time I tried one, I thought I should never come out alive. The water was dashed upon me through a tube, with what seemed alarming force until I grew used to it, whilst an attendant rubbed and turned and twisted my limbs about as if they had been so many straws in his strong hand. So violent is the action of the water that my face had to be protected by a board, lest it should come into contact with it. Strong treatment, remarked Mr. Channing. Strong, but effectual. Effectual so far as my case was concerned. Whether it was drinking the water, or the sulphur baths, the douches, the pure air, or the Prussian doctor's medicine, or all combined, I was, under God's goodness, restored to health. I entertain no doubt that you may be restored in like manner. And the cost? Asked Mr. Channing, with a sigh he could not wholly suppress. There's the beauty of it. The advantage to us poor folks who possess a shallow purse, and that only half filled, laughed Dr. Lamb. Had it been costly, I could not have afforded it. These baths, mind you, are in the hotel, which is the greatest possible accommodation to invalids. The warm baths cost £1 each, the douche 2 francs, the water you drink nothing. The doctor's fee is 4 and 6pence, and you need not consult him often. Ascertain the proper course, and go on with it. But the hotel expenses? That cost me 4 shillings a day, everything included, except a trifle for servants. Candles alone were extras, and I did not burn them very much, for I was glad to go to bed early. Wine I did not take, or that also would have been extra. You could not live very much cheaper at home. How I should like to go, broke from the lips of Mr. Channing. Hamish came forward. You must go, my dear father. It shall be managed. You speak hopefully, Hamish. Hamish smiled. I feel so, sir. Do you feel so also, my friend? Said Dr. Lamb fervently. Go forth to the remedy as I did, in the full confidence that God can and will send his blessing upon it. End of chapter 17. Recording by Nina Bruce, Reynoldsburg, Ohio.
Chapter 18 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 18. Mr. Jenkins alive again. The quiet of Sunday was over, and Helstonleigh awoke on the Monday morning to the bustle of everyday life. Mr. Jenkins awoke with others and got up. Not Jenkins the old bedesman, but his son Joseph, who had the grey mare for his wife. It was Mr. Jenkins's intention to resume his occupation that day, with Mr. Hurst's and Mrs. Jenkins's permission. The former he might have defied. The latter he dared not. However, he was on the safe side, for both had accorded it. Mrs. Jenkins was making breakfast in the small parlour behind the hosiery shop, when her husband appeared. He looked all the worse for his accident. Poor Joe was one whom a little illness told upon. Thin, pale, and lantern-jawed at the best of times. Indeed, he was not infrequently honoured with the nickname of Scarecrow. He now looked thinner and paler than ever. His tall, shadowy form seemed bent with the weakness induced by lying a few days in bed, while his hair had been cut off in 3 places at the top of his head, to give way to as many patches of white plaster. "A nice figure you'll cut in the office to-day, with those ornaments on your crown," was Mrs. Jenkins's salutation. "I am thinking to fold this broadly upon my head, and tie it under my chin," said he, meekly, holding out a square black silk handkerchief, which he had brought down in his hand. "That would not hide the patch upon your forehead, stupid," responded Mrs. Jenkins. "I believe you must have bumped upon the edge of every stair in the organ loft, as you came down, to get so many wounds," she continued crossly. "If you ever do such a senseless trick again, you shan't stir abroad without me, or the maid at your back, to take care of you, I promise you that." "I have combed my hair over the place on my forehead," civilly replied Mr. Jenkins. "I don't think it shows much." "And made yourself look like an owl. I thought it was nothing less than a stuffed owl coming in. Why can't you wear your hat? That would hide your crown and your forehead too." "I did think of that, and I daresay Mr. Galloway would allow me to do it, and overlook the disrespect, in consideration of the circumstances," answered Jenkins. "But then, I thought again, suppose the dean should chance to come into the office to-day, or any of the canons. There's no telling but they may. I could not keep my hat on in their presence, and I should not like to take it off, and expose the plasters." "You'd frighten them away if you did," said Mrs. Jenkins, dashing some water into the teapot. "Therefore," he added, when she had finished speaking, "I think it will be better to put on this handkerchief. People do wear them when suffering from neuralgia, or from toothache." "Law, wear it if you like. What a fuss you make about nothing. If you chose to go with your head wrapped up in a blanket, nobody would look at you." "Very true," meekly coughed Mr. Jenkins. "What are you doing?" irascibly demanded Mrs. Jenkins, perceiving that of 2 slices of bacon which she had put upon his plate, one had been surreptitiously conveyed back to the dish. "I am not hungry this morning. I cannot eat it." "I say you shall eat it. What next? Do you think you are going to starve yourself?" "My appetite will come back to me in a morning or 2, he deprecatingly observed. "It is back quite enough for that bacon," was the answer. "Come, I'll have it eaten." She ruled him in everything as she would a child, and, appetite or no appetite, Mr. Jenkins had to obey. Then he prepared for his departure. The black silk square was tied on, so as to cover the damages. The hat was well drawn over the brows, and Mr. Jenkins started. When Mr. Galloway entered his office that morning, which he did earlier than usual, there sat Mr. Jenkins in his usual place, copying a lease. He looked glad to see his old clerk. It is pleasant to welcome a familiar face after an absence. "Are you sure you are equal to work, Jenkins?" "Quite, sir, thank you. I had a little fever at first, and Mr. Hurst was afraid of that, but it has quite subsided. Beyond being a trifle sore on the head, and stiff at the elbows and one hip, I am quite myself again." "I was sorry to hear of the accident, Jenkins," Mr. Galloway resumed. "I was as vexed at it as I could be, sir. When I first came to myself, I hardly knew what damage was done, and the uncertainty of getting to business, perhaps for weeks, did worry me much. I don't deny, too, that I have been in a little pain. But, oh, sir, it was worth happening. It was indeed, only to experience the kindness and good fellowship that have been shown me. I am sure half the town has been to see me, or to ask after me." "I hear you have had your share of visitors." "The bishop himself came," said poor Jenkins, tears of gratitude rising to his eyes in the intensity of his emotion. "He did indeed, sir. He came on the Friday, and groped his way up our dark stairs, for very dark they are when Mr. Harper's sitting-room door is shut, and sat down by my bedside, and chatted, just as plainly and familiarly as if he had been no better than one of my own acquaintances. Mr. Arthur Channing found him there when he came with your kind message, sir." "So I heard," said Mr. Galloway. You and the bishop were both in the same boat. I cannot, for my part, get at the mystery of that locking up business." "The bishop as good as said so, sir, that we had both been in it. I was trying to express my acknowledgments to his lordship for his condescension, apologizing for my plain bedroom, and the dark stairs, and all that, and saying, as well as I knew how, that the like of me was not worthy of a visit from him, when he laughed in his affable way, and said, 'We were both caught in the same trap, Jenkins. Had I been the one to receive personal injury, I make no doubt that you would have come the next day to inquire after me.' What a great thing it is, sir, to be blessed with a benevolent heart like the Bishop of Helstonleigh's." Arthur Channing came in and interrupted the conversation. He was settling to his occupation when Mr. Galloway drew his attention, in an abrupt and angry manner, as it struck Arthur. "Channing, you told me yesterday that you posted that letter for Ventnor on Friday." "So I did, sir." "It has been robbed." "Robbed!" returned Arthur, in surprise, scarcely realizing immediately the meaning of the word. "You know that it contained money, a £20 note. You saw me put it in." "Yes, I know that," hesitated Arthur. "What are you stammering at?" In good truth, Arthur could not have told, except that he hesitated in surprise. He had cast his thoughts into the past, and was lost in them. "The fact is, you did not post the letters yourself," resumed Mr. Galloway. "You gave them to somebody else to post, in a fit of idleness, and the result is that the letter was rifled, and I have lost £20. "Sir, I assure you that I did post them myself," replied Arthur, with firmness. "I went straight from this door to the post office. In coming back, I called on Jenkins," turning to him, "as you bade me, and afterwards I returned here. I mentioned to you then, sir, that the bishop was with Jenkins." Mr. Jenkins glanced up from his desk, a streak of colour illumining his thin cheek, half hidden by the black handkerchief. "I was just saying, sir, to Mr. Galloway, that you found his lordship at my bedside," he said to Arthur. "Has the note been taken out of the letter, sir?" demanded Arthur. "Did the letter reach its destination without it?" "Yes," replied Mr. Galloway, in answer to both questions. "I had a few lines from Mr. Robert Galloway yesterday morning, stating that the letter had arrived, but no bank note was enclosed in it. Now, where is the note?" "Where can it be?" reiterated Arthur. "The letter must have been opened on the road. I declare to you, sir, that I put it myself into the post office. It is a crying shame for this civilized country that one cannot send a bank note across the kingdom in a letter. But it must get taken out," exclaimed Mr. Galloway, in his vexation. "The puzzle to me is, how those letter carriers happen just to pitch upon the right letters to open, those letters that contain money." He went into his private room as he spoke, banging the door after him, a sure symptom that his temper was not in a state of serenity, and not hearing or seeing Roland Yorke, who had entered, and was wishing him good morning. "What's amiss? He seems in a tantrum," ejaculated Mr. Roland, with his usual want of ceremony. "Hallo, Jenkins, is it really you? By the accounts brought here, I thought you were not going to have a head on your shoulders for 6 months to come. Glad to see you." "Thank you, sir. I am thankful to say I have got pretty well over the hurt." "Roland," said Arthur, in a half-whisper, bringing his head close to his friend's, as they leaned together over the desk, "you remember that Ventnor letter sent on Friday with the money in it?" "Ventnor letter?" interrupted Roland. "What Ventnor letter?" "The one for Robert Galloway. Hamish was looking at it. It had a £20 note in it." "For Ventnor, was it? I did not notice what place it was bound for." "That fellow, the cousin Galloway, changes his place of abode like the Wandering Jew. What of the letter?" "It has been robbed of the note." "No!" uttered Roland. "It has. The cousin says the letter reached him, but the note did not. Mr. Galloway seems uncommonly put out. He accused me at first of not taking it myself to the post. As if I should confide letters of value to any one not worthy of trust." "Did you post it yourself?" asked Roland. "Of course I did. When you were coming in, after playing truant on Friday afternoon, I was then going. You might have seen the letters in my hand." Roland shook his head. "I was in too great a stew to notice letters, or anything else. This will cure Galloway of sending bank-notes in letters. Have the post-office people had news of the loss sent to them? They must hunt up the thief." "Mr. Galloway is sure to do all that's necessary," remarked Arthur. "For my part, if I sent bank-notes across the country in letters, I should expect them to be taken. I wonder at Galloway. He is cautious in other things." Others had wondered at Mr. Galloway besides Roland Yorke. A man of caution, generally, he yet persisted in the practice of enclosing bank-notes in letters. Persons cognizant of this habit had remonstrated with him, not his clerks, of course, they had not presumed to do so. Mr. Galloway, who liked his own way, had become somewhat testy upon the point, and, not a week before the present time, had answered in a sort of contradictory spirit that his money-letters had always gone safely hitherto, and he made no doubt they always would go safely. The present loss, therefore, coming as it were to check his obstinacy, vexed him more than it would otherwise have done. He did not care for the loss of the money half so much as he did for the tacit reproof to himself. "I wonder if Galloway took the number of the note," cried Roland. "Whether or not, though, it would not serve him much. Bank-notes lost in transit never come to light." "Don't they, though?" retorted Arthur. "Look at the many convictions for post-office robbery." "I do not suppose that 1 case in 10 is tracked home," disputed Roland. "They are regular thieves, those letter-carriers. But then, the fellows are paid so badly." "Do not be so sweeping in your assertions, Roland Yorke," interposed Mr. Galloway, coming forward from his own room. "How dare you so asperse the letter-carriers? They are a hard-working, quiet, honest body of men. Yes, sir, honest, I repeat it. Where one has yielded to temptation, fingering what was not his, hundreds rise superior to it, retaining their integrity. I would advise you not to be so free with your tongue." Not to be free with his tongue would have been hard to Roland. "Lady Augusta was sending a box of camomile pills to some friend in Ireland the other day, sir, but it was never heard of again, after she put it into the post-office here," cried he to Mr. Galloway. "The fellow who appropriated it no doubt thought he had a prize of jewels. I should like to have seen his mortification when he opened the parcel and found it contained pills. Lady Augusta said she hoped he had liver complaint, and then they might be of service to him." Mr. Galloway made no response. He had caught up a lease that was lying on Jenkins's desk, and still looking at it with no pleasant expression of countenance. On went the undaunted Roland. The next thing Lady Augusta had occasion to send by post was a gold cameo pin. It was enclosed in a pasteboard box, and, when packed, looked just like a parcel of pills. I wrote "pills" on it, in great round text-hand. That reached its destination safely enough, sir. "More safely than you would if it depended upon your pursuing your business steadily," retorted Mr. Galloway to Roland. "Fill in that tithe paper." As Roland, with a suppressed yawn, and in his usual lazy manner, set himself to work, there came a clatter at the office door, and a man entered in the uniform of a telegraphic official, bearing a dispatch in his hand. Mr. Galloway had then turned to his room, and Roland, ever ready for anything but work, started up and received the packet from the man. "Where's it from?" asked he, in his curiosity. "Southampton," replied the messenger. "A telegram from Southampton, sir," announced Roland to Mr. Galloway. The latter took the dispatch and opened it, directing Jenkins to sign the paper. This done, the messenger departed. The words of the message were few, but Mr. Galloway's eye was bending upon them sternly, and his brow had knitted as if in perplexity. "Young gentleman, you must look at this," he said, coming forward and standing before Roland and Arthur. "I find that the post-office is not to blame for this loss. It must have occurred in this room before the letter went to the post-office." They both looked up, both coloured, as if with inward consternation. Thoughts, we all know, are quick as lightning. What was each thinking of, that it should give rise to emotion? Arthur was the first to speak. "Do you allude to the loss of the bank-notes, sir?" "What else should I allude to?" sharply answered Mr. Galloway. "But the post office must be cheeky to deny it off-hand," flashed Roland. "How is it possible that they can answer for the honesty of every man whose hands that letter passed through?" "Pray, who told you that they had denied it, Mr. Roland Yorke?" demanded his master. Roland felt a little checked. "I inferred it, sir." "I dare say. Then allow me to tell you that they have not denied it. And one very cogent reason why they have not is, that they are not yet cognizant of the loss. I do not jump at conclusions as you do, Roland Yorke, and I thought it necessary to make a little private inquiry before accusing the post office, lest the post office might not be in fault, you know." "Quite right, I have no doubt, sir," replied Roland, in a chafed accent, for Mr. Galloway was speaking satirically, and Roland never liked to have ridicule cast upon him. Like old Ketch, it affected his temper. "By this communication," touching the telegraphic dispatch, "I learn that the letter was not opened after it left this office," resumed Mr. Galloway. "Consequently, the note must have been abstracted from it while the letter lay here. Who has been guilty of it?" Neither Arthur nor Roland spoke. It was not a pleasant accusation, if you can call it an accusation, and their faces deepened to scarlet, while Mr. Jenkins looked up half terrified, and began to think what a mercy it was that he had broken his head just that last particular Thursday night on the marble flags of the cathedral. End of Chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of The Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nina Bruce. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 19. The Loss. When money is lost out of an office, suspicion very frequently falls upon one or more of that office's employees. Mr. Galloway's doubts, however, had not yet extended to those employees in his. The letter containing the banknote had been dispatched to Mr. Robert Galloway at Ventnor on the Friday. On the Sunday morning, while Mr. Galloway was at breakfast, a short answer was delivered to him from his cousin. "Your letter has reached me, but not the note. You must have omitted to enclose it," was the news it contained relative to that particular point. Mr. Galloway knew that he had enclosed the note. There was little doubt that both his clerks could testify that he had done so, for it was done in their presence. How could it have been taken out again? Had it been abstracted while the letter was still in his office, or on its way to the post, or in its transmission to Ventnor? If in the office, argued Mr. Galloway, it must have been done before I sealed it. If afterwards, that seal must have been tampered with, probably broken. I'll drop a note to Robert and ask the question. He rose from his breakfast and penned a line to Southampton, where, as he had reason to believe, Mr. Robert Galloway would be in on the Monday. It was not Mr. Galloway's habit to write letters on a Sunday, but he considered that the present occasion justified the act. "I certainly enclosed the note in my letter," he wrote. "Send me word instantly whether the seal had been tampered with. I stamped it with my private seal." Mr. Robert Galloway received this on the Monday morning. He did not wait for the post, but forwarded the reply by telegraph. "The seal had not been broken. Will send you back the envelope by first post." This was the dispatch which you saw Mr. Galloway receive in his office. He went back into his private room, carrying the dispatch with him, and there he sat down to think. From the very first he had not believed the fraud to lie with the post office, for this reason. Had the note been taken out by one of his servants, the letter would almost certainly not have reached its destination. It would have disappeared with the note. He had cast a doubt upon whether Arthur Channing had posted the letters himself. Arthur assured him that he had done so, and Mr. Galloway believed him. The information that the seal of the letter was unbroken was now a further confirmation, had he needed it. At least it confirmed that the letter had not been opened after it left the office. Mr. Galloway perfectly remembered fastening down the letter. He probably would have sealed it then, but for the commotion that arose at the same moment in the street caused by Mad Nance. There could be no shadow of a doubt, so far as Mr. Galloway could see, and so far as he believed, that the abstraction had taken place between the time of his fastening down the envelope and of his sealing it. Who had done it? "I'll lay a guinea I know how it happened," he exclaimed to himself. "Channing was at college. I must have given him permission in a soft moment to take that organ, or I should never have done it, quitting the office daily. And Yorke, in his indolent carelessness, must have got gossiping outside, leaving it is hard to say who in the office. This comes of poor Jenkins's fall." Mr. Galloway rang his bell. It was answered by Jenkins. "Send Mr. Arthur Channing in," said Mr. Galloway. Arthur entered in obedience. Mr. Galloway signed to him to close the door, and then spoke. "This is an awkward business, Channing." "Very awkward indeed, sir," replied Arthur, at no loss to understand what Mr. Galloway alluded to. "I do not see that it was possible for the note to have been taken from the letter, except in its transmission through the post." "I tell you it was taken from it before it left this office," tartly returned Mr. Galloway. "I have my reasons for the assertion. Did you see me put the banknote into the letter?" "Of course I did, sir. I was standing by when you did it. I remained by you after bringing you the note from this room." "I enclosed the note and fastened down the envelope," said Mr. Galloway, pointing the feather of his quill pen at each proposition. "I did not seal it then, because looking at Mad Nance hindered me, and I went out, leaving the letter on Jenkins's desk, in your charge and Yorke's." "Yes, sir. I placed the letter in the rack in your room, immediately afterwards." "And pray what loose acquaintances did you and Yorke receive here that afternoon?" "Not any," replied Arthur. "I do not know when the office has been so free from callers. No person whatever entered it, except my brother Hamish." "That's all nonsense," said Mr. Galloway. "You are getting to speak as incautiously as Yorke. How can you tell who came here when you were at college? Yorke would be alone then." "No, Yorke was not," Arthur was beginning. But he stopped suddenly and hesitated. He did not care to tell Mr. Galloway that Yorke had played truant all that afternoon. Mr. Galloway saw his hesitation, and did not like it. "Come, what have you to conceal? You and Yorke held a levee here, I suppose. That's the fact. You had so many fellows in here, gossiping, that you don't know who may have meddled with the letter, and when you were off to college they stayed on with Yorke." "No, sir. For one thing, I did not take the organ that afternoon. I went as usual, but Mr. Williams was there himself, so I came back at once. I was only away about 10 minutes. "And how many did you find with Yorke?" "Yorke stepped out to speak to someone just before I went to college," replied Arthur, obliged to allude to it, but determined to say as little as possible. "Hamish was here, sir. You met him coming in as you were going out, and I got him to stay in the office till I returned." "Pretty doings," retorted Mr. Galloway. "Hindering the time of Mr. Hamish Channing, that you and Yorke may kick up your heels elsewhere. Nice trustworthy clerks, both of you." "I was obliged to go to college, sir," said Arthur, in a tone of deprecation. "Was Yorke obliged to go out?" "I was back again very shortly, I assure you, sir," said Arthur, passing over the remark, "and I did not leave the office again until you sent me to the post." "Stop!" said Mr. Galloway. "Let me clearly understand. As I went out, Hamish came in. Then you say Yorke went out, and you, to get to college, left Hamish keeping office. Did anyone else come in besides Hamish?" "Not anyone. When I returned from college, I inquired of Hamish who had called, and he said no one had called. Then Lady Augusta Yorke drove up, and Hamish went away with her. She was going to the missionary meeting." "And you persist in saying that no one came in after that?" "No one did come in, sir." "Very well, send Yorke to me." Roland made his appearance, a pen behind his ear and a ruler in his hand. "More show than work," sarcastically exclaimed Mr. Galloway. "Now, sir, I have been questioning Mr. Arthur Channing about this unpleasant business, for I am determined to come to the bottom of it. I can get nothing satisfactory from him, so I must try what I can do with you. Have the goodness to tell me how you spent your time on Friday afternoon." On Friday. Let's see, began Roland, out of his wits with perplexity as to how he should conceal his afternoon's absence from Mr. Galloway. It's difficult to recollect what one does on one particular day more than another, sir. Oh, indeed. Perhaps, to begin with, you can remember the circumstances of my enclosing the banknote in the letter. I went into the other room to consult a Bradshaw. I remember that quite well, sir, interrupted Roland. Channing fetched the banknote from this room, and you put it into the envelope. It was just before we were all called to the window by Mad Nance. After that, pursued Mr. Galloway. After that, I think, sir, you went out after that, and Hamish Channing came in. Who else came in? I don't remember anyone else, answered Roland, wishing someone would come in then and stop the questioning. No such luck, however. How many people called in while Channing was at college, and you were keeping office? Demanded Mr. Galloway. Roland fidgeted first on one leg, then on the other. He felt that it must all come out. What a passion he'll go into with me, thought Roland. It is certain that no one can have touched the banknote in this office, sir, he said aloud. Those poor half-starved postmen must have helped themselves to it. When I ask for your opinion upon who has helped themselves to it, it will be time enough to give it to me, returned Mr. Galloway dryly. I say that the money was taken from the letter before it left this office, when it was under the charge of you and Channing. I hope you do not suspect us of taking it, sir, said Roland, going into a heat. I suspect that you have been guilty of negligence in some way, Mr. Roland. Could the banknote drop out of the letter of itself? I suppose it could not, sir. Good. Then it is my business to ascertain, if I can, how it did get out of it. You have not answered my question. Who came into this office while Channing was at the cathedral on Friday afternoon? I declare nobody ever had such luck as I, burst forth Roland, in a tone half comic, half defiant, as he felt he must make a merit of necessity and confess. If I get into the smallest scrape in the world, it is safe to come out. The fact is, sir, I was not here last Friday afternoon during Channing's hour for college. What? Not at all? Exclaimed Mr. Galloway, who had not suspected that Yorke was absent so long. As I say, it's my luck to be found out, grumbled Roland. Can't lift a finger today if it ought not to be lifted, but it is known tomorrow. I saw one of my chums going past the end of the street, sir, and I ran after him, and I am sorry to say I was seduced into stopping out with him longer than I ought to have done. Mr. Galloway stared at Roland. At what time did you go out? He asked. Just after you did, sir. The bell was going for college. And pray, what time did you come in again? Well, sir, you saw me come in. It was getting on for 5 o'clock. Do you mean to say you had not been in at all between those hours? It was Knivett's fault, grumbled Roland. He kept me. Mr. Galloway sat drumming on his desk, apparently gazing at Roland, in reality thinking. To hear that Mr. Roland Yorke had taken French leave for nearly a whole afternoon, just on the especial afternoon that he ought not to have taken it, Jenkins being away, did not surprise him in the least. It was very much in the line of the Yorkes to do so. To scold or punish Roland for it would have been productive of little good, since he was sure to do it again the very next time the temptation offered itself. Failing temptation, he would remain at his post steadily enough. No, it was not Roland's escapade that Mr. Galloway was considering, but the very narrow radius that the affair of the letter appeared to be drawing itself into. If Roland was absent, he could not have had half the town in to chatter, and if Arthur Channing asserted that none had been in, Mr. Galloway could give credence to Arthur. But then, how had the money disappeared? Who had taken it? Channing! He called out loudly and sharply. Arthur, who was preparing to attend the cathedral, for the bell had rung out, hastened in. How came you not to tell me when you were speaking of Roland Yorke's absence that he remained away all the afternoon? Questioned Mr. Galloway. Arthur was silent. He glanced once at Roland. Well? cried Mr. Galloway. "It was better for him to tell you himself, sir, as I conclude he has now done." "The fact is, you are two birds of a feather," stormed Mr. Galloway, who, when once roused, which was not often, would say anything that came uppermost, just or unjust. "The one won't tell tales of the other. If the one set my office on fire, then said it was the cat did it, the other would stick to it. Is it true, sir, that he was not at the office during my absence from it on Friday afternoon?" he continued to Arthur. "That is true." "Then who can have taken the money?" uttered Mr. Galloway, speaking what was uppermost in his thoughts. "Which is as much to say that I took it," burst from haughty Roland. "Mr. Galloway, "Keep quiet, Roland Yorke," interrupted that gentleman. "I do not suspect you of taking it. I did suspect that you might have had some idlers in here, mauvais sujets, you know, for you call plenty of them friends. But if you were absent yourself, that suspicion falls to the ground. Again I say, who can have taken the money?" "It is an utter impossibility that Yorke could have taken it, even were he capable of such a thing," generously spoke Arthur. "From the time you left the office yourself, sir, until after the letters were taken out of it to be posted, he was away from it." "Just like him!" exclaimed Mr. Galloway. "It must have been done while your brother Hamish was waiting in the office. We must ascertain from him who came in." "He told me no one came in," repeated Arthur. "Rubbish!" testily observed Mr. Galloway. "Someone must have come in. Someone with light fingers, too. The money could not go without hands. You are off to college now, I suppose, Channing?" "Yes, sir." "When service is over, just go down as far as your brother's office and ask him about it." "He is as obstinate as any old adder," exclaimed Roland Yorke to Arthur, when they left Mr. Galloway alone. "The only possible way in which it can have gone is through that post office. The men have forked it, as they did Lady Augusta's pills." "He says it was not the post office," mused Arthur. "He said, as I understood, that the telegraphic dispatch proved to him that it had been taken out here." "What an idiot you are!" ejaculated Roland. "How could a dispatch tell him who took it, or who did not, unless it was a dispatch from those spirit rappers, mesmerists, or whatever they call themselves? They profess to show you who your grandmother was, if you don't know." Roland laughed as he spoke. Arthur was not inclined for joking. The affair perplexed him in no ordinary degree. "I wish Mr. Galloway would mention his grounds for thinking the note was taken before it went to the post," he said. "He ought to mention them," cried Roland fiercely. "He says he learns by the dispatch that the letter was not opened after it left this office. Now, it is impossible that any dispatch could tell him that. He talks to me about broad assertions. That's a pretty broad one. What did the dispatch say? Who sent it?" "Would it afford you satisfaction to know, Mr. Roland?" And Roland wheeled round with a start, for it was the voice of Mr. Galloway. He had followed them into the front office and caught the latter part of the conversation. "Come, sir," he added, "I will teach you a lesson in caution. When I have sealed letters that contain money after they were previously fastened down with gum, I have seen you throw your head back, Mr. Roland, with that favourite scornful movement of yours. As if gum did not stick them fast enough, you have said in your heart. But now, the fact of my having sealed this letter in question enables me to say that the letter was not opened after it left my hands. The dispatch you are so curious about was from my cousin, telling me that the seal reached him intact." "I did not know the letter was sealed," remarked Roland, "but that proves nothing, sir. They might melt the wax and seal it up again. Everyone keeps a stamp of this sort," he added, stretching his hand out for the seal usually used in the office, an ordinary cross-barred wafer stamp. "Ah," said Mr. Galloway, "you are very clever, Master Roland, but I happened to stamp that letter with my own private seal." "That alters the case, of course," said Roland, after a pause. "Sir, I wish you would set me to work to find out," he impulsively continued. "I'd go to the post office and there make enough noise for 10 and defeat your own ends," interrupted Mr. Galloway. "Channing, you will be late. Do not forget to see Hamish." "Yes, I must be off," said Arthur, coming out of his reverie with a start. He had waited to hear about the seal, and now he flew towards the cathedral. "I wish it had not happened," he ejaculated. "I know Galloway does not suspect me or Yorke, but still, I wish it had never happened." End of Chapter 19. Recording by Nina Bruce, Reynoldsburg, Ohio.
Chapter 20 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 20. The Looming of an Awful Fear. Hamish Channing sat in his private room. His now, for in the absence of Mr. Channing, Hamish was master. The insurance office was situated in Guild Street, a principal street near to the town hall. It consisted of an entrance hall, 2 rooms, and a closet for hanging up coats, and for washing hands. The room on the left of the hall as you entered was the principal office. The room on the right was the private room of Mr. Channing, now used, I say, by Hamish. The upper part of the house was occupied as a dwelling, the people renting it having nothing to do with the office. It was a large, roomy house, and possessed a separate entrance. Hamish, gay, good-tempered, careless though he was, ruled the office with a firm hand. There was no familiarity of manner there. The clerks liked him, but they had to defer to him and obey him. He was seated at his desk, deep in some accounts, on this same morning, the one mentioned in the last chapter, when one of the clerks entered and said that Mr. Arthur Channing was asking to speak to him. For it was Mr. Hamish Channing's good pleasure not to be interrupted indiscriminately, unless a clerk first ascertained whether he was at liberty to be seen. Possibly Hamish feared treachery might be abroad. Arthur entered. Hamish pushed his books from him and stretched himself. "Well, old fellow, you seem out of breath." "I came down at a pace," rejoined Arthur. "College is just over. I say, Hamish, a disagreeable thing has happened at Galloway's. I have never seen him put out as he is now. Has his hair taken a change again and come out a lovely rose colour?" "I wish you would not turn everything into a joke," cried Arthur, who was really troubled, and the words vexed him. "You saw a letter on Jenkins's desk last Friday, the afternoon, you know, that Yorke went off, and you remained while I went to college. There was a £20 note in it. Well, the note has, in some mysterious manner, been abstracted from it." Hamish lifted his eyes. "What can Galloway expect if he sends banknotes in letters?" "Yes, but this was taken before it left our office. Galloway says so. He sealed it with his private seal, and the letter arrived at his cousin's intact, the seal unbroken. A pretty sure proof that the note could not have been in it when it was sealed." "Who took it out?" asked Hamish. "That's the question. There was not a soul near the place that I can find out except you and I. Yorke was away, Jenkins was away, and Mr. Galloway was away. He says someone must have come in while you were in the office." "Not so much as a ghost came in," said Hamish. "Are you sure, Hamish?" "Sure? I am sure they did not, unless I dropped asleep. That was not an unlikely catastrophe to happen, shut up by myself in that dull office amidst musty parchments with nothing to do." "Hamish, can you be serious for once? This is a serious matter." "Mr. Martin Pope wants you, sir," said the clerk again, interrupting at this juncture. Martin Pope's face came in also over the clerk's shoulder. It was red, and he looked in a hurry. "Hamish, he has had a letter, and is off by the 11:30 train," spoke Martin Pope in some excitement. "You must rush up to the station if you want a last word with him. You will hardly catch him running your best." Up jumped Hamish in excitement as great as his friend's. He closed and locked the desk, caught his hat, and was speeding out of the office, when Arthur, to whom the words had been a puzzle, seized his arm. "Hamish, did anyone come in? It was Mr. Galloway sent me here to ascertain." "No, they did not. Should I not tell you if they had? Take care, Arthur, I must fly like the wind. Come away, Pope." Arthur walked back to Mr. Galloway's. That gentleman was out. Roland Yorke was out. But Jenkins, upon whom the unfortunate affair had taken great hold, lifted his face to Arthur, his eyes asking the question that his tongue scarcely presumed to do. "My brother says no one came in while he was here. It is very strange."
Mr. Arthur, sir, if I had repined at all at that accident, and felt it as a misfortune, how this would have reproved me, spoke Jenkins in his simple faith. Why, sir, it must have come to me as a mercy, a blessing, to take me away out of this office at the very time. What do you mean, Jenkins? There's no telling, sir, but Mr. Galloway might have suspected me. It is the first loss we have had since I have been here all these years, and— Nonsense, interrupted Arthur. You may as well fear that Mr. Galloway will suspect me, or Mr. Yorke. No, sir, you and Mr. Yorke are different. You were gentlemen. Mr. Galloway would no more suspect you than he would suspect himself. I am thankful I was absent. Be easy, Jenkins, smiled Arthur. Absent or present, everyone can trust you. Mr. Galloway did not return until nearly 1 o'clock. He went straight to his own room. Arthur followed him. I've seen Hamish, sir. He says no person whatever entered on Friday while he was here alone. Mr. Galloway paused, apparently revolving the news. Hamish must be mistaken, he answered. He told me at the time last Friday that no one had been in, resumed Arthur. I asked the question when I returned from college, thinking people might have called on business. He said they had not done so, and he says the same now. But look you here, Arthur, debated Mr. Galloway, in a tone of reasoning. I suspect neither you nor Yorke. Indeed, as it seems, Yorke put himself out of suspicion's way by walking off. But if no one came to the office, and yet the note went, remember the position in which you place yourself. I say I don't blame you, I don't suspect you, but I do say that the mystery must be cleared up. Are you certain no person came into the office during your presence in it? I am quite certain of that, sir. I have told you so. And is Hamish equally certain that no one entered while he was here alone? He says so. But Arthur's words bore a sound of hesitation, which Mr. Galloway may or may not have observed. He would have spoken far more positively had Hamish not joked about it. Says will not do for me, retorted Mr. Galloway. I should like to see Hamish. You have nothing particular to finish up before 1 o'clock. Suppose you run up to Guild Street and request him to come round this way as he goes home to dinner. It will not take him 2 minutes out of his road. Arthur departed, choosing the nearest way to Guild Street. It led him through the street Hamish had been careful to avoid on account of a troublesome creditor. Arthur had no such fear. 1 o'clock struck as he turned into it. About midway down it, what was his astonishment at encountering Hamish, not hurrying along, dreading to be seen, but flourishing leisurely at his ease, nodding to everyone he knew, his sweet smile in full play, and his cane whirling circlets in the air. Hamish! I thought this was forbidden ground. So it was until a day or two ago, laughed Hamish, but I have managed to charm the enemy. He spoke in his usual light, careless, half-mocking style, and passed his arm within Arthur's. At that moment a shopkeeper came to his door, and respectfully touched his hat to Hamish. Hamish nodded in return, and laughed again as he walked on with Arthur. That was the fiercest enemy in all this street of Philistines, Arthur. See how civil he is now. How did you charm him? Oh, by a process known to myself. Did you come down on purpose to escort me home to dinner? Very polite of you. I came to ask you to go round by Mr. Galloway's office and to call in and see him. He will not take your word at second hand. Take my word about what? Asked Hamish. That the office had no visitors while you were in it the other day. That money matter grows more mysterious every hour. Then I have not time to go round, exclaimed Hamish, in, for him, quite an impatient accent. I don't know anything about the money or the letter. Why should I be bothered? Hamish, you must go, said Arthur impressively. Do you know that, so far as can be ascertained, no human being was in the office alone with the letter except you and I? Were we to shun inquiry, suspicion might fall upon us. Hamish drew himself up haughtily, somewhat after the fashion of Roland Yorke. What absurdity, Arthur! Steal a 20-pound note? But when they came to the turning where two roads met, one of which led to Close Street, Hamish had apparently reconsidered his determination. I suppose I must go, or the old fellow will be offended. You can tell them at home that I shall be in directly. Don't let them wait dinner. He walked away quickly. Arthur pursued the path which would take him round the cathedral to the Boundaries. He bent his head in thought. He was lost in perplexity. In spite of what Mr. Galloway urged with regard to the seal, he could not believe but that the money had gone safely to the post office, and was stolen afterwards. Thus busied within himself, he had reached the elm trees, when he ran up against Hopper, the bailiff. Arthur looked up, and the man's features relaxed into a smile. "We shut the door when the steed's stolen, Mr. Arthur," was his salutation. "Now that my pockets are emptied of what would have done no good to your brother, I come here to meet him at the right time, just to show folks, should any be about, that I did know my way here, although it unfortunately fell out that I always missed him." He nodded and winked. Arthur, completely at sea as to his meaning, made some trifling remark in answer. "He did well to come to terms with them," continued Hopper, dropping his voice, "though it was only a £5, as I hear, and a promise for the rest. You see they took it. 10 times over they said to me, 'We don't want to proceed to extremities with Hamish Channing.' I was as glad as could be when they withdrew the writ. I do hope he will go on smooth and straight now that he's begun paying up a bit. Tell him old Hopper says it, Mr. Arthur." Hopper glided on, leaving Arthur glued to the spot. Begun to pay up, paid £5 off one debt, paid, there could be no doubt of it, partially or wholly the enemy in the proscribed street. What did it mean? Every drop of blood in Arthur Channing's body stood still, and then coursed on fiercely. Had he seen the cathedral tower toppling down upon his head, he had feared it less than the awful dread which was dawning upon him. He went home to dinner. Hamish went home. Hamish was more gay and talkative than usual. Arthur was silent as the grave. What was the matter? Someone asked him. His head ached, was the answer, and indeed it was no false plea. Hamish did not say a syllable about the loss at table, neither did Arthur. Arthur was silenced now. It is useless to attempt to disguise the fear that had fallen upon him. You, my reader, will probably have glanced at it as suspiciously as did Arthur Channing. Until this loophole had appeared, the facts had been to Arthur's mind utterly mysterious. They now shone out all too clearly in glaring colours. He knew that he himself had not touched the money, and no one else had been left with it except Hamish. Debt! What had the paltry fear of debt and its consequences been compared with this? Mr. Galloway talked much of the mystery that afternoon. Yorke talked of it, Jenkins talked of it. Arthur barely answered, never except when obliged to do so, and his manner, confused at times, for he could not help its being so, excited the attention of Mr. Galloway. "One would think you had helped yourself to the money, Channing," he crossly exclaimed to him once, when they were alone in the private room. "No, sir, I did not," Arthur answered in a low tone, but his face flushed scarlet and then grew deadly pale. If a Channing, his brother, had done it, why, he felt himself almost equally guilty, and dyed his brow with shame. Mr. Galloway noticed the signs, and attributed them to the pain caused by his question. "Don't be foolish, Arthur. I feel sure of you and Yorke. Though, with Yorke's carelessness and his spendthrift habits, I do not know that I should have been so sure of him, had he been left alone with the temptation." "Sir!" exclaimed Arthur in a tone of pain, "Yorke did not touch it. I would answer for his innocence with my life." "Don't I say I do not suspect him, or you either?" testily returned Mr. Galloway. "It is the mystery of the affair that worries me. If no elucidation turns up between now and tomorrow morning, I shall place it in the hands of the police." The announcement scared away Arthur's caution, almost scared away his senses. "Oh, pray, Mr. Galloway, do not let the police become cognizant of it," he uttered, in an accent of wild alarm. And Mr. Galloway stared at him in very amazement, and Jenkins, who had come in to ask a question, stared too. "It might not produce any good result, and would cause us no end of trouble," Arthur added, striving to assign some plausible explanation to his words. "That is my affair," said Mr. Galloway. When Arthur reached home, the news had penetrated there also. Mrs. Channing's tea-table was absorbed with it. Tom and Charles gave the school version of it, and the Reverend Mr. Yorke, who was taking tea with them, gave his. Both accounts were increased by sundry embellishments, which had never taken place in reality. "Not a soul was ever near the letter," exclaimed Tom, "except Arthur and Jenkins and Roland Yorke." "The post office must be to blame for this," observed Mr. Channing. But you are wrong, Tom, with regard to Jenkins. He could not have been there. Mark Galloway says his uncle had a telegraphic despatch to say the post office knew nothing about it, exclaimed Charles. Much you know about it, Miss Charlie, quoth Tom. The dispatch was about the seal. It was not from the post office at all. They have not accused the post office yet. Arthur let them talk on, headache the excuse for his own silence. It did ache in no measured degree. When appealed to, was it this way, Arthur? Was it the other? He was obliged to speak so that an accurate version of the affair was arrived at before tea was over. Constance alone saw that something unusual was the matter with him. She attributed it to fears at the absence of Hamish, who had been expected home to tea and did not come in. Constance's own fears at this absence grew to a terrific height. Had he been arrested? She beckoned Arthur from the room, for she could no longer control herself. Her lips were white as she drew him into the study and spoke. "Arthur, what has become of Hamish? Has anything happened to him?" "Happened to him?" repeated Arthur vaguely, too absorbed in his own sad thoughts to reply at once. "Has he been taken?" "Taken? Hamish? Oh, you mean for debt," he continued, his heart beating and fully aroused now. "There is no further fear, I believe. He has managed to arrange it with the people." "How has he contrived it?" exclaimed Constance in wonder. Arthur turned his face away. "Hamish does not make me his confidant." Constance stole her hand into his. "Arthur, what is the matter with you this evening? Is it that unpleasant affair at Mr. Galloway's?" He turned from her. He laid his face upon the table and groaned in anguish. "Be still, Constance. You can do no good." "But what is it?" uttered Constance in alarm. "You surely do not fear that suspicion should be cast on you or on Hamish, although, as it appears, you and he were alone in the office with the letter." "Be still, I say, Constance," he wailed. "There is nothing for it but to bear. You will do well to ask no more about it." A faint dread began to dawn upon her. "You and Hamish were alone with the letter." The echo of the words came thumping against her brain. But she beat it off. Suspect a Channing? "Arthur, I need not ask if you were innocent. It would be a gratuitous insult to you." "No," he quietly said. "You need not ask that." "And Hamish?" she would have continued, but the words would not come. She changed them for others. "How do you know that he has paid any of his debts, Arthur?" "I heard it. At that moment they heard something else, Hamish's voice in the hall. In the impulse of the moment, in the glad revulsion of feeling, for if Hamish were safe in the hall he could not be in prison, Constance flew to him and clasped her hands round his neck. "Oh, Hamish, Hamish, thank heaven that you were here!" Hamish was surprised. He went with Constance into the study, where Arthur had remained. "What do you mean, Constance? What is the matter?" "I am always fearful," she whispered. "Always fearful. I know you owe money, and that they might put you in prison. Hamish, I think of it by night and by day." "My pretty sister," cried Hamish caressingly as he smoothed her hair, just as Constance sometimes smoothed Annabel's. "That danger has passed for the present." "If you were arrested, papa might lose his post," she murmured. "I know it. It is that which has worried me. I have been doing what I could to prevent it. Constance, these things are not for you. Who told you anything about them?" "Never mind. What will you give me for something I have found?" exclaimed Annabel, bursting in upon them, her hands behind her and her eyes dancing. "It is one of your treasures, Hamish." "Then give it me, Annabel. Come, I'm tired. I cannot play with you this evening." "I won't give it to you unless you guess what it is." Hamish was evidently in no mood for play. Annabel danced round and about him, provokingly eluding his grasp. He caught her suddenly and laid his hands upon hers. With a shriek of laughing defiance, she flung something on the floor, and 4 or 5 sovereigns rolled about. It was Hamish's purse. She had found it on the hall table by the side of his hat and gloves, left there most probably inadvertently. Hamish stooped to pick up the money. "See how rich he is!" danced Annabel. "After telling us he was as poor as a church mouse. Where has it all come from?" Never had they seen Hamish more annoyed. When he had secured the money, he gave a pretty sharp tap to Annabel, and ordered her, in a ringing tone of command, not to meddle with his things again. He quitted the room, and Annabel ran after him, laughing and defiant still. Where has it all come from? The words, spoken in innocence by the child, rang as a knell on the ears of Constance and Arthur Channing. Constance's very heart turned sick as Arthur's had been since the meeting with Hopper under the elm trees. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. The Channings, by Ellen Wood. Chapter 21. Mr. Butterby. The clock of Hestonleigh Cathedral was striking 8, and the postman was going his rounds through the Boundaries. Formerly, nothing so common as a regular postman, when on duty, was admitted within the pale of that exclusive place. The Boundaries, chiefly occupied by the higher order of the clergy, did not condescend to have its letters delivered in the ordinary way, and by the ordinary hands. It was the custom for the postman to take them to the Boundary gate, and there put them into the porter's great box, just as if he had been posting letters at the town post-office, and the porter forthwith delivered them at their several destinations. The late porter, however, had grown with years half-blind and wholly stupid. Some letters he dropped, some he lost, some he delivered at wrong houses, some he persisted in declaring, when questioned, had never been delivered to him at all. In short, mistakes and confusion were incessant. So the porter was exonerated from that portion of his duty, and the postman entered upon it. There was a fresh porter now, but the old custom had not been resumed. Ring, 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 ring. For one peculiarity of the Boundaries was that most of its doors possessed no knockers, only bells. On he went, the man, on this morning, leaving letters almost everywhere. At length he came to Mr. Galloway's, and rang there a peal that is the delight of a postman to ring. But when the door was opened, he delivered in only one letter and a newspaper. The business letters were generally directed to the office. Mr. Galloway was half-way through his breakfast. He was no sluggard, and he liked to devote the whole hour, from 8 to 9, to his breakfast and his Times. Occasionally, as on this morning, he would sit down before 8, in order that he might have nearly finished breakfast before the letters arrived. His servants knew by experience that when this happened, he was expecting something unusual by the post. His man came in. He laid the letter and the newspaper by his master's side. Mr. Galloway tore open the Times, gave one glance at the price of the funds and the money article, then put aside the paper, and took up the letter. The latter was from his cousin, Mr. Robert Galloway. It contained also the envelope in which Mr. Galloway had enclosed the £20 note. "You perceive," wrote Mr. Robert, "that the seal has not been tampered with. It is perfectly intact. Hence I infer that you must be in error in supposing that you enclosed the note." Mr. Galloway examined the envelope closely. His cousin had not broken the seal in opening the letter, but had cut the paper above it. He was a methodical man in trifles, this Mr. Robert Galloway, and generally did cut open his envelopes. It had been all the better for him had he learnt to be methodical with his money. "Yes, it is as Robert says," soliloquized Mr. Galloway. The seal has not been touched since it went out of my hands. Therefore the note must previously have been extracted from the letter. Now, who did it?" He sat, his elbow on the table, his chin in his hand, and the envelope before him. Apparently he was studying it minutely. In reality he was lost in thought. "It's just like the work of a conjurer," he presently exclaimed. "Not a caller near the place that I can find out, and yet the bank-note vanishes out of the letter. Notes don't vanish without hands, and I'll do as I said yesterday, consult the police. If anyone can come to the bottom of it, it's Butterby. Had the seal been broken, I should have given it to the post office to ferret out. The crime would have laid with them, and so would the discovery. As it is, the business is mine." He wrote a line rapidly in pencil, folded, called in his manservant, and dispatched him with it to the police station. The station was very near Mr. Galloway's, on the other side of the cathedral, half-way between that edifice and the town hall. In 10 minutes after the servant had left the house, Mr. Butterby was on his road to it. Mr. Butterby puzzled Helstonleigh. He was not an inspector, he was not a sergeant, he was not a common officer, and he was never seen in official dress. Who was Mr. Butterby, Helstonleigh wondered. That he had a great deal to do with the police, was one of their staff, and received his pay, was certain. But what his standing might be, and what his peculiar line of duty, they could not tell. Sometimes he was absent from Helstonleigh for months at a time, probably puzzling other towns. Mr. Galloway would have told you he was a detective, but perhaps Mr. Galloway's grounds for the assertion existed only in his own opinion. For convenience' sake, we will call him a detective, remembering, however, that we have no authority for the term. Mr. Butterby came forward, a spare, pale man, of middle height, his eyes deeply set, and his nose turned up to the skies. He was of silent habit, probably of a silent nature. Mr. Galloway recited the circumstances of his loss. The detective sat near him, his hands on his knees, his head bent, his eyes cast upon the floor. He did not interrupt the story by a single word. When it was ended, he took up the envelope and examined it in equal silence. Examined it with ridiculous minuteness, Mr. Galloway thought, for he poked and peered and touched it everywhere. He held it up to the light, he studied the postmarks, he gazed at the seal through an odd-looking little glass that he took from his waistcoat pocket. He particularly criticised the folds. He drew his fingers along its edges. He actually sniffed it, all in silence, and with an impassive countenance. "Have you the number of the note?" was his first question. "No," said Mr. Galloway. He looked up at this. The thought may have struck him that not to take the number of a bank-note sent by post betrayed some carelessness for a man of business. Mr. Galloway at least inferred this, and answered the look. "Of course I am in the habit of taking their numbers. I don't know that I ever did such a thing before as send a bank-note away without it. I had an appointment, as I tell you, at the other end of the town for 2:45. It was of importance, and when I heard the college strike out the 3/4, the very hour I ought to have been there, I hurriedly put the note into the folds of the letter without waiting to take its number. It was not that I forgot to do so, but that I could not spare the time." "Have you any means of ascertaining the number by tracing the note back to whence it may have come into your possession?" was the next question. Mr. Galloway was obliged to confess that he had none. "Bank notes are so frequently paid me from different quarters," he remarked. "Yesterday, for instance, a farmer, renting under the Dean and Chapter, came in and paid me his half-year's rent. Another, holding the lease of a public-house in the town, renewed 2 lives which had dropped in. It was Beard, of the Barley Mow. Now both these men paid in notes, 10s and 5s, and they now lie together in my cash drawer, but I could not tell you which particular notes came from each man. No, not if you paid me the worth of the whole to do it. Neither could I tell whence I had the note which I put into the letter. In this way, if a note should turn out to be bad, you could not return it to its owner." "I never took a bad note in my life," said Mr. Galloway, speaking impulsively. "There's not a better judge of notes than myself in the kingdom, and Jenkins is as good as I am." Another silence. Mr. Butterby remained in the same attitude, his head and eyes bent. "Have you given me all the particulars?" he presently asked. "I think so, all I remember." "Then allow me to go over them aloud," returned the detective, "and if I make any mistake or omission, have the goodness to correct me. On Friday last you took a £20 note out of your cash drawer, not taking or knowing its number. This note you put within the folds of a letter, and placed both in an envelope, and fastened the envelope down, your 2 clerks, Channing and Yorke, being present. You then went out, leaving the letter upon one of the desks. As you left, Hamish Channing came in. Immediately following upon that, Yorke went out, leaving the brothers alone. Arthur departed to attend college, Hamish remaining in the office. Arthur Channing soon returned, finding there was no necessity for him to stay in the cathedral, upon which Hamish left. Arthur Channing remained alone for more than an hour, no one calling or entering the office during that period. You then returned yourself, found the letter in the same state apparently in which you had left it, and you sealed it, and sent Arthur Channing with it to the post office. These are the brief facts, so far as you are cognizant of them, and as they have been related to you?" "They are," replied Mr. Galloway. "I should have mentioned that Arthur Channing carried the letter into my private room before he left the office for college." "Locking the door?" "Oh dear, no. Closing the door, no doubt, but not locking it. It would have been unusual to do so." "Jenkins was away," observed the detective, in a tone of abstraction, which told he was soliloquizing rather than addressing his companion. Mr. Galloway rather fired up at the remark, taking it in a different light from that in which it was spoken. "Jenkins was at home at the time, confined to his bed, and had he not been, I would answer for Jenkins's honesty as I would for my own. Can you see any possible solution to the mystery?" "A very possible one," was the dry answer. "There is no doubt whatever upon my mind that the theft was committed by Arthur Channing." Mr. Galloway started up with an exclamation of surprise mingled with anger. Standing within the room was his nephew Mark. The time had gone on to 9, the hour of release from school, and on running past Mr. Galloway's with the rest of the boys, Mark had dutifully called in. Mark and his brothers were particularly fond of calling in, for their uncle was not stingy with his sixpences, and they were always on the look-out. Mr. Mark did not get a sixpence this time. "How dare you intrude upon me in this sly way, sir? Don't you see I am engaged? I will have you knock at my room door before you enter. Take yourself off again, if you please." Mark, with a word of deprecation, went off, his ears pricking with the sentence he had heard from the detective. Arthur Channing, the thief. Mr. Galloway turned again to the officer. He resented the imputation. The Channings are altogether above suspicion from the father downwards, he remonstrated. Were Arthur Channing dishonestly inclined, he has had the opportunity to rob me long before this. Persons of hitherto honourable conduct, honest by nature and by habit, have succumbed under sudden temptation or pressing need, was the answer. Arthur Channing is in no pressing need. He is not hard up for money. A smile actually curled the detective's lip. A great many more young men are harder up for money than they allow to appear. The Channings are in what may be called difficulties, through the failure of their chancery suit, and the lad must have yielded to temptation. You may as well set on and suspect Hamish, he resentfully said. He was equally alone with the letter. No, was the answer of the keen officer. Hamish Channing is in a responsible position. He would not be likely to imperil it for a £20 note, and he could not know that the letter contained money. Mr. Butterby was not cognizant of quite the facts of the case, you see. It is absurd to suspect Arthur Channing. Which is the more absurd, to suspect him, or to assume that the bank-note vanished without hands, forced its own way through the envelope, and disappeared up the chimney in a whirlwind? Asked the officer, bringing sarcasm to his aid. If the facts are as you have stated, that only the two Channings had access to the letter, the guilt must lie with one of them. Facts are facts, Mr. Galloway. Mr. Galloway admitted that facts were facts, but he could not be brought to allow the guilt of Arthur Channing. The detective rose. You have confided the management of this affair to me, he observed, and I have no doubt I shall be able to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. One more question I must ask you. Is it known to your clerks that you have not the number of the note? Yes, it is. Then I fear you stand little chance of ever seeing it again. That fact known, no time would be lost in parting with it. They'd make haste to get it safe off. Not an instant did Mr. Butterby take for consideration upon quitting Mr. Galloway. With a sharp, unhesitating step, as though his mind had been made up for a month past as to what his course must be, he took his way to the house of Mr. Joe Jenkins. That gentleman, his head still tied up, was just leaving for the office, and Mr. Butterby encountered him coming through the shop. Good morning, Jenkins. I want a word with you alone. Jenkins bowed in his civil, humble fashion, but a word alone was more easily asked than had, Mrs. Jenkins being all-powerful and burning with curiosity. The officer had to exert some authority before he could get rid of her and be left at peace with Jenkins. What sources of expense has Arthur Channing? Demanded he, so abruptly as to startle and confuse Jenkins. Sources of expense, sir? He repeated. What are his habits? Does he squander money? Does he go out in an evening into expensive company? I'm sure, sir, I cannot tell you anything about it, Jenkins was mildly beginning. He was imperatively interrupted by the detective. I ask to know. You are aware that I possess authority to compel you to speak. Therefore, answer me without excuse or circumlocution. It will save trouble. But indeed, sir, I really do not know, persisted Jenkins. I should judge Mr. Arthur Channing to be a steady, well-conducted young gentleman, who has no extravagant habits at all. As to his evenings, I think he spends them mostly at home. Do you know whether he has any pressing debts? I heard him say to Mr. Yorke one day that a £20 note would pay all he owed, and leave him something out of it, spoke Jenkins in his unconscious simplicity. Ah, said Mr. Butterby, drawing in his lips, though his face remained impassive as before. When was this? Not long ago, sir. About a week, it may have been, before I met with that accident, which accident I begin to see now, sir, happened providentially, for it caused me to be away from the office when that money was lost. An unpleasant loss, remarked the officer with apparent carelessness, and the young gentleman must feel it so, Arthur Channing especially. Yorke, I believe, was out. He does feel it very much, sir. He was as agitated about it yesterday as could be, when Mr. Galloway talked of putting it into the hands of the police. It is a disagreeable thing to happen in an office, you know, sir. A slight pause of silence was made by the detective ere he rejoined. Agitated, was he? And Mr. Roland Yorke the same, no doubt? No, sir. Mr. Roland does not seem to care much about it. He thinks it must have been taken in its transit through the post office, and I cannot help being of the same opinion, sir. Another question or two, and Jenkins attended Mr. Butterby to the door. He was preparing to follow him from it, but a peremptory female voice arrested his departure. Jenkins, I want you. It is hard upon 9:30, my dear. I shall be late. If it's hard upon 10:30, you'll just walk here. I want you, I say. Meek as any lamb, Mr. Jenkins returned to the back parlour, and was marshalled into a chair. Mrs. Jenkins closed the door and stood before him. Now then, what did Butterby want? I don't know what he wanted, replied Jenkins. You will sit there till you tell me, resolutely replied the lady. I am not going to have police inquisitors making mysterious visits inside my doors and not know what they do it for. You'll tell me every word that passed, and the sooner you begin, the better. But I am ignorant myself of what he did want, mildly deprecated Jenkins. He asked me a question or two about Mr. Arthur Channing, but why, I don't know. Leaving Mrs. Jenkins to ferret out the questions one by one, which you may depend upon it, she would not fail to do, and to keep Jenkins a prisoner until it was over, and leaving Mr. Butterby to proceed to the house of the cathedral organist, whither he was now bent, to ascertain whether Mr. Williams did take the organ voluntarily, and, to Arthur, unexpectedly, the past Friday afternoon, we will go on to other matters. Mr. Butterby best knew what bearing this could have upon the case. Police officers sometimes give to their inquiries a strangely wide range. End of chapter 21. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, London. Chapter 22 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. The Channings, by Ellen Wood. Chapter 22. An Interrupted Dinner. Have you ever observed a large lake on the approach of a sudden storm? Its unnatural stillness, deathlike and ominous. Its undercurrent of anger, not yet apparent on the surface, and then the breaking forth of fury when the storm has come. Not inaptly might the cloisters of Helstonleigh be compared to this, that day when the college boys were let out of school at 1 o'clock. A strange rumour had been passed about amongst the desks, not reaching that at which sat the seniors, a rumour which shook the equanimity of the school to its centre, and when 1 o'clock struck, The boys, instead of clattering out with all the noise of which their legs and lungs were capable, stole down the stairs quietly, and formed into groups of whisperers in the cloisters. It was the calm that precedes a storm. So unusual a state of affairs was noticed by the senior boy. "What's up now?" he asked them, in the phraseology in vogue there and elsewhere. "Are you all going to a funeral? I hope it's your sins that you are about to bury." A heavy silence answered him. Gaunt could not make it out. The other three seniors, attracted by the scene, came back and waited with Gaunt. By that time the calm was being ruffled by low murmurings, and certain distinct words came from more than one of the groups. "What do you say?" burst forth Tom Channing, darting forward as the words caught his ear. "You, Jackson, speak up! What is it?" Not Jackson's voice especially, but several other voices arose then. A word from one, a word from another, half sentences, disjointed hints, forming together an unmistakable whole. The theft of old Galloway's bank-note has been traced to Arthur Channing. "Who says it? Who dares to say it?" flashed Tom, his face flaming and his hand clenched. "The police say it. Butterby says it." "I don't care for the police. I don't care for Butterby," cried Tom, stamping his foot in his terrible indignation. "I ask, who dares to say it here?" "I do, then. Come, Mr. Channing, though you are a senior, and can put me up to pie for punishment upon any false plea that you choose," answered a tall fellow, Pierce senior, who was chiefly remarkable for getting into fights, and was just now unusually friendly with Mark Galloway, at whose desk he sat. Quick as lightning, Tom Channing turned and faced him. "Speak out what you have to say," cried he. "No hints." "Whew!" retorted Pierce senior. "Do you think I am afraid? I say that Arthur Channing stole the note lost by old Galloway." Tom, in uncontrollable temper, raised his hand and struck him. 1/2 minute's struggle, nothing more, and Pierce senior was sprawling on the ground, while Tom Channing's cheek and nose were bleeding. Gaunt had stepped in between them. "I stop this," he said. "Pierce, get up! Don't lie there like a floundering donkey. Channing, what possessed you to forget yourself? You would have done the same, Gaunt, had the insult been offered to you. Let the fellow retract his words, or prove them." "Very good. That is how you ought to have met it at first," said Gaunt. "Now, Mr. Pierce, can you make good your assertion?" Pierce had floundered up, and was rubbing one of his long legs, which had doubled under him in the fall, while his brother, Pierce junior, was collecting an armful of scattered books, and whispering prognostications of parental vengeance in perspective, for so surely as Pierce senior fell into a fight at school, to the damage of face or clothes, so surely was it followed up by punishment at home. "If you want proof, go to Butterby at the police station and get it from him," sullenly replied Pierce, who owned a sulky temper as well as a pugnacious one. "Look here," interrupted Mark Galloway, springing to the front. "Pierce was a fool to bring it out in that way, but I'll speak up now it has come to this. I went to my uncle's this morning at 9 o'clock, and there was he shut in with Butterby. Butterby was saying that there was no doubt the theft had been committed by Arthur Channing. Mind, Channing," Mark added, turning to Tom, "I am not seconding the accusation on my own score, but that Butterby said it, I'll declare." "Pshaw! Is that all?" cried Tom Channing, lifting his head with a haughty gesture, and not condescending to notice the blood which trickled from his cheek. "You must have misunderstood him, boy." "No, I did not," replied Mark Galloway. "I heard him as plainly as I hear you now." "It is hardly likely that Butterby would say that before you, Galloway," observed Gaunt. "Ah, but he didn't see I was there, or my uncle either," said Mark. "When he is reading his newspaper of a morning, he can't bear a noise, and I always go into the room as quiet as mischief. He turned me out again pretty quick, I can tell you. but not till I had heard Butterby say that. You must have misunderstood him, returned Gaunt, carelessly taking up Tom Channing's notion, and you had no right to blurt out such a thing to the school. Arthur Channing is better known and trusted than you, Mr. Mark. I didn't accuse Arthur Channing to the school. I only repeated to my desk what Butterby said. It is that only repeating which does 3 parts of the mischief in this world, said Gaunt, giving the boys a little touch of morality gratis, to their intense edification. As to you, Pierce senior, you'll get more than you bargain for some of these days if you poke your ill-conditioned nose so often into other people's business. Tom Channing had marched away towards his home, head erect, his step ringing firmly and proudly on the cloister flags. Charlie ran by his side, but Charlie's face was white, and Tom caught sight of it. "What are you looking like that for?" "Tom, you don't think it's true, do you?" Tom turned his scorn upon the boy. "You little idiot! True? A Channing turned thief? You may, perhaps. It's best known to yourself. But never Arthur." "I don't mean that. I mean, can it be true that the police suspect him?" "Oh, that's what your face becomes milky for. You ought to have been born a girl, Miss Charlie. If the police do suspect him, what of that? They'll only have the tables turned upon themselves. Butterby might come out and say he suspects me of murder. Should I care? No, I'd prove my innocence, and make him eat his words." They were drawing near home. Charlie looked up at his brother. "You must wipe your face, Tom." Tom took out his handkerchief and gave his face a rub. In his indignation, his carelessness, he would have done nothing of the sort had he not been reminded by the boy. "Is it off?" "Yes, it's off. I am not sure but it will break out again. You must take care." "Oh, bother! Let it. I should like to have polished off that Pierce senior as he deserves. A little coin of the same sort would do Galloway no harm. Were I senior of the school, and Arthur not my brother, Mr. Mark should hear a little home truth about sneaks. I'll tell it him in private as it is, but I can't put him up for punishment, or act in it as Gaunt could. Arthur is our brother, therefore we feel it more pointedly than Gaunt," sensibly remarked Charlie. "I'd advise you not to spell forth that sentimental rubbish, though you are a young lady," retorted Tom. "A senior boy, if he does his duty, should make every boy's cause his own, and feel for him." "Tom," said the younger and more thoughtful of the two, "don't let us say anything of this at home." "Why not?" asked Tom hotly. He would have run in open-mouthed. "It would pain mamma to hear it." "Boy, do you suppose she would fear Arthur?" "You seem to misconstrue all I say, Tom. Of course she would not fear him. You did not fear him, but it stung you, I know, as was proved by your knocking down Pierce." "Well, I won't speak of it before her," conciliated Tom, somewhat won over, "or before my father either. But catch me keeping it from the rest." As Charles had partially foretold, they had barely entered when Tom's face again became ornamented with crimson. Annabel shrieked out, startling Mr. Channing on his sofa. Mrs. Channing, as it happened, was not present. Constance was. Lady Augusta Yorke and her daughters were spending part of the day in the country. Therefore Constance had come home at 12. "Look at Tom's face!" cried the child. "What has he been doing?" "Hold your tongue, little stupid," returned Tom, hastily bringing his handkerchief into use again, which, being a white one, made the worse exhibition of the two, with its bright red stains. "It's nothing but a scratch." But Annabel's eyes were sharp, and she had taken in full view of the hurt. "Tom, you have been fighting, I am sure of it." "Come to me, Tom," said Mr. Channing. Have you been fighting?" he demanded, as Tom crossed the room in obedience and stood close to him. "Take your handkerchief away, that I may see your face." "It could not be called a fight, papa," said Tom, holding his cheek so that the light from the window fell full upon the hurt. "One of the boys offended me. I hit him, and he gave me this. Then I knocked him down, and there it ended. It's only a scratch." "Thomas, was this Christian conduct?" "I don't know, papa. It was schoolboys." Mr. Channing could not forbear a smile. "I know it was a schoolboy's conduct. That is bad enough, and it is my son's. That is worse. If I had given him what he deserved, he would have had 10 times as much, and perhaps I should, for my temper was up. Only Gaunt put in his interference. When I am senior, my rule will be different from Gaunt's." "Ah, Tom, your temper up. It is that temper of yours which brings you harm. What was the quarrel about?" "I would rather not tell you, papa. Not for my own sake," he added, turning his honest eyes fearlessly on his father, "but I could not tell it without betraying something about somebody which it may be as well to keep in." "After that lucid explanation, you had better go and get some warm water for your face," said Mr. Channing. "I will speak with you later." Constance followed him from the room, volunteering to procure the warm water. They were standing in Tom's chamber afterwards, Tom bathing his face, and Constance looking on, when Arthur, who had then come in from Mr. Galloway's, passed by to his own room. "Hello!" he called out. "What's the matter, Tom?" "Such a row!" answered Tom, "and I wish I could have pitched into Pierce senior as I'd have liked. What do you think, Arthur? The school were taking up the notion that you had stolen old Galloway's banknote. Pierce senior set it afloat. That is, he and Mark Galloway together. Mark said a word, and Pierce said 2, and so it went on. I should have paid Pierce out but for Gaunt." A silence. It was filled up by the sound of Tom splashing the water on his face, and by that only. Arthur spoke presently, his tone so calm a one as almost to be unnatural. "How did the notion arise?" "Mark Galloway said he heard Butterby talking with his uncle. That Butterby said the theft could only have been committed by Arthur Channing. Mark Galloway's ears must have played him false, but it was a regular sneak's trick to come and repeat it to the school. I say, Constance, is my face clean now?" Constance woke up from a reverie to look at his face. "Quite clean," she answered. He dried it, dried his hands, gave a glance at his shirt front in the glass, which had, however, escaped damage, brushed his hair, and went downstairs. Arthur closed the door and turned to Constance. Her eyes were seeking his, and her lips stood apart. The terrible fear which had fallen upon both the previous day had not yet been spoken out between them. It must be spoken now. "Constance, there is tribulation before us," he whispered. "We must school ourselves to bear it, however difficult the task may prove. Whatever betide the rest of us, suspicion must be averted from him." "What tribulation do you mean?" she murmured. "The affair has been placed in the hands of the police, and I believe, Arthur spoke with agitation, that they will publicly investigate it. Constance, they suspect me. The college school is right, and Tom is wrong." Constance leant against a chest of drawers to steady herself, and pressed her hand upon her shrinking face. "How have you learnt it?" "I have gathered it from different trifles, one fact and another. Jenkins said Butterby was with him this morning, asking questions about me. Better that I should be suspected than Hamish. God help me to bear it. But it is so unjust that you should suffer for him." Were it traced home to him, it might be the whole family's ruin, for my father would inevitably lose his post. He might lose it were only a suspicion to stray to Hamish. There is no alternative. I must screen him. Can you be firm, Constance, when you see me accused?" Constance leant her head upon her hand, wondering whether she could be firm in the cause. But that she knew where to go for strength, she might have doubted it, for the love of right, the principles of justice, were strong within her. "Oh, what could possess him?" she uttered, wringing her hands. "What could possess him? Arthur, is there no loophole, not the faintest loophole for hope of his innocence?" "None that I see. No one whatever had access to the letter but Hamish and I. He must have yielded to the temptation in a moment of delirium, knowing the money would clear him from some of his pressing debts, as it has done. How could he brave the risk of detection? I don't know. My head aches pondering over it. I suppose he concluded that suspicion would fall upon the post office. It would have done so, but for that seal placed on the letter afterwards. What an unfortunate thing it was that Roland Yorke mentioned there was money inside the letter in the hearing of Hamish." "Did he mention it?" exclaimed Constance. "He said there was a £20 note in the letter, going to the cousin Galloway, and Hamish remarked that he wished it was going into his pocket instead. I wish," Arthur uttered in a sort of frenzy, "I had locked the letter up there and then." Constance clasped her hands in pain. "I fear he may have been going wrong for some time," she breathed. "It has come to my knowledge through Judith that he sits up for hours, night after night, doing something to the books. Arthur," she shivered, glancing fearfully round, "I hope those accounts are right." The doubt thus given utterance to blanched even the cheeks of Arthur. "Sits up at the books!" he exclaimed. "He sits up, that is certain, and at the books, as I conclude. He takes them into his room at night. It may only be that he has not time, or does not make time, to go over them in the day. It may be so." "I trust it is. I pray it may be. Mind you, Constance, our duty is plain. We must screen him. Screen him at any sacrifice to ourselves, for the father and mother's sake." "Sacrifice to you, you ought to say. What were our other light troubles compared with this? Arthur, will they publicly accuse you?" "It may come to that. I have been steeling myself all the morning to meet it." He looked into her face as he said it. Constance could see how his brow and heart were aching. At that moment they were called to dinner, and Arthur turned to leave the room. Constance caught his hand, the tears raining from her eyes. "Arthur," she whispered, "in the very darkest trouble God can comfort us. Be assured he will comfort you." Hamish did not make his appearance at dinner, and they sat down without him. This was not so very unusual as to cause surprise. He was occasionally detained at the office. The meal was about half over, when Annabel, in her disregard of the bounds of discipline, suddenly started from her seat and flew to the window. "Charley, there are 2 policemen coming here. Whatever can they want?" "Perhaps to take you," said Mrs. Channing jestingly. "A short sojourn at the treadmill might be of great service to you, Annabel." The announcement had struck upon the ear and memory of Tom. "Policeman!" he exclaimed, standing up in his place and stretching his neck to obtain a view of them. "Why, it never can be that old Butterby! Arthur, what ails you?" A sensitive, refined nature, whether implanted in man or woman, is almost sure to betray its emotions on the countenance. Such a nature was Arthur Channing's. Now that the dread had really come, every drop of blood forsook his cheeks and lips, leaving his face altogether of a deathly whiteness. He was utterly unable to control or help this, and it was this pallor which had given rise to Tom's concluding exclamation. Mr. Channing looked at Arthur. Mrs. Channing looked at him. They all looked at him except Constance, and she bent her head lower over her plate to hide, as she best might, her own white face and its shrinking terror. "Are you ill, Arthur?" inquired his father. A low, brief reply came, one struggling for calmness. "No, sir." Impetuous Tom, forgetting caution, forgetting all except the moment actually present, gave utterance to more than was prudent. "Arthur, you're never fearing what those wretched schoolboys said? The police are not coming to arrest you. Butterby wouldn't be such a fool." But the police were in the hall, and Judith had come to the dining-room door. "Master Arthur, you are wanted, please." "What is all this?" exclaimed Mr. Channing in astonishment, gazing from Tom to Arthur, from Arthur to the vision of the blue official dress, a glimpse of which he could catch beyond Judith. Tom took up the answer. "It's nothing, papa. It's a trick they are playing, for fun, I'll lay. They can't really suspect Arthur of stealing the bank-note, you know. They'll never dare to take him up as they take a felon." Charley stole round to Arthur with a wailing cry, and threw his arms round him, as if their weak protection could retain him in its shelter. Arthur gently unwound them, and bent down till his lips touched the yearning face held up to him in its anguish. "Charley, boy, I am innocent," he breathed in the boy's ear. "You won't doubt that, I know. Don't keep me. They have come for me, and I must go with them." End of chapter 22. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom.
Chapter 23 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 23. An escort to the Guildhall. The group would have formed a study for a Wilkie. The disturbed dinner-table, the consternation of those assembled at it. Mr. Channing, whose sofa wheeled to the table, took up the end opposite his wife, gazing around with a puzzled, stern expression. Mrs. Channing glancing behind her with a sense of undefined dread. The pale, conscious countenances of Arthur and Constance. Tom standing up in haughty impetuosity, defiant of everyone. The lively terror of Charley's face as he clung to Arthur, and the wide-opened eyes of Annabel expressive of nothing but surprise, for it took a great deal to alarm that careless young lady. While at the door, holding it open for Arthur, stood Judith in her mob-cap, full of curiosity, and in the background the two policemen. A scene, indeed, that Wilkie, in the day of his power, would have rejoiced to paint. Arthur, battling fiercely with his outraged pride, and breathing an inward prayer for strength to go through with his task, for patience to endure, put Charley from him, and went into the hall. He saw not what was immediately around him. The inquiring looks of his father and mother, the necessity of some explanation to them. He saw not Judith and her curious face. A scale was, as it were, before his eyes, blinding them to all outward influences, except one, the officers of justice standing there, and the purpose for which they had come. "What on earth has happened, Master Arthur?" whispered Judith as he passed her, terrifying the old servant with his pale, agitated face. But he neither heard nor answered. He walked straight up to the men. "I will go with you quietly," he said to them in an undertone. "Do not make a disturbance to alarm my mother." We cannot always have our senses about us, as the saying runs. Some of us, I fear, enjoy that privilege rarely, and the very best lose them on occasion. But that Arthur Channing's senses had deserted him, he would not have pursued a line of conduct, in that critical moment, which was liable to be construed into an admission, or at least a consciousness of guilt. In his anxiety to avert suspicion from Hamish, he lost sight of the precautions necessary to protect himself, so far as was practicable. And yet he had spent time that morning thinking over what his manner, his bearing, must be, if it came to this. Had it come upon him unexpectedly, he would have met it very differently, with far less outward calmness, but most probably with indignant denial. "I will go with you quietly," he said to the men. "All right, sir," they answered with a nod, and a conviction that he was a cool hand, and a guilty one. "It's always best not to resist the law. It never does any good." He need not have resisted, but he ought to have waited until they asked him to go. A dim perception of this had already begun to steal over him. He was taking his hat from its place in the hall when the voice of Mr. Channing came ringing on his ear. "Arthur, what is it? Give me an explanation." Arthur turned back to the room, passing through the sea of faces to get there, for all, except his helpless father, had come from their seats to gather round and about that strange mystery in the hall, to try to fathom it. Mr. Channing gave one long, keen glance at Arthur's face, which was very unlike Arthur's usual face just then, for all its candour seemed to have gone out of it. He did not speak to him. He called in one of the men. "Will you tell me your business here?" he asked courteously. "Don't you know it, sir?" was the reply. "No, I do not," replied Mr. Channing. "Well, sir, it's an unpleasant accusation that is brought against this young gentleman, but perhaps he'll be able to make it clear. I hope he will. It don't give us no pleasure when folks are convicted, especially young ones, and those we have always known to be respectable. We'd rather see 'em let off." Tom interrupted. Tom in his fiery indignation. "Is it of stealing that bank-note of Galloway's that you presume to accuse my brother?" he asked, speaking indistinctly in his haste and anger. "You have said it, sir," replied the man. "That's it. Then I say whoever accuses him ought to be—" "Silence, Thomas," interrupted Mr. Channing. "Allow me to deal with this. Who brings this accusation against my son?" "We had our orders from Mr. Butterby, sir. He is acting for Mr. Galloway. He was called in there early this morning." "Have you come for my son to go with you to Mr. Galloway's?" "Not there, sir. We have to take him straight to the Guildhall. The magistrates are waiting to hear the case." A dismayed pause. Even Mr. Channing's heart, with all its implicit faith in the truth and honour of his children, beat as if it would burst its bounds. Tom's beat too, but it was with a desire to pitch into the policeman, as he had pitched into Pierce senior in the Cloisters. Mr. Channing turned to Arthur. "You have an answer to this, my son?" The question was not replied to. Mr. Channing spoke again, with the same calm emphasis. "Arthur, can you vouch for your innocence?" Arthur Channing did the very worst thing that he could have done. He hesitated. Instead of replying readily and firmly, "I can," which he might have done without giving rise to harm, he stopped to ask himself how far, consistently with safety to Hamish, he might defend his own cause. His mind was not collected. He has not, as I have said, his senses about him, and the unbroken silence, waiting for his answer, the expectant faces turned upon him, helped to confuse him and to drive his reason further away. The signs, which certainly did look like signs of guilt, struck a knell on the heart of his father. "Arthur!" he wailed out in a tone of intense agony, "you are innocent?" "Yes," replied Arthur, gulping down his rising agitation, his rising words, impassioned words of exculpation, of innocence, of truth. They had bubbled up within him, were hovering on the verge of his burning lips. He beat them down again to repression, but he never afterwards knew how he did it. Better that he had been still silent than speaking that dubious, indecisive "yes." It told terribly against him. One, conscious of his own innocence, does not proclaim it in indistinct, half-uttered words. Tom's mouth dropped with dismay, and his astonished eyes seemed as if they could not take themselves from Arthur's uncertain face. Mrs. Channing staggered against the wall with a faint cry. The policeman spoke up. He meant to be kindly. In all Helstonleigh there was not a family more respected than were the Channings, and the man felt a passing sorrow for his task. "I would ask no questions, sir, if I was you. Sometimes it's best not. They tell against the accused." "Time's up," called out the one who was in the hall to his fellow. "We can't stop here all day." The hint was taken at once, both by Arthur and the man. Constance had kept herself still, throughout, by the main force. But Mrs. Channing could not see him go away like this. She rose and threw her arms round him, in a burst of hysterical feeling, sobbing out, "My boy! My boy!" "Don't, mother. Don't unnerve me," he whispered. "It is bad enough as it is." "But you cannot be guilty, Arthur." For answer he looked into her eyes for a single moment. His habitual expression had come back to them again, the earnest of truth, which she had ever known and trusted. It spoke calm to her heart now. "You are innocent," she murmured. "Then go in peace." Annabel broke into a storm of sobs. "Oh, Judith, will they hang him? What has he done?" "I'd hang them 2 policemen if I did what I should like to do," responded Judith. "Yes, you 2, I mean," she added without ceremony, as the officials turned round at the words. "If I had my will, I'd hang you both up to 2 of those elm trees yonder, right in front of one another. Coming to a gentleman's house on this errand!" "Do not take me publicly through the streets," said Arthur to his keeper. "I give you my word to make no resistance. I will go to the Guildhall, or anywhere else that you please, as freely as if I was bound thither on my own pleasure. You need not betray that I am in custody." They saw that they might trust him. One of the policemen went to the opposite side of the way, as if pacing his beat. The other continued by the side of Arthur, not closely enough to give rise to suspicion in those they met. A few paces from the door, Tom Channing came pelting up, and put his arm within Arthur's. "Guilty or not guilty, it shall never be said that a Channing was deserted by his brothers," quoth he. "I wish Hamish could have been here." "Tom, you are thinking me guilty?" Arthur said, in a quiet tone, which did not reach the ears of his official escort. "Well, I am in a fix," avowed Tom. "If you are guilty, I shall never believe in anything again. I have always thought that building a cathedral, well and good, but if it turns out to be a myth, I shan't be surprised, after this. Are you guilty?" "No, lad." The denial was simple and calmly expressed, but there was sufficient in its tone to make Tom Channing's heart give a great leap within him. "Thank God! What a fool I was! But I say, Arthur, why did you not deny it out and out? Your manner frightened us. I suppose the police scared you." Tom, all right now, walked along, his head up, escorting Arthur with as little shame to public examination as he would have done to a public crowning. It was not the humiliation of undeserved suspicion that could daunt the Channings. The consciousness of guilt could alone effect that. Hitherto, neither guilt nor its shadow had fallen upon them. "Tom," asked Arthur, when they had reached the hall, and were about to enter, "will you do me a little service?" "Won't I, though? What is it?" "Make the best of your way to Mr. Williams's, and tell him I am prevented from taking the organ this afternoon." "I shan't tell him the reason," said Tom. "Why not? In an hour's time it will be known from one end of Helstonleigh to the other." Chapter 24
of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. The Channings, by Ellen Wood. Chapter 24. The Examination. The magistrates sat on the bench in the town hall of Helstonleigh. But before the case was called on, for the police had spoken too fast in saying they were waiting for it, Arthur became acquainted with one great fact, that it was not Mr. Galloway who had driven matters to this extremity. Neither was he aware that Arthur had been taken into custody. Mr. Butterby had assumed the responsibility and acted upon it. Mr. Butterby, since his interview with Mr. Galloway in the morning, had gathered, as he believed, sufficiently corroborating facts to establish, or nearly so, the guilt of Arthur Channing. He supposed that this was all Mr. Galloway required to remove his objection to stern measures, and in procuring the warrant for the capture, Mr. Butterby had acted as for Mr. Galloway. When Arthur was placed in the spot where he had often seen criminals standing, his face again wore the livid hue which had overspread it in his home. In a few moments this had changed to crimson. Brow and cheeks were glowing with it. It was a painful situation, and Arthur felt it to the very depths of his naturally proud spirit. I don't think you or I should have liked it. The circumstances were stated to the magistrates just as they have been stated to you. The placing of the bank note and letter in the envelope by Mr. Galloway, his immediately fastening it down by means of the gum, the extraction of the note between that time and the period when the seal was placed on it later in the day, and the fact that Arthur Channing alone had access to it. "Except Mr. Hamish Channing for a few minutes," Mr. Butterby added, "who kindly remained in the office while his brother proceeded as far as the cathedral and back again. The other clerks, Joseph Jenkins and Roland Yorke, being absent that afternoon." A deeper dye flushed Arthur's face when Hamish's name and share in the afternoon's doings were mentioned, and he bent his eyes on the floor at his feet, and kept them there. Had Hamish not been implicated, he would have stood there with a clear eye and a serene brow. It was that, the all too vivid consciousness of the sin of Hamish, which took all spirit out of him, and drove him to stand there as one under the brand of guilt. He scarcely dared look up, lest it should be read in his countenance that he was innocent and Hamish guilty. He scarcely dared to pronounce, in ever so faltering a tone, the avowal, "I did it not." Had it been to save his life from the scaffold, he could not have spoken out boldly and freely that day. There was the bitter shock of the crime, felt for Hamish's own sake. Hamish, whom they had all so loved, so looked up to, and there was the dread of the consequences to Mr. Channing in the event of discovery. Had the penalty been hanging, I believe that Arthur would have gone to it rather than betray Hamish, but you must not suppose he did not feel it for himself. There were moments when he feared lest he should not carry it through. Mr. Butterby was waiting for a witness, Mr. Galloway himself, and meanwhile he entertained the bench with certain scraps, anecdotal and other, premising what would be proved before them. Jenkins would show that the prisoner had avowed in his presence it would take a £20 note to clear him from his debts, or hard upon it. "No," interrupted the hitherto silent prisoner, to the surprise of those present, "that is not true. It is correct that I did make use of the words to that effect, but I spoke them in jest. I and Roland Yorke were one day speaking of debts, and I jokingly said a £20 note would pay mine and leave me something out of it, Jenkins was present, and he may have supposed I spoke in earnest. In point of fact, I did not owe anything. It was an assertion more easily made than proved. Arthur Channing might have large liabilities upon him for all that appeared in that court to the contrary. Mr. Butterby handed the seal to the bench, who examined it curiously. "I could have understood this case better had any stranger or strangers approached the letter," observed one of the magistrates, who knew the Channings personally, and greatly respected their high character. "You are sure you are not mistaken in supposing no one came in?" he added, looking kindly at Arthur. "Certainly no one came in whilst I was alone in the office, sir," was the unhesitating answer. The magistrate spoke in an undertone to those beside him. "That avowal is in his favour. Had he taken the note, one might suppose he would be anxious to make it appear that strangers did enter, and so throw suspicion off himself. I have made very close inquiry, and cannot find that the office was entered at all that afternoon," observed Mr. Butterby. Mr. Butterby had made close inquiry, and, to do him justice, he did not seek to throw one shade more of guilt upon Arthur than he thought the case deserved. "Mr. Hamish Channing also—" Mr. Butterby stopped. There, standing within the door, was Hamish himself. In passing along the street he had seen an unusual commotion around the town hall, and upon inquiring its cause, was told that Arthur Channing was under examination, on suspicion of having stolen the bank note lost by Mr. Galloway. To look at Hamish, you would have believed him innocent and unconscious as the day. He strode into the justice room, his eye flashing, his brow haughty, his colour high. Never had gay Hamish looked so scornfully indignant. He threw his glance round the crowded court in search of Arthur, and it found him. Their eyes met. A strange gaze it was, going out from the one to the other, a gaze which the brothers had never in all their lives exchanged. Arthur's spoke of shame all too palpably. He could not help it in that bitter moment. Shame for his brother, and Hamish shrank under it. If ever one cowered visibly in this world, Hamish Channing did then. A low, suppressed cry went up from Arthur's heart. Whatever fond, faint doubt may have lingered in his mind, it died out from that moment. Others noticed the significant look exchanged between them, but they, not in the secret, saw only on the part of Hamish what they took for vexation at his brother's position. It was suggested that it would save time to take the evidence of Mr. Hamish Channing at once. Mr. Galloway's might be received later. "What evidence?" demanded Hamish, standing before the magistrates in a cold, uncompromising manner, and speaking in a cold, uncompromising tone. "I have none to give. I know nothing of the affair." "Not much, we are aware. But what little you do know must be spoken, Mr. Hamish Channing." They did not swear him. These were only informal, preliminary proceedings. Country courts of law are not always conducted according to orthodox rules, nor was that of Helstonleigh. There would be another and a more formal examination before the committal of the prisoner for trial, if committed he should be. A few unimportant questions were put to Hamish, and then he was asked whether he saw the letter in question. "I saw a letter which I suppose to have been the one," he replied. "It was addressed to Mr. Robert Galloway at Ventnor." "Did you observe your brother take it into Mr. Galloway's private room?" "Yes," answered Hamish. "In putting the desks straight before departing for college, my brother carried the letter into Mr. Galloway's room and left it there. I distinctly remember his doing so." "Did you see the letter after that?" "No." "How long did you remain alone while your brother was away?" "I did not look at my watch." irritably returned Hamish, who had spoken resentfully throughout, as if some great wrong were being inflicted upon him in having to speak at all. "But you can guess at the time?" "No, I can't," shortly retorted Hamish, "and guesses are not evidence." "Was it 10 minutes?" "It may have been. I know he seemed to be back almost as soon as he had gone." "Did any person, clerk or stranger, or visitor, or otherwise, come into the office during his absence from it?" "No." "No person whatever?" "No person whatever. I think," continued Hamish, volunteering an opinion upon the subject, although he knew it was out of all rule and precedent to do so, "that there is a great deal of unprofitable fuss being made about the matter. The money must have been lost in going through the post. It is impossible to suppose otherwise—" Hamish was stopped by a commotion. Clattering along the outer hall, and bursting in at the court door, his black hair disordered, his usually pale cheeks scarlet, his nostrils working with excitement, came Roland Yorke. He was in a state of fierce emotion. Learning, as he had done by accident, that Arthur had been arrested upon the charge, he took up the cause hotly, gave vent to a burst of passionate indignation, in which he abused every one under the sun except Arthur, and tore off to the town hall, elbowing the crowd right and left in his impetuosity, pushing one policeman here and another there, who would have obstructed his path. He came up to Arthur and ranged himself by his side, linking his arm within his in an outburst of kindly generosity. "Old fellow, who has done this?" "Mr. Roland Yorke!" exclaimed the bench indignantly. "What do you mean by this behaviour? Stand away, if you please, sir." "I'll stand away when Arthur Channing stands away," retorted Yorke, apparently ignoring whose presence he was in. "Who accuses him? Mr. Galloway does not. This is your doing, Butterby." "Take care that their worships don't commit you for contempt of court," retorted Mr. Butterby. "You are going on for it, Roland Yorke." "Let them commit me if they will," foamed Roland. "I am not going to see a friend falsely accused and not stand up for him. Channing no more touched that money than any of you did. The post office must have had it." "A moment, Mr. Roland Yorke, if you can calm yourself sufficiently to answer as a rational being," interposed the magistrate who had addressed Arthur. "Have you any proof to urge in support of your assertion that the prisoner did not touch it?" "Proof, sir!" returned Roland, subsiding, however, into a tone of more respect. "Does it want proof to establish the innocence of Arthur Channing? Every action of his past life is proof. He is honest as the day. This warm feeling does you credit in one sense." "It does me no credit at all," fiercely interrupted Roland. "I don't defend him because he is my friend. I don't defend him because we are in the same office and sit side by side at the same desk. I do it because I know him to be innocent." "How do you know it?" "He could not be guilty. He is incapable of it. Better accuse me or Jenkins than accuse him." "You and Jenkins were not at the office during the suspected time." "Well, I know we were not," acknowledged Roland, lowering his voice to a more reasonable tone. "And just because it happened by some cross-grained luck that Channing was, Butterby pitches upon him and accuses him of the theft. He never did it, and I'll say it with my last breath." With some trouble, threatenings on the part of the court, and more explosions from himself, Mr. Roland Yorke was persuaded to retire. He went as far as the back of the room, and there indulged in undercurrents of wrath touching injustice and Mr. Butterby to a selected circle who gathered round him. Warm-hearted and generous by fits and starts was Roland Yorke. He had inherited it with his Irish blood, from Lady Augusta. But meanwhile, where was Mr. Galloway? He did not make his appearance, and it was said he could not be found. Messenger after messenger was dispatched to his office, to his house, and at length Mr. Butterby went himself. All in vain. His servants knew nothing about him. Jenkins, who had the office to himself, thought he must be somewhere in the town, as he had not said he was going out of it. Mr. Butterby went back crestfallen, and confessed that not to take up longer the time with their worships unnecessarily, the case must be remanded to the morrow. "We will take bail," said the magistrates before the application was made. "1 surety will be sufficient, £50. At that, Mr. Roland, who by this time was standing in a sullen manner against a pillar of the court, his violence gone, and biting his nails moodily, made a rush to the front again, heeding little who he knocked down in the process. "I'll be bail," he cried eagerly. "That is, Lady Augusta will, as I am not a householder. I'll hunt her up and bring her here." He was turning in impetuous haste to hunt up Lady Augusta, when Hamish Channing imperatively waved to him to be still, and spoke to the bench. "My father's security will be sufficient, I presume?" "Quite so." Since Mr. Channing's incapacity, power to sign and to act for him had been vested in Hamish, and the matter was concluded at once. The court poured out its crowd. Hamish was on the point of taking Arthur's arm, but was pushed aside by Roland Yorke, who seized upon it as if he could never make enough of him. "The miserable idiots, to bring such a charge against you! Arthur, I have been half mad ever since I heard of it." "Thank you, Yorke. You are very kind." "Kind! Don't talk that schoolgirl rubbish," passionately interrupted Roland. "If I were taken up upon a false charge, wouldn't you stand by me?" "That I would, were it false or true." "I'll pay that Butterby out, if it's 10 years hence. And you, knowing your own innocence, could stand before them there, meek-faced as a tame cat, letting Butterby and the bench have it their own way. A calm temper such as yours, Arthur, may be very, what do they call it, Christian, but I'm blessed if it's useful. I should have made their ears tingle had they put me there, as they have not tingled for many a day." "Who do you suppose took the note?" inquired Hamish of Roland Yorke, speaking for the first time. "Bother the note," was the rejoinder of Mr. Roland. "It's nothing to us who took it. Arthur didn't. Go and ask the post office." "But the seal—" Hamish was beginning in a friendly tone of argument. Roland bore him down. "Who cares for the seal? I don't. If Galloway had stuck himself upon the letter instead of his seal, and never got off till it reached the cousin Galloway's hand, I wouldn't care. It tells nothing. Do you want to find your brother guilty?" he continued, in a tone of scorn. "You did not half stand up for him, Hamish Channing, as I'd expect a brother to stand up for me. Now then, you people, are you thinking we are live kangaroos escaped from a menagerie? Be off about your own business. Don't come after us." The last was addressed to a crowd who had followed upon their heels from the court, staring with that innate delicacy for which the English are remarkable. They had seen Arthur Channing 1,000 times before, every one of them, but as he had been arrested, they must look at him again. Yorke's scornful reproach and fierce face somewhat scattered them. "If it had been Galloway's doings, I'd never have put my foot inside his confounded old office again," went on Roland. "No, and my lady might have tried her best to force me. Lugging a fellow up for a pitiful paltry sum of £20, who is as much a gentleman as himself, who, as his own senses might tell him, wouldn't touch it with the end of his finger. But it was that Butterby's handiwork, not Galloway's." "Galloway must have given Butterby his instructions," observed Hamish. "He didn't, then," snapped Roland. "Jenkins says he knows he did not, by the remarks Galloway made to him this morning. And Galloway has been away ever since 11 o'clock. We can't tell where. It is nobody but that evil, mischief-making Butterby, and I'd give a crown out of my pocket to have a good duck at him in the river." With regard to Mr. Galloway's knowing nothing of the active proceedings taken against Arthur, Roland was right. Mr. Butterby had dispatched a note to Mr. Galloway's office at 1 o'clock, stating what he had done, and requesting him to be at the office at 2 for the examination, and the note had been lying there ever since. It was being opened now, at the exact moment that Mr. Roland Yorke was giving vent to that friendly little wish about the river and Mr. Butterby. Mr. Galloway had met a friend in the town, and had gone with him a few miles by rail into the country on unexpected business. He had just returned to find the note, and to hear Jenkins' account of Arthur's arrest. "I am vexed at this," he exclaimed, his tone betraying excessive annoyance. "Butterby has exceeded his orders." Jenkins thought he might venture to put in a word for Arthur. He had been intensely surprised, indeed grieved, at the whole affair, and not the less so that he feared what he had unconsciously repeated about a £20 note paying Arthur's debts might have helped it on. "I feel as sure as can be, sir, that it was not Mr. Arthur Channing," he deferentially said. "I have not been in this office with him for more than 12 months without learning something of his principles." "The principles of all the Channings are well known," returned Mr. Galloway. "No, whatever may be the apparent proofs, I cannot bring myself to think it could be Arthur Channing, although—" Mr. Galloway did not say although what, but changed the topic abruptly. "Are they in court now?" "I expect so, sir. Mr. Yorke is not back yet." Mr. Galloway walked to the outer door, deliberating what his course should be. The affair grieved him more than he could express. It angered him, chiefly for his old friend Mr. Channing's sake. "I had better go up to the Guildhall," he soliloquized, "and see if—" There they were, turning the corner of the street, Roland Yorke, Hamish, and Arthur, and the followers behind. Mr. Galloway waited till they came up. Hamish did not enter or stop, but went straight home. "They will be so anxious for news," he exclaimed. Not a word had been exchanged between the brothers. No wonder that he shuns coming in, thought Arthur. Roland Yorke threw his hat from him in silence, and sat down in his place at the desk. Mr. Galloway touched Arthur with his finger, motioned him towards the private room, and stood there facing him, speaking gravely. "Tell me the truth as before God. Are you innocent or guilty? What you say shall not be used against you." Quick as lightning, in all solemn earnestness, the word innocent was on Arthur's lips. It had been better for him, perhaps, that he had spoken it. But, alas, that perplexity as to how far he might venture to assert his own innocence was upon him still. What impression could this hesitation, coupled with the suspicious circumstances, make upon the mind of Mr. Galloway? "Have you no answer?" emphatically asked Mr. Galloway. "I am not guilty, sir." Meanwhile, what do you suppose were the sensations of Mr. Channing? We all know that anguish of mind is far more painful to bear when the body is quiescent than when it is in motion. In any great trouble, any terrible suspense, look at our sleepless nights. We lie and toss and turn, and say, "When will the night be gone?" In the day we can partially shake it off, walking hither and thither. The keenness of the anguish is lost in exertion. Mr. Channing could not take this exertion. Lying there always, his days were little better to him than nights, and this strange blow, which had fallen so suddenly and unexpectedly, nearly overwhelmed him. Until that afternoon he would have confidently said that his son might have been trusted with a room full of untold gold. He would have said it still, but for Arthur's manner. It was that which staggered him. More than one urgent message had been dispatched for Mr. Galloway, but that gentleman was unable to go to him until late in the evening. "My friend," said Mr. Galloway, bending over the sofa when they were alone, "I am more grieved at this than you can be." Mr. Channing clasped his hand. "Tell me what you think yourself, the simple truth. I ask it, Galloway, by our long friendship. Do you think him innocent or guilty?" There might be no subterfuge in answer to words so earnest, and Mr. Galloway did not attempt any. He bent lower and spoke in a whisper. "I believe him to be guilty." Mr. Channing closed his eyes, and his lips momentarily moved. A word of prayer to be helped to bear was going up to the throne of God. "But never think that it was I who instituted these proceedings against him," resumed Mr. Galloway. "When I called in Butterby to my aid this morning, I had no more notion that it was Arthur Channing who was guilty than I had that it was that sofa of yours. Butterby would have cast suspicion to him then, but I repelled it. He afterwards acted upon his own responsibility, while my back was turned. It is, as I say often to my office people, I can't stir out for a few hours but something goes wrong. You know the details of the loss?" "Aye, by heart," replied Mr. Channing. "They are suspicious against Arthur only in so far as that he was alone with the letter. Sufficient time must have been taken, as I conclude, to wet the envelope and unfasten the gum, and it would appear that he alone had that time. This apparent suspicion would have been nothing to my mind, knowing Arthur as I do, had it not been coupled with a suspicious manner." "There it is," assented Mr. Galloway warmly. "It is that manner which leaves no room for doubt. I had him with me privately when the examination was over, and begged him to tell me, as before God, innocent or guilty. He could not. He stood like a statue, confused, his eyes down, and his colour varying. He is badly constituted for the commission of crime, for he cannot brave it out. One, knowing himself wrongfully accused, would lay his hand upon his heart with an upright countenance, and say, 'I am innocent of this, so help me heaven.' I must confess I did not like his manner yesterday, when he heard me say I should place it in the hands of the police," continued Mr. Galloway. "He grew suddenly agitated, and begged I would not do so." "Aye," cried Mr. Channing, with a groan of pain he could not wholly suppress. "It is an incredible mystery. What could he want with the money? The tale told about his having debts has no foundation in fact. He has positively none." Mr. Galloway shook his head. He would not speak out his thoughts. He knew that Hamish was in debt. He knew that Master Roland Yorke indulged in expensive habits whenever he had the opportunity, and he now thought it likely that Arthur, between the two examples, might have been drawn in. "I shall not allow my doubts of him to go further than you," he said aloud, "and I shall put a summary stop to the law proceedings." "How will you do that, now that they are publicly entered upon?" asked Mr. Channing. "I'll manage it," was the reply. "We'll see which is strongest, I or Butterby." When they were gathering together for the reading that night, Arthur took his place as usual. Mr. Channing looked at him sternly, and spoke sternly in the presence of them all. "Will your conscience allow you to join in this?" How it stung him! Knowing himself innocent, seeing Hamish, the real culprit, basking there in their love and respect as usual. The unmerited obloquy cast upon him was almost too painful to bear. He did not answer. He was battling down his rebellious spirit, and the gentle voice of Mrs. Channing rose instead. "James, there is all the more need for him to join in it, if things are as you fear." And Mr. Channing applied himself to the reading. My son, if you come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation. Set thy heart aright, and constantly endure, and make not haste in time of trouble. It was a portion of Scripture rarely chosen, and perhaps for that reason it fell upon Arthur with greater force. As he listened, the words brought healing with them, and his sore spirit was soothed, and grew trusting and peaceful as that of a little child. End of chapter 24. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, United Kingdom. Chapter 25 of The Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Whitley. The Channings, by Ellen Wood. Chapter 25. A Morning Call. You may possibly be blaming Arthur Channing for meeting this trouble in so sad a spirit. Were such an accusation cast unjustly upon you, you would throw it off impatiently, and stand up for yourself and your innocence in the broad light of day. Even were you debarred, as he was, from speaking out the whole truth, you would never be cast down to that desponding depth, and thereby give a colouring to the doubt cast upon you. Are you thinking this? But you must remember that it was not for himself that Arthur was so weighed down. Had he possessed no conception as to how the note went, he would have met the charge very differently, bearing himself bravely and flinging their suspicion to the winds. "You people cannot think me guilty," he might have said. "My whole previous life is a refutation to the charge." He would have held up his head and heart cheerfully, waiting and looking for the time when elucidation should come. No, his grief, his despondency, were felt for Hamish. If Arthur Channing had cherished faith in one living being more than in another, it was in his elder brother. He loved him with a lasting love. He revered him as few revere a brother, and the shock was great. He would far rather have fallen down to guilt himself than that Hamish should have fallen. Tom Channing had said with reference to Arthur that if he were guilty he should never believe in anything again. They might tell him that the cathedral was a myth and not a cathedral, and he should not be surprised. This sort of feeling had come over Arthur. It had disturbed his faith in honour and goodness. It had almost disgusted him with the world. Arthur Channing is not the only one who has found his faith in fellow men rudely shaken, and yet, the first shock over, his mind was busy finding excuses for him. He knew that Hamish had not erred from any base self-gratification, but from love. You may be inclined to think this a contradiction, for all such promptings to crime must be base. Of course they are. But as the motives differ, so do the degrees. As surely as though the whole matter had been laid before him, felt Arthur, Hamish had been driven to it in his desperate need to save his father's position and the family's means of support. He felt that, had Hamish alone been in question, he would not have appropriated a pin that was not his, to save himself from arrest. What he had done in love. Arthur gave him credit for another thing, that he had never cast a glance to the possibility of suspicion falling on Arthur. The post office would receive credit for the loss. Nothing more tangible than that wide field where they might hunt for the supposed thief until they were tired. It was a miserable evening that followed the exposure, the precursor of many and many miserable evenings in days to come. Mr. and Mrs. Channing, Hamish, Constance, and Arthur sat in the usual sitting-room when the rest had retired, sat in ominous silence. Even Hamish, with his naturally sunny face and sunny temper, looked gloomy as the grave. Was he deliberating as to whether he should show that all principles of manly justice were not quite dead within him, by speaking up at last, and clearing his wrongfully accused brother? But then his father's post, his mother's home, all might be forfeited. Who can tell whether this was the purport of Hamish's thoughts as he sat there in abstraction, away from the light, his head upon his hand? He did not say. Arthur rose. The silence was telling upon him. "May I say good night to you, father?" "Have you nothing else to say?" asked Mr. Channing. "In what way, sir?" asked Arthur in a low tone. "In the way of explanation. Will you leave me to go to my restless pillow without it? This is the first estrangement which has come between us." What explanation could he give? But to leave his father suffering in body and in mind, without attempt at it, was a pain hard to bear. "Father, I am innocent," he said. It was all he could say, and it was spoken all too quietly. Mr. Channing gazed at him searchingly. "In the teeth of appearances?" "Yes, sir, in the teeth of appearances." "Then why, if I am to believe you, have assumed the aspect of guilt, which you certainly have done?" Arthur involuntarily glanced at Hamish. The thought of his heart was, "You know why, if no one else does," and caught Hamish looking at him stealthily under cover of his fingers. Apparently Hamish was annoyed at being so caught, and started up. "Good night, mother. I am going to bed." They wished him good night, and he left the room. Mr. Channing turned again to Arthur. He took his hand and spoke with agitation. "My boy, do you know that I would almost rather have died than live to see this guilt fall upon you?" "Oh, father, don't judge me harshly," he implored. "Indeed, I am innocent." Mr. Channing paused. "Arthur, you never, as I believe, told me a lie in your life. What is this puzzle?" "I am not telling a lie now." "I am tempted to believe you. But why, then, act as if you were guilty? When those men came here today, you knew what they wanted. You resigned yourself voluntarily, a prisoner. When Mr. Galloway questioned you privately of your innocence, you could not assert it. Neither could he now, in a more open way than he was doing. Can you look me in the face and tell me in all honour that you know nothing of the loss of the note?" "All I can say, sir, is that I did not take it or touch it." "Nay, but you are equivocating," exclaimed Mr. Channing. Arthur felt that he was, in some measure, and did not gainsay it. "Are you aware that tomorrow you may be committed for trial on the charge?" "I know it," replied Arthur, unless he stopped in agitation. "Unless you will interest yourself with Galloway, and induce him to withdraw proceedings. Your friendship with him has been close and long, sir, and I think he would do it for you." "Would you ask this if you were innocent?" said Mr. Channing. "Arthur, it is not the punishment you ought to dread, but the consciousness of meriting it." "And of that I am not conscious," he answered, emphatically in his bitterness. "Father, I would lay down my life to shield you from care. Think of me as favourably as you can." "You will not make me your full confidant?" "I wish I could. I wish I could." He wrung his father's hand, and turned to his mother, halting before her. Would she give him her good-night kiss? Would she? Did a fond mother ever turn against her child? to the prison, to the scaffold, down to the very depths of obloquy and scorn, a loving mother clings to her son. All else may forsake, but she never, be he what he will. Mrs. Channing drew his face to hers, and burst into sobs as she sheltered it on her bosom. "You will have faith in me, my darling mother." The words were spoken in the softest whisper. He kissed her tenderly, and hastened from the room, not trusting himself to say good night to Constance. In the hall he was waylaid by Judith. "Master Arthur, it isn't true." "Of course it is not true, Judith. Don't you know me better?" "What an old oaf I am for asking, to be sure. Didn't I nurse him, and haven't I watched him grow up? And don't I know my own boys yet?" she added to herself, but speaking aloud. "To be sure you have, Judy. But, Master Arthur, why is the master casting blame to you? And when them insolent police came strutting here to-day, as large as life, in their ugly blue coats and shiny hats, why didn't you hold the door wide and show 'em out again? I'd never have demeaned myself to go with 'em politely." "They wanted me at the town hall, you know, Judith. I suppose you have heard it all." "Then once should have been their master for me," retorted Judith. "I'd never have gone, unless they had got a cord and drawn me. I shouldn't wonder but they fingered the money themselves." Arthur made his escape, and went up to his room. He was scarcely within it when Hamish left his chamber and came in. Arthur's heart beat quicker. Was he coming to make a clean breast of it? Not he. "Arthur," Hamish began, speaking in a kindly but an estranged tone, or else Arthur fancied it, "can I serve you in any way in this business?" "Of course you cannot," replied Arthur, and he felt vexed with himself that his tone should savour of peevishness. "I am sorry for it, as you may readily believe, old fellow," resumed Hamish. "When I entered the court to-day, you might have knocked me down with a feather." I should suppose so," said Arthur. "You did not expect the charge would be brought upon me." "I neither expected it nor believed it when I was told. I inquired of Parkes the beadle what unusual thing was going on, seeing so many people about the doors, and he answered that you were under examination. I laughed at him, thinking he was joking." Arthur made no reply. "What can I do for you?" repeated Hamish. "You can leave me to myself, Hamish. That's about the kindest thing you can do for me to-night." Hamish did not take the hint immediately. "We must have the accusation quashed at all hazards," he went on. "But my father thinks Galloway will withdraw it. Yorke says he'll not leave a stone unturned to make Helstonleigh believe the money was lost in the post-office." "Yorke believes so himself," reproachfully rejoined Arthur. "I think most people do, with the exception of Butterby. Confounded old meddler! There would have been no outcry at all but for him." A pause. Arthur did not seem inclined to break it. Hamish had caught up a bit of whalebone, which happened to be lying on the drawers, and was twisting it about in his fingers, glancing at Arthur from time to time. Arthur leant against the chimney-piece, his hands in his pockets, and in like manner glanced at him. Not the slightest doubt in the world that each was wishing to speak out more freely, but some inward feeling restrained them. Hamish broke the silence. "Then you have nothing to say to me, Arthur?" "Not to-night." Arthur thought the saying should have been on the other side. He had cherished some faint hope that Hamish would at least acknowledge the trouble he had brought upon him. "I could not help it, Arthur. I was driven to my wit's end, but I never thought the reproach would fall upon you," or words to that effect. "No, nothing of the sort." Constance was ascending the stairs as Hamish withdrew. "Can I come in, Arthur?" she asked. For answer he opened the door and drew her inside. "Has Hamish spoken of it?" she whispered. "Not a word, as to his own share in it. He asked in a general way if he could serve me. Constance," he feverishly added, "they do not suspect downstairs, do they?" "Suspect what?" "That it was Hamish." "Of course they do not. They suspect you. At least papa does. He cannot make it out. He never was so puzzled in all his life. He says you must either have taken the money or connived at its being taken. To believe otherwise would render your manner perfectly inexplicable. Oh, Arthur, he is so grieving. He says other troubles have arisen without fault on our part, but this, the greatest, has been brought by guilt." "There is no help for it," wailed Arthur. "I could only clear myself at the expense of Hamish, and it would be worse for them to grieve for him than for me. Bright, sunny Hamish, whom my mother has, I believe, in her heart loved the best of all of us. Thank you, Constance, for keeping my counsel. How unselfish you are, Arthur." "Unselfish? I don't see it as a merit. It is my simple duty to be so in this case. If I by a rash word directed suspicion to Hamish, and our home in consequence got broken up, who would be the selfish one then? There's the consideration which frightens and fetters us. Papa must have been thinking of that when he thanked God that the trouble had not fallen upon Hamish." "Did he do that?" asked Arthur eagerly. "Yes, just now. Thank God that the cloud did not fall upon Hamish," he exclaimed. "It had been far worse for us then." Arthur listened. Had he wanted anything to confirm him in the sacrifice he was making, those words of his father's would have done it. Mr. Channing had no greater regard for one son than for the other, but he knew, as well as his children, how much depended upon Hamish. The tears were welling up into the eyes of Constance. "I wish I could speak comfort to you," she whispered. "Comfort will come with time, I dare say, darling. Don't stay. I seem quite fagged out tonight, and would be alone." Aye, alone. Alone with his grief, and with God. To bed at last, but not to sleep, not for hours and for hours. His anxiety of mind was intense, chiefly for Hamish, though he endured some on his own score. To be pointed at as a thief in the town stung him to the quick, even in anticipation, and there was also the uncertainty as to the morrow's proceedings. For all he knew, they might end in the prosecution being carried on, and his committal for trial. Towards morning he dropped into a heavy slumber, and to awake from that was the worst of all, for his trouble came pressing upon his brain with tenfold poignancy. He rose and dressed in some perplexity as to the immediate present. Ought he, or ought he not, to go as usual to Mr. Galloway's? He really could not tell. If Mr. Galloway believed him guilty, and there was little doubt of that now, of course he could no longer be tolerated in the office. On the other hand, to stop away voluntarily might look like an admission of guilt. He determined to go, and did so. It was the early morning hour when he had the office to himself. He got through his work, the copying of a somewhat elaborate will, and returned home to breakfast. He found Mr. Channing had risen, which was not usual. Like Arthur, his night had been an anxious one, and the bustle of the breakfast-room was more tolerable than bed. I wonder what Hamish's had been. The meal passed in uncomfortable silence. A tremendous peal at the hall bell startled the house, echoing through the boundaries, astonishing the rooks, and sending them on the wing. On state occasions it pleased Judith to answer the door herself, her helpmate, over whom she held undisputed sway, ruling her with a tight hand, dared not come forward to attempt it. The bell tinkled still, and Judy, believing it could be no one less than the bishop come to alarm them with a matutinal visit, hurried on a clean white apron and stepped across the hall. Mr. Roland Yorke, no one more formidable. He passed Judith with an unceremonious nod and marched into the breakfast-room. "Good morning, all. I say, old chap, are you ready to come to the office? It's good to see you down at this early hour, Mr. Channing." He was invited to take a seat, but declined. It was time they were at Galloway's, he said. Arthur hesitated. "I do not know whether Mr. Galloway will expect me," he observed. "Not expect you?" flashed Roland, lapsing into his loud, excited manner. "I can tell you what, Arthur, if he doesn't expect you, he shan't expect me. Mr. Channing, did you ever know anything so shamefully overbearing and unjust as that affair yesterday?" "Unjust, if it be unfounded," replied Mr. Channing. "Unfounded!" uttered Roland. "If that's not unfounded, there never was an unfounded charge brought yet. I'd answer for Arthur with my own life. I should like to sew up that Butterby. I hope, sir, you'll bring an action against him." "You feel it strongly, Roland?" "I should hope I do. Look you, Mr. Channing, it is a slur on our office, on me, and on Jenkins, and on Galloway himself. Yes, on Galloway. I say what I mean, and nobody shall talk me down. I'd rather believe it was Galloway did it than Arthur. I shall tell him so." "This sympathy shows very kind feeling on your part,
"I declare I shall go mad if I hear that again," interrupted Roland, turning red with passion. "It makes me wild. Everybody's on with it. You are very kind to take up Arthur Channing's cause. They mince out. Incorrigible idiots. Kind? Why, Mr. Channing, if that cat of yours there were to be accused of swallowing down a mutton chop, and you felt morally certain that she did not do it, wouldn't you stand up for her against punishment?"
Mr. Channing could not forbear a smile at Roland and his hot championship. "To be morally certain may do when cats are in question, Mr. Roland. But the law, unfortunately, requires something more for us, the superior animal. No father living has had more cause to put faith in his children than I. The unfortunate point in this business is that the loss appears to have occurred so mysteriously when the letter was in Arthur's charge."
"Yes, if it had occurred that way. But who believes it did except a few pates with shallow brains?" retorted Roland. "The note is burning a hole in the pocket of some poor ill-paid wight of a letter-carrier. That's where the note is. I beg your pardon, Mr. Channing, but it's of no use to interrupt me with arguments about old Galloway's seal. They go in at one ear and out at the other. What more easy than to put a penknife under the seal and unfasten it?"
"You cannot do this where gum is used as well, as it was to that letter."
"Who cares for the gum?" retorted Mr. Roland. "I don't pretend to say, sir, how it was accomplished, but I know it must have been done somehow. Watch a conjurer at his tricks. You can't tell how he gets a shilling out of a box which you yourself put in. All you know is he does get it out, or how he exhibits some receptacle crammed full, which you could have sworn was empty. Just so with the letter. The banknote did get out of it, but we can't tell how, except that it was not through Arthur. Come along, old fellow, or Galloway may be blowing us up for arriving late."
twitching Tom's hair as he passed him, treading on the cat's tail, and tossing a branch of sweetbriar full of thorns at Annabel, Mr. Roland Yorke made his way out in a commotion. Arthur, yielding to the strong will, followed. Roland passed his arm within his, and they went towards Close Street. "I say, old chum, I haven't had a wink of sleep all night worrying over this bother. My room is over Lady Augusta's, and she sent up this morning to know what I was pacing about for like a troubled ghost. I woke at 4 o'clock, and I could not get to sleep after, so I just stamped about a bit, to stamp the time away." In a happier mood, Arthur might have laughed at his Irish talk. "I am glad you stand by me, at any rate, Yorke. I never did it, you know. Here comes Williams. I wonder in what light he will take up the affair. Perhaps he will turn me from my post at the organ." "He had better," flashed Roland. "I'd turn him." Mr. Williams appeared to take up the affair in a resentful, haughty sort of spirit. Something like Roland, only that he was quieter over it. He threw ridicule upon the charge. "I am astonished at Galloway," he observed, when he had spoken with them some moments. "Should he go on with the case, the town will cry shame upon him." "Ah, but you see it was that meddling Butterby, not Galloway," returned Yorke. "As if Galloway did not know us chaps in his office better than to suspect us." "I fancy Butterby is fonder of meddling than he need be," said the organist. "A certain person in the town, living not 100 miles from this very spot, was suspected of having made free with a ring which disappeared from a dressing-table where she was paying an evening visit, and I declare if Butterby did not put his nose into it and worm out all the particulars." "That she had not taken it?" "That she had. But it produced great annoyance. All parties concerned, even those who had lost the ring, would rather have buried it in silence. It was hushed up afterwards. Butterby ought to understand people's wishes before he sets to work." "I wish press-gangs were in fashion," emphatically uttered Roland. "What a nice prize he'd make!" "I suppose I can depend upon you to take the duty at college this morning?" Mr. Williams said to Arthur as he was leaving them. "Yes, I shall be out in time for the examination at the Guildhall. The hour fixed is 11:30. "Old villains the magistrates must have been, to remand it at all," was the concluding comment of Mr. Roland Yorke. End of chapter 25. Recording by Nick Whitley, Purley, England.
Chapter 26 of The Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 26. Checkmated. Constance Channing proceeded to her duties, as usual, at Lady Augusta Yorke's. She drew her veil over her face, only to traverse the very short way that conveyed her thither, for the sense of shame was strong upon her. Not shame for Arthur, but for Hamish. It had half broken Constance's heart. There are times in our everyday lives when all things seem to wear a depressing aspect, turn which way we will. They were wearing it that day to Constance. Apart from home troubles, she felt particularly discouraged in the educational tasks she had undertaken. You heard the promise made to her by Caroline Yorke, to be up and ready for her every morning at 7. Caroline kept it for 2 mornings, and then failed. This morning and the previous morning Constance had been there at 7, and returned home without seeing either of the children. Both were ready for her when she entered now. "How am I to deal with you?" she said to Caroline, in a sad but affectionate tone. "I do not wish to force you to obey me. I would prefer that you should do it cheerfully." "It is tiresome to get up early," responded Caroline. "I can't wake when Martha comes." Whether Martha goes to you at 7 or at 8 or at 9, she has the same trouble to get you up. I don't see any good in getting up early, cried Caroline. Do you see any good in acquiring good habits instead of bad ones? Asked Constance. But, Miss Channing, why need we learn to get up early? We are ladies. It's only the poor who need get up at unreasonable hours, those who have their living to earn. Is it only the poor who are accountable to God for waste of time, Caroline? Caroline paused. She did not like to give up her argument. It's so very low-lived to get up with the sun. I don't think real ladies ever do it. You think real ladies wait until the sun has been up a few hours and warmed the earth for them? Yes, said Caroline, but it was not spoken very readily, for she had a suspicion that Miss Channing was laughing at her. May I ask where you have acquired your notions of real ladies, Caroline? Caroline pouted. Don't you call Colonel Jolliffe's daughters ladies, Miss Channing? Yes, in position. That's where we went yesterday, you know. Mary Jolliffe says she never gets up until 8:30, and that it is not ladylike to get up earlier. Real ladies don't, Miss Channing. My dear, shall I relate to you an anecdote that I have heard? Oh, yes, replied Caroline, her listless mood changing to animation. Anecdotes, or anything of that desultory kind, being far more acceptable to the young lady than lessons. Before I begin, will you tell me whether you condescend to admit that our good Queen is a real lady? Oh, Miss Channing, now you are laughing at me, as if anyone in all England could be so great a lady as the Queen. Very good. When she was a little girl, a child of her own age, the daughter of one of the nobility, was brought to Kensington Palace to spend the day with her. In talking together, the Princess Victoria mentioned something she had seen when out of doors that morning at 7 o'clock. At 7 o'clock! Exclaimed the young visitor. How early that is to be abroad! I never get out of bed until 8. Is there any use in rising so early? The Duchess of Kent, who was present, took up the answer. My daughter may be called to fill the throne of England when she shall be grown up. Therefore it is especially necessary that she should learn the full value of time. You see, Caroline, the princess was not allowed to waste her mornings in bed, although she was destined to be the first lady in the land. We may be thankful to her admirable mother for making her in that, as in many other things, a pattern to us. Is it a true anecdote, Miss Channing? It was related to my mother, many years ago, by a lady who was at that time very much at Kensington Palace. I think there is little doubt of its truth. One fact we all know, Caroline, the Queen retains her early habits and implants them in her children. What do you suppose would be Her Majesty's surprise, were one of her daughters, say the Princess Helena or the Princess Louise, to decline to rise early for their morning studies with their governess, Miss Hildyard, on the plea that it was not ladylike? Caroline's objection appeared to be melting away under her. But it is a dreadful plague, she grumbled, to be obliged to get up from one's nice warm bed for the sake of some horrid old lessons. You spoke of the poor, those who have their living to earn, as the only class who need rise early, resumed Constance. Put that notion away from you at once and for ever, Caroline. There cannot be a more false one. The higher we go in the scale of life, the more onerous become our duties in this world, and the greater is our responsibility to God. He to whom 5 talents were entrusted did not make them other 5 by wasting his days in idleness. Oh, Caroline! Fanny, come closer and listen to me. Your time and opportunities for good must be used, not abused or wasted. I will try to get up, said Caroline repentantly. I wish mamma had trained me to it when I was a child, as the Duchess of Kent trained the princess. I might have learned to like it by this time. Long before this, said Constance. Do you remember the good old saying, do what you ought, that you may do what you like? Habit is second nature. Were I told that I might lie in bed every morning until 9 or 10 o'clock, as a great favour, I should consider it a great punishment. But I have not been trained to get up, Miss Channing, and it is nothing short of punishment to me to do so. The punishment of self-denial we all have to bear, Caroline, but I can tell you what will take away half its sting. What? Asked Caroline, eagerly. Constance bent towards her. Jesus Christ said, If any will come after me, let him deny himself, and take up his cross daily, and follow me. When once we learn how to take it up cheerfully, bravely, for his sake, looking to him to be helped, the sting is gone. No cross, no crown, you know, my children. No cross, no crown. Constance had sufficient cross to carry just then, in the course of the morning Lady Augusta came into the room boisterously, her manner indicative of great surprise. "Miss Channing, what is this tale about your brother's having been arrested for stealing that missing bank-note? Some visitors have just called in upon me, and they say the town is ringing with the news." It was one of the first of Constance Channing's bitter pills. They were to be her portion for many a day. Her heart fluttered, her cheek varied, and her answer to Lady Augusta Yorke was low and timid. "It is true that he was arrested yesterday on suspicion." "What a shocking thing! Is he in prison?" "Oh, no." "Did he take the note?" The question pained Constance worse than all. "He did not take it," she replied, in a clear, soft tone. "To those who know Arthur well, it would be impossible to think so." "But he was before the magistrates yesterday, I hear, and is going up again to-day." "Yes, that is so." "And Roland could not open his lips to tell me of this when I came home last night," grumbled my lady. "We were late, and he was the only one up. Gerald and Tod were in bed. I shall ask him why he did not. But, Miss Channing, this must be a dreadful blow for you all." "It would be far worse, Lady Augusta, if we believed him guilty," she replied from her aching heart. "Oh dear, I hope he is not guilty," continued my lady, displaying as little delicacy of feeling as she could well do. "It would be quite a dangerous thing, you know, for my Roland to be in the same office." "Be at ease, Lady Augusta," returned Constance, with a tinge of irony she could not wholly suppress. "Your son will incur no harm from the companionship of Arthur." "What does Hamish say? Handsome Hamish! He does not deserve that such a blow should come to him." Constance felt her colour deepen. She bent her face over the exercise she was correcting. "Is he likely to be cleared of the charge?" perseveringly resumed Lady Augusta. "Not by actual proof, I fear," answered Constance, pressing her hand upon her brow as she remembered that he could only be proved innocent by another's being proved guilty. "The note seems to have been lost in so very mysterious a manner that positive proof of his innocence will be difficult." "Well, it is a dreadful thing," concluded Lady Augusta. Meanwhile, at the very moment her ladyship was speaking, the magistrates were in the town hall in full conclave, the case before them. The news had spread, had excited interest far and wide. The bench was crowded, and the court was one dense sea of heads. Arthur appeared, escorted by his brother Hamish and by Roland Yorke. Roland was in high feather, throwing his haughty glances everywhere, for he had an inkling of what was to be the termination of the affair, and did not conceal his triumph. Mr. Galloway also was of their party. Mr. Galloway was the first witness put forth by Mr. Butterby. The latter gentleman was in high feather also, believing he saw his way clear to a triumphant conviction. Mr. Galloway was questioned, and for some minutes it all went on swimmingly. "On the afternoon of the loss, before you closed your letter, who were in your office?" "My clerks, Roland Yorke and Arthur Channing." "They saw the letter, I believe?" "They did." "And the bank-note?" "Most probably." "It was the prisoner, Arthur Channing, who fetched the bank-note from your private room to the other? Did he see you put it into the letter?" "I cannot say." A halt. "But he was in full possession of his eyes just then?" "No doubt he was." "Then what should hinder his seeing you put the note into the letter?" "I will not swear that I put the note into the letter." The magistrates pricked up their ears. Mr. Butterby pricked up his, and looked at the witness. "What do you say?" "I will not swear that I put the bank-note inside the letter," deliberately repeated Mr. Galloway. "Not swear that you put the bank-note into the letter? What is it that you mean?" "The meaning is plain enough," replied Mr. Galloway, calmly. "Must I repeat it for the third time? I will not swear that I put the note into the letter." "But your instructions to me were that you did put the note into the letter," cried Mr. Butterby, interrupting the examination. "I will not swear it," reiterated the witness. "Then there's an end of the case!" exclaimed the magistrate's clerk in some choler. "What on earth was the time of the bench taken up for bringing it in here?" And there was an end of the case, at any rate for the present, for nothing more satisfactory could be got out of Mr. Galloway. "I have been checkmated," ejaculated the angry Butterby. They walked back arm in arm to Mr. Galloway's, Roland and Arthur. Hamish went the other way to his own office, and Mr. Galloway lingered somewhere behind. Jenkins, true-hearted Jenkins, in the black handkerchief still, was doubly respectful to Arthur, and rose to welcome him, a faint hectic of pleasure illumining his face at the termination of the charge. "Who said our office was going to be put down for a thief's?" uttered Roland. "Old Galloway's a trump. Here's your place, Arthur." Arthur did not take it. He had seen from the window the approach of Mr. Galloway, and delicacy prevented his assuming his old post until bade to do so. Mr. Galloway came in and motioned him into his own room. "Arthur Channing," he said, "I have acted leniently in this unpleasant matter for your father's sake, but from my very heart I believe you to be guilty." "I thank you, sir," Arthur said, "for that and all other kindness. I am not as guilty as you think me. Do you wish me to leave? If you can give me no better assurance of your innocence, if you can give me no explanation of the peculiar and most unsatisfactory manner in which you have met the charge, yes. To retain you here would be unjust to my own interests, and unfair as regards Jenkins and Roland Yorke." To give this explanation was impossible. Neither dared Arthur assert more emphatically his innocence. Once convince Mr. Galloway that he was not the guilty party, and that gentleman would forthwith issue fresh instructions to Butterby for the further investigation of the affair. Of this Arthur felt convinced. He could only be silent, and remain under the stigma. "Then I had better— you would wish me, perhaps, to go at once?" hesitated Arthur. "Yes," shortly replied Mr. Galloway. He spoke a word of farewell, which Mr. Galloway replied to by a nod, and went into the front office. There he began to collect together certain trifles that belonged to him. "What's that for?" asked Roland Yorke. "I am going," he replied. "Going?" roared Roland, jumping to his feet, and dashing down his pen full of ink with little regard to the deed he was copying. "Galloway has never turned you off?" "Yes, he has." "Then I'll go too," thundered Roland, who, truth to say, had flown into an uncontrollable passion, startling Jenkins and arousing Mr. Galloway. "I'll not stop in a place where that sort of injustice goes on. He'll be turning me out next. Catch me stopping for it." "Are you taken crazy, Mr. Roland Yorke?" The question proceeded from his master, who came forth to make it. Roland turned to him, his temper unsubdued, and his colour rising. "Channing never took the money, sir. It is not just to turn him away." "Did you help him to take it, pray, that you identify yourself with the affair so persistently and violently?" demanded Mr. Galloway in a cynical tone. And Roland answered with a hot and haughty word. "If you cannot attend to your business a little better, you will get your dismissal from me. You won't require to dismiss yourself," said Mr. Galloway. "Sit down, sir, and go on with your work." "And that's all the thanks a fellow gets for taking up a cause of oppression," muttered Mr. Roland Yorke as he sullenly resumed his place at the desk. "This is a precious world to live in." End of chapter 26. Recording by Kirsten Nelson.
Chapter 27 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 27. A Piece of Preferment. Before the 9 days' wonder, which, you know, is said to be the accompaniment of all marvels, had died away, Helstonleigh was fated to be astonished by another piece of news of a different nature, the preferment of the Reverend William Yorke. A different preferment from what had been anticipated for him. Otherwise the news had been nothing extraordinary, for it is usual for the dean and chapter to provide livings for their minor canons. In a fine open part of the town was a cluster of buildings called Hazelden's Charity, so named from its founder, Sir Thomas Hazelden. A large paved enclosure, fenced in by iron railings and a pair of iron gates. A chapel stood in the midst. On either side, right and left, ran 16 almshouses, and at the end, opposite to the iron gates, stood the dwelling of the chaplain to the charity, a fine residence called Hazelden House. This preferment, worth 300 a year, had been for some weeks vacant, the chaplain having died. It was in the gift of the present baronet, Sir Frederick Hazelden, a descendant of the founder, and he now suddenly conferred it upon the Reverend William Yorke. It took Helstonleigh by surprise. It took Mr. Yorke himself entirely by surprise. He possessed no interest whatever with Sir Frederick, and had never cast a thought to the probability of its becoming his. Perhaps Sir Frederick's motive for bestowing it upon him was this, that, of all the clergy in the neighbourhood, looking out for something good to fall to them, Mr. Yorke had been almost the only one who had not solicited it of Sir Frederick. It was none the less welcome. It would not interfere in the least with the duties or preferment of his minor canonry. A minor canon had once before held it. In short, it was one of those slices of luck which do sometimes come unexpectedly in this world. In the soft light of the summer evening, Constance Channing stood under the cedar tree. A fine old tree was that, the pride of the Channings' garden. The sun was setting in all its beauty. Clouds of crimson and purple floated on the horizon. A roseate hue tinged the atmosphere, and lighted with its own loveliness the sweet face of Constance. It was an evening that seemed to speak peace to the soul. So would it have spoken to that of Constance, but for the ever-present trouble which had fallen there. Another trouble was falling upon her, or seemed to be, one that more immediately concerned herself. Since a disgrace that had come to Arthur, Mr. Yorke had been less frequent in his visits. Some days had now elapsed from the time of Arthur's dismissal from Mr. Galloway's, and Mr. Yorke had called only once. This might have arisen from accidental circumstances, but Constance felt a different fear in her heart. Hark! That is his ring at the hall-bell. Constance has not listened for and loved that ring so long to be mistaken now. Another minute, and she hears those footsteps approaching, warming her life-blood, quickening her pulses. Her face deepens to crimson, and she turns it towards him. She knows nothing yet of his appointment to the Hazeldon chaplaincy. Mr. Yorke has not known it himself 2 hours. He came up and laid his hands upon her shoulders playfully, looking down at her. "What will you give me for some news, by way of greeting, Constance?" "News?" she answered, raising her eyes to his, and scarcely knowing what she did say, in the confusion of meeting him in her all-conscious love. "Is it good or bad news?" "Helstonleigh will not call it good, I expect. There are those upon whom it will fall as a thunderclap." "Tell it me, William. I cannot guess," she said, somewhat wearily. "I suppose it does not concern me." "But it does concern you, indirectly." Poor Constance, timorous and full of dread since this grief had fallen, was too apt to connect everything with that one source. We have done the same in our lives, all of us, when under the consciousness of some secret terror. She appeared to be living upon a mine, which might explode any hour, and bring down Hamish in its débris. The words bore an ominous sound, and, foolish as it may appear to us who know the nature of Mr. Yorke's news, Constance fell into something very like terror, and turned white. Does it concern Arthur?" she uttered. "No. Constance," changing his tone, and dropping his hands as he gazed at her, "why should you be so terrified for Arthur? You have been a changed girl since that happened, shrinking, timid, starting at every sound, unable to look people in the face. Why so, if he is innocent?" She shivered inwardly, as was perceptible to the eyes of Mr. Yorke. "Tell me the news," she answered in a low tone, "if, as you say, it concerns me." "I hope it will concern you, Constance. At any rate, it concerns me. The news," he gravely added, "is, that I am appointed to the Hazeldon chaplaincy." "Oh, William!" The sudden revulsion of feeling from intense, undefined terror to joyful surprise was too much to bear calmly. Her emotion overpowered her, and she burst into tears. Mr. Yorke compelled her to sit down on the bench, and stood over her, his arm on her shoulder, her hand clasped in his. "Constance, what is the cause of this?" he asked, when her emotion had passed. She avoided the question. She dried her tears and schooled her face to smiles, and tried to look as unconscious as she might. "Is it really true that you have the chaplaincy?" she questioned. "I received my appointment this evening. Why Sir Frederick should have conferred it upon me, I am unable to say. I feel all the more obliged to him for its being unexpected. Shall you like the house, Constance?" The rosy hue stole over her face again, and a happy smile parted her lips. "I once said to mamma, when we had been spending the evening there, that I should like to live at Hazeldon House. I like its rooms and its situation. I shall like to be busy among all those poor people. But when I said it, William, I had not the slightest idea that the chance would ever be mine." "You have only to determine now how soon the chance shall become certainty," he said. "I must take up my residence there within a month, and I do not care how soon my wife takes up hers after that." The rose grew deeper. She bent her brow down upon her hand and his, hiding her face. "It could not possibly be, William." "What could not be?" "So soon. Papa and mamma are going to Germany, you know, and I must keep house here. Besides, what would Lady Augusta say at my leaving her situation almost as soon as I have entered upon it?" "Lady Augusta!" Mr. Yorke was beginning impulsively, but checked himself. Constance lifted her face and looked at him. His brow was knit, and a stern expression had settled on it. "What is it, William?" "I want to know what caused your grief just now," was his abrupt rejoinder. "And what is it that has made you appear so strange of late?" The words fell on her as an ice-bolt. For a few brief moments she had forgotten her fears, had revelled in the sunshine of the happiness so suddenly laid out before her. Back came the gloom, the humiliation, the terror. "Had Arthur been guilty of the charge laid to him, and you were cognizant of it, I could fancy that your manner would be precisely what it is," answered Mr. Yorke. Her heart beat wildly. He spoke in a reserved, haughty tone, and she felt a foreboding that some unpleasant explanation was at hand. She felt more, that perhaps she ought not to become his wife with this cloud hanging over them. She nerved herself to say what she deemed she ought to say. "William," she began, "perhaps you would wish that our marriage should be delayed until I mean, now that this suspicion has fallen upon Arthur." She could scarcely utter the words coherently, so great was her agitation. Mr. Yorke saw how white and trembling were her lips. "I cannot believe Arthur is guilty," was his reply. She remembered that Hamish was, though Arthur was not, and in point of disgrace it amounted to the same thing. Constance passed her hand over her perplexed brow. "He is looked upon as guilty by many. That we unfortunately know, and it may not be thought well that you should, under the circumstance, make me your wife. You may not think so." Mr. Yorke made no reply. He may have been deliberating the question. "Let us put it in this light, William," she resumed, her tone one of intense pain. "Suppose, for argument's sake, that Arthur were guilty, would you marry me all the same?" "It is a hard question, Constance," he said, after a pause. "It must be answered." "Were Arthur guilty, and you cognizant of it, screening him, I should lose half my confidence in you, Constance." That was the knell. Her heart and her eyes alike fell, and she knew in that one moment that all hope of marrying William Yorke was at an end. "You think that, were he guilty, I am speaking only for argument's sake," she breathed in her emotion, "you think, were I cognizant of it, I ought to betray him, to make it known to the world?" "I do not say that, Constance, no. But you are my affianced wife, and whatever cognizance of the matter you might possess, whatever might be the mystery attending it, and a mystery I believe there is, you should repose the confidence and the mystery in me. That you might decide whether or not I am worthy to be your wife, she exclaimed, a flash of indignation lighting up her spirit. To doubt her! She felt it keenly. Oh, that she could have told him the truth! But this she dared not, for Hamish's sake. He took her hand in his, and gazed searchingly into her face. "Constance, you know what you are to me. This unhappy business has been as great a trial to me as to you. Can you deny to me all knowledge of its mystery, its guilt? I ask not whether Arthur be innocent or guilty. I ask whether you are innocent of everything in the way of concealment. Can you stand before me and assure me in all truth that you are so?" She could not. "I believe in Arthur's innocence," she replied in a low tone. So did Mr. Yorke, or he might not have rejoined as he did. "I believe also in his innocence," he said. "Otherwise—" "You would not make me your wife. Speak it without hesitation, William." "Well, I cannot tell what my course would be. Perhaps I would not." A silence. Constance was feeling the avowal in all its bitter humiliation. It seemed to humiliate her. "No, no, it would not be right of him to make me his wife now," she reflected. "Hamish's disgrace may come out any day. He may still be brought to trial for it. His wife's brother! And he attached to the cathedral. No, it would never do. William," she said aloud, "we must part." "Part?" echoed Mr. Yorke, as the words issued faintly from her trembling lips. Tears rose in her eyes. It was with difficulty she kept them from falling. "I cannot become your wife while this cloud overhangs Arthur. It would not be right." "You say you believe in his innocence," was the reply of Mr. Yorke. "I do, but the world does not. William," she continued, placing her hand in his, while the tears rained freely down her face, "let us say farewell now." He drew her closer to him. "Explain this mystery, Constance. Why are you not open with me? What has come between us?" "I cannot explain," she sobbed. "There is nothing for us but to part." "We will not part. Why should we, when you say Arthur is innocent, and I believe him to be so? Constance, my darling, what is this grief?" What were the words but a tacit admission that, if Arthur were not innocent, they should part? Constance so interpreted them. Had any additional weight been needed to strengthen her resolution, this would have supplied it. "Farewell, farewell, William. To remain with you is only prolonging the pain of parting." That her resolution to part was firm, he saw. It was his turn to be angry now. A slight touch of the haughty Yorke temper was in him, and there were times when it peeped out. He folded his arms, and the flush left his countenance. "I cannot understand you, Constance. I cannot fathom your motive, or why you are doing this, unless it be that you never cared for me." "I have cared for you as I never cared for any one, as I shall never care for another. To part with you will be like parting with life." "Then why speak of it? Be my wife, Constance. Be my wife." "No, it might bring you disgrace," she hysterically answered, "and that you shall never encounter through me. Do not keep me, William. My resolution is irrevocable." Sobbing as though her heart would break, she turned from him. Mr. Yorke followed her indoors. In the hall stood Mrs. Channing. Constance turned aside, anywhere to hide her face from her mother's eye. Mrs. Channing did not particularly observe her, and turned to accost Mr. Yorke. An angry frown was on his brow, an angry weight on his spirit. Constance's words and course of action had now fully impressed him with the belief that Arthur was guilty, that she knew him to be so, and the proud Yorke blood within him whispered that it was well so to part. But he had loved her with a deep and enduring love, and his heart ached bitterly. "Will you come in and lend us your help in the discussion?" Mrs. Channing said to him, with a smile. "We are carving out the plan for our journey." He bowed, and followed her into the sitting-room. He did not speak of what had just occurred, leaving that to Constance, if she should choose to give an explanation. It was not Mr. Yorke's place to say, Constance has given me up. She has impressed me with the conviction that Arthur is guilty, and she says she will not bring disgrace upon me. No, certainly, he could not tell them that. Mr. Channing lay as usual on his sofa, Hamish near him. Gay Hamish, who was looking as light-faced as ever. Undoubtedly he seemed as light-hearted. Hamish had a book before him, a map, and a pencil. He was tracing out the route for his father and mother, joking always. After much anxious consideration, Mr. Channing had determined to proceed at once to Germany. It is true that he could not well afford to do so, and before he heard from Dr. Lamb the very insignificant cost it would prove, he had always put it from him as wholly impracticable at present. But the information given him by the doctor altered his views, and he began to think of it not only practicable but feasible. His children were giving much help now to meet home expenses. Constance in going to Lady Augusta's, Arthur to the cathedral. Dr. Lamb strongly urged his going, and Mr. Channing himself knew that, if he could only come home restored to health and to activity, the journey, instead of being an expense, would, in point of fact, prove an economy. With much deliberation, with much prayer to be helped to a right decision, Mr. Channing at length decided to go. It was necessary to start at once, for the season was already advanced. Indeed, as Dr. Lamb observed, he ought to have been away a month ago. Then all became bustle and preparation. 2 or 3 days were wasted in the unhappy business concerning Arthur, but all the grieving over that, all the staying at home for it, could do no good. Mr. Channing was fain to see this, and the preparations were hastened. Hamish was most active in all, in urging the departure, in helping to pack, in carving out their route, but always joking. "Now mind, mother, as you are to be commander-in-chief, it is the Antwerp packet you are to take," he was saying, in a serio-comic, dictatorial manner. "Don't get seduced on to any indiscriminate steamer, or you may find yourselves carried off to some unknown regions inhabited by cannibals, and never be heard of again. The Antwerp steamer, and it starts from St. Katharine's Dock, if you have the pleasure of knowing that enchanting part of London. I made acquaintance with it in the fog, in that sight-seeing visit I paid to town, and its beauty, I must confess, did not impress me. From St. Katharine's Docks you will reach Antwerp in about 18 hours, always provided the ship does not go to pieces." "Hamish!" "Well, I won't anticipate. I dare say it is well caulked. At any rate, take an insurance ticket against accident, and then you'll be all right. An Irishman slept at the top of a very high hotel. 'Are you not afraid to sleep up there in case of fire?' a friend asked him. 'By the powers, no,' said he. 'They tell me the house is insured.' Now, mother mine—" "Shall we have to stay in Antwerp, Hamish?" interrupted Mr. Channing. "Yes, as your return, sir. An answer that you will think emanated from our Irish friend. No one ever yet went to Antwerp without giving the fine old town a few hours' inspection. I only wish the chance were offered me. Now, on your way there, you will not be able to get about, but as you return you will, if all the good has been done that you and I anticipate. Do not be too sanguine, Hamish." "My dear father," and Hamish's tone assumed a deeper feeling, "to be sanguine was implanted in my nature at my birth, but in this case I am more than sanguine. You will be cured, depend upon it. When you return in 3 months' time, I shall not have a fly waiting for you at the station here, or, if I do, it will be for the mother's exclusive use and benefit. I shall parade you through the town on my arm, showing your renewed strength of leg and limb to the delighted eyes of Helstonleigh." "Why are you so silent?" Mrs. Channing inquired of William Yorke. She had suddenly noticed that he had scarcely said a word, had sat in a fit of abstraction since his entrance. "Silent? Oh, Hamish is talking for all of us," he answered, starting from his reverie. "The ingratitude of some people!" ejaculated Hamish. "Is he saying that in a spirit of complaint now? Mr. Yorke, I am astonished at you." At this moment Tom was heard to enter the house. That it could be no one but Tom was certain, by the noise and commotion that arose. The others were quieter, except Annabel, and she was a girl. Tom came in, tongue, hands, and feet all going together. "What luck, is it not, Mr. Yorke? I am so glad it has been given to you." Mr. Channing looked up in surprise. "Tom, will you never learn manners? What has been given?" "Has he not told you?" exclaimed Tom, ignoring the reproof to his manners. "He is appointed to Hazeldon Chapel. Where's Constance? I'll be bound he has told her." Saucy Tom! They received his news in silence, looking to Mr. Yorke for explanation. He rose from his chair, and his cheek slightly flushed as he confirmed the tidings. "Does Constance know it?" inquired Mrs. Channing, speaking in the moment's impulse. "Yes," was Mr. Yorke's short answer, and then he said something, not very coherently, about having an engagement, and took his leave, wishing Mr. Channing every benefit from his journey. "But we do not go until the day after to-morrow," objected Mr. Channing. "We shall see you before that." Another unsatisfactory sentence from Mr. Yorke, that he was not sure. In shaking hands with Mrs. Channing, he bent down with a whisper. "I think Constance has something to say to you." Mrs. Channing found her in her room, in a sad state of distress. "Child, what is this?" she uttered. "Oh, mother, mother, it is all at an end, and we have parted for ever," was poor Constance's wailing answer. And Mrs. Channing, feeling quite sick with the various troubles that seemed to be coming upon her, inquired why it was at an end. "He feels that the disgrace which has fallen upon us would be reflected upon him, were he to make me his wife. Mother, there is no help for it. It would disgrace him." "But where there is no real guilt, there can be no real disgrace," objected Mrs. Channing. "I am firmly persuaded, however mysterious and unsatisfactory things may appear, that Arthur is not guilty, and that time will prove him so." Constance could only shiver and sob. Knowing what she knew, she could entertain no hope. "Poor child, poor child!" murmured Mrs. Channing, her own tears dropping upon the fair young face, as she gathered it to her sheltering bosom. "What have you done that this blight should extend to you?" "Teach me to bear it, mother. It must be God's will." And Constance Channing lay in her resting place, and there sobbed out her heart's grief, as she had done in her early girlhood. Chapter 27. Chapter 28 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Channings, by Ellen Wood. Chapter 28. An appeal to the Dean. The first sharpness of the edge worn off, Arthur Channing partially recovered his cheerfulness. The French have a proverb which is familiar to us all. Ce n'est que le premier pas qui coûte. There is a great deal of truth in it, as experience teaches us, and as Arthur found. Of what use my dependence upon God, Arthur also reasoned with himself 10 times a day, if it does not serve to bear me up in this, my first trouble? As well have been brought up next door to a heathen. Let me do the best I can under it, and go my way as if it had not happened, trusting all to God. A good resolution, and one that none could have made and kept, unless he had learnt that trust, which is the surest beacon-light we can possess in the world. Hour after hour, day after day, did that trust grow in Arthur Channing's heart. He felt a sure conviction that God would bring his innocence to light in his own good time, and that time he was content to wait for. Not at the expense of Hamish. In his brotherly love for Hamish, which this transaction had been unable to dispel, he would have shielded his reputation at any sacrifice to himself. He had grown to excuse Hamish far more than he could ever have excused himself, had he been guilty of it. He constantly hoped that the sin might never be brought home to Hamish, even by the remotest suspicion. He hoped that he would never fall again. Hamish was now so kind to Arthur, gentle in manner, thoughtfully considerate, anxious to spare him. He had taken to profess his full belief in Arthur's innocence, not as loudly perhaps, but quite as urgently, as did Roland Yorke. He would prove my innocence, and take the guilt to himself, but that it would bring ruin to my father, fondly soliloquized Arthur. Arthur Channing's most earnest desire for the present was to obtain some employment. His weekly salary at Mr. Galloway's had been very trifling, but still it was so much loss. He had gone to Mr. Galloway's not so much to be of help to that gentleman, who really did not require a third clerk, as to get his hand into the routine of the office, preparatory to being articled. Hence his weekly pay had been almost a nominal sum. Small though it was, he was anxious to replace it, and he sought to hear of something in the town. As yet without success. Persons were not willing to engage one on whom a doubt rested, and a very great doubt, in the opinion of the town, did rest upon Arthur. The manner in which the case had terminated, by Mr. Galloway's refusing to swear he put the bank-note into the envelope, when it was known that Mr. Galloway had put it in, and that Mr. Galloway himself knew that he had done so, told more against Arthur than the actual charge had done. It was not, you see, establishing Arthur's innocence. On the contrary, it rather tended to imply his guilt. If I go on with this, he will be convicted, therefore I will withdraw it for his father's sake, was the motive the town imputed to Mr. Galloway. His summary dismissal also from the office was urged against him. Altogether Arthur did not stand well in Helstonleigh, and fresh employment did not readily show itself. This was of little moment, comparatively speaking, while his post in the cathedral was not endangered. But that was to come. On the day before the departure of Mr. and Mrs. Channing, Arthur was seated at the organ at afternoon service, playing the anthem, when Mr. Williams came up. Arthur saw him with surprise. It was not the day for practising the choristers. Therefore, what could he want? A feeling of dread that it might mean ill to him came over Arthur. A feeling all too surely borne out. "Channing," Mr. Williams began, scarcely giving himself time to wait until service was over and the congregation were leaving, "the dean has been talking to me about this bother. What is to be done?" The life-blood at his heart seemed to stand still, and then go on again. His place there was about to be taken from him. He knew it. Must he become an idle, useless burden upon them at home? "He met me this morning in High Street and stopped me," continued Mr. Williams. "He considers that if you were guilty of the theft, you ought not to be allowed to retain your place here. I told him you were not guilty, that I felt thoroughly convinced of it, but he listened coldly. The dean is a stern man, and I have always said it." "He is a good man, and only stern in the cause of injustice," replied Arthur, who was himself too just to allow blame to rest where it was not due, even though it were to defend himself. "Did he give orders for my dismissal?" "He has not done so yet. I said that when a man was wrongly accused it ought not to be a plea for all the world's trampling him down. He answered pretty warmly that of course it ought not, but that, if appearances might be trusted, you were not wrongly accused." Arthur sat, scoring some music with his pencil. Never had he felt that appearances were against him more plainly than he felt it then. "I thought I would step down and tell you this, Channing," Mr. Williams observed. "I shall not dismiss you, you may be sure of that, but if the dean puts forth his veto, I cannot help myself. He is master of the cathedral, not I. I cannot think what possesses the people to doubt you. They never would if they had 10 grains of sense." The organist concluded his words as he hurried down the stairs. He was always much pressed for time. Arthur, a cold weight lying at his heart, put the music together and departed. He traversed the nave, crossed the body, and descended the steps to the cloisters. As he was passing the chapter house, the doors opened, and Dr. Gardner came out, in his surplice and trencher. He closed the doors after him, but not before Arthur had seen the dean seated alone at the table, a large folio before him. Both of them had just left the cathedral. Arthur raised his hat to the canon, who acknowledged it, but, Arthur thought, very coldly. To a sore mind, fancy is ever active. A thought flashed over Arthur that he would go, there and then, and speak to the dean. Acting upon the moment's impulse, without premeditation as to what he should say, he turned back and laid his hand upon the door-handle. A passing tremor, as to the result, arose within him, but he had learned where help is needed is ever to be obtained, and an earnestly breathed word went up then. The dean looked round, saw that it was Arthur Channing, rose from his seat, and awaited his approach. "Will you pardon my intruding upon you here, Mr. Dean?" he began, in his gentle, courteous manner, and with the urgency of the occasion all his energies seemed to come to him. Timidity and tremor vanished, and he stood before the dean, a true gentleman and a fearless one. The dean still wore his surplice, and his trencher lay on the table near him. Arthur placed his own hat by its side. "Mr. Williams has just informed me that you cast a doubt as to the propriety of my still taking the organ," he added. "True," said the dean. "It is not fitting that one upon whom so heavy an imputation lies should be allowed to continue his duty in this cathedral." "But, sir, if that imputation be a mistaken one—" "How are we to know that it is a mistaken one?" demanded the dean. Arthur paused. "Sir, will you take my word for it? I am incapable of telling a lie. I have come to you to defend my own cause, and yet I can only do it by my bare word of assertion. You are not a stranger to the circumstances of my family, Mr. Dean, and I honestly avow that if this post is taken from me, it will be felt as a serious loss. I have lost what little I had from Mr. Galloway. I trust I shall not lose this. You know, Channing, that I should be the last to do an unjust thing. You also may be aware that I respect your family very much," was the dean's reply. "But this crime which has been laid to your charge is a heavy one. If you were guilty of it, it cannot be overlooked." "I was not guilty of it," Arthur impressively said, his tone full of emotion. "Mr. Dean, believe me, when I shall come to answer to my Maker for my actions upon earth, I cannot then speak with more earnest truth than I now speak to you. I am entirely innocent of the charge. I did not touch the money. I did not know that the money was lost until Mr. Galloway announced it to me some days afterwards." The dean gazed at Arthur as he stood before him, at his tall form, noble even in its youthfulness, his fine ingenuous countenance, his earnest eye. It was impossible to associate such with the brand of guilt, and the dean's suspicious doubts melted away. If ever uprightness was depicted unmistakably in a human countenance, it shone out then from Arthur Channing's. "But there appears, then, to be some mystery attaching to the loss, to the proceedings altogether," debated the dean. "No doubt there may be, no doubt there is," was the reply of Arthur. "Sir," he impulsively added, "will you stand my friend so far as to grant me a favour?" The dean wondered what was coming. "Although I have thus asserted my innocence to you, and it is the solemn truth, there are reasons why I do not wish to speak out so equivocally to others. Will you kindly regard this interview as a confidential one, not speaking of its purport even to Mr. Galloway?" "But why?" asked the dean. "I cannot explain. I can only throw myself upon your kindness, Mr. Dean, to grant the request. Indeed," he added, his face flushing, "my motive is an urgent one." "The interview was not of my seeking, so you may have your favour," said the dean kindly. "But I cannot see why you should not publicly assert it, if, as you say, you are innocent." "Indeed, I am innocent," repeated Arthur. "Should one ray of light ever be thrown upon the affair, you will see, Mr. Dean, that I have spoken the truth." "I will accept it as truth," said the dean, "you may continue to take the organ." I knew God would be with me in the interview, thought Arthur, as he thanked the dean and left the chapter house. He did not go home immediately. He had a commission to execute in the town, and went to do it. It took him about an hour, which brought it to 5 o'clock. In returning through the Boundaries, he encountered Roland Yorke, just released from that bane of his life, the office, for the day. Arthur told him how near he had been to losing the cathedral. "By Jove!" uttered Roland, flying into one of his indignant fits. "A nice dean he is! He'd deserve to lose his own place if he had done it." "Well, the danger is over for the present. I say, Yorke, does Galloway talk much about it?" "Not he," answered Roland. "He's as sullen and crabbed as an old bear. I often say to Jenkins that he is in a temper with himself for having sent you away, and I don't care if he hears me. There's an awful amount to do since you went. I and Jenkins are worked to death, and there'll be the busiest time of all the year coming on soon, with the autumn rents and leases. I shan't stop long in it, I know." Smiling at Roland's account of being worked to death, for he knew how much the assertion was worth, Arthur continued his way. Roland continued his, and, on entering his own house, met Constance Channing leaving it. He exchanged a few words of chatter with her, though it struck him that she looked unusually sad, and then found his way to the presence of his mother. "What an uncommonly pretty girl that Constance Channing is," quoth he, in his free, unceremonious fashion. "I wonder she condescends to come here to teach the girls." "I think I shall dismiss her, Roland," said Lady Augusta. "I expect she'll dismiss herself, ma'am, without waiting for you to do it, now William Yorke has found bread and cheese and a house to live in," returned Roland, throwing himself at full length on the sofa. "Then you expect wrong," answered Lady Augusta. "If Miss Channing leaves, it will be by my dismissal, and I am not sure but I shall do it," she added, nodding her head. "What for?" asked Roland, lazily. "It is not pleasant to retain, as instructress to my children, one whose brother is a thief." Roland tumbled off the sofa, and rose up with a great cry, a cry of passionate anger, of aroused indignation. "What?" he thundered. "Good gracious, are you going mad?" uttered my lady. "What is Arthur Channing to you, that you should take up his cause in this startling way upon every possible occasion?" "He is this to me, that he has nobody else to stand up for him," stuttered Roland, so excited as to impede his utterance. "We were both in the same office, and the shameful charge might have been cast upon me, as it was cast upon him. It was mere chance. Channing is as innocent of it as you, mother. He is as innocent as that precious dean who has been wondering whether he shall dismiss him from the cathedral. A charitable lot you all are." "I am sure I don't want to be uncharitable," cried Lady Augusta, whose heart was kind enough in the main. "And I am sure the dean never was uncharitable in his life. He is too good and enlightened a man to be uncharitable. Half the town says he must be guilty, and what is one to think? Then you would not recommend me to let it make any difference to Miss Channing's coming here?" "No!" burst forth Roland, in a tone that might have brought down the roof, had it been made of glass. "I'd scorn such wicked injustice." "If I were you, I'd scorn to put myself into these fiery tempers upon other people's business," cried my lady. "It is my business," retorted Roland. "Better go into tempers than be hard and unjust. What would William Yorke say at your speaking so of Miss Channing?" Lady Augusta smiled. "It was hearing what William Yorke had done that almost decided me. He has broken off his engagement with Miss Channing, and he has done very well, Roland. It is not meet that he should take his wife from a disgraced family. I have been telling him so ever since it happened." Roland stood before her, as if unable to digest the news, his mouth open, his eyes staring. "It is not true!" he shrieked. "Indeed, it is perfectly true. I gathered a suspicion of it from William Yorke's manner to-day, and I put the question plainly to Miss Channing herself. Had they parted in consequence of this business of Arthur's? She acknowledged that it was so. Roland turned white with honest anger. He dashed his hair from his brow, and with an ugly word he dashed down the stairs 4 at a time, and flung out of the house, probably with the intention of having a little personal explosion with the Reverend William Yorke. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of The Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirsten Nelson. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 29. A Taste of Tan. The cloisters of Helstonleigh were echoing with the sounds of a loud dispute, according as little with their sacred character as with the fair beauty of the summer's afternoon. The excitement caused in the college school by the rumour of Lady Augusta Yorke's having obtained the promise of the headmaster that her son should be promoted to the seniorship over the heads of Channing and Huntley had been smouldering ominously, and gathering greater strength from the very fact that the boys appeared to be powerless in it. Powerless they were, in spite of Tom Channing's boast at the dinner-table that the school would not stand it tamely, and his meaning nod when Hamish had mockingly inquired whether the school intended to send Lady Augusta a challenge, or to recommend Mr. Pye to the surveillance of the dean. In the first flow of their indignation, the boys, freely ringing the changes of rebellion, had avowed to one another that they would acquaint the dean with the headmaster's favouritism and request his interference, as too many of us do when things happen that annoy us. We are only too prone to speak out our mind, and to proclaim what our remedy or revenge shall be. But when our anger has subsided, and we see things in their true light, we find that those boasts were only loud talking, and cannot be acted upon. Thus it was with the Helstonleigh College boys. They had hurled forth indignation at the master, had pretty nearly conned over the very words in which they should make known their grievance to the dean, but when the practical part came to be considered, their courage oozed out at their fingers' ends. The mice, you remember, passed a resolution in solemn conclave that their enemy, the old cat, should be belled, an excellent precaution, and only wanting one small thing to render it efficient. No mouse would undertake to do it. To prefer a complaint to the dean of their headmaster was a daring measure, such as the school, with all its hardihood, had never yet attempted. It might recoil upon themselves, might produce no good to the question at issue, and only end in making the master their enemy. On the other hand, the boys were resolved not to submit tamely to a piece of favouritism so unjust without doing something. In the midst of this perplexity, one of them suddenly mooted the suggestion that a written memorial should be sent to the headmaster from the school collectively, respectfully requesting him to allow the choice of senior to be made in the legitimate order of things, by merit or priority, but not by favour. Lame as the suggestion was, the majority were for its adoption simply because no other plan could be hit upon. Some were against it. Hot arguments prevailed on both sides, and a few personal compliments rather tending to break the peace had been exchanged. The senior boy held himself aloof from acting personally. It was his place they were fighting for. Tom Channing and Huntley were red-hot against what they called the sneaking, meaning the underhand work. Gerald Yorke was equally for non-interference either to the master or the dean. Yorke protested it was not in the least true that Lady Augusta had been promised anything of the sort. In point of fact, there was no proof that she had been, excepting her own assertion, made in the hearing of Jenkins. Gerald gravely declared that Jenkins had gone to sleep and dreamt it. Affairs had been going on in a cross-grained sort of manner all day. The school, taking it as a whole, had been inattentive. Mr. Pye had been severe. The second master had caned a whole desk and threatened another, and double lessons had been set the upper boys for the following morning. Altogether, when the gentlemen were released at 5 o'clock, they were not in the sweetest of tempers, and entered upon a wordy war on the cloisters. "What possessed you to take and tear up that paper you were surreptitiously scribbling at, when Pye ordered you to go up and hand it in?" demanded Gaunt of George Brittle. "It was that which put him out with us all. Was it a love letter?" "Who was to think he'd go and ask for it?" returned Brittle, an indifferent sort of gentleman who liked to take things easily. "Guess what it was." "Don't talk to me about guessing," imperiously spoke Gaunt. "I ask you what it was." "Nothing less than the memorial to himself," laughed Brittle. "Some of us made a rough shell of it, and I thought I'd set on and copy it fair. When old Pye's voice came thundering, 'What's that you are so stealthily busy over, Mr. Brittle? Hand it in!' Of course I could only tear it into minute pieces, and pretend to be deaf." "You had best not try it on again," said Gaunt. "Nothing puts out Pye like disobeying him to his face." "Oh, doesn't it, though?" returned Brittle. "Cribb's put him out the worst. He thought that was a crib, or he'd not have been so eager for it." "What sort of a shell is it?" asked Harry Huntley. "Who drew it out?" "It won't do at all," interposed Hurst. "The head of it is 'Revered Master,' and the tail, 'Yours affectionately.'" A shout of laughter. Brittle's voice rose above the noise. "And the middle is an eloquent piece of composition, calculated to take the master's obdurate heart by storm, and move it to redress our wrongs." "We have no wrongs to redress of that sort," cried Gerald Yorke. "Being an interested party, you ought to keep your mouth shut," called out Hurst to Yorke. "Keep yours shut first," retorted Yorke to Hurst. "Not being interested, there's no need to open yours at all." "Let's see the thing," said Huntley. Brittle drew from his pocket a sheet of a copy-book, tumbled, blotted, scribbled over with the elegance that only a schoolboy can display. Several heads had been laid together, and a sketch of the memorial drawn out between them. Shorn of what Hurst had figuratively called the head and tail, and which had been added for nonsense, it was not a bad production. The boys clustered round Brittle, looking over his shoulder, as he read the composition aloud for the benefit of those who could not elbow space to see. "It wouldn't be bad," said Huntley, critically, "if it were done into good grammar." "Into what?" roared Brittle. "The grammar's as good as you can produce any day, Huntley. Come." "I'll correct it for you," said Huntley, coolly. "There are a dozen faults in it." "The arrogance of those upper-desk fellows!" ejaculated Brittle. "The stops are not put in yet, and they haven't the gumption to allow for them. You'll see what it is when it shall be written out properly, Huntley. It might be sent to the British Museum as a model of good English, there to be framed and glazed. I'll do it tonight." "It's no business of yours, Mr. Brittle, that you should interfere to take an active part in it," resumed Gerald Yorke. "No business of mine? That's good, when I'm thinking of going in for the seniorship myself another time." "It's the business of the whole batch of us, if you come to that," roared Bywater, trying to accomplish the difficult feat of standing on his head on the open mullioned window-frame, thereby running the danger of coming to grief amongst the gravestones and grass of the college burial-yard. "If Pye does not get called to order now, he may lapse into the habit of passing over hard-working fellows with brains, to exalt some good-for-nothing cake with none, because he happens to have a Dutchman for his mother. That would wash, that would." "You, Bywater, do you mean that for me?" hotly demanded Gerald Yorke. "As if I did," laughed Bywater. "As if I meant it for any cake in particular. Unless the cap happens to fit 'em, I don't say it does." "The thing is this," struck in Hurst. "Who will sign the paper? It's of no use for Brittle, or any other fellow, to be at the bother of writing it out, if nobody can be got to sign it." "What do you mean? The school's ready to sign it." "Are the seniors?" With the seniors there was a hitch. Gaunt put himself practically out of the affair. Gerald Yorke would not sign it, and Channing could not. Huntley alone remained. Why could not Channing sign it? Ah, there was the lever that was swaying and agitating the whole school this afternoon. Poor Tom Channing was not just now reposing upon rose-leaves. What with his fiery temper and his pride, Tom had enough to do to keep himself within bounds, for the school was resenting upon him the stigma that had fallen upon Arthur. Not the whole school, but quite sufficient of it. Not that they openly attacked Tom, he could have repaid that in kind, but they were sending him to Coventry. Some said they would not sign a petition to the master headed by Tom Channing. Tom, you remember, stood on the rolls next to Gaunt. They said that if Tom Channing were to succeed as senior of the school would rise up in open rebellion. That this feeling against him was very much fostered by the Yorkes was doubted. Gerald was actuated by a twofold motive, one of which was that it enhanced his own chance of the seniorship. The other arose from resentment against Arthur Channing for having brought disgrace upon the office which contained his brother Roland. Todd fraternized in this matter with Gerald, though the same could not be said of him in general. No two brothers in the school agreed less well than did the Yorkes. Both of them fully believed Arthur to be guilty. "As good have the thing out now, and settle it," exclaimed Griffin, who came next to Gerald Yorke, and would be fourth senior when Gaunt should leave. "Are you fellows going to sign it, or not?" "To whom do you speak?" demanded Gaunt. "Well, I speak to all," said Griffin, a good-humoured lad, but terribly mischievous, and for some cause best known to himself, warmly espousing the cause of Gerald Yorke. "Shall you sign it, Gaunt?" "No, but I don't say that I disapprove of it, mind you," added Gaunt. "Were I going in for the seniorship, and one below me were suddenly hoisted above my head and made cock of the walk, I'd know the reason why. It is not talking that would satisfy me, or grumbling either. I'd act." "Gaunt doesn't sign it," proceeded Griffin, telling off the names upon his fingers. "That's one. Huntley, do you?" "I don't come next to Gaunt," was Huntley's answer. "I'll speak in my right turn." Tom Channing stood next to Huntley, his trencher stuck aside on his head, his honest face glowing. One arm was full of books, the other rested on his hip. His whole attitude bespoke self-possession, his looks defiance. Griffin went on. "Gerald Yorke, do you sign it?" "I'd see it further first." "That's two disposed of, Gaunt and Yorke," pursued Griffin. "Huntley, there's only you." Huntley gave a petulant stamp. "I have told you I will not speak out of my turn. Yes, I will speak, though, as we want the affair set at rest," he resumed, changing his mind abruptly. "If Channing signs it, I will. There. Channing, will you sign it?" "Yes, I will," said Tom. Then it was that the hubbub arose, converting the cloisters into an arena. One word led to another. Fiery blood bubbled up, harsh things were said. Gerald Yorke and his party reproached Tom Channing with being a disgrace to the school's charter, through his brother Arthur. Huntley and a few more warmly espoused Tom's cause, of whom saucy Bywater was one, who roared out cutting sarcasms from his gymnasium on the window-frame. Tom controlled himself better than might have been expected, but he and Gerald Yorke flung passionate retorts one to the other. "It is not fair to cast in a fellow's teeth the shortcomings of his relations," continued Bywater. "What with our uncles and cousins, and mothers and grandmothers, there's sure to be one among them that goes off the square. Look at that rich lot next door to Lady Augusta's, with their carriages and servants and soirees and all the rest of their grandeur. Their uncle was hanged for sheep-stealing." "I'd rather steal a sheep and be hanged for it, than help myself to a nasty bit of paltry money, and then deny that I did it," foamed Gerald. "The suspicion might have fallen on my brother, but that he happened by good luck to be away that afternoon. My opinion is that Arthur Channing intended suspicion to fall upon him." A howl from Bywater. He had gone over, head foremost, to make acquaintance with the Graves. They were too much engrossed to heed him. "Your brother was a great deal more likely to have helped himself to it than Arthur Channing," raged Tom. "He does 100 dirty things every day, that a Channing would rather cut off his arm than attempt." The disputants' faces were almost touching each other, and very fiery faces they were, that is, speaking figuratively. Tom's certainly was red enough, but Gerald's was white with passion. Some of the bigger boys stood close to prevent blows, which Gaunt was forbidding. "I know he did it!" shrieked Gerald. "There!" "You can't know it!" stamped Tom. "You don't know it!" "I do, and for 2 pins I'd tell." The boast was a vain boast, the heat of passion alone prompting it. Gerald Yorke was not scrupulously particular in calm moments, but little recked he what he said in his violent moods. Tom repudiated it with scorn. But there was another upon whom the words fell with intense fear. And that was Charlie Channing. Misled by Gerald's positive and earnest tone, the boy really believed that there must be some foundation for the assertion. A wild fear seized him, lest Gerald should proclaim some startling fact, conveying a conviction of Arthur's guilt to the minds of the school. The blood forsook his face, his lips trembled, and he pushed his way through the throng till he touched Gerald. "Don't say it, Gerald Yorke, don't!" he imploringly whispered. "I have kept counsel for you." "What?" said Gerald, wheeling around. "I have kept your counsel about the surplice. Keep Arthur's in return if you do know anything against him." I wish you could have witnessed the change in Gerald Yorke's countenance. A streak of scarlet crossed its pallor, his eyes blazed forth defiance, and a tremor as of fear momentarily shook him. To the surprise of the boys, who had no notion what might have been the purport of Charlie's whisper, he seized the boy by the arm, and fiercely dragged him away up the cloisters, turning the corner into the west quadrangle. "Get down," he hissed. "Get down upon your knees, and swear that you'll never breathe a syllable of that calumny again. Do you hear me, boy?" "No, I will not get down," said brave Charley. Gerald drew in his lips. "You have heard of a wild tiger, my boy. One escaped from a caravan the other day, and killed a few people. I am worse than a wild tiger now, and you had better not provoke me. Swear it, or I'll kill you." "I will not swear," repeated the child. "I'll try and keep the promise I gave you, not to betray about the surplice. I will indeed. But don't you say again, please, that Arthur is guilty." To talk of killing somebody, and to set about doing it, are two things. Gerald Yorke's killing would have amounted to no more than a good thrashing. He held the victim at arm's length, his eyes dilating, his right hand raised, when a head was suddenly propelled close upon them from the graveyard. Gerald was so startled as to drop his hold of Charley. The head belonged to Stephen Bywater, who must have crept across the burial ground and chosen that spot to emerge from, attracted probably by the noise. "What's the row?" asked he. "I was about to give Miss Channing a taste of tan," replied Gerald, who appeared to suddenly cool down from his passion. "He'd have got it sweetly had you not come up. I'll tan you too, Mr. Bywater, if you come thrusting in yourself like that where you are not expected and not wanted." "Tan away," coolly responded Bywater. "I can tan again. What had the young one been up to?" "Impudence," shortly answered Yorke. "Mark you, Miss Channing, I have not done with you, though it is my pleasure to let you off for the present. Hallo! What's that?" It was a tremendous sound of yelling, as if someone amidst the throng of boys was being tanned there. Gerald and Charley flew off towards it, followed by Bywater, who propelled himself upwards through the mullioned frame in the best way he could. The sufferer proved to be Tod Yorke, who was writhing under the sharp correction of some tall fellow 6 feet high. To the surprise of Gerald, he recognized his brother Roland. You may remember it was stated in the last chapter that Roland Yorke flew off in wild indignation from Lady Augusta's news of the parting of the Reverend Mr. Yorke and Constance Channing. Roland, in much inward commotion, was striding through the cloisters on his way to find that reverend divine, when he strode up to the throng of disputants, who were far too much preoccupied with their own concerns to observe him. The first distinct voice that struck upon Roland's ear above the general hubbub was that of his brother Tod. When Gerald had rushed away with Charley Channing, it had struck Tod that he could not do better than take up the dispute on his own score. He forced himself through the crowd to where Gerald had stood in front of Tom Channing, and began. For some little time the confusion was so great he could not be heard, but Tod persevered. His manner was overbearing, his voice loud. "I say that Tom Channing might have the decency to take himself out of the school. When our friends put us into it, they didn't expect we should have to consort with thieves' brothers." "You contemptible little reptile! How dare you presume to cast aspersion at my brother?" scornfully uttered Tom. And the scorn was all he threw at him, for the seniors disdained, whatever the provocation, to attack personally those younger and less than themselves. Tod Yorke knew this. "How dare I? Oh!" danced Tod. "I dare because I dare, and because it's true. When my brother Gerald says he knows it was Arthur Channing helped himself to the note, he does know it. Do you think," he added, improving upon Gerald's suggestion, "that my brother Roland could be in the same office, and not know that he helped himself to it? It was at this unlucky moment that Roland had come up. He heard the words, dashed the intervening boys right and left, caught hold of Mr. Tod by the collar of his jacket, and lifted him from the ground, as an angry lion might lift a contemptible little animal that had enraged him. Roland Yorke was not an inapt type of an angry lion just then, with his panting breath, his blazing eye, and his working nostrils. "Take that, and that, and that!" cried he, giving Tod a taste of his strength. "You speak against Arthur Channing! Take that, you false little hound! And that! Let me catch you at it again, and I won't leave a whole bone in your body." Tod writhed, Tod howled, Tod shrieked, Tod roared for mercy. All in vain. Roland continued his "And that's!" and Gerald and the other two absentees came leaping up. Roland loosed him then, and turned his flashing eyes upon Gerald. "Is it true that you said you knew Arthur Channing took the bank note?" "What if I did?" retorted Gerald. "Then you told a lie as false as you are. If you don't eat your words, you are a disgrace to the name of Yorke. Boys, believe me," flashed Roland, turning to the wondering throng. "Gaunt, you believe me. Arthur Channing never did take the note. I know it, I tell you. I don't care who it was took it, but it was not Arthur Channing. If you listen again to his false assertions," pointing scornfully to Gerald, "you'll show yourselves to be sneaking curs." Roland stopped for want of breath. Bold Bywater, who was sure to find his tongue before anybody else, elbowed his way to the inner circle, and flourished about there in complete disregard of the sad state of dilapidation he was in behind, a large portion of a very necessary article of attire having been, in some accountable manner, torn away by his recent fall. "That's right, Roland Yorke," cried he. "I'd scorn the action of bringing up a fellow's relations against him. Whether Arthur Channing took the note, or whether he didn't, what has that to do with Tom, or with us? They are saying, some of them, that Tom Channing shan't sign a petition to the master about the seniorship." "What petition?" uttered Roland, who had not come down a whit. "Why, about Pye giving it to Gerald Yorke over the others' heads," returned Bywater. "You know Gerald's crowing over it like anything, but I say it's a shame. I heard him and Griffin say this morning that there was only Huntley to get over, now Tom Channing was put out of it through the bother about Arthur." "What's the Dean about, that he does not give Pye a word of a sort?" asked Roland. "The Dean! If we could only get to tell the Dean, it might be all right, but none of us dare to do it." "Thank you for your defence of Arthur," said Tom Channing to Roland Yorke, as the latter was striding away. Roland looked back. "I am ashamed for all the lot of you. You might know that Arthur Channing needs no defence. He should not be aspersed in my school, Gaunt, if I were senior." What with one thing and another, Roland's temper had not been so aroused for many a day. Gaunt ran after him, but Roland would not turn his head or speak. "Your brothers are excited against Tom Channing, and that makes them hard upon him with regard to this accusation of Arthur," observed Gaunt. "Tom has gone on above a bit about Gerald's getting his seniorship over him and Huntley. Tom Channing can go on at a splitting rate when he likes, and he has not spared his words. Gerald, being the party interested, does not like it. That's what they were having a row over when you came up." "Gerald has no more right to be put over Tom Channing's head than you have to be put over Pye's," said Roland, angrily. "Of course he has not," replied Gaunt. "But things don't go by rights, you know. This business of Arthur Channing's has been quite a windfall for Gerald. He makes it into an additional reason why Tom, at any rate, should not have the seniorship. And there only remains Huntley." "He does he?" exclaimed Roland. "If the Dean—" Roland's voice, it had not been a soft one, died away. The Dean himself appeared suddenly at the door of the chapter house, which they were then passing. Roland raised his hat, and Gaunt touched his trencher. The Dean accosted the latter, his tone and manner less serene than usual. "What is the cause of this unusual noise, Gaunt? It has disturbed me in my reading. If the cloisters are to be turned into a bear garden, I shall certainly order them to be closed to the boys." "I'll go and stop it at once, sir," replied Gaunt, touching his trencher again as he hastily retired. He had no idea that the Dean was in the chapter house. Roland, taking no time for consideration, he very rarely did take it, or any of the Yorkes, burst forth with the grievance to the Dean. Not that Roland was one who cared much about justice or injustice in the abstract, but he was feeling excessively wroth with Gerald, and in a humour to espouse Tom Channing's cause against the world. "The college boys are in a state of semi-rebellion, Mr. Dean, and are not so quiet under it as they might be. They would like to bring their cause of complaint to you, but they don't dare." "Indeed!" said the Dean. "The senior boy leaves the school at Michaelmas," went on Roland, scarcely giving the Dean time to say the word. "The one who stands first to step into his place is Tom Channing, the next is Huntley, the last is Gerald Yorke. There is a belief afloat that Mr. Pye means to pass over the two first without reference to their merits or their rights, and to bestow it upon Gerald Yorke. The rumour is that he has promised this to my mother, Lady Augusta. Ought this to be so, Mr. Dean? Although my asking it may seem to be opposed to Lady Augusta's wishes and my brother's interests." "Where have you heard this?" inquired the Dean. "Oh, the whole town is talking of it, sir. Of course that does not prove its truth, but the college boys believe it. They think," said Roland, pointedly, "that the Dean ought to ascertain its grounds of foundation, and to interfere. Tom Channing is bearing the brunt of this false accusation on his brother, which some of the cowards are casting to him. It would be too bad were Pye to deprive him of the seniorship." "You think the accusation on Arthur Channing to be a false one?" returned the Dean. "There never was a more false accusation brought in this world," replied Roland, relapsing into excitement. "I would answer for Arthur Channing with my own life. He is entirely innocent. Good afternoon, Mr. Dean. If I stop longer, I may say more than's polite. There's no telling. Things that I have heard this afternoon have put my temper up." He strode away towards the west door, leaving the Dean looking after him with a smile. The Dean had been on terms of friendship with Dr. Yorke, and was intimate with his family. Roland's words were a somewhat singular corroboration of Arthur Channing's private defence to the Dean only an hour ago. Meanwhile Gaunt had gone up to scatter the noisy crew. "A nice row you have got me into with your quarrelling," he exclaimed. "The Dean has been in the chapter house all the time, and isn't he in a passion? He threatens to shut up the cloisters." The announcement brought stillness, chagrin. "What a bothering old duffer he is, that Dean," uttered Bywater. "He is always turning up when he's not wanted." "Take your books and disperse in silence," was the command of the senior boy. "Stop a bit," said Bywater, turning himself round and about for general inspection. "Look at me. Can I go home?" "My!" roared the boys, who had been too preoccupied to be observant. "Haven't they come to grief? But can I go through the streets?" "Oh, yes. Make a rush for it. Tell the folks you have been in the wars." End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 30. The Departure. I like to see fair skies and sunshine on the morning fixed for a journey. It seems to whisper a promise that satisfaction from that journey lies before it. A foolish notion, no doubt, but a pleasant one. Never did a more lovely morning arise to gladden the world than that fixed upon for Mr. and Mrs. Channing's departure. The August sky was without a cloud. The early dew glittered in the sunbeams. Bees and butterflies sported amidst the opening flowers. Mr. Channing was up early, and had gathered his children around him. Tom and Charles had, by permission, holiday that morning from early school, and Constance had not gone to Lady Augusta's Yorke's. The very excitement and bustle of preparation had appeared to benefit Mr. Channing. Perhaps it was the influence of the hope which had seated itself in his heart, and was at work there. But Mr. Channing did not count upon this hope one whit more than he could help. For disappointment might be its ending. In this, the hour of parting from his home and his children, the hope seemed to have buried itself 5 fathoms deep, if not to have died away completely. Who, in a similar position to Mr. Channing's, has not felt this depression on leaving a beloved home? The parting had been less sad but for the dark cloud hanging over Arthur. Mr. Channing had no resource but to believe him guilty, and his manner to him had grown cold and stern. It was a pleasing sight. Could you have looked in upon it that morning, one that would put you in mind of that happier world where partings are not. For it was that world that Mr. Channing had been carrying the thoughts of his children in these the last moments. The Bible was before him, but all that he had chosen to read was a short psalm. And then he prayed God to bless them, to keep them from evil, to be their all-powerful protector. There was not a dry eye present, and Charles and Annabel with all her wildness, sobbed aloud. He was standing up now, supported by Hamish, his left hand leaning heavily, also for support, on the shoulder of Tom. Oh! Arthur felt it keenly, felt it as if his heart would break. It was Tom whom his father had especially called to his aid. He was passed over. It was hard to bear. He was giving a word of advice, of charge to all. "Constance, my pretty one, the household is in your charge. You must take care of your brother's comforts. And, Hamish, my son, I leave Constance to your care. Tom, let me enjoin you to keep your temper within bounds, particularly with regard to that unsatisfactory matter, the seniorship. Annabel, be obedient to your sister, and give her no care. And Charlie, my little darling, be loving and gentle as you always are. Upon my return, if I shall be spared to return." "Father," exclaimed Arthur, in a burst of irrepressible feeling, "have you no word for me?" Mr. Channing laid his hand upon the head of Arthur. "Bless, oh bless this my son," he softly murmured, "and may God forgive him, if he be indeed the erring one we fear." But a few minutes had elapsed since Mr. Channing had repeated aloud the petition in the prayer taught us by our Saviour, "Lead us not into temptation." It had come quickly to one of his hearers. If ever temptation assailed a heart, it assailed Arthur's then. "Not I, father. It is Hamish who is guilty. It is for him I have to bear. Hamish, whom you are caressing, was the true culprit. I, whom you despise, am innocent." Words such as these might have hovered on Arthur's lips. He had nearly spoken them, but for the strangely imploring look cast to him from the tearful eyes of Constance, who read his struggle. Arthur remembered one who had endured temptation far greater than this, who is ever ready to grant the same strength to those who need it. A few moments, and the struggle and temptation passed, and he had not yielded to it. "Children, I do not like these partings. They always sadden my heart. They make me long for that life where partings shall be no more. Oh, my dear ones, do you all strive on to attain that blessed life. Think what would be our woeful grief, if such can assail us there, if memory of the past may be allowed us, should we find any one of our dear ones absent, of you who now stand around me. I speak to you all, not more to one than to another, absent through his own fault, his own sin, his own carelessness. O children, you cannot tell my love for you, my anxious care, lest any of you should lose this inconceivable blessing. Work on, strive on, and if we never meet again here—" "Oh, papa, papa!" wildly sobbed Annabel, "we shall meet again. You will come back well." "I trust I shall. I do trust I may. God is ever merciful and good. All I would say is, that my life is uncertain. That, if it be His will not to spare me, I shall have but preceded you to that better land. My blessing be upon you, my children. God's blessing be upon you. Fare you well." In the bustle of getting Mr. Channings to the fly, Arthur was left alone with his mother. She clung to him, sobbing much. Even her faith in him was shaken. When the rupture occurred between Mr. Yorke and Constance, Arthur never spoke up to say, "There is no cause for parting. I am not guilty." Mrs. Channing was not the only one who had expected him to say this, or something equivalent to it, and she found her expectation vain. Arthur had maintained a subdued silence. Of course it could only tell against him. "Mother, my darling mother, I would ask you to trust me still, but that I see how difficult it is for you," he said, as hot tears were wrung from his aching heart. Hamish came in. Arthur, not caring to exhibit his emotions for everyone's benefit, retired to a distant window. "My father is in, all comfortable," said Hamish. "Mother, are you sure you have everything?" "Everything, I believe." "Well, put this into your private purse, mother mine. You'll find some use for it." It was a £10 note. Mrs. Channing began protesting that she should have enough without it. "Mrs. Channing, I know you're enough," laughed Hamish, in his very gayest and lightest tone. "You'll be for going without dinner every other day, fearing that funds won't last. If you won't take it, I shall send it after you to-morrow." "Thank you, my dear considerate boy," she gratefully said, as she put up the money, which would, in truth, prove useful. "But how have you been able to get it for me?" "As if a man could not save up his odd sixpence for a rainy day," quoth Hamish. She implicitly believed him. She had absolute faith in her darling Hamish, and the story of his embarrassment had not reached her ear. Arthur heard all from his distant window. For that very money, given to my mother as a gift from him, I must suffer, was the rebellious thought that ran through his mind. The fly started. Mr. and Mrs. Channing and Charlie inside, Hamish on the box with the driver. Tom galloped to the station on foot. Of course the boys were eager to see them off, but Arthur, in his refined sensitiveness, would not put himself forward to make one of them, and no one asked him to do so. The train was on the point of starting. Mr. and Mrs. Channing were in their places, certain arrangement having been made for the convenience of Mr. Channing, who was partially lying across from one seat to the other. Hamish and the others were standing round for a last word, when there came one, fighting his way through the platform bustle, pushing porters, and anyone else who impeded his progress to the right about. It was Roland Yorke. "Haven't I come up at a splitting pace? I overslept myself, Mr. Channing, and I thought I should not be in time to give you a Godspeed. I hope you'll have a pleasant time, and come back hurt, sir." "Thank you, Roland. These heartfelt wishes from you all are very welcome." "I said, Mr. Channing," continued Roland, leaning over the carriage window in utter disregard of danger, "if you should hear of any good places abroad that you think I might do for, I wish you'd speak a word for me." "Place aboard?" repeated Mr. Channing, while Hamish burst into a laugh. "Yes," said Roland. "My brother George knew a fellow who went over to Austria or Prussia, or some of those places, and dropped into a very good thing there, quite by accident. It was connected with one of their embassies, I think, 500 or 600 a year, and little to do." Mr. Channing smiled. "Such windfalls are rare. I fear I am not likely to hear of anything of the sort. But what has Mr. Galloway done to you, Roland? You are a fixture with him." "I am tired of Galloways," frankly confessed Roland. "I didn't enjoy myself there before Arthur left, but I am ready to hang myself since, with no one to speak to but that calf of a Jenkins. If Galloway will take on Arthur again, and do him honour, I'll stop and make the best of it, but if he won't—" "Back! Back! Hands off there! Are you mad?" And amidst much shouting and running, and dragging careless Roland out of danger, the train steamed out of the station. End of Chapter 30. The Departure.
Chapter 31 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 31. Abroad. A powerful steamer was cutting smoothly through the waters. A large expanse of sea lay around, dotted with its fishing boats, which had come out with the night's tide. A magnificent vessel, her spars glittering in the rising sun, might be observed in the distance, and the grey, misty sky overhead gave promise of a hot and lovely day. Some of the passengers lay on deck, where they had stationed themselves the previous night, preferring its open air to the closeness of the cabins, in the event of rough weather. Rough weather they need not have feared. The passage had been perfectly calm, the sea smooth as a lake. Not a breath of wind had helped the good ship on her course. Steam had to do its full work. But for this dead calm the fishing craft would not be close inshore, looking very much like a flock of seagulls. Had a breeze, ever so gentle, sprung up, they would have put out to more prolific waters. A noise, a shout, a greeting, and some of the passengers, already awake, but lying lazily, sprang up to see what caused it. It was a passing steamer, bound for the great metropolis which they had left not 17 hours ago. The respective captains exchanged salutes from their places aloft, and the fine vessels flew past each other. "Bon voyage, bon voyage!" shouted a little French boy to the retreating steamer. "We have had a fine passage, Captain,"
observed a gentleman who was stretching himself and stamping about the deck after his night's repose on the hard bench. "Middling," responded the captain, to whom a dead calm was not quite so agreeable as it was to his passengers. "Should have been in the sooner for a breeze." "How long will it be now?" "A good time yet. Can't go along as if we had wind at our back." The steamer made good progress, however, in spite of the faithless wind. It glided up the Scheldt, and by the spire of Antwerp Cathedral was discerned, rising against the clear sky. Mrs. Channing, who had been one of those early astir, went back to her husband. He was lying where he had been placed when the vessel left St. Catherine's docks. "We shall soon be in, James. I wish you could see that beautiful spire. I had been searching for it ever so long. It is in sight now. Hamish told me to keep a look-out for it." "Did he?" replied Mr. Channing. "How did Hamish know it might be seen?" "From the guide-books, I suppose, or from hearsay. Hamish seems to know everything. What a good passage we have had!" "Ay," said Mr. Channing. "What I should have done in a rough sea I cannot tell. The dread of it has been pressing on me as a nightmare since our voyage was decided upon." Mrs. Channing smiled. Troubles seldom come from the quarter we anticipate them. Later, when Mrs. Channing was once more leaning over the side of the vessel, a man came up and put a card into her hand, jabbering away in German at the same time. The custom-house officers had come on board then. "Oh dear, if Constance were only here! It is for interpreting that we shall miss her," thought Mrs. Channing. "I am sorry that I do not understand you," she said, turning to the man. "Madame want an hotel? That hotel a good one," tapping the card with his finger and dexterously turning the reverse side upward, where was set forth in English the advantages of a certain Antwerp inn. "Thank you, but we make no stay at Antwerp. We go straight on at once." And she would have handed back the card. No, he would not receive it. "Madame might be wanting a hotel another time, on her return. It might be. If so, would she patronize it? It was a good hotel, perfect." Mrs. Channing slipped the card into her reticule, and searched her directions to see what hotel Hamish had indicated, should they require one at Antwerp. She found it to be the Hotel du Parc. Hamish certainly had contrived to acquire for them a great fund of information, and, as it turned out, information to be relied on. Breakfast was to be obtained on board the steamer, and they availed themselves of it, as did a few of the other passengers. Some delay occurred in bringing the steamer to the side, after they arrived. Whether from that cause or the captain's grievance, want of wind, or from both, they were in later than they ought to have been. When the first passenger put his foot on land, they had been out 20 hours. Mr. Channing was the last to be removed, as, with him, aid was required. Mrs. Channing stood on the shore at the head of the ladder, looking down anxiously, lest in any way harm should come to him, when she found a hand laid upon her shoulder, and a familiar voice saluted her. "Mrs. Channing! Who would have thought of seeing you here? Have you dropped from the moon?" Not only was the voice familiar, but the face also. In the surprise of being so addressed, in the confusion around her, Mrs. Channing positively did not for a moment recognize it. All she saw was, that it was a home face. "Mr. Huntley!" she exclaimed, when she had gathered her senses, and, in the rush of pleasure of meeting him, of not feeling utterly alone in that strange land, she put both her hands into his. "I may return your question by asking where you have dropped from. I thought you were in the south of France." "So I was," he answered, "until a few days ago, when business brought me to Antwerp. A gentleman is living here whom I wish to see. Take care, my men," he continued to the English sailors who were carrying up Mr. Channing. "Mind your footing." But the ascent was accomplished in safety, and Mr. Channing was placed in a carriage. "Do you understand their lingo?" Mr. Huntley asked, as the porters talked and chattered around. "Not a syllable," she answered. "I can manage a little French, but this is a sealed book to me. Is it German or Flemish?" "Flemish, I conclude," he said laughingly. but my ears will not tell me, any more than yours tell you. I should have done well to bring Ellen with me. She said in her saucy way, "Papa, when you are among the French and Germans, you will be wishing for me to interpret for you." "As I have been wishing for Constance," replied Mrs. Channing. "In our young days it was not thought more essential to learn German than it was to learn Hindustani. French was only partially taught." "Quite true," said Mr. Huntley. "I managed to rub through France after a fashion, but I don't know what the natives thought of my French. What I did know I have half forgotten. But now for explanations. Of course Mr. Channing has come to try the effect of the German springs?" "Yes, and we have such hopes," she answered. "There does appear to be a probability that not only relief but a cure may be effected. Otherwise you may be sure we should not have ventured on so much expense." "I always said Mr. Channing ought to try them." "Very true. You did so. We were only waiting, you know, for the termination of the Chancery suit. It is terminated, Mr. Huntley, and against us." Mr. Huntley had been abroad since June, travelling in different parts of the Continent, but he had heard from home regularly, chiefly from his daughter, and this loss of the suit was duly communicated with other news. "Never mind," said he to Mrs. Channing. "Better luck next time." He was of a remarkably pleasant disposition, in temperament not unlike Hamish Channing. A man of keen intellect was Mr. Huntley, his fine face expressing it. The luggage collected, they rejoined Mr. Channing. "I have scarcely said a word to you," cried Mr. Huntley, taking his hand, "but I am better pleased to see you here than I should be to see any one else living. It is the first step towards a cure. Where are you bound for?" "For Borcette. It is—" "I know it," interrupted Mr. Huntley. "I was at it a year or two ago. One of the little Brunens, near Aix-la-Chapelle. I stayed a whole week there. I have a great mind to accompany you thither, now, and settle you there." "Oh, do!" exclaimed Mr. Channing, his face lighting up, as the faces of invalids will light up at the anticipated companionship of a friend. "If you can spare time, do come with us." "My time is my own. The business that brought me here is concluded, and I was thinking of leaving to-day. Having nothing to do after my early breakfast, I strolled down to watch in the London steamer, little thinking I should see you arrive by it. That's settled, then. I will accompany you as far as Borcette, and see you installed." "When do you return home?" "Now, and glad enough I shall be to get there. Travelling is delightful for a change, but when you have had enough of it, home peeps out in the distance with all its charms." The train which Mr. and Mrs. Channing had intended to take was already gone, through delay in the steamer's reaching Antwerp, and they had to wait for another. When it started, it had them safely in it, Mr. Huntley with them. Their route lay through part of the Netherlands, through Malines, and some beautiful valleys, so beautiful that it is worth going the whole distance from England to see them. "What is this disturbance about the seniorship and Lady Augusta Yorke?" asked Mr. Huntley, as it suddenly occurred to his recollection, in the earlier part of their journey. "Master Harry has written me a letter full of notes of exclamation and indignation, saying I ought to come home and see about it. What is it?" Mr. Channing explained, at least as far as he was able to do so. "It has given rise to a good deal of dissatisfaction in the school," he added, "but I cannot think, for my own part, that it can have any foundation. Mr. Pye would not be likely to give a promise of the kind, either to Lady Augusta or to any other of the boy's friends." "If he attempted to give one to me, I should throw it back to him with a word of a sort," hastily rejoined Mr. Huntley in a warm tone. "Nothing can possibly be more unjust than to elevate one boy over another undeservedly. Nothing, in my opinion, can be more pernicious. It is enough to render the boy himself unjust through life, to give him loose ideas of right and wrong. Have you not inquired into it?" "No," replied Mr. Channing. "I shall. If I find reason to suspect there may be truth in the report, I shall certainly inquire into it. Underhand work of that sort goes, with me, against the grain. I can stir in it with a better grace than you can," Mr. Huntley added. "My son, being pretty sure not to succeed to the seniorship, so long as yours is above him to take it. Tom Channing will make a good senior, a better than Harry would. Harry, in his easy indifference, would suffer the school to lapse into insubordination. Tom will keep a tight hand over it." A sensation of pain darted across the heart of Mr. Channing. Only the day before his leaving home, he had accidentally heard a few words spoken between Tom and Charley, which had told him that Tom's chance of the seniorship was imperilled through the business connected with Arthur. Mr. Channing had then questioned Tom, and found that it was so. He must speak of this now to Mr. Huntley, however painful it might be to himself to do so. It were more manly to meet it openly than to bury it in silence, and let Mr. Huntley hear of it, if he had not heard of it already, as soon as he reached Helstonleigh. "Have you heard anything in particular about Arthur lately?" inquired Mr. Channing. "Of course I have," was the answer. "Ellen did not fail to give me a full account of it. I congratulate you on possessing such sons." "Congratulate? To what do you allude?" asked Mr. Channing. "To Arthur's applying after Jupp's post, as soon as he knew that the suit had failed. He's a true Channing. I am glad he got it." "Not to that. I did not allude to that," hastily rejoined Mr. Channing; and then, with downcast eyes and a downcast heart, he related sufficient to put Mr. Huntley in possession of the facts. Mr. Huntley heard the tale with incredulity, a smile of ridicule parting his lips. "Suspect Arthur of theft!" he exclaimed. "What next? Had I been in my place on the magistrate's bench that day, I should have dismissed the charge at once, upon such defective evidence. Channing, what is the matter?" Mr. Channing laid his hand upon his aching brow, and Mr. Huntley had to bend over him to catch the whispered answer. "I do fear that he may be guilty. If he is not guilty, some strange mystery altogether is attached to it." "But why do you fear that he is guilty?" asked Mr. Huntley in surprise. "Because his own conduct, relating to the charge, is so strange. He will not assert his innocence, or if he does attempt to assert it, it is with a faint, hesitating manner and tone that can only give one the impression of falsehood instead of truth. It is utterly absurd to suppose your son Arthur capable of the crime. He is one of those whom it is impossible to doubt, noble, true, honourable. No, I would suspect myself before I could suspect Arthur Channing." "I would have suspected myself before I had suspected him," impulsively spoke Mr. Channing. "But there are the facts, coupled with his not denying the charge. He could not deny it, even to the satisfaction of Mr. Galloway; did not attempt it. Had he done so, Galloway would not have turned him from the office." Mr. Huntley fell into thought, revolving over the details as they had been related to him. That Arthur was the culprit, his judgment utterly repudiated, and he came to the conclusion that he must be screening another. He glanced at Mrs. Channing, who sat in troubled silence. "You do not believe Arthur guilty," he said, in a low tone, suddenly bending over to her. "I do not know what to believe. I am racked with doubt and pain," she answered. "Arthur's words to me in private are only compatible with entire innocence. But then, what becomes of the broad facts, of his strange appearance of guilt before the world? God can bring his innocence to light, he says, and he is content to wait his time. If there is a mystery, I'll try to come to the bottom of it when I reach Helstonleigh," thought Mr. Huntley. "Arthur's not guilty, whoever else may be." It is impossible to shake his firm faith in Arthur Channing. Mr. Huntley was one of the few who read character strongly and surely, and he knew Arthur was incapable of doing wrong. Had his eyes witnessed Arthur positively stealing the bank-note, his mind, his judgment, would have refused credence to his eyes. You may therefore judge that neither then nor afterwards was he likely to admit the possibility of Arthur's guilt. "And the college school is saying that Tom shall not stand for the seniorship?" he resumed aloud. "Does my son say it?" "Some of them are saying it. I believe the majority of the school. I do not know whether your son is amongst the number." "He had better not let me find him so," cried Mr. Huntley. "But now, don't suffer this affair to worry you," he added, turning heartily to Mr. Channing. "If Arthur's guilty, I'll eat him, and I shall make it my business to look into it closely when I reach home. You are incapacitated, my old friend, and I shall act for you." "Did Ellen not mention this in writing to you?" "No, the sly puss! Catch Miss Ellen writing to me anything that might tell against the Channings." A silence followed. The subject, which the words seemed to hint at, was one upon which there could be no openness between them. A warm attachment had sprung up between Hamish Channing and Ellen Huntley, but whether Mr. Huntley would sanction it, now that the suit had failed, was doubtful. He had never absolutely sanctioned it before, tacitly in so far as that he had not interfered to prevent Ellen from meeting Hamish in society, in friendly intercourse. Probably he had never looked upon it from a serious point of view; possibly he had never noticed it. Hamish had not spoken, even to Ellen, but that they did care for each other very much was evident to those who chose to open their eyes. "No two people in all Helstonleigh were so happy in their children as you," exclaimed Mr. Huntley, "or had such cause to be so." "None happier," assented Mrs. Channing, tears rising to her eyes. "They were, and are, good, dutiful, and loving. Would you believe that Hamish, little as he can have to spare, has been one of the chief contributors to help us here?" Mr. Huntley lifted his eyebrows in surprise. "Hamish has? How did he accomplish it?" "He has, indeed. I fancy he has been saving up with this in view. Dear self-denying Hamish! Now, it just happened that Mr. Huntley was cognizant of Mr. Hamish's embarrassments, so how the saving up could have been effected, he was at a loss to know. Careless Hamish may have borrowed it, thought he to himself, but saved it up he has not. "What are we approaching now?" interrupted Mr. Channing. They were approaching the Prussian frontier, and there they had to change trains. More embarrassment for Mr. Channing. After that they went on without interruption, and arrived safely at the terminus, almost close to Borcette, having been about 4 hours on the road. "Borcette at last!" cheerily exclaimed Mr. Huntley, as he shook Mr. Channing's hand. "Please God, it may prove to you a place of healing." "Amen," was the earnestly murmured answer. Mrs. Channing was delighted with Borcette. Poor Mr. Channing could as yet see little of it. It was a small, unpretending place, scarcely 10 minutes' distance from Aix-la-Chapelle, to which she could walk through an avenue of trees. She had never before seen a bubbling fountain of boiling water, and regarded those of Borcette with much interest. The hottest, close to the Hotel Rosenbad, where they sojourned, boasted a temperature of more than 150 degrees Fahrenheit. It was curious to see it rising in the very middle of the street. Other things amused her too. In fact, all she saw was strange, and bore its peculiar interest. She watched the factory people flocking to and fro at stated hours in the day, for Borcette has its factories for woolen fabrics and looking-glasses. Some thousands of souls, their walk as regular and steady as that of schoolgirls on their daily march under the governess's eye. The men wore blue blouses; the women, neat and clean, wore neither bonnets nor caps, but their hair was twisted round their heads as artistically as if done by a hairdresser. Not one, women or girls, but wore enormous gold earrings, and the girls plaited their hair and let it hang behind. What a contrast they presented to their class in England! Mrs. Channing had, not long before, spent a few weeks in one of our large factory towns in the north. She remembered still the miserable, unwholesome, dirty, poverty-stricken appearance of the factory workers there, their almost disgraceful appearance. She remembered still the boisterous or the slouching manner with which they proceeded to their work, their language anything but what it ought to be. But these Prussians looked a respectable, well-conducted, well-to-do body of people. Where could the great difference lie? Not in wages, for the English were better paid than the Germans. We might go abroad to learn economy and many other desirable accompaniments of daily life. Nothing amused her more than to see the laundresses and housewives generally washing the linen at these boiling springs. Wash, 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 chatter, chatter, chatter. She thought they must have no water in their own homes, for they would flock in numbers to the springs with their kettles and jugs to fill them. It was Dr. Lamb who had recommended them to the Hotel Rosenbad, and they found the recommendation a good one. Removed from the narrow, dirty, offensive streets of the little town, it was pleasantly situated. The promenade, with its broad walks, its gay company, many of them invalids almost as helpless as Mr. Channing, and its musical bands, was in front of the hotel windows, a pleasant sight for Mr. Channing until he could get about himself. On the heights behind the hotel were two churches, and the sound of their services would be wafted down in soft, sweet strands of melody. In the neighbourhood there was a shrine, to which pilgrims flocked. Mrs. Channing regarded them with interest, some with their alpenstocks, some in fantastic dresses, some with strings of beads, which they knelt and told, and her thoughts went back to the old times of the Crusaders. All she saw pleased her, but for her anxiety as to what would be the effect of the new treatment upon her husband, and the ever lively trouble about Arthur, it would have been a time of real delight to Mrs. Channing. They could not have been better off than in the Hotel Rosenbad. Their rooms were on the second floor, a small, exquisitely pretty sitting-room, bearing a great resemblance to most continental sitting-rooms, its carpet red, its muslin curtains snowy white. From this opened a bedroom containing 2 beds, all as conveniently arranged as it could be. Their meals were excellent, the dinner-table especially being abundantly supplied. For all this they paid 5 francs a day each, and the additional accommodation of having the meals served in their room, on account of Mr. Channing, was not noted as an additional expense. Their wax lights were charged extra, and that was all. I think English hotel-keepers might take a lesson from Borset. The doctor gave great hopes of Mr. Channing. His opinion was that, had Mr. Channing come to these baths when he was first taken ill, his confinement would have been very trifling. "You will find the greatest benefit in a month," said the doctor, in answer to the anxious question, how long the restoration might be in coming. "In 2 months you will walk charmingly. In 3 you will be well." Cheering news, if it could only be borne out. "I will not have you say 'if,'" cried Mr. Huntley, who had made one in consultation with the doctor. "You are told that it will be so under God's blessing, and all you have to do is to anticipate it." Mr. Channing smiled. They were stationed round the open window of the sitting-room, he on the most comfortable of sofas, Mrs. Channing watching the gay prospect below, and thinking she should never tire of it. "There can be no hope without fear," said he. "But I would not think of fear. I would bury that altogether," said Mr. Huntley. "You have nothing to do here but to take the remedies, look forward with confidence, and be as happy as the day's long." "I will if I can," said Mr. Channing, with some approach to gaiety. "I should not have gone to the expense of coming here, but that I had great hopes of the result." "Expense, you call it. I call it a marvel of cheapness. For your pocket, cheap as it is, it will tell upon mine, but if it does affect my restoration, I shall soon repay it tenfold. If, again, it will affect it, I say, what shall you do with Hamish when you resume your place at the head of your office?" "Let me resume it first, Huntley." "There you go. Now, if you were only as sanguine and sure as you ought to be, I could recommend Hamish to something good to-morrow." "Indeed! What is it?" "But if you persist in saying you shall not get well, or that there's a doubt whether you will get well, where's the use of my doing it? So long as you are incapacitated, Hamish must be a fixture in Guild Street." "True. So I shall say no more about it at present. But remember, my old friend, that when you are upon your legs, and have no further need of Hamish, who, I expect, will not care to drop down into a clerk again, where he has been master, I may be able to help him to something. So do not let anticipations on this score worry you. I suppose you will be losing Constance soon?" Mr. Channing gave vent to a groan. A sharp attack of his malady pierced his frame just then. Certain reminiscences caused by the question may have helped its acuteness, but of that Mr. Huntley had no suspicion. In the evening, when Mrs. Channing was sitting under the acacia tree, Mr. Huntley joined her, and she took the opportunity of alluding to the subject. "Do not mention it again in the presence of my husband," she said. "Talking of it can only bring it before his mind with more vivid force. Constance and Mr. Yorke have parted." Had Mrs. Channing told him the cathedral had parted, Mr. Huntley could not have felt more surprise. "Parted!" he ejaculated. "From what cause?" "It occurred through this dreadful affair of Arthur's. I fancy the fault was as much Constance's as Mr. Yorke's, but I do not know the exact particulars. He did not like it. He thought, I believe, that to marry a sister of Arthur's would affect his own honour, or she thought it. Anyway, they parted." Had William Yorke been engaged to my daughter, and given her up upon so shallow a plea, I should have been disposed to chastise him. Intemperately spoke Mr. Huntley, carried away by his strong feeling. "But, I say, I fancy that the giving up was on Constance's side," repeated Mrs. Channing. "She has a keen sense of honour, and she knows the pride of the Yorkes." "Pride such as that would be the better for being taken down a peg," returned Mr. Huntley. "I am sorry for this. The accusation has indeed been productive of serious effects. Why did not Arthur go to William Yorke, and avow his innocence, and tell him there was no cause for their parting? Did he not do so?" Mrs. Channing shook her head only, by way of answer. And as Mr. Huntley scrutinized her pale, sad countenance, he began to think there must be greater mystery about the affair than he had supposed. He said no more. On the third day he quitted Borcette, having seen them, as he expressed it, fully installed, and pursued his route homewards, by way of Lille, Calais, and Dover. Mr. Huntley was no friend to long sea passages. People with well-filled purses seldom are so. End of Chapter 31. Recording by Pam Castile.
Chapter 32 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 32. An ominous cough. "I say, Jenkins, how you cough!" "Yes, sir, I do. It's a sign that autumn's coming on. I have been pretty free from it all the summer. I think the few days I lay in bed through that fall must have done good to my chest, for, since then, I have hardly coughed at all. This last day or two it has been bad again." "What cough do you call it?" went on Roland Yorke. You may have guessed he was the speaker. "A churchyard cough?" "Well, I don't know, sir," said Jenkins. "It has been called that before now. I dare say it will be the end of me at last." "Cool," remarked Roland. "Cooler than I should be if I had a cough, or any plague of the sort that was likely to be my end. Does it trouble your mind, Jenkins?" "No, sir, not exactly. It gives me rather downhearted thoughts now and then, till I remember that everything is sure to be ordered for the best." "The best? Should you call it for the best if you were to go off?" demanded Roland, drawing pen and ink chimneys upon his blotting paper, with clouds of smoke coming out, as he sat lazily at his desk. "I dare say, sir, if that were to happen, I should be enabled to see that it was for the best. There's no doubt of it." "According to that theory, everything that happens must be for the best. You may as well say that pitching on your head and half killing yourself was for the best. Moonshine, Jenkins!" "I think even that incident was sent for some wise purpose, sir. I know, in some respects, it was very palpably for the best. It afforded me some days of quiet, serious reflection, and it served to show how considerate everybody was for me." "And the pain?" "That was soon over, sir. It made me think of that better place where there will be no pain. If I am to be called there early, Mr. Roland, it is well that my thoughts should be led to it." Roland stared with all his eyes. "I say, Jenkins, what do you mean? You have nothing serious the matter with you?" "No, sir, nothing but the cough, and a weakness that I feel. My mother and brother both died of the same thing, sir." "Oh, nonsense!" returned Roland. "Because one's mother dies, is that any reason why we should fall into low spirits and take up the notion that we are going to die, and look out for it? I am surprised at you, Jenkins." "I am not in low spirits, sir, and I am sure I do not look out for it. I might have looked out for it any autumn or any spring of late, had I been that way inclined, for I have had the cough at those periods, as you know, sir. There's a difference, Mr. Roland, between looking out for a thing and not shutting one's eyes to what may come. I say, old fellow, you just put all such notions away from you." And Roland really meant to speak in a kindly, cheering spirit. "My father died of dropsy, and I may just as well set on and poke and pat myself every other morning, to see if it's not attacking me. Only think what would become of this office without you. Galloway would fret and fume himself into his tomb at having nobody but me in it." A smile crossed Jenkins's face at the idea of the office confided to the management of Roland Yorke. Poor Jenkins was one of the doubtful ones from a sanitary point of view, always shadowy, as if a wind would blow him away, and, for some years, suffering much from a cough, which only disappeared in summer. He could not, and did not, count upon a long life. He had quite recovered from his accident, but the cough had now come on with much force, and he was feeling unusually weak. "You don't look ill, Jenkins." "Don't I, sir? The Reverend Mr. Yorke met me to-day—" "Don't bring up his name before me," interrupted Roland, raising his voice to anger. "I may begin to swear, perhaps, if you do." "Why, what has he done?" wondered Jenkins. "Never mind what he has done," nodded Roland. "He is a disgrace to the name of Yorke. I enjoyed the pleasure of telling him so the other night more than I have enjoyed anything a long while. He was so mad. If he had not been a parson, I shouldn't wonder but he'd have pitched into me." "Mr. Roland, sir, you know the parties are waiting for that lease," Jenkins ventured to remind him. "Let the parties wait," rejoined Roland. "Do they think this office is going to be hurried as if it were a common lawyer's? I say, Jenkins, where has old Galloway taken flight to this afternoon?" "He has an appointment with the surrogate," answered Jenkins. "Oh, I quite forgot to mention something to you, Mr. Roland." "Mention it now," said Roland. "A person came this morning, sir, and was rather loud," said Jenkins, in a tone of deprecation, as if he would apologize for having to repeat the news. "He thought you were in, Mr. Roland, and that I was only denying you, and he grew insolent. Mr. Galloway happened to be in his room, unfortunately, and heard it, and he came out himself and sent the person away. Mr. Galloway was very angry, and he desired me to tell you, sir, that he would not have that sort of people coming here." Roland took up the ruler, and essayed to balance it on the edge of his nose. "Who was it?" asked he. "I am not sure who it was, though I know I have seen the man somewhere. I think he wanted payment of a bill, sir." "Nothing more likely," rejoined Roland, with characteristic indifference. "I hope his head won't ache till he gets it. I am cleared out for some time to come. I'd like to know who the fellow was, though, Jenkins, that I might punish him for his impudence. How dared he come here?" "I asked him to leave his name, sir, and he said Mr. Roland Yorke knew his name quite well enough without having it left for him." "As brassy as that, was him? I wish to goodness it was the fashion to have a cistern in your house roofs," emphatically added Roland. "A what, sir?" cried Jenkins, lifting his eyes from his writing. "A water cistern, with a tap, worked by a string, at pleasure. You could give it a pull, you know, when such customers as those came, and they'd find themselves deluged. That would cool their insolence, if anything would. I'll get up a company for it, and take out a patent, if I only had the ready money." Jenkins made no reply. He was applying himself diligently to his work, perhaps hoping that Mr. Roland Yorke might take the hint, and do the same. Roland actually did take it. At any rate, he dipped his pen in the ink, and wrote, at the very least, 5 or 6 words. Then he looked up. "Jenkins," began he again, "do you know much about Port Natal?" "I don't know anything about it, sir, except that there is such a place." "Why, you know nothing!" cried Roland. "I never saw such a muff. I wonder what you reckon yourself good for, Jenkins?" Jenkins shook his head. No matter what reproach was brought against him, he received it meekly, as if it were his due. "I am not good for much, sir, beyond just my daily duty here. To know about Port Natal and those foreign places is not in my work, sir, and so I'm afraid I neglect them. Did you want any information about Port Natal, Mr. Roland?" "I have got it," said Roland, "loads of it. I am not sure that I shan't make a start for it, Jenkins." "For Port Natal, sir? Why, it's all the way to Africa." "Do you suppose I thought it was in Wales?" retorted Roland. "It's the jolliest opening for an enterprising man, is Port Natal. You may land there to-day with half-a-crown in your pocket, and come away in a year or two with your fortune made." "Indeed!" ejaculated Jenkins. "How is it made, sir?" "Oh, you learn that when you get there. I shall go, Jenkins, if things don't look up a bit in these quarters." "What things, sir?" Jenkins ventured to ask. "Tin for one thing, work for another," answered Roland. "If I don't get more of the one and less of the other, I shall try Port Natal. I had a row with my lady at dinner-time. She thinks a paltry sovereign or two ought to last a fellow a month. My service to her. I just dropped a hint of Port Natal and left her weeping. She'll have come to by this evening and behave liberally." "But about the work, sir," said Jenkins. "I'm sure I make it as light for you as I possibly can. You have only had that lease, sir, all day yesterday and to-day." "Oh, it's not just the amount of work, Jenkins," acknowledged Roland. "It's the being tied by the leg to this horrid old office. As good work as play, if one has to be in it. I have been fit to cut it altogether every hour, since Arthur Channing left, for you know you are no company, Jenkins." "Very true, sir." "If I could only get Arthur Channing to go with me, I'd be off to-morrow, but he laughs at it. He hasn't got half pluck. Only fancy, Jenkins, my coming back in a year or two with £20,000 in my pocket. Wouldn't I give you a treat, old chap? I'd pay a couple of clerks to do your work here, and carry you off somewhere, in spite of old Galloway, for 6 months' holiday, where you get rid of that precious cough. I would, Jenkins." "You are very kind, sir." Jenkins was stopped by the precious cough. It seemed completely to rack his frame. Roland looked at him with sympathy, and just then steps were heard to enter the passage, and a knock came to the office door. "Who's come bothering now?" cried Roland. "Come in." Possibly the mandate was not heard, for poor Jenkins was coughing still. "Don't I tell you to come in?" roared out Roland. "Are you deaf?" "Open the door. I don't care to soil my gloves," came the answer from the other side, and Mr. Roland slid off his stool to obey, rather less lazily than usual, for the voice was that of his mother, the Lady Augusta Yorke. "A very dutiful son you are, Mr. Roland," was the salutation of Lady Augusta, "forcing me up from dinner before I had finished." "I didn't do anything of the sort," said Roland. "Yes, you did, with your threats about Port Natal. What do you know about Port Natal? Why should you go to Port Natal? You will break my heart with grief, that's what you'll do." "I was not going to start this afternoon," returned Roland, "but the fact is, mother, I shall have to go to Port Natal or some other port, unless I can get a little money to go on with here. A fellow can't walk about with empty pockets." "You undutiful, extravagant boy!" exclaimed Lady Augusta. "I'm worried out of my life for money between you all. Gerald got 2 sovereigns from me yesterday. What money do you want?" "As much as you can let me have," replied Mr. Roland. Lady Augusta threw a £5 note by his side upon the desk. "When you boys have driven me into the workhouse, you'll be satisfied, perhaps. And now hold your foolish tongue about Port Natal." Roland gathered it up with alacrity and a word of thanks. Lady Augusta had turned to Jenkins. "You are best off, Jenkins. You have no children to disturb your peace. You don't look well, Jenkins." "Thank you kindly, my lady. I feel but poorly. My cough has become troublesome again." "He has just been saying that he thought the cough was going to take him off," interposed Roland. Lady Augusta laughed. She supposed it was spoken in jest, and desired her son to open the door for her. Her gloves were new and delicate. "Had you chosen to remain at the dinner-table, as a gentleman ought, I should have told you some news, Mr. Roland," said Lady Augusta. Roland was always ready for news. He opened his eyes and ears. "Tell it me now, good mother. Don't bear malice." "Your Uncle Carrick is coming here on a visit." "I am glad of that. That's good," cried Roland. "When does he come? I say, mother, don't be in a hurry. When does he come?" but Lady Augusta apparently was in a hurry, for she did not wait to reply. Roland looked after her, and saw her shaking hands with a gentleman who was about to enter. "Oh, he's back, is he?" cried unceremonious Roland. "I thought he was dead and buried, and gone to heaven." End of Chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 33. No Seniorship for Tom Channing. Shaking hands with Lady Augusta Yorke as she turned out of Mr. Galloway's office was Mr. Huntley. He had only just arrived at Helstonleigh, had not yet been home, but he explained that he wished to give at once a word of pleasant news to Constance Channing of her father and mother, and on his way to the Boundaries was calling on Mr. Galloway. "You will find Miss Channing at my house," said Lady Augusta, after some warm inquiries touching Mr. and Mrs. Channing. "I would offer to go back there with you, but I am on my way to make some calls." She turned towards the town as she spoke, and Mr. Huntley entered the office. "I thought you were never coming home again," cried free Roland. "Why, you have been away 3 months, Mr. Huntley." "Very nearly. Where is Mr. Galloway?" "In his skin," said Roland. Jenkins looked up deprecatingly, as if he would apologize for the rudeness of Roland Yorke. "Mr. Galloway is out, sir. I dare say he will not be away more than half an hour." "I cannot wait now," said Mr. Huntley. "So you are one less in this office than you were when I left?" "The awfullest shame," struck in Roland. "Have you heard that Galloway lost a bank-note out of a letter, sir?" "Yes, I have heard of it from Mr. Channing." "And they accused Arthur Channing of taking it!" exclaimed Roland. "They took him up for it. He was had up twice to the town hall, like any felon. You may be slow to believe it, Mr. Huntley, but it's true." "It was Butterby, sir," interposed Jenkins. "He was rather too officious over it, and acted without Mr. Galloway's orders." "Don't talk rubbish, Jenkins," rebuked Roland. "You have defended Galloway all through the piece, but he is as much to blame as Butterby." "Why did he turn off Channing?" "You do not think him guilty, Roland, I see," said Mr. Huntley. "I should hope I don't," answered Roland. "Butterby pitched upon Arthur because there happened to be nobody else at hand to pitch upon, just as he'd have pitched upon you, Mr. Huntley, had you happened to be in the office that afternoon." "Mr. Arthur Channing was not guilty, I am sure, sir. Pray do not think him so," resumed Jenkins, his eye lighting as he turned to Mr. Huntley. And Mr. Huntley smiled in response to the earnestness. He believe Arthur Channing guilty? He left a message for Mr. Galloway and quitted the office. Roland, who was very difficult to settle to work again, if once disturbed from it, strided himself across his stool and tilted it backwards. "I'm uncommonly glad Carrick's coming," cried he. "Do you remember him, Jenkins?" "Who, sir?" "That uncle of mine. He was at Helstonleigh 3 years ago." "I am not sure that I do, sir." "What a sieve of a memory you must have! He is as tall as a house. We are not bad fellows for height, but Carrick beats us. He is not married, you know, and we look to him to square up many a corner. To do him justice, he never says no, when he has the cash, but he's often out at elbows himself. It was he who bought George his commission and fitted him out, and I know my lady looks to him to find the funds Gerald would want to make him into a parson. I wonder what he'll do for me." Jenkins was about to answer, but was stopped by his cough. For some minutes it completely exhausted him, and Roland, for want of a hearer, was fain to bring the legs of his stool down again, and apply himself lazily to his work. At this very moment, which was not much past 2 o'clock in the day, Bywater had Charley Channing pinned against the palings underneath the elm trees. He had him all to himself. No other boys were within hearing, though many were within sight, for they were assembling in and round the cloisters after their dinner. "Now, Miss Charley," It's the last time I'll ask you, as true as that we are living here. You are as obstinate as a young mule. I'll give you this one chance, and I'll not give you another. I'd advise you to take it, if you have any regard for your skin." "I don't know anything, Bywater." "You shuffling little turncoat. I don't know that there's any fire in that kitchen chimney of the old Dean's, but I am morally certain that there is, because clouds of black smoke are coming out of it, and you know just as well who it was that played the trick to my surplice. I don't ask you to blurt it out to the school, and I won't bring your name up in it at all. I won't act upon what you tell me. There." "Bywater, I don't know, and suspicion goes for nothing. Gaunt said it did not." Bywater gave Charley a petulant shake. "I say that you know morally, Miss Channing. I protest that I heard you mention the word surplice to Gerald Yorke the day there was that row in the Cloisters, when Roland Yorke gave Tod a thrashing, and I tore the seat out of my pants. Gerald Yorke looked ready to kill you for it, too. Come, out with it. This is about the 6th time I have had you in trap, and you have only defied me." "I don't defy you, Bywater. I say that I will not tell. I would not if I knew. It is no business of mine." "You little ninny! Don't you see that your obstinacy is injuring Tom Channing? Yorke is going in for the seniorship, is sure to get it, if it's true that Pye has given the promise to Lady Augusta. But let it come out that he was the jack-in-the-box, and his chance falls to the ground, and you won't say a word to do good to your brother." Charley shook his head. He did not take the bait. "And Tom himself would be the first to punish me for doing wrong. He never forgives a sneak. It's of no use your keeping me, Bywater." "Listen, youngster, I have my suspicions. I have had them all along, and I have a clue, that's more. But for a certain reason I think my suspicions and my clue point to the wrong party, and I don't care to stir in it till I am sure. 1, 2, 3, for the last time, will you tell me?" "No." "Then, look you, Miss Charley Channing, if I do go and denounce the wrong party, and find out afterwards that it is the wrong one, I'll give you as sweet a drubbing as you ever had, and your girl's face shan't save you. Now go." He propelled Charley from him with a jerk, and propelled him against Mr. Huntley, who was at that moment turning the corner close to them, on his way from Mr. Galloway's office. "You can't go through me, Charley," said Mr. Huntley. "Did you think I was made of glass, Bywater?" "My patience!" exclaimed Bywater. "Why, Harry was grumbling not 5 minutes ago that you were never coming home at all, Mr. Huntley." "He was he? Is he here?" "Oh, he's somewhere amongst the ruck of them," cried Bywater, looking towards the distant boys. "He wants you to see about this bother of the seniorship. If somebody doesn't, we shall get up a mutiny, that's all. Here, Huntley!" he shouted at the top of his voice. "Here's an arrival from foreign parts." Some of the nearer boys looked round, and the word was passed to Huntley. Harry Huntley and the rest soon surrounded him, and Mr. Huntley had no reason to complain of the warmth of his reception. When news had recently arrived that Mr. Huntley was coming home, the boys had taken up the hope of his interference. Of course, schoolboy-like, they all entered upon it eagerly. "Stop, stop, stop!" said Mr. Huntley, "one at a time. How can I hear if you all talk together? Now, what's the grievance?" They detailed it as rationally and with as little noise as it was in their nature to do. Huntley was the only senior present, but Gaunt came up during the conference. "It's all a cram, Mr. Huntley," cried Tod Yorke. "My brother Gerald says that Jenkins dreamt it." "I'll dream you, if you don't keep your tongue silent, Tod Yorke," reprimanded Gaunt. "Take yourself off to a distance, Mr. Huntley," he added, turning to that gentleman. "It is certain that Lady Augusta said it, and we can't think she'd say it unless Pye promised it. It is unfair upon Channing and Huntley." A few more words given to the throng, upon general matters, for Mr. Huntley touched no more on the other topic, and then he continued his way to Lady Augusta's. As he passed the house of the Reverend Mr. Pye, that gentleman was coming out of it. Mr. Huntley, a decisive, straightforward man, entered upon the matter at once, after some moments spent in greeting. "You will pardon my speaking of it to you personally," he said, when he had introduced the subject. "In most cases, I consider it perfectly unjustifiable for the friends of boys in a public school to interfere with the executive of its master, but this affair is different. Is it or is it not correct that there is an intention afloat to exalt Yorke to the seniorship?" "Mr. Huntley, you must be aware that in no case can the head master of a public school allow himself to be interfered with or questioned," was the reply of the master. "I hope you will meet this amicably," returned Mr. Huntley. "I have no other wish than to be friendly, quite so. We all deem ourselves under obligations to you, Mr. Pye, and esteem you highly. We could not have, or wish, a better preceptor for our sons. But in this instance, my duty is plain. The injustice, if any such injustice is contemplated, tells particularly upon Tom Channing and my son. Mr. Channing does not give ear to it. I would rather not. Nevertheless, you must pardon me for acting in the uncertainty as though it had foundation. I presume you cannot be ignorant of the dissatisfied feeling that reigns in the school?" "I have intimated that I will not be questioned," said Mr. Pye. "Quite right. I merely wish to express a hope that there may be no foundation for the rumour. If Tom Channing and Harry forfeit their rights legally, through want of merit or ill conduct, it is not that I would urge a word in their favour. Fair play's a jewel, and the highest boy in the school should have no better chance given him than the lowest. But if the two senior boys do not so forfeit their rights, Yorke must not be exalted above them." "Who is to dictate to me?" demanded Mr. Pye. "Certainly not I," replied Mr. Huntley in a courteous but firm tone. "Were the thing to take place, I should simply demand, through the dean and chapter, that the charter of the school might be consulted, as to whether its tenets had been strictly followed." The head master made no reply. Neither did he appear angry, only impassible. Mr. Huntley had certainly hit the right nail on the head, for the master of Helstonleigh College School was entirely under the control of the dean and chapter. "I can speak to you upon this all the more freely, and with better understanding, since it is not my boy who stands any chance," said Mr. Huntley with a cordial smile. "Tom Channing heads him on the rolls." "Tom Channing will not be senior. I have no objection to affirm so much to you," observed the master, falling in with Mr. Huntley's manner. "This sad affair of his brother Arthur's debars him." "It ought not to debar him, even were Arthur guilty," warmly returned Mr. Huntley. "In justice to Tom Channing himself, no, but—" and the master dropped his voice to a confidential tone. "It is necessary sometimes to study the prejudices taken up by a school, to see them, and not to appear to see them, if you understand me. Were Tom Channing made head of the school, part of the school would rise up in rebellion. Some of the boys would, no doubt, be removed from it. For the peace of the school alone, it could not be done. The boys would not now obey him as a senior, and there would be perpetual warfare, resulting we know not in what. Arthur Channing was not guilty. I feel as sure of it as I do my own life." "He is looked upon as guilty by those who must know best, from their familiarity with the details," rejoined Mr. Pye. "For my own part, I have no resource but to believe him so. I regard it as one of those anomalies which you cannot understand, or would believe in, but that it happens under your own eye, where the moment's yielding to temptation is at variance with the general character, with the whole past life. Of course, in these cases the disgrace is reflected upon relatives and connections, and they have to suffer for it. I cannot help the school's resenting it upon Tom." "It will be cruel to deprive Tom of the seniorship upon these grounds," remonstrated Mr. Huntley. "To himself individually," assented the master. "But it is well that one, promoted to a foundation school's seniorship, should be free from moral taint. Were there no feeling whatever against Tom Channing in the school, I do not think I could, consistently with my duty and with the due regard to the fitness of things, place him as senior. I am sorry for the boy. I always liked him, and he has been of good report, both as to scholarship and conduct." "I know one thing," said Mr. Huntley, "that you may search the school through, and not find so good a senior as Tom Channing would make." "He would have made a very good one, there's no doubt. Would have ruled the boys well and firmly, though without oppression. Yes, we lose a good senior in Tom Channing." There was no more to be said. Mr. Huntley felt that the master was thoroughly decided, and for the other matter, touching Yorke, he had done with it until the time of appointment. As he went musing on, he began to think that Mr. Pye might be right with regard to depriving Tom of the seniorship, however unjust it might appear to Tom himself. Mr. Huntley remembered that not one of the boys, except Gaunt, had mentioned Tom Channing's name in his recent encounter with them. They had spoken of the injustice of exalting Yorke over Harry Huntley. He had not noticed it at the time. He proceeded to Lady Augusta's, and Constance was informed of his visit. She had 3 pupils at Lady Augusta's now, for that lady had kindly insisted that Constance should bring Annabel to study with her daughters during the absence of Mrs. Channing. Constance left them to themselves, and entered the drawing-room. Pretty Constance, so fresh, so lovely, in her simple muslin dress, and her braided hair. Mr. Huntley caught her hands, and imprinted a very fatherly kiss upon her fair forehead. "That is from the absentees, Constance. I told them I should give it to you. And I bring you the bravest news, my dear. Mr. Channing was already finding benefit from his change. He was indeed. There is every hope that he will be restored." Constance was radiant with delight. To see one who had met and stayed with her father and mother at their distant sojourn was almost like seeing her parents themselves. "And now, my dear, I want a word with you about all those untoward trials and troubles, which appear to have come thickly during my absence," continued Mr. Huntley. "First of all, as to yourself, what mischief-making wind has been arising between you and William Yorke?" The expression of Constance's face changed to sadness, and her cheeks grew crimson. "My dear, you will not misunderstand me," he resumed. "I heard of these things at Borcette, and I said that I should undertake to inquire into them in the place of your father, just as he, health permitting him, would have undertaken for me in my absence, did any trouble arise to Ellen. Is it true that you and Mr. Yorke have parted?" "Yes," faltered Constance. "And the cause?" Constance strove to suppress her tears. "You can do nothing, Mr. Huntley, nothing whatever. Thank you all the same." "He has made this accusation upon Arthur the plea for breaking off his engagement?" "I could not marry him with this cloud upon me," she murmured. "It would not be right." "Cloud upon you!" hastily ejaculated Mr. Huntley. "The accusation against Arthur was the sole cause, then, of your parting?" "Yes, the sole cause which led to it." Mr. Huntley paused, apparently in thought. "He is presented to Hazeldon Chapel, I hear. Did his rupture with you take place after that occurrence?" "I see what you are thinking," she impulsively cried, caring too much for Mr. Yorke not to defend him. "The chief fault of the parting was mine. I felt that it would not do to become his wife, being She hesitated much. "Arthur's sister. I believe that he also felt it. Indeed, Mr. Huntley, there is no help for it. Nothing can be done." "Knowing what I do of William Yorke, I am sure that the pain of separation must be keen, whatever may be his pride. Constance, unless I am mistaken, it is equally keen to you." Again rose the soft damask blush to the face of Constance, but she answered decisively, "Mr. Huntley, I pray you to allow the subject to cease. Nothing can bring about the renewal of the engagement between myself and Mr. Yorke. It is irrevocably at an end." "Until Arthur shall be cleared, you mean?" "No," she answered, a vision of Hamish and his guilt flashing across her. "I mean for good." Why does not Arthur assert his innocence to Mr. Yorke? Constance, I am sure you know as well as I do that he is not guilty. Has he asserted it?" She made no answer. "As I would have wished to serve you, so I will serve Arthur," said Mr. Huntley. "I told your father and mother, Constance, that I should make it my business to investigate the charge against him. I shall leave not a stone unturned to bring his innocence to light." The avowal terrified Constance, and she lost her self-possession. "Oh, don't!" she uttered. "You must not, indeed. You do not know the mischief it might do." "Mischief to what? To whom?" exclaimed Mr. Huntley. Constance buried her face in her hands and burst into tears. The next moment she had raised it, and taken Mr. Huntley's hand between hers. "You are papa's friend. You would do us good and not harm. Is it not so?" she beseechingly said. "My dear child," he exclaimed, quite confounded by her words, her distress, "you know that I would not harm any of you for the world." "Then pray do not seek to dive into that unhappy story," she whispered. "It must not be too closely looked into." And Mr. Huntley quitted Constance as a man who walks in a dream, so utterly amazed was he. What did it all mean? As he was going through the Cloisters, his nearest way to the town, Roland Yorke came flying up. With his usual want of ceremony, he passed his arm within Mr. Huntley's. "Galloway's come in now," he exclaimed, "and I am off to the bank to pay in a bag of money for him. Jenkins told him you had called. Just hark at that clatter!" The clatter alluded to by Mr. Roland was occasioned by the tramp of the choristers on the cloister flags. They were coming up behind, full speed, on their way from the schoolroom to enter the cathedral, for the bell had begun for service. "And here comes that beautiful relative of mine," continued Roland, as he and Mr. Huntley passed the cathedral entrance and turned into the west quadrangle of the cloisters. "Would you credit it, Mr. Huntley, that he has turned out a sneak? He has. He was to have married Constance Channing, you know, and for fear Arthur should have touched the note, he has declared off it. If I were Constance, I would never allow the fellow to speak to me again." Apparently it was the course Mr. Roland himself intended to observe. As the Reverend Mr. Yorke, who was coming in to service, drew near, Roland strode on, his step haughty, his head in the air, which was all the notice he vouchsafed to take. Probably the minor canon did not care very much for Mr. Roland's notice, one way or the other, but his eye lighted with pleasure at the sight of Mr. Huntley, and he advanced to him, his hand outstretched. But Mr. Huntley, a man given to show in his manner his likes and dislikes, would not see the hand, would not stop at all, but passed Mr. Yorke with a distant bow. That gentleman had fallen pretty deeply in his estimation, since he had heard of the rupture with Constance Channing. Mr. Yorke stood for a moment as if petrified, and then strode on his way with a step as haughty as Roland's. Roland burst into a glow of delight. "That's the way to serve him, Mr. Huntley. I hope he'll get cut by every good man in Helstonleigh." End of chapter 33. Recording by Pam Castile. Chapter 34 of the Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 34. Gerald Yorke made into a block. The Reverend Mr. Yorke, in his surplice and hood, stood in his stall in the cathedral. His countenance was stern, absorbed, as that of a man who is not altogether at peace with himself. Let us hope that he was absorbed in the sacred service in which he was taking a part. But we all know, to our cost, that the spirit will wander at these times, and worldly thoughts obtrude themselves. The greatest divine that the Church can boast is not always free from them. Not an official part in the service was Mr. Yorke taking that afternoon. The duty was being performed by the head-master, whose week it was to take it. Very few people were at service, and still less of the clergy. The dean was present, but not one of the chapter. Arthur Channing sat in his place at the organ. Arthur's thoughts, too, were wandering, and, you know, it is of no use to make people out to be better than they are, wandering to things especially mundane. Arthur had not ceased to look out for something to do, to replace the weekly funds lost when he left Mr. Galloway's. He had not yet been successful. Employment is more easily sought than found, especially by one lying under doubt, as he was. But he had now heard of something which he hoped he might gain. Jenkins, saying nothing to Roland Yorke, or to anyone else, had hurried to Mr. Channing's house that day between 1 and 2 o'clock, and hurrying there and back had probably caused that temporary increase of cough, which you heard of a chapter or two back. Jenkins's errand was to inform Arthur that Dove and Dove, solicitors in the town, who were by no means so dove-like as their name, required a temporary clerk, and he thought Arthur might suit them. Arthur had asked Jenkins to keep a look-out for him. "Is one of their clerks leaving?" Arthur inquired. "One of them met with an accident last night up at the railway station," replied Jenkins. "Did you not hear of it, sir?" "I heard of that. I did not know who was hurt. He was trying to cross the line, was he not?" "Yes, sir. It was Marston. He had been out with some friends, and had taken, it is thought, more than was good for him. A porter pulled him back, but Marston fell, and the engine crushed his foot. He will be laid up 2 months, the doctor says, and Dove are looking out for someone to fill his place for the time. If you would like to take it, sir, you could be looking out for something else while you are there. You would more readily get the 2 hours' daily leave of absence from a place like that, where they keep 3 or 4 clerks, than you would from where they keep only one." "If I like to take it," repeated Arthur. "Will they like to take me? That's the question. Thank you, Jenkins. I'll see about it at once." He was not able to do so immediately after Jenkins left, for Dove and Dove's offices were situated at the other end of the town, and he might not be back in time for service. So he waited, and went first to college, and sat, I say, in his place at the organ, his thoughts filled, in spite of himself, with the new project. The service came to an end. It had seemed long to Arthur, so prone are we to estimate time by our own feelings, and his voluntary afterwards was played a shade faster than usual. Then he left the cathedral by the front entrance, and hastened to the office of Dove and Dove. Arthur had had many a rebuff of late, when bent on a similar application, and his experience taught him that it was best, if possible, to see the principals, not to subject himself to the careless indifference or to the insolence of a clerk. 2 young men were writing at a desk when he entered. "Can I see Mr. Dove?" he inquired. The elder of the writers scrutinized him through the railings of the desk. "Which of them?" asked he. "Either," replied Arthur. "Mr. Dove or Mr. Alfred Dove. It does not matter." "Mr. Dove's out, and Mr. Alfred Dove's not at home," was the response. "You'll have to wait, or to call again." He preferred to wait, and in a very few minutes Mr. Dove came in. Arthur was taken into a small room, so full of papers that it seemed difficult to turn in it, and there he stated his business. "You are a son of Mr. Channing's, I believe?" said Mr. Dove. He spoke morosely, coarsely, and he had a morose, coarse countenance, a sure index of the mind in him as in others. "Was it you who figured in the proceedings at the Guildhall some few weeks ago?" You may judge whether the remark called up the blood to Arthur's face. He suppressed his mortification and spoke bravely. "It was myself, sir. I was not guilty. My employment in your office would be the copying of deeds solely, I presume. That would afford me little temptation to be dishonest, even were I inclined to be so." Had any one paid Arthur in gold to keep in that little bit of sarcasm, he could not have done so. Mr. Dove caught up the idea that the words were uttered in sarcasm, and scowled fitfully. "Marston was worth 25 shillings a week to us, and gained it. You would not be worth half as much." "You do not know what I should be worth, sir, unless you tried me. I am a quick and correct copyist, but I should not expect to receive as much as an ordinary clerk, on account of having to attend the cathedral for morning and afternoon service. Wherever I go, I must have that privilege allowed me. Then I don't think you'll get it with us. But look here, young Channing, it is my brother who undertakes the engaging and management of the clerks. You can speak to him." "Can I see him this afternoon, sir?" "He'll be in presently. Of course, we could not admit you into our office unless someone became security. You must be aware of that." The words seemed like a checkmate to Arthur. He stopped in hesitation. "Is it usual, sir?" "Usual, no. But it is necessary in your case." There was a coarse, pointed stress upon the "your" natural to the man. Arthur turned away. For a moment he felt that to Dove and Dove's he could not and would not go. Every feeling within him rebelled against it. Presently the rebellion calmed down, and he began to think about the security. It would be of little use, he was sure, to apply to Mr. Alfred Dove, who was a shade coarser than Mr. Dove, if anything, unless prepared to say that security could be given. His father's he thought he might command, but he was not sure of that, under present circumstances, without first speaking to Hamish. He turned his steps to Guild Street, his unhappy position pressing with unusual weight upon his feelings. "Can I see my brother?" he inquired of the clerks in the office. "He has some gentlemen with him just now, sir. I dare say you can go in." There was nothing much amiss in the words, but in the tone there was. It was indicative of slight, of contempt. It was the first time Arthur had been there since the suspicion had fallen on him, and they seemed to stare at him as if he had been a hyena, not a respectable hyena either. He entered Hamish's room. Hamish was talking with two gentlemen, strangers to Arthur, but they were on the point of leaving. Arthur stood away against the wainscoting by the corner table, waiting until they were gone. His attitude, his countenance, his whole appearance, indicative of depression and sadness. Hamish closed the door and turned to him. He laid his hand kindly upon his shoulder. His voice was expressive of the kindest sympathy. "So you have found your way here once more, Arthur. I thought you were never coming again. What can I do for you, lad?" "I have been to Dove and Dove's. They are in want of a clerk. I think perhaps they would take me, but, Hamish, they want security." "Dove and Dove's," repeated Hamish. "Nice gentlemen, both of them," he added, in his half-pleasant, half-sarcastic manner. "Arthur, boy, I'd not be under Dove and Dove if they offered me a gold nugget a day, as weighty as the Queen's crown. You must not go there. They are not agreeable men. I know that they are not men who are liked in Helstonleigh, but what difference will that make to me? So long as I turn out their parchments properly engrossed, that is all I need care for." "What has happened? Why are you looking so sad?" reiterated Hamish, who could not fail to perceive that there was some strange grief at work. "Is my life so sunny just now that I can always be as bright as you?" retorted Arthur, for Hamish's undimmed gaiety did sometimes jar upon his wearied spirit. "I shall go to Dove and Dove's, if they will take me," he added resolutely. "Will you answer for me, Hamish, in my father's name?" "What amount of security do they require?" asked Hamish, as it was a very proper, a very natural question, but even that grated on Arthur's nerves. "Are you afraid of me?" he rejoined. "Or do you fear my father would be?" "I dare say they would take my security," was Hamish's reply. "I will answer for you to any amount. That is," and again came his smile, "to any amount they may deem me good for. If they don't like mine, I can offer my father's. Will that do, Arthur?" "Thank you. That is all I want." "Don't go to Dove and Dove's, old boy," Hamish said again, as Arthur was leaving the room. "Wait patiently for something better to turn up. There's no such great hurry. I wish there was room for you to come here." "It is only a temporary thing. It is not for long," replied Arthur, and he went out. On going back to Dove and Dove's, the first person he saw, upon opening the door of the clerk's room, was Mr. Alfred Dove. He appeared to be in a passion over something that had gone wrong, and was talking fast and furiously. "What do you want?" he asked, wheeling round upon Arthur. Arthur replied by intimating that he would be glad to speak with him. "Can't you speak, then?" returned Mr. Alfred Dove. "I am not deaf." Thus met, Arthur did not repeat his wish for privacy. He intimated his business, uncertain whether Mr. Alfred Dove had heard of it or not, and stated that the security could be given. "I don't know what you mean about security," was Mr. Alfred Dove's rejoinder. "What security?" "Mr. Dove said that if I came into your office, security would be required," answered Arthur. "My friends are ready to give it." "Mr. Dove told you that, did he? Just like him. He has nothing to do with the details of the office. Did he know who you are?" "Certainly he did, sir." "I should have thought not," offensively returned Mr. Alfred Dove. "You must possess some assurance, young man, to come after a place in a respectable office. Security or no security, we can't admit one into ours, who lies under the accusation of being light-fingered." It was the man all over. Hamish had said, "Don't go to Dove and Dove's." Mr. Alfred Dove stood with his finger pointing to the door, and the two clerks stared in an insolent manner at Arthur. With a burning brow and rising spirit, Arthur left the room, and halted for a moment in the passage outside. "Patience, patience," he muttered to himself. "Patience, and trust in God." He turned into the street quickly, and ran against Mr. Huntley. For a minute he could not speak. That gentleman detected his emotion, and waited till it was over. "Have you been insulted, Arthur?" he breathed. "Not much more so than I am now getting accustomed to," was the answer that came from his quivering lips. "I heard they wanted a clerk, and went to offer myself. I am looked upon as a felon now, Mr. Huntley." "Being innocent as the day." "I am innocent, before God," spoke Arthur, in the impulse of his emotion, in the fervency of his heart. That he spoke but the solemn truth, it was impossible to doubt, even had Mr. Huntley been inclined to doubt, and Arthur may be excused for forgetting his usual caution in the moment's bitterness. "Arthur," said Mr. Huntley, "I promised your father and mother that I should do all in my power to establish your innocence. Can you tell me how I am to set about it?" "You cannot do it at all, Mr. Huntley. Things must remain as they are." "Why?" "I cannot explain why. I can only repeat it. There is some strange mystery attaching to this." Arthur did not gainsay it. "Arthur, if I am to allow the affair to rest as I find it, you must at least give me a reason why I may not act. What is it?" "Because the investigation could only cause tenfold deeper trouble. You are very good to think of helping me, Mr. Huntley, but I must fight my own battle. Others must be quiet in this matter, for all our sakes." Mr. Huntley gazed after Arthur as he moved away. Constance first, Arthur next. What could be the meaning of it all? Where did the mystery lie? A resolution grew up in Mr. Huntley's heart that he would fathom it, for private reasons of his own, and in the impulse of the moment he bent his steps there and then towards the police station, and demanded an interview with Roland Yorke's bête noire, Mr. Butterby. But the cathedral is not quite done with for the afternoon. Upon the conclusion of service, the dean lingered a few minutes in the nave, speaking to one of the vergers. When he turned to continue his way, he encountered the Reverend Mr. Pye, who had been taking off his surplice in the vestry. The choristers had been taking off their surplices also, and were now trooping through the cloisters back to the schoolroom, not more gently than usual. The dean saluted Mr. Pye, and they walked out together. "It is impossible to keep them quiet unless one's eye is continually upon them," exclaimed the head-master, half apologetically, as they came in view of the rebels. He had a great mind to add, "and one's cane." "Boys will be boys," said the dean. "How has this foolish opinion arisen among them, that the names standing first on the roll for the seniorship will not be allowed to compete for it?" continued he, with much suavity. Mr. Pye looked rather flushed. "Really, I am unable to say, Mr. Dean. It is difficult to account for all the notions taken up by schoolboys." "Boys do take up strange notions," blandly assented the dean. "But I think, were I you, Mr. Pye, I would set their minds at rest in this respect. You have not deemed it worth while, I dare say, but it may perhaps be as well to do so. When the elders of a school once take up the idea that their studies may not meet with due reward, it tends to render them indifferent. I remember once, it was just after I came here as dean, many years ago, the headmaster of the school exalted a boy to be senior who stood 6th or 7th on the rolls, and was positively half an idiot. But those times are past. Certainly they are, remarked the master. It was an unpleasant duty I had to perform then, continued the dean, in the same agreeable tone, as if he were relating an anecdote. Unpleasant both for the parents of the boy and for the headmaster. But, as I remark, such things could not occur now. I think I would intimate to the king's scholar that they have nothing to fear. It shall be done, Mr. Dean, was the response of the master, and they exchanged bows as the dean turned into the deanery. She's 3 parts a fool, is that Lady Augusta, muttered the master to the cloister flags as he strode over them. Chattering magpie. As circumstances had it, the way was paved for the master to speak at once. Upon entering the college schoolroom, in passing the senior desk, he overheard whispered words of dispute between Gerald Yorke and Pierce senior, touching this very question, the seniorship. The master reached his own desk, gave it a sharp rap with a cane that lay near to hand, and spoke in his highest tone, looking red and angry. What are these disputes that appear to have been latterly disturbing the peace of the school? What is that you are saying, Gerald Yorke, that the seniorship is to be yours? Gerald Yorke looked red in his turn, and somewhat foolish. I beg your pardon, sir. I was not saying precisely that, he answered with hesitation. I think you were saying precisely that, was the response of the master. My ears are quicker than you may fancy, Mr. Yorke. If you really have been hugging yourself with the notion that the promotion will be yours, the sooner you disabuse your mind of it, the better. Whoever gains the seniorship will gain it by priority of right, by scholarship, or by conduct, as the matter may be. Certainly not by anything else. Allow me to recommend you, one and all," and the master threw his eyes round the desk generally, and gave another emphatic stroke with the cane, "that you concern yourselves with your legitimate business, not with mine." Gerald did not like the reproof or the news. He remained silent and sullen until the conclusion of school, and then went tearing home. "A pretty block you have made of me!" he muttered, bursting into the presence of Lady Augusta, who had just returned home, and sat fanning herself on a sofa before an open window. "Why, what has taken you?" returned her ladyship. "It's a shame, mother, filling me up with the news that I was to be senior, and now Pye goes and announces that I'm a fool for supposing so, and that it's to go in regular rotation." "Pye does not mean it," said the lady. "There, hold your tongue, Gerald. I am too hot to talk. I know that every fellow in the school will have the laugh at me, if I am to be made a block of like this," grumbled Gerald. End of chapter 34. Recording by Pam Castile. Chapter 35 of The Channings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Channings by Ellen Wood. Chapter 35. The Earl of Carrick. On a fine afternoon in August, and the month was now drawing towards its close, the 2:25 train from London steamed into the station at Helstonleigh, 8 minutes behind time, and came to a standstill. Amongst the passengers who alighted was a gentleman of middle age, as it is called. In point of fact, he had entered his 50th year, as the peerage would have told any curious inquirer. As he stepped out of a first-class carriage, several eyes were drawn towards him, for he was of notable height, towering above everyone, even above Roland Yorke, who was of good height himself, and stood on the platform waiting for him. It was the Earl of Carrick, brother to Lady Augusta Yorke, and much resembling her, a pleasant, high cheek-boned, easy face, betraying more of good humour than of high or keen intellect, and nothing of pride. The pride of the young Yorkes was sometimes talked of in Helstonleigh, but it came from their father's side, not from Lady Augusta's. The Earl spoke with a slight brogue, and shook both Roland's hands heartily as soon as he found that it was to Roland they belonged. "Sure, then, but I didn't know you, Roland. If you had 20 years more on to your head, I should have thought it was your father." "Have I grown like him, Uncle Carrick?" "You've grown out of knowledge, me boy. And how's your mother, and how are the rest of you?" "Stunning," responded Roland. "They are all outside. She would bring up the whole caravan. The last time the lot came to the station, the 2 young ones got upon the line to dance a hornpipe on the rails, so she has kept them by her, and is making Gerald and Tod look after them. Where's your luggage, Uncle Carrick? Have you brought a servant?" "Not I," replied the Earl. "Servants are only troubles in other folks' houses, and me bit of luggage isn't so much but I can look after it myself. I hope they put it in," he continued, looking about amid the boxes and portmanteaus, and unable to see his own. The luggage was found at last, and given in charge of a porter, and Lord Carrick went out to meet his relatives. There were enough of them to meet the whole caravan, as Roland had expressed it. Lady Augusta sat in her barouche, her 2 daughters and Constance and Annabel Channing with her. Little Percy and Frank, 2 most troublesome children, were darting in and out amidst the carriages, flys, and omnibuses, and Gerald and Tod had enough to do to keep them out of danger. It was so like Lady Augusta, bringing them all to the station to welcome their uncle. Warm-hearted and impulsive, she had little more judgment than a child. Constance had in vain protested against herself and Annabel being pressed into the company, but her ladyship looked upon it as a sort of triumphal expedition, and was deaf to remonstrances. The Earl, warm-hearted and impulsive also, kissed them all, Constance included. She could not help herself. Before she was aware of the honour intended her, the kiss was given. A hearty smack, as all the rest had. The well-meaning, simple-minded Irishman could not have been made to understand why he should not give a kiss of greeting to Constance as readily as he gave it to his sister, or his sister's daughters. He protested that he remembered Constance and Annabel well. It may be questioned whether there was not more of Irish politeness than of truth in the assertion, though he had seen them occasionally during his visit of 3 years ago. How were they all to get home? In and on the barouche, as all, except Roland, had come to the gratification of the curious town. Lord Carrick wished to walk. His long legs were cramped, but Lady Augusta would not hear of it, and pulled him into the carriage. Gerald, Percy, and Frank were fighting for places on the box, beside the driver, Tod intending to hang on behind, as he had done in coming, when the deep-toned college bell struck out 3:15, and the sound came distinctly to their ears, borne from the distance. It put a stop to the competition, so far as Gerald was concerned. He and Tod, startled half out of their senses, for they had not observed the lapse of time, set off on foot as hard as they could go. Meanwhile, Roland, putting aside the 2 young ones with his strong hand, chose to mount the box himself, at which they both began to shriek and roar. Matters were compromised after a while. Percy was taken up by Roland, and Frank was, by some process of packing, stowed away inside. Then the cargo started, Lady Augusta happy as a princess, with her newly met brother and her unruly children, and not caring in the least for the gaze of the people who stood in the street, or came rushing to their windows and doors to criticize the load. Crowded as the carriage was, it was pleasanter to be in it on that genial day than to be at work in close rooms, dark shops, or dull offices. Amongst others who were so confined and hard at work was Jenkins at Mr. Galloway's. Poor Jenkins had not improved in health during the week or 2 that had elapsed since you last saw him. His cough was more troublesome still, and he was thinner and weaker. But Jenkins, humble and conscientious, thinking himself one who was not worth thinking of at all in comparison with others, would have died at his post rather than give in. Certainly Arthur Channing had been discharged at a most inopportune moment, for Mr. Galloway, as steward to the dean and chapter, had more to do about Michaelmas than at any other time of the year. From that epoch until November, when the yearly audit took place, There was a good deal of business to be gone through. On this afternoon, Jenkins was particularly busy. Mr. Galloway was away from home for a day or two, on business connected with that scapegrace cousin of his, Roland Yorke proclaimed, though whether Mr. Roland had any foundation for the assertion, except his own fancy, may be doubted, and Jenkins had it all upon his own shoulders. Jenkins, unobtrusive and meek though he was perfectly competent to manage, and Mr. Galloway left him with entire trust. But it is one thing to be competent to manage, and another thing to be able to do two persons' work in one person's time, and that Jenkins was finding this afternoon. He had letters to write, he had callers to answer, he had the general business of the office to attend to, he had the regular deeds to prepare and copy. The copying of those deeds was the work belonging to Roland Yorke. Roland did not seem to be in a hurry to come to them. Jenkins cast towards them an anxious eye, but Jenkins could do no more, for his own work could not be neglected. He felt very unwell that afternoon, oppressed, hot, unable to breathe. He wiped the moisture from his brow 3 or 4 times, and then thought he might be the better for a little air, and opened the window. But the breeze, gentle as it was, made him cough, and he shut it again. Of course, no one knowing Mr. Roland Yorke could be surprised at his starting to the station to meet Lord Carrick, instead of to the office to do his work. He had gone home at 1 o'clock that day, as usual. Not that there was any necessity for his doing so, for the dinner hour was postponed until later, and it would have furthered the business of the office had he remained for once at his post. Had any one suggested to Roland to do so, he would have thought he was going to be worked to death. About 20 minutes past 3 he came clattering in. "I say, Jenkins, I want a holiday this afternoon." Jenkins, albeit the most accommodating spirit in the world, looked dubious, and cast a glance at the papers on Roland's desk. "Yes, sir, but what is to be done about the uphill farm leases?" "Now, Jenkins, it's not a bit of good for you to begin to croak. If I give in to you, you'd get as bad as Galloway. When I have my mind off work, I can't settle to it again, and it's of no use trying. Those uphill deeds are not wanted before to-morrow." "But they are wanted by 11 o'clock, sir, so that they must be finished, or nearly finished, to-night. You know, sir, there has been a fuss about them, and early to-morrow is the very latest time they must be sent in." "I'll get up and be here in good time and finish them," said Roland. "Just put it to yourself, Jenkins, if you had an uncle that you'd not seen for 17 ages, whether you'd like to leave him the minute he puts his foot over the door-sill." "I dare say I should not, sir," said good-natured Jenkins, turning about in his mind how he could make time to do Roland's work. "His lordship is come, then, Mr. Roland?" "His lordship's come, bag and baggage," returned Roland. "I say, Jenkins, what 1,000 shames it is that he's not rich. He's the best-natured fellow alive, and would do anything in the world for us, if he only had the 10. "Is he not rich, sir?" "Why, of course he's not," confidentially returned Roland. "Every one knows the embarrassments of Lord Carrick. When he came into the estates, they had been mortgaged 3 deep by the last peer, my grandfather, an old guy in a velvet skull-cap, I remember, who took snuff incessantly, and my uncle, on his part, had mortgaged them 3 deep again, which made 6. How Carrick manages to live nobody knows. Sometimes he's in Ireland in the tumble-down old homestead, with just a couple of servants to wait upon him, and sometimes he's on the Continent, en garçon, if you know what that means. Now and then he gets a windfall when any of his tenants can be brought to pay up, but he is the easiest going coach in life, and won't press them. Wouldn't I?" "Some of those Irish tenants are very poor, sir, I have heard." "Poor be hanged! What is a man's own ought to be his own. Carrick says there are some years that he does not draw £2,000 all told." "Indeed, sir, that is not much for a peer." "It is not much for a commoner, let alone a peer," said Roland, growing fierce. "If I were no better off than Carrick, I'd drop the title, that's what I'd do. Why, if he could live as a peer ought, do you suppose we should be in the position we are? One a soldier, one, and that's me, lowered to be a common old proctor, one a parson, and all the rest of it. If Carrick could be as other earls are, and have interest with the government, and that, we should stand a chance of getting properly provided for. Of course, he can make interest with nobody while his estates bring him in next door to nothing." "Are there no means of improving his estates, Mr. Roland?" asked Jenkins. "If there were, he's not the one to do it, and I don't know that it would do him any material good after all," acknowledged Roland. "If he gets 1,000 a year, he spends 2, and if he had 20,000, he'd spend 40. It might come to the same in the long run, so far as he goes. We might be the better for it, and should be. It's a shame, though, that we should need to be the better for other folks' money. If this were not the most unjust world going, everybody would have fortunes of their own." After this friendly little bit of confidence touching his uncle's affairs, Roland prepared to depart. "I'll be sure to come in good time in the morning, Jenkins, and set to it like a brick," was his parting salutation. Away he went. Jenkins, with his aching head and his harassing cough, applied himself diligently, as he ever did, to the afternoon's work, and got through it by 6 o'clock, which was later than usual. There then remained the copying, which Mr. Roland Yorke ought to have done. Knowing the value of Roland's promises, and knowing also that if he kept this promise ever so strictly, the amount of copying was more than could be completed in time, if left to the morning, Jenkins did as he had been aware he must do when talking with Roland, took it home with him. The parchments under his arm, he set out on his walk. What could be the matter with him, that he felt so weak? He asked himself as he went along. It must be, he believed, having gone without his dinner. Jenkins generally went home to dinner at 12, and returned at 1. Occasionally, however, he did not go until 2, according to the exigencies of the office. This day he had not gone at all, but had cut a sandwich at breakfast time and brought it with him in his pocket. He had proceeded as far as the elm trees in the Boundaries, for Jenkins generally chose the quiet Cloister way for his road home, when he saw Arthur Channing advancing towards him. With the ever-ready, respectful, cordial smile with which he was wont to greet Arthur whenever he saw him, Jenkins quickened his steps. But suddenly the smile seemed to fix itself upon his lips, and the parchments fell from his arm, and he staggered against the palings. But that Arthur was at hand to support him, he might have fallen to the ground. "Why, what is it, Jenkins?" asked Arthur kindly, when Jenkins was beginning to recover himself. "Thank you, sir. I don't know what it could have been. Just as I was looking at you, a mist seemed to come before my eyes, and I felt giddy. I suppose it was a sort of faintness that came over me. I had been thinking that I felt weary. Thank you very much, sir." "Take my arm, Jenkins," said Arthur, as he picked up the parchments and took possession of them. "I'll see you home." "Oh, no, sir, indeed," protested simple-hearted Jenkins. "I'd not think of such a thing. I should feel quite ashamed, sir, at the thought of your being seen arm in arm with me in the street. I can go quite well alone. I can indeed, sir." Arthur burst out laughing. "I wish you wouldn't be such an old duffer, Jenkins, as the college boys have it. Do you suppose I should let you go home by yourself? Come along." Drawing Jenkins's arm within his own, Arthur turned with him. Jenkins really did not like it. Sensitive to a degree was he, and to his humble mind it seemed that Arthur was out of place, walking familiarly with him. "You must have been doing something to tire yourself," said Arthur, as they went along. "It has been a pretty busy day, sir, now Mr. Galloway's away. I did not go home to dinner, for one thing." "And Mr. Roland Yorke absent for another, I suppose?" "Only this afternoon, sir. His uncle, Lord Carrick, has arrived. Oh, sir," broke off Jenkins, stopping in a panic, "here's his lordship, the bishop, coming along. Whatever shall you do?" "Do?" returned Arthur, scarcely understanding him. "What should I do?" "To think that he should see you thus with the like of me!" It amused Arthur exceedingly. Poor lowly-minded Jenkins! The bishop appeared to divine the state of the case, for he stopped when he came up. Possibly he was struck by the wan hue which overspread Jenkins's face. "You look ill, Jenkins," he said, nodding to Arthur Channing. "Keep your hat on, Jenkins, keep your hat on." "Thank you, my lord," replied Jenkins, disregarding the injunction, touching his hat. "A sort of faintness came over me just now under the elm trees, and this gentleman insisted upon walking home with me, in spite of my protestations to—" Jenkins was stopped by a fit of coughing, a long, violent fit, sounding hollow as the grave. The bishop watched him till it was over. Arthur watched him. "I think you should take better care of yourself, Jenkins," remarked his lordship. "Is any physician attending you?" "Oh, my lord, I am not ill enough yet for that. My wife made me go to Mr. Hurst the other day, my lord, and he gave me a bottle of something, but he said it was not medicine that I wanted." "I should advise you to go to a physician, Jenkins. A stitch in time saves 9, you know," the bishop added, in his free good humour. "So it does, my lord. Thank your lordship for thinking of me," added Jenkins, as the bishop said good afternoon, and pursued his way. And then, and not till then, did Jenkins put on his hat again. "Mr. Arthur, would you be so kind as not to say anything to my wife about my being poorly?" asked Jenkins, as they drew near to his home. "She'd be, perhaps, for saying I should not go again yet to the office, and a pretty dilemma that would put me in, Mr. Galloway being absent. She'd get so fidgety, too. She kills me with kindness, if she thinks I am ill. The broth and arrowroot and other messes, sir, that she makes me swallow are untellable." "All right," said Arthur, but the intention was frustrated. Who should be standing at the shop door but Mrs. Jenkins herself? She saw them before they saw her, and she saw that her husband looked like a ghost, and was supported by Arthur. Of course, she drew her own conclusions, and Mrs. Jenkins was one who did not allow her conclusions to be set aside. When Jenkins found that he was seen and suspected, he held out no longer, but honestly confessed the worst, that he had been taken with a giddiness. "Of course," said Mrs. Jenkins, as she pushed a chair here and another there, partly in temper, partly to free the narrow passage through the shop to the parlour. "I have been expecting nothing less all day. Every group of footsteps slower than usual. I have thought it was a shutter arriving, and you on it, dropped dead from exhaustion. Would you believe," turning short round on Arthur Channing, "that he has been such a donkey as to fast from breakfast time, and with that cough upon him?" "Not quite so fast, my dear," deprecated Jenkins. "I ate a paper of sandwiches." "Paper of rubbish!" retorted Mrs. Jenkins. "What good do sandwiches do a weakly man? You might eat a ton-load, and be none the better for it. Well, Jenkins, you may take your leave of having your own way." Poor Jenkins might have deferentially intimated that he never did have it. Mrs. Jenkins resumed. "He said he'd carry a sandwich with him this morning, instead of coming home to dinner. I said no, and afterwards I was such a simpleton as to yield, and here's the effects of it. Sit yourself down in the easy-chair," she added, taking Jenkins by the arms and pushing him into it. "And I'll make the tea now," concluded she, turning to the table where the tea things were set out. "There's some broiled fowl coming up for you." "I don't feel as if I could eat this evening," Jenkins ventured to say. "Not eat?" she repeated with emphasis. "You had better eat, that's all. I don't want to have you falling down exhausted here as you did in the Boundaries." "And as soon as you have had your tea, you should go to bed," put in Arthur. "I can't, sir. I have 3 or 4 hours' work at that deed. It must be done." "At this?" returned Arthur, opening the papers he had carried home. "Oh, I see. It is a lease. I'll copy this for you, Jenkins. I have nothing to do to-night. You take your ease and go to bed." And in spite of their calls, Jenkins's protestations against taking up his time and trouble, and Mrs. Jenkins's proffered invitation to partake of tea and broiled fowl, Arthur departed, carrying off the work. End of chapter 35. Recording by Pam Castile.